In a luxurious hall where countless nobles were gathered, a boy was placed on top of a large table. Before him lay 4 different weapons. Today was a very special day for the boy, because the choice of weapon would determine the future path he would take. Under the expectant and curious eyes of everyone, the boy slowly approached the 4 weapons. However, what no one expected was that, as he got closer, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted dazzling rays of light. His parents were surprised and turned to look at each other, while everyone around quickly realized what was happening, because this proved that the boy before them was a genius, a true super genius who could follow any path. The boy himself understood this well, for he carried the memories of a past life. And to tell this story, we must go back to a time before, on a distant battlefield, where the thoughts of a man echoed. I once believed that someone like me, with awakened talent rooted in the battlefield, could start a new life. In that life, I would build a family, something I had always longed for. But I was wrong. Amidst the desolate scene, the admiring voice of someone echoed. So resilient. It's been a long time since someone made me swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you the famous Eric, the talent blossoming on the battlefield? According to that man's gaze, ahead was a young warrior. His left arm had been severed. His breath labored from blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing his opponent's words, Eric thought quietly, he knows me. I never thought I'd be glad about that. With that thought, Eric steadied his sword, lifted his head to observe his adversary, and saluted. Ha ha, it is an honor to be recognized by you, my lord Duke. This young warrior belonged to the Drini Empire. Opposite him, Duke Zemon's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw that Eric knew his name. Ha, you know my name? Yes, who hasn't heard of your reputation? One of the 6 Hexagon Knights of the Antian Empire. Just one day on this battlefield is enough for me to feel the weight of the Black Wave. Hearing this, the Duke from the Antian Empire, Buon Zemon, couldn't help but feel some admiration for the young man. So even though you know who I am, you still choose to face me. It's a pity to end a talent like you so soon. Tell me, do you want to surrender? He offered Eric a chance. But instead, Eric only glanced sideways slightly and shook his head. It's perfectly clear. I was born on the battlefield, so I will also die here. Saying this, Eric lifted the sword planted in the ground and swung it hard, causing the air to tremble violently. The wind was so strong that it swept away everything around, creating a gap between the two of them. Zemon looked at Eric's face and said in a low voice, even so, I can still see the regret in your eyes. You would become a formidable opponent if you grew a little more. However, if this is your choice, I hope in your next life you will let go of those regrets. Then he enveloped the sword with a powerful and charged straight at Eric. After a few sword strikes, the outcome of the battle was decided. My mother was a young widow, a war refugee. She left me in this chaotic world when I was still a child. Everyone knows what happens to an orphan. Eric lived wandering the battlefield, a solitary life just to survive. He did everything to stay alive. At the age of 14, Eric was sent to his first battlefield in life, where his talent awakened. The mana core within his heart accelerated, enhancing his reflexes and senses to extraordinary levels. At that time, a commander told him, I intend to introduce you at the upcoming special knight appointment. With your talent, joining the Empire's 5 hexagonal grade knights is no longer impossible. Hearing that, Eric couldn't help but smile. After surpassing 3 mana cores to become a 4-core knight, he finally gained the opportunity he'd longed for. After this battle, I will find peace. Finally, I am about to have everything. Until that man appeared. With just one swing of his sword, Zemon shattered Eric's sword, then pierced through his chest. How unfortunate. I wanted to reach even higher. I wanted to have a family. He thought silently before his body was blown away like a cannonball. And just like that, Eric's dream was tragically crushed. He thought that it was all over. However, after his vision completely faded into darkness, suddenly Eric heard a gentle voice say, Oh, our little Dane is awake. Haha, such a good boy, not crying at all. How are these eyes so clear and beautiful? This child is the gift that God has given to us. A beautiful woman with golden hair lightly touched the small hand in front of her, her voice full of affection. Meanwhile, the man beside her smiled happily. Ha ha, the boy truly is God's great gift. At that moment, Eric was shocked to realize his condition. What? A child? What are they talking about? He thought, his face showing extreme confusion as his tiny hands flailed wildly. At that moment, Eric was shocked to realize his condition. What? A child? What are they talking about? He thought, his face showing extreme confusion as his tiny hands flailed wildly. He lifted the boy in front of him and gently said, Dane, you must become a great merchant and follow in your father's footsteps. Your father is this man. This man's name is Akin Soria. But as soon as she heard those words, Mrs. Lily Esres immediately snatched the baby from her husband's arms and shouted, What are you saying? Dane will become a great assassin. Seeing his wife oppose him, Akin's face became awkward. Sweetheart, come on. How could you let the youngest become an assassin? That's terrible. A man must use a spear. Using a spear is the perfect and most heroic martial art. As he spoke, a hint of delusion flashed across Akin's face. However, Mrs. Lily immediately brushed the idea aside. I've said it, being an assassin is better than being a merchant. The boy can hide in the shadows to assassinate targets without being detected. That's even cooler, she shouted with determination. I thought everything would end there, but no, I was reborn. Not only that, but I was reborn in the Anthene Empire, where my enemy still exists. I am the youngest son of a count. My new parents were warmly debating my future. Surely, since I was born late, they wanted me to carry on their legacy even more. I thought quietly to myself. After a long argument that led nowhere, Akin finally compromised. Let's do this, we'll teach the boy both trades. Certainly Dane will become a skilled assassin, Lady Lily said with a smile. No, Dane will be a merchant. A merchant is best, Akin countered. The boy will be an assassin. Merchant. Assassin. The couple continued their verbal sparring until the driver ahead turned back to remind them. Sir, we've arrived. Hearing this, Akin was slightly startled, not expecting time to have passed so quickly. What? Already there? Lie, come, take my hand. Oh heavens, what if people in the city see us? The lady replied shyly. Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's the harm in that? All right, be careful now. As he spoke, he reached out to help his wife down from the car, making Dane, who was lying in Lady Lily's arms, involuntarily feel like a third wheel. Truly irritating, he thought. After taking in the surrounding scenery, Dane's eyes clearly showed excitement. Oh, it seems Dane is very happy to be home. Look at the boy, isn't he joyful? Aiken laughed. Right, if this is my home, then it will be even easier for my talents to unfold. He thought quietly, smiling at this new beginning. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, the boy Dane had begun to babble a few words, made Mrs. Lily extremely delighted. Oh heavens, my Dane is beginning to babble. Like responding, his mouth kept producing muffled sounds. For him, this was an entirely new experience. It turned out he was learning to speak truly a strange feeling. In his previous life, Eric rarely interacted with children. The children he had seen were all injured, abandoned, crying for their parents. Many had starved to death and disappeared. Compared to that place, the SRS household was a rich, warm, and fortunate family. At least here I won't starve, he happily thought to himself. I was reborn into an easy mode, not a hell mode. At that moment, Count Aiken suddenly pushed open the door and burst in, laughing loudly. Ha ha, Dane, look at this. This is a spear. Isn't it both long and beautiful? It seemed he was trying to instill the idea of becoming a spearman in his son's mind from a very young age. Facing this action, Dane could only force a smile. This man was my father, the strongest 6th-level merchant warrior in the Kingdom of Soria. He appeared gentle, but was a heroic warrior known as the Blue Hurricane. As for Mrs. Lily, seeing her husband bring a sharp weapon into their son's room, she angrily snatched the spear away and shouted, "Seriously, how can you bring such a dangerous thing into our son's room?" In response, Aiken only gave an awkward smile. "Ah, I just wanted to show it to Dane. I told you already, you must not do that. If you do it again, I will teach the child the basics of invisibility from a very young age." Madame Lily said coldly, making Aiken break out in a cold sweat. Madame Lily used to be the kingdom's best assassin, and although Aiken was somewhat afraid of his wife, he still tried to argue. Come on, who isn't like that these days? The famous mage clan even places a magic staff right next to their child from the moment they are born. Love compared to a staff? What kind of love is that? Lily shouted. Watching this scene, the little son could only sigh like an old man, truly a harmonious family. Thinking about it, he also understood why his parents worried so much about his future, since his 2 older sisters had both chosen paths completely unrelated to magic or assassination. Look, Den, if you do that, your cheeks will puff up, his sister in the red dress said as she poked Dane's cheeks until they swelled. After she finished, the little girl laughed with pure delight. Look at Dane, so adorable. Oh my God, these cheeks, my own cheeks, Dane screamed inwardly, so furious that he clenched his 2 small fists but couldn't do anything. Seeing the sister in the red dress, he quickly recalled who she was. Arabella Saugers. Because of her magical talent, Arabella had followed the path of magic from a young age. At 12 years old, she had already become a 3rd-tier mage. The highest rank of a mage is 9th tier, so Arabella was truly a prodigy to have surpassed the beginner level at such an age. Thinking of this, little Arabella gently touched her little brother's cheek and smiled, saying, "Dane, do you want to learn magic with me someday? I've been studying alone every day and I'm so bored. Hey, don't tease me anymore." Dane shouted silently in his heart, trying to stay calm. Meanwhile, the other sister spoke up. "Summoning magic is good too." Hearing that voice, Dane turned to observe the sister in the green dress, Claire Saugers, a talented summoner. She had been able to summon since she was 7 years old and could now control 2 summoned objects simultaneously. I used to think she didn't like me, but it seems like she's actually jealous because she has a younger sibling. She's also less reserved now, Dane thought. Following Dane's gaze, Claire shyly touched her index finger gently to his nose, then quickly pulled her hand back. Then she turned to Arabella, her voice full of curiosity. "Why is it so soft?" "Yeah, it really is soft," Arabella chimed in. Then Claire teased her little brother again. "Dane, if you also have the talent for summoning, that would be great. I'll teach you someday." In response to these invitations, Dane could only smile bitterly inside. "Ha ha. Everyone wants to teach me their own talents. My father is a level 6 merchant. My mother is a former assassin who once assassinated the king. My eldest sister is a genius mage, and my second sister is an outstanding summoner. The Saugers Count family is indeed a perfect, noble family, exactly the ideal family I once dreamed of. So then, what is the point of revenge in this life? Even though my death was tragic, it was on the battlefield. To say that I would take revenge on those who defeated me is truly ridiculous." Dane sighed inside. It seemed he had decided to set aside the intention of revenge, but very soon. He was awakened by voices arguing ahead. "The spear is the right path. You must choose the spear." Aiken shouted. "Stealth and assassination magic are much more useful." Madame Lily responded. The 2 older sisters also joined in, each with their own opinion. "No, in this era magic is the trend." Arabella objected. "Summoning magic is good too," Claire added. Watching the whole family noisily discussing his future, Dane just sat quietly beside them, a faint smile on his lips. "I've always wished to have a family like this. I'm really lucky to have been born here." Thinking so, he still couldn't avoid a headache as the quarrel grew louder. Indeed, a harmonious family. Dane smiled wryly to himself. The Saugers family has a special ritual, the choosing ceremony. When a child in the family turns 1 year old, many objects are laid out on the table before them. Everyone predicts the child's future based on the item they choose. And today is the day Dane turns 1. "Today is young Master Dane's first birthday," someone exclaimed. "The young master is already 1 year old. Time passes so quickly. Both young ladies are now mages and summoners. I wonder what young Master Dane will choose." Another curious person said, "After the ceremony we'll find out. Let's go inside quickly." A man's laughing voice. In the great hall, everyone quickly gathered to watch what Dane would choose. The boy was seated at the table, with 4 items in front representing 4 different directions. A spear, a yellow plate, a small pouch, and a short sword. Looking at these items, the honored guests whispered among themselves. "Oh, this time the young ladies have also brought their own things. So adorable. They have grown up so fast." Madame Lily gently bent down and whispered to her son, "Dane, just choose whatever you like." Hearing his mother, Dane's eyes glimmered with some thought. What should he do? Everyone hoped he would choose their item. Over there, Count Aiken smiled confidently, as if victory was already in hand. The boy will surely be drawn to the dragon tail. The dragon tail is a spear forged from rare order ore. When infused with mana, it becomes sharp and heavy like the owner's own will a mystical magical spear. The spear I have used my whole life. Choose your father's spear, Dane. Meanwhile, Madame Lily beside him clasped her hands in prayer. This handsome boy will certainly choose the dagger. That dagger which she placed on the table, called Black Horn, is made from oaten, containing all the elements and capable of holding and combining various poisons. As for big sister Arabella, she stared intently at her little brother and gave a confident smile. The boy is destined to become a great mage. You'll come with me to the academy someday, just wait and see. The thing the little girl placed on the table was a space pouch, a mage's accessory that only a mage or someone with magical talent can use. Little one, quickly choose sister's pouch, Arabella silently urged in her heart. Meanwhile, big sister Claire was a bit shy. If Dane knows the summoning art, I'll take him flying on a dragon's back with me. That's my dream, little brother. Claire murmured softly, then placed a summoning seal in front of Lily. A summoner's seal grants a secret mark suited to the recipient's talents, allowing them to summon their companion object. Back to Dane, relying on his intuition, he clearly sensed the expectant gazes of the whole family. The more he looked, the more pressure he felt, sweating profusely. Oh no, why does it feel like I can hear all their thoughts? The old man sighed deeply from the pressure. What a bother, but there's no way to run away. Which one should I choose then? Right, I'll pick based on everyone's expressions. With that in mind, he calmly stepped forward, deciding to entrust his future to the face of each person. Seeing him start to move, everyone got excited. Oh, the boy is choosing now. That's right, Dane, just choose whatever you want. If possible, pick something that's both long and firm. Aiken exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, Mrs. Lily interrupted. No, the short and sharp ones look better, dear. That bag is my favorite. Remember I had shown it to you before? Arabella coaxed. Dane, come summon with me, Claire also urged. The relentless invitations made the little god's head ache. Before he could even choose, the pressure rushed in. But just as Dane approached the 4 items, for some reason, all 4 of them emitted a dazzling glow, causing his face to freeze dumbfounded for a few seconds. Huh, what's going on? Behind him, the young couple were just as puzzled. What's happening? Mrs. Lily asked. I don't know either, Aiken shook his head. The guests around grew even more excited at the scene. Everyone look. All 4 items are reacting. Oh my god, how can this be? It seems the young master is a prodigy with all-around talent. Hearing that, Dane lit up with joy. Haha, I was already good on the battlefield, but in this life, it's truly a different level. Facing this rare situation, Arabella turned to ask her father. Dad, what should we do now? Has anything like this ever happened before? I still can't believe it. Aiken replied. Then the couple looked at each other and agreed. The 4 of us will teach the boy together. As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 sisters stared at their parents in disbelief. All of us. In front, Dane broke into joyful laughter. Time flew by quickly. 6 years later at the training ground, the sound of clashing weapons echoed repeatedly. At this moment, Dane was sparring with his father, Aiken. Watching his son skillfully block the blows, Aiken was pleased. Very good, Dane. You have completely mastered the technique I taught you. Thank you, father, Dane replied politely. Aiken ruffled his son's hair, laughing heartily. Well done, truly, my son. In the distance, a butler approached, carrying a spear in his hands. Sir, I have brought it as requested. Ah, right, just in time. Aiken suddenly remembered something. Dane still didn't understand. Father, this is your birthday gift. Aiken nodded. I was supposed to give it to you at the party, but I wanted to hand it to you earlier. Here, take it. I've been preparing this for 2 years. This spear was crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Happy early birthday. Then he handed the spear to his son. Smiling brightly, with a new weapon, Dane casually set aside his old spear, hastily examining the gift. Thank you, father, I will use it well. Only after inspecting it closely did he realize how magnificent it truly was. The black shaft combined with the silver tip was stunning, and it felt light in hand. Truly marvelous, Dane admired silently. Aiken asked, so do you like it? Yes, very much. Dane smiled broadly. Good. I instructed them to make it suited to your physique, just get used to it. Dane was so delighted he couldn't stop swinging the spear. In the middle of his excitement, Aiken suddenly asked, Dane, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? Dane paused, thought for a moment, then replied, yes. The length of the spear helps me keep opponents at a distance. Its small contact area increases penetration effectiveness. Aiken nodded. Exactly. But once you reach a certain level, using a spear is harder than wielding a sword. The core issue with the spear is that to attack, you have to maintain a minimum distance. But don't worry, every weapon has its own strengths. Even the sword, often considered perfect, has disadvantages in certain situations. Yes, I remember now, the boy nodded. Aiken smiled. Since you have a new spear, let me show you something interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Aiken began spinning the spear like a propeller, generating a gust of wind pressure radiating around. So this is the magic power of a level 6 spearman. Just the aura alone was that overwhelming. Dane shivered. In his astonished eyes, Aiken closed his eyes, twisted his body, and stepped forward with one foot, gripped the spear shaft firmly with both hands, then thrust it straight ahead. At the spear tip, the air twisted into a vortex, leaving Dane gaping in amazement. Incredible, just thrusting the spear forward produced that effect. Turning to his father, Aiken retracted the spear tip and explained. The reason the space here is distorted is because I simultaneously unleashed the magic power within my body and thrust the spear. This technique optimizes the characteristic of focusing magic cores into a single point. Hearing this, Dane added, yes, I've also heard the sisters say that I can transcend my physical limits. As the number of cores increases, so does the expansion of those limits. Speaking of which, Dane recalled his previous life when he once possessed up to 4 mana cores. Not knowing his son's thoughts, Uncle Aiken bragged, that's right, my son learns very quickly. I myself have 6 mana cores. 6 cores, Dane exclaimed in surprise, but silently affirmed to himself. If I don't die, I will definitely reach this level. Aiken patted Dane's shoulder and said, why don't you try using the new spear? Relax your mind, forget everything, and just focus on thrusting the spear forward. Yes, sir, Dane replied. Following his father's advice, he took a spear thrusting stance, while idly thinking, in my previous life, after realizing my swordsmanship talent, I lost interest in the spear and considered it just a backup weapon. Now let's give it my all this time. With that thought, he closed his eyes and focused his spirit. Seeing this, Aiken thought with satisfaction. The stance is quite correct. It took me 3 years to master this technique. I wonder how talented Dane really is. Suddenly, Aiken's eyes widened in amazement. According to his gaze, the space before the spear's tip cracked like glass about to shatter the moment Dane thrust the spear forward. Dane, how did you do that? Haha, I'm truly very surprised. Uncle laughed heartily, and Dane didn't hide anything, expressing all his thoughts. When I thrust the spear, I focus mana onto one point and transfer it into the spear's tip. When the mana reaches the tip, I cut off the flow. Hearing this, Aiken was even more amazed. Wait, you transfer mana into the spear and then stop the flow? Dane, have you created a mana core already? Yes, while reading the book on creating mana cores, I tried practicing and was lucky enough to succeed. He made up a reason, but in fact, with knowledge from his past life, creating a mana core was nothing difficult for him. Actually, he had already created the core during his mana-breathing exercises. Aiken fully trusted his son, getting a mana core just by reading a book. Our family really produces geniuses. Since he was young, I felt it, and now it's certain. Dane, one day you will become an exceptional warrior. Later, father will be even more surprised. Dane smiled inwardly, while Aiken still had some doubts. I wonder if my son will become a summoner, assassin, merchant, or mage. Time continued to pass quietly. Dane's 7th birthday party, the youngest of the Sagar's family, was taking place in a lively atmosphere, with many distinguished guests coming from various great and minor clans. Among them was the person who had sold salt to Dane in his past life. Haha, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Aiken happily turned around. Duke, but how have you been lately? Oh, no need to be so formal, just talk like usual. The uncle waved his hand. But Manon, the head of the most powerful clan in the Anthene Empire, turned towards Aiken. He whispered softly, many people are watching us, I'll be more natural later. Haha, do as you wish. But laughed wryly and then asked, by the way, where is that kid? Aiken turned to call his son. Dane, come here and greet the Duke, but... The Duke, but... I didn't expect to meet him here. Dane sighed, recalling the face of the man who had defeated him in his past life. He stepped forward before, but the uncle nodded. So this is the boy. Dane, the son you've always boasted about. Dane calmly responded. My name is Dane Sagars. Outwardly polite, but inside Dane felt a bit annoyed. I simply can't suppress my anger when I see him. It is an honor to meet you, your grace. Dane slightly bowed in greeting. Seeing this, Duke but burst out laughing. Your son is really well behaved. It seems the boy has never worried you. So is he also studying commerce like you? That's right. Aiken nodded. At this moment, a little girl stepped forward to politely greet. Hello, Count Sagars. My name is Lila Th Man. It is a great honor to meet you. That red-haired girl is Lila Th Man, the youngest daughter of Duke Th Man. After the 2 children had come forward to greet, the 2 fathers immediately sent the kids away. Suddenly remembering something, Aiken turned to ask, how has your lady been lately? Upon hearing this, But's expression briefly saddened. I've tried every possible method, but there's still no progress. You've worked hard, but surely the lady will get better. Aiken comforted him, though he knew these were just soothing words, but also hinted, if you suddenly don't see me around, please understand, as I will have had to use magic to urgently return to the capital. Where did the boy go? The Duke of Penn said as he looked around, not forgetting to praise Dane. That kid is quite bright. I still want to talk to him a little more. Well, I don't know either. I haven't seen Lila anywhere, Aiken replied. Just then, when the Duke of Penn looked out the window, he noticed that at some point the 2 children had gone out into the garden, and he smiled. It seemed both of them were bored with the party. Speaking of Lila while walking in the garden with Dane, she suddenly smiled and candidly shared. Actually, I don't like having to follow my father everywhere, but now I'm happy because I'm with him. After saying that, she stared at Dane, her eyes somewhat contemplative. Under the moonlight, he looked even more handsome. On the opposite side, Dane smiled upon hearing that and replied, That's good, my domain is a very beautiful and peaceful place. That answer seemed to stir some unhappy memories in Lila. There was always something going on at the manor. Every day nobles came to see my father, and sometimes even members of the royal family. Every time I had to go out and greet them. I hate that. I prefer simple clothes and sword fighting, Lila said sadly. It seemed that having to perform aristocratic ceremonies was exhausting for a child like her. But Dane didn't really mind. What caught his attention was Lila's hobby. Oh, she also uses a sword, the boy thought in surprise. Feeling a bit strange, Lila turned to ask, what about you? I like both places. Dane replied, it's not as lively as the capital, but I look forward to spear training every day. The answer surprised Lila. Spear training? She unconsciously exclaimed, but then suddenly remembered Dane's identity and quickly understood. Oh right, I forgot the Count Sagars' nickname is the Blue Storm. I've heard my father talk about how talented he is. At this, Lila paused slightly and then asked, so you also want to join the academy? Dane just shook his head slightly. No, I don't train spears for that reason. Then why? Lila asked in surprise, isn't training to enter the academy? It's really hard to get accepted there. Dane looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his cheek. Well, I want to train so that when I get in, I can do better. His answer made Lila even more amazed. Huh, but what if you fail? Then I'll try again. Dane shrugged, and if I still fail, I'll just consider that path is not suitable for me. Dane's carefree attitude made Lila worried for him. I can't believe it. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family? Not really. Dane mumbled. Hearing this, Lila felt a bit jealous. My family sees failure as something shameful. Forget what I just said. The girl waved her hand, looking shy. Seeing Lila speak like an old man, Dane also felt some pressure. I didn't know descendants of noble families worry about things like this. Thinking so, Dane sighed deeply and then asked, why are you like this? You seem very skilled. Hearing the encouragement, Lila's eyes suddenly brightened and she quickly asked back, really? Then can you try to see my swordsmanship? Your swordsmanship, Dane wondered. That's right, Lila smiled. Seeing the hopeful look on her face, though somewhat reluctant, Dane still agreed. All right then, but just for a little while. When Lila saw Dane's agreement, she couldn't hide her excitement and immediately asked, great. So where is your training ground? Would it be okay if I follow you for a bit? Time quickly passed as the two changed scenes to the training ground, where Dane often practiced with his father. Once holding the sword, Lila began to demonstrate her swordsmanship to Dane. Every strike, thrust, and attack was incredibly strong and graceful, making Dane a prodigy since childhood. Nod in recognition. She attacked and defended very logically, delivering strikes at the right moments. However, after a while, the rhythm became somewhat chaotic, causing Dane to stroke his chin and think with a slightly puzzled look. Immediately after finishing the demonstration, Lila, without a chance to rest, eagerly asked, "How was it?" "Pretty great, right?" "It was truly impressive." Dane praised. "Really?" Lila asked joyfully. Seeing her expectant expression, Dane became a bit embarrassed. Maybe I should tell her. Thinking so, Dane also spoke. "Yes, but starting from the third stance, you seem to have an extra half step. As far as I remember, the other stances are similar. That's why your subsequent sword strikes are slightly off course." Upon hearing this, Lila's eyes widened in astonishment. Finally, the girl seemed frozen by Dane's remarks. Was I too blunt? Dane wondered, then awkwardly said, "Sorry if I upset you. It's been a long time since I've seen swordsmanship like that." Seeing that his criticism seemed to hurt her pride, Lila resolved to prove herself. "Oh, is that so? I haven't even shown my full skills yet." With that thought, she continued to wield her sword, until her foot tripped over the rhythm, and she suddenly rushed forward to hug Dane tightly. "Thank you so much. Dane, you truly have a keen eye, spotting the mistake I've been making all this time." "Thank you, I will definitely remember it." As she spoke, the girl also took the chance to rub her cheek against Dane, leaving him utterly flustered. "You're suffocating me, and also, could you put the sword away?" Dane said as he quickly pushed Lila away gently. "Oops, sorry," Lila exclaimed, then looked at Dane with a gleeful expression, suddenly hugging him tightly once again. Dane could only adjust his clothes, while awkwardly muttering to himself. Just then the voices of the servants calling out echoed from afar. "Young Master Dane, where are you?" "Miss Lila." Hearing this, Lila suddenly snapped back and turned around. "It looks like they're looking for us. We should head back." Dane nodded. As the two stepped out, the servants sighed in relief. "Oh, there they are. Where have you two been? We've been searching for you everywhere." Cut to the main banquet hall, where the most important part of the party was about to begin. Mrs. Lily handed Dane a small wooden box and said, "Happy 7th birthday, my dear. Congratulations on obtaining your first Monocore." "Happy birthday, Dane. Thank you, Mom and Dad," Dane replied gently. Opening the gift, Dane was slightly surprised to find inside a pin, engraved with the family crest that his sisters often proudly showed him. Beside him, Mrs. Lily smiled and said, "Keep it safe, Dane. This pin is a symbol of your honor and status." As her words ended, the guests all nodded in unison and congratulated him. "Happy birthday. Young Master Dane, the youngest, has finally been recognized as a Sagar's family member. You will become as talented as the Count." Hearing these words, Dane couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. This was the first time so many people had praised him like this, he thought happily. But at that moment, the entire hall suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake was occurring. "What's that noise? What's going on? Damn it, is someone breaking in?" People panicked and shouted. Sensing the danger, Dane immediately looked at his father. But Aiken seemed to have anticipated this and could only say helplessly, "Calm down. There's no need to panic. Here we go again. I thought today would be peaceful." "Can you guess who it is, Dane?" Mrs. Lily asked with an amused smile. Suddenly, Dane's eyes widened. No way, he thought. Immediately, on the ceiling of the grand hall, a dazzling beam of light began to appear, causing the nobles below to step back in alarm. "What's that?" someone shouted. From within the beam of light, a red figure suddenly leapt down. "I checked the clock. My sister isn't late, right?" Arabella laughed heartily. Seeing that figure, the guests were all surprised. "That's Miss Arabella. It seems she just used teleportation magic. Wow, I heard you need to be at least level 5 to open a small teleportation gate. Miss Arabella really is a genius." Words of admiration kept resounding. Poor Dane, he never liked such flashy displays. "She's still as loud and showy as always, isn't she?" The young elder grumbled inwardly. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, a horrifying scream rang out from outside. Looking out the window, the girls' faces turned pale. "There's a monster in the sky." "Oh my, that's a whiver. This time it's Miss Clee." According to everyone's gaze, elder sister Claire was riding a magical dragon, landing in front of the grand hall entrance. "Seems like I'm late," Clee mumbled and quickly stepped inside. The guests started whispering excitedly again. "I heard she's a talented summoner, but to control a whiv is truly amazing. Isn't she only 16? Ignoring the gossip, Arabella saw Clee arrive and turned to greet her. "You're here?" "Yes, ma'am," Clee replied. The two sisters then turned to Dane. "Dane, happy birthday. Wishing you a joyful birthday, from your sister as well." After saying that, the two of them took turns handing gifts to him. Faced with such a surprise appearance, Dane felt a bit embarrassed. "Thank you both for coming all the way here to wish me a happy birthday." "Of course we had to come. Now open the gift. I'm sure you'll really like it," Arabella said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Aiken looked at the two girls, so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. "You two only gave me a letter on my birthday, but now you've prepared gifts for the youngest one," he said in a mock-pouting tone, making the lady beside him chuckle softly. Back to Dane, when he opened Arabella's gift, he discovered a ring inside. But at first glance, he noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute, isn't this a space bag?" Dane looked at Arabella in surprise. In response to the question, Arabella proudly answered, "Exactly, I designed it myself. It uses high-level spatial magic, but my professor helped me with it." "Thank you sincerely." Dane spoke earnestly, because he knew well how difficult it was to engrave spatial magic onto an item, and designing one that could endure it was even harder. Before Dane could react, Arabella quickly took the ring and proactively offered, "Give me your hand so I can put it on for you. Just so you know, I've already encoded your genetic code inside it, so no one else can use it but you. This is a one-of-a-kind item," Arabella added, then turned towards Mrs. Lily. Hearing Arabella's explanation, Mrs. Lily curiously came over to take a look and exclaimed, "Wow. Judging by this wave of mana, the inside must definitely be the highest-grade magic stone, right?" On this side, Arabella took the opportunity to introduce an additional function. If you channel some mana into the ring, it will create a pocket dimension. That way, you won't have to constantly open and close your bag. Hearing this, even someone as simple-minded as Dane could understand the incredible value of this item, something so valuable it left him stunned. "Thank you so much," Dane stammered. He stared intently at the ring in his hand. This was an item only used on the battlefield by the wealthy or nobility, such as commanders or high-level mages. I never thought I'd ever own something like this, he marveled. But the amazement didn't stop there. The moment Dane tried channeling mana into the ring, the space on his hands suddenly became vibrant, as if about to form a pocket dimension. Don't tell me you can open the pocket dimension even faster than me. You're truly a genius, Arabella exclaimed in amazement. You really are amazing. Both sisters were surprised. Maybe both of you having mana cores and rings now is actually for the best. At this moment, the older sister Claire also handed her gift to Dane. Dane, open my gift too. Ah, yes, thank you so much. Dane quickly replied, then tried opening the gift. It turned out to be a strange monster egg inside. Huh, why is it? This egg, he said, picking it up to examine it. Seeing that, Claire immediately warned anxiously, it's not just an ordinary egg, so you have to be very careful. Huh, then what is it? Dane frowned and asked. While everyone around looked on curiously, Claire leaned in close and whispered into Dane's ear. It's a spectral beast. She had once tried summoning Decoron, and on one occasion this appeared. She didn't know what creature it would hatch into, but everyone certainly knows just how immensely valuable it is. Upon hearing this, Dane's eyes also showed signs of alarm. Right, he had heard about it before. Spectral beasts differ from summoned beasts, though they share some similarities, but once summoned, they can exist permanently in this world, unlike summoned beasts. Seeing that her brother understood the value of the gift, Claire patted Dane on the shoulder and whispered further. No one knows about this except you, so keep it secret until it hatches. Yes, definitely. Dane nodded with a bright smile. Arabella, noticing the two whispering, called out loudly. Hey, what are you two talking about for so long? Claire paid no attention and continued her instructions. Dane, I also don't know when it will hatch. Remember to channel mana into it every morning and evening so that it recognizes you as its master. Yes, I will definitely do that, Dane affirmed confidently. Haha, just look at these wonderful gifts. It's really good that you girls have returned, isn't it? Madame Lily smiled. Yes, mother, it really is wonderful, Dane replied. At that moment, Aiken cleared his throat a few times to remind them. All right, princesses. Although your father is very happy that you returned even though he said it was impossible before, you should still greet your parents, shouldn't you? Hearing that, Arabella suddenly realized. Oh dear. Father, how have you been lately? I've been so focused on preparing gifts for Dane that I completely forgot. Haha, I'm fine. Aiken smiled brightly. After looking closely at his two daughters, he nodded. It seems you both are still healthy. Traveling such a long way just to see your youngest sibling, make sure to rest well. Yes, father, the two sisters said in unison. At the back, Lila quietly observed their family reunion, her eyes tinged with a hint of jealousy. Dane quickly noticed this and thought to himself, is Lila about to leave? But why does she look so lonely? Time passed quickly. The next morning while strolling around, Count Boot was lost in his own thoughts. She is even more wonderful than expected. She is truly the best mage of the academy, a precious talent, very suitable for my son. If the two families unite, they will become a force that even the royal family would find difficult to challenge. That way, no one could scheme against our clan or descendants anymore. All right, today I must bring up the engagement of the two eldest children. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped when he heard loud noises coming from afar. That sound is someone training, who would be practicing this early, Boot wondered. And the person training was none other than Dane. Early in the morning, Dane was already at the training ground to get acquainted with his new spear. Each swing he made created a sharp, whistling sound that echoed throughout the gym, astonishing even Count, but upon witnessing the scene. Oh, is that the youngest of the Sagar's family? How surprising. The boy's movements and concentration don't resemble those of a 7-year-old at all. Even Dane's simple thrusts had reached a level of refinement that even soldiers who have been through countless battles could learn from. It's truly unbelievable. I heard rumors about his talent from when he was very young, but I thought it was just hearsay. Who would have expected it to be true? But thought Count but silently, yet his astonishment grew even more as he carefully observed Dane's footwork. Wait, that stance and those steps are very similar to those of a swordsman. Could it be that he has already learned sword techniques at this age? Uncle Chu became even more surprised, then shifted his gaze back toward Dane. After a while of training, Dane retracted his spear and said coldly, I don't know who you are, but you'd better come out instead of hiding away there. Upon hearing that, the uncle hiding nearby was startled. Damn, I've been discovered. But more importantly, that move was truly familiar. I'm certain I've seen it somewhere before. Uncle Chu frowned in thought, but quickly dismissed it and stepped into the training room. Sorry, Dane, I didn't mean to spy on you. Seeing a familiar face, Dane hurriedly ran over to greet. Oh, so it's you. Your Grace, I am Dane Sagars, the youngest son of the Sagars family. Greetings, Your Grace. Looking into Dane's eyes, but immediately knew this was no ordinary child. He thought to himself, then smiled and continued. I was so fascinated watching the beautiful training performance of the Sagars' young talents this morning that I forgot about you. Please forgive me. I forgive you, sir, Dane shrugged naturally. In truth, Bud had only meant it as a polite remark, but he didn't expect Dane to respond sincerely. Ho ho, this kid has guts. He laughed heartily, then took the opportunity to observe Dane more closely. Strange indeed, why did he show neither fatigue nor trembling despite training so long? When I was his age, I couldn't even muster a single mana core. But then asked, pointing to Dane's spear tip, your thrusts are excellent, you must have inherited your father's talent. But this spear... Yes, someone told me that my father painstakingly prepared this spear for me. I'm very grateful you recognize it, Dane smiled, proudly showing it off. This attitude only made Duke Butt hold Dane in even higher regard. That was truly a perfect answer. My son was also talented as a child, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should consider a marriage alliance with this family. With this thought, the uncle already began to contemplate matching his daughter with Dane. To start the plan, he gently brought up the conversation. Actually, our Lila is also practicing swordsmanship. They are the same age and might become good friends when they join the academy. Yes, sir, I'm sure I will get along well with her, Dane smiled in response. Ha ha ha, I like your straightforwardness, young man. However, Butt knew he had disturbed the boy's training, so he prepared to leave. But suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned back and asked, by the way, I'm curious about something. Have you ever practiced swordsmanship before? Hearing this, Dane felt uneasy and thought to himself, oh no, my habit has been revealed already. He only glanced once and noticed right away. But very quickly, he calmly replied, No, sir, I've only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I have never actually practiced swordsmanship. He tried to gloss over the matter, but with what he had just observed, but still felt something was off. Strange. I swear I just sensed a pure warlike aura from him. He stared intently at Dane's innocent expression, then shook his head. Ha, what am I thinking? That can't be. He's just a child. Thinking that, the noble duke straightened his clothes and sighed. Oh dear, I only intended a light walk, but it's taken quite a while. Well, it's time to say goodbye. See you again later. Yes, sir, wishing you a safe journey. Dane bowed and bid farewell. Before leaving, but didn't forget to invite Dane. All right, if you ever have the chance to visit the capital, be sure to look me up. I want to repay the hospitality I received here, because I truly cherish you. Certainly, Dane replied, watching the duke's back as he left while smiling silently. How interesting. I wonder if he still remembers me, the person who defeated me in my past life. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. This time, if I prepare step by step, I will definitely succeed. Buterman, this life I will definitely defeat you. He told himself this. Time quickly passed. After Duke Butt left, Dane continued to practice diligently, especially after making up his mind to defeat that opponent. It wasn't until his butler Herman came to remind him that he finally stopped. Young master, it's time to go now. Hearing the reminder, Dane snapped out of his trance and asked Herman, have you been waiting for me all this time? It is my duty to quietly fulfill all your requests, Herman replied calmly, handing Dane a handkerchief. Ah, thank you. Dane took the handkerchief, wiping his sweat while thinking silently. He can get so close to me without me realizing. Could Herman perhaps pursue a career as an assassin or scout? It seems he has a knack for this field. After that, Dane asked, how's everything? Everyone seems quite busy, right? Yes, everyone is very busy preparing for the next party. Having more than 30 noble families arrive simultaneously on the same day is indeed a very challenging matter, Herman answered. Yeah, that's right. How are your sisters doing? Dane asked further. They opened a teleportation portal together and went to the academy already. They said there was no other choice, because the midterm exams were about to take place. Yeah, that's a pity, but it can't be helped. Let's head back. Yes, young master, Herman nodded, while Dane thought to himself. When I have time, I should review the gifts my sisters gave me. Time just passed. After attending parties and receiving nobles from various families, Dane had to sneak out to the garden to relax a bit. Living the life of a noble is really exhausting. Today's schedule was even busier than usual, because it was my birthday too. At least I could find some solace resting in the garden like this. As he thought, he glanced around and silently admired the gardeners. The gardeners here were very skillful. Looking at these flowers felt strangely peaceful. My eldest sister once said that in nature, flowers contain the most mana among all plants. Since I have the time, maybe I should try analyzing the mana of these flowers right. Thinking it, Dane sat down before a flower bush, closed his eyes to feel and practice as usual. Even magic and summoning magic hadn't improved significantly. I still don't know which to focus on. Sometimes having too many talents is really troublesome. The fortunate young man sighed outwardly while silently complaining about his own gifts. At that moment, a gentle breeze burst forth from his palm, scattering all the petals around. The mana of that flower. Such a small flower, yet it contains a powerful and intense flow of mana. If someone can sense the natural mana and convert it into their own mana, they will retain it within their body, forming a magic layer. The mana attraction of this body is truly incredible. I can see things that others only sense with their sixth sense. Just a slight sensation, and the surrounding mana actively flows into the body, like a whale sucking in water. Feeling the surging energy inside, Den's eyes also showed excitement. This is it. Before, I only vaguely sensed mana, but now it's becoming clearer and clearer. The scene shifts to another corner of the garden where two boys are talking. I'm so bored. We just arrived and Dad's already busy chatting with other nobles. He's pushing us aside again, just a formality, meeting then off to his room like last time. The brown-haired boy spoke as he smashed several flowers around with a stick, making his younger brother look worried. Can we really do this, brother? His older brother, unconcerned and even annoyed, shouted back. You act like it's our birthday or something. Who cares? Do you think young Master SRS is interested in this stuff? Damn it, I think we've lost our way again. I don't know why we built such a big garden. As they said this, they also noticed Den's figure ahead. Hey, there's someone over there, the younger brother reminded. Huh, that kid is lost just like us, the older brother shouted. Then he put on an arrogant face. Hey, you there looking at your clothes. Are you a servant? Never mind, whoever you are, lead me to the exit. He arrogantly gave the order, catching Den's attention as he turned around. Seeing these two stepping on the flower bushes, Den hurriedly ran over and shouted, Get out of there immediately. Can't you see what you're stepping on? Noticing Den's suddenly annoyed attitude, the older brother asked confusedly, What's the matter? Why does this kid dare to shout at us just for stepping on some grass? Without replying, Den turned and questioned back, Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You're ruining all the flowers. Oh, such a little girl with a big mouth, do you even know who I am? The foolish older brother started boasting about his identity to intimidate Den, not realizing he was arguing with the young master of this family. And of course, given his status, Den wasn't afraid of anyone. He frowned and calmly replied, You're the clumsy brat destroying the flower beds. With his arrogant nature, how could that guy stand being put down? He immediately lunged forward, grabbed Dane by the collar and shouted, What, you little shit? Who do you think you're talking to? Servant. I am the son of Count Tyron, a distinguished guest of this castle. Upon hearing that, Dane instantly recognized the other's identity. Count Tyron? He was once captured by me after I defeated him on the battlefield. Truly an annoying noble, like father, like son. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the brown-haired guy continued to threaten boastfully. Even in the southern countryside, you probably know the Tyron family is famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without anyone knowing. So watch your words carefully. Hearing this, Dane also realized that talking to someone like this was a waste of words. Thinking that, Dane looked at him with eyes full of contempt. Having said that, he raised his fist, ready to strike Dane. But before he could land a blow, Dane was faster, headbutting straight into young Master Tyron's nose, causing him to stagger and fall backward. His red-haired brother hurried over, alarmed. Brother, are you okay? At that moment, Tyron suddenly felt his mouth was a bit wet. Raising his hand to check, he discovered his nose was bleeding profusely. This crazy guy, what the hell? My nose is bleeding. I'll kill you, you bastard. He howled like a rabid dog. Hearing that, Dane just smirked. You want to kill me? Go ahead then if you think you're capable. Provoked, Tyrion's hot temper flared up even more. Are you out of your mind? Fine, let's fight to the end. His younger brother anxiously advised, brother, take care of your nose first. You just stand there. Tyrion shouted back, then rushed at Dane, intending to teach him a lesson. But Dane easily stepped back to dodge the very first punch. Tyrion growled, growing even more frustrated. Watching the opponent's movements, Dane immediately realized he was no warrior. Judging by those footwork patterns, he's definitely not a weapon user. Maybe a mage or summoner. Dane dodged while thinking. Meanwhile, the brown-haired guy missed each strike and couldn't land a single hit. This kid's too fast, I can't catch him. Tyrion panted heavily as he glanced back at Dane. While dodging, Dane had time for random thoughts. The flow of magic I'm sensing right now, if I control it with my will, could I possibly convert it into a physical form? Should I try it out? The moment the thought flashed through his mind, Dane felt excited and eager to experiment immediately. Following his idea, streams of mana began gathering in the palm of his hand at lightning speed. Right after, a loud explosion sounded, as Dane unleashed energy forward, blasting the body of the young noble Tyrion backward like a sack of flour, causing him to cough in pain, and leaving a large groove on the concrete floor. Seeing that scene, Dane also felt a bit worried. Oh no, the flower garden's completely destroyed. As for Tyrion, though he was hurt badly, he still forced himself to stand up, beginning to realize that Dane was no ordinary person. Damn it, you can use magic. Who the hell are you? He shouted. Seeing his brother nearly going mad, the younger brother remained calm and tried to advise him. Stop it, if you keep this up, something bad will happen. But the angrier Tyrion became, his reason blinded by fury, he muttered a chant. O power of darkness, heed my call. At the same time, a black magical aura erupted around the young Master Tyrion, spreading everywhere. Seeing this, Dane immediately recognized that he was a summoner. Just as expected, a swirling energy vortex appeared behind Tyrion. Then from within, a wolf's head poked out and jumped straight forward. Seeing the summoned beast appear, Tyrion laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, how do you like that? This is Genpu whom I have summoned. I'll show you the consequences of daring to mess with me. Genpu, tear that guy to shreds. Back to Dane, seeing that Tyrion had only summoned a common wolf. He was bored and didn't even bother to pay attention. Such a common wolf couldn't compare to Sister Arab, she could even summon dragons. On the other side, Tyrion commanded his summoned beast. That's right, tear his throat apart. Obeying the command, the wolf immediately lunged straight at Dane. However, for some reason, when looking at his face, the protagonist's radiant aura seemed to activate. Suddenly, the wolf stomped all four paws heavily on the ground and stopped abruptly, then changed color from red to green in the astonished eyes of the two brothers. In fact, the wolf even bowed its head to Dane. Tyrion nearly couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? Genpu, what are you doing? Tear its throat apart quickly, the amazed younger brother asked. Brother, it's wagging its tail? Tyrion shouted. Hey, what did you do? But even yelling, the wolf did not obey, while Dane tried reaching out to pet it, making the wolf look extremely happy. Good boy, young man. Dane smiled, yet he also didn't understand why the wolf's attitude changed so quickly. What's going on here? Thinking back, even Arab's summoned beast was quite friendly to me, but I thought that was because we shared the same bloodline. Maybe I have a high affinity with beasts. Or it could mean that that bastard's affinity level has bottomed out. Speaking of drone again, at this moment he still refused to accept the fact that his summoned beast had been tamed by Dane. Absurd. How could a summoned beast betray its owner? He said angrily, frightening the younger brother beside him to the point of tears. Let's just leave, we've lost. I will cancel the summoning spell. Digon shouted, but obviously once a summoner loses his summoned beast, there's nothing else he can do. The younger brother, understanding this, still tried to persuade. Brother, actually I. The boy began to hesitate, catching the older brother's attention. No one knows when, but a shameful yellow stain had already spread on his pants. Damn it, this is really humiliating. Digon said, eyes wide open. Seeing that, Dane kindly reminded the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building. Being reminded, Drone immediately pulled his younger brother away while not forgetting to promise Dane, you wait there, I'll be right back. Let's go. And so the two brothers left, leaving Dane standing there shaking his head, not knowing what to say that would be appropriate. At least he should have recalled the summoned beast, he thought to himself. Time passed until late afternoon. Dane took the opportunity to try out the summoning technique. In fact, it wasn't too complicated, just as Sister Clee had taught. Simply establish a faint connection with that bastard and Genpu, then carefully use magic to override it. Genpu immediately connected with me. Just because of a high level of goodwill, I can summon it too. At the same time, the voice of an adult man rang out behind Dane. Is that the kid who bullied your child? Yes, it's that bastard. Digon said as he pointed towards Dane. Seeing the other party pulling his father away, Dane could only shake his head. This fool is making a big deal again. Not only did he bully my child, but he also severed the connection between him and Genpu. Digon spoke up to accuse. The fat man stepped forward arrogantly and said, I am Mogget Tyrion, the head of the Tyrion Count family, one of the great nobles. Are you the kid who made my son's face end up like this and also forcibly took his summoned beast? Dane calmly admitted, yes, that's exactly what happened. As he spoke, he glanced at this fat guy and thought silently, he's even fatter than when I once captured him as a prisoner. Peace really is good, isn't it? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the fat guy continued. As a guest, I would let it slide if I could, but this is not something that can be overlooked. Why are you here alone? Hurry up and reveal your identity. Dane Saugers, the youngest son of Aeon Saugers, Southern Lord and head of the Saugers Count family. Dane's introduction made the father and son sweat profusely. What? This kid is Dane. But very quickly, Mogget also came up with an idea in his mind. The youngest son of the Saugers family? It seems everything has turned around. I was once captured as a prisoner by that Eric, so I gained nothing from the battle. This time, I will use this matter as a pretext to claim mining rights, forcing the Count to take responsibility. Those nobles who look down on me will have to kneel. Thinking so, he began to laugh and say, Kid, are you the host of this birthday party? That's right. Dane calmly replied without any worry. This attitude of his made Mogget even more furious. This arrogant kid. I didn't just come to the southern lands to congratulate you on your birthday. He turned to pat his son on the shoulder and continued. So what do you intend to do about this? You have injured my son. A guest that the kid invited here even took away his summoned beast. This is a crime. That's right, today is the end of your life. Digon chimed in. I'll talk to Count Sawgrass and demand he take responsibility. Let's go. Mogget ordered and turned away. Of course, Dane wouldn't let it go like that. I understand. But before that, I request an apology. Hearing this, the faces of the two father and son turned as purple as pig liver. What? An apology? Ridiculous. Before he could finish, Dane spoke loudly. That's right, I did hit your son on the nose and caused him injury, but I only acted in self-defense because I was threatened. As for the summoned beast, Genpu voluntarily followed me. Upon hearing this, Digon shouted, What? Genpu would never do that, father, he is lying. Mogget thought even more deeply. I heard Count Sagar's second daughter is a genius summoner. She probably taught this kid how to sever the connection to his summoned beast. He stroked his chin and continued. Even if what the kid says is true, having the summoned beast taken away is indeed very distressing. But you still demand an apology. Yes, exactly that, Dane replied calmly. Digon still wouldn't stop barking. Who does this kid think he is to act like that? So arrogant. Mogget also thought silently. Talking to this kid is really a headache. He lowered his voice a little. All right, I won't argue anymore. Let's see what Count So has to say about this matter. Turning to Dane, he looked carefully at his face. Inside, Dane also had a thought. It seemed that the man was really anticipating this scandal to happen, right? As the commotion grew, the two Aeon and Duke but also arrived. Were you looking for me? Aiken spoke up, making everyone startle and turn around. Even Count Sawgrass and Duke Thomine appeared. Time passed quickly until the sun had completely set. At this moment, the man named Digon began recounting the whole story his way. My younger brother and I got lost in the garden, so we asked your son to guide us. Blah, blah, blah. On the other side, Dane observed his father calmly listening, and quietly admired him inwardly. Indeed, his father always cared about the family, but was also very fair, showing no favoritism even when there was a conflict with outsiders. When the story reached its climax, Digon continued. Suddenly, he hit me on the nose, then used some strange technique to mock me. I then summoned a beast to scare him off, but he grabbed my summoned beast and even tried to attack me. While saying this, he put on an extremely pitiful face as if he were the complete victim. His father, named Mogget, also sneered hearing his son spin such a smooth lie. Only Dane truly understood the nature of this father and son and could only sigh silently. He could lie with such a straight face, truly. A frightening future indeed. Thinking of this, Dane remained silent. Count Aiken, I just intended to warn the kid. But the matter of stealing someone else's summoned beast cannot be overlooked. In response, Aiken remained calm. We cannot just listen to one side. I want to hear the whole story from Dane, before judging and drawing conclusions, right? If you still have concerns about my decision, I will suggest Duke Thomine act as the arbiter. Saying this, Aiken gestured towards Thomine beside him. Duke but also nodded in agreement. If needed, I am ready to help mediate. Seeing Duke but get involved in this matter, the two Moggets' faces began to pale. Damn it, Thomine's intervention only complicates things. A bad premonition. Mogget worried silently. Aiken turned and asked, Dane, please tell us everything. Hearing this, Dane thought for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Actually, some of the things your son Mogget said are true, but the garden that everyone worked hard to cultivate was recklessly trampled by him. He was the first to grab someone by the collar and get angry. When I told this, Digon shouted in objection. Aiken's face began to show veins, but he remained calm. Please continue. Dane continued. Furthermore, I clearly heard him summon Genpu and order it to kill me. I never stole a summoned beast. It came to me on its own because it sensed my kindness. A summoned beast not loyal to its former master will choose a new one on its own. At this moment, Mogget couldn't hold back anymore and had to speak up. Nonsense. There's no way anyone who isn't a summoner can tame a summoned beast. Surely this kid must have used some secret skill. Dane calmly explained. No, I have a natural empathy with summoned beasts. If a beast isn't close to its previous master, it will choose someone it considers more suitable. How ridiculous, Mogget mocked. Aiken, who wasn't familiar with summoning arts, hadn't verified the claim, so he asked, Is that really possible? Yes, that's right, Dane affirmed. Although he was beginning to worry, Mogget still tried to argue. He's just making excuses to get us to believe him. These are two completely different stories, if that's the case. Before he could finish, the Duke of the Pastoral Region, acting as an arbiter, thought for a moment, then proposed a solution. We should verify this directly with the summoned beast. The faces of Mogget and his son grew increasingly stiff. Damn it, if the Duke intervenes then. Hearing the suggestion, Aiken patted his son's shoulder and asked, Dane, can you prove it? Yes, father, Dane replied confidently. Mogget also turned to his son. But Digon had turned pale, grimacing and reluctant to answer. Damn it, what now? I can no longer summon Genpu. Seeing his son just standing there, Mogget impatiently reminded him. Digon, what's going on? Summon now. The kid stammered in response. Father, the thing is, I can't summon anymore. How come you suddenly can't summon something you do every day? Mogget shouted. Seeing the two of them fumbling awkwardly, Dane smirked quietly. I've already severed the bond. How could he possibly summon it again? Dane said to his father, Father, I will summon it myself to prove it. It seems I'll need his symbol. Digon hurriedly questioned, What did you say? My symbol. Don't joke around. Even if you use another summoner's symbol, it won't work. Mr. Aiken spoke solemnly. Based on what you're saying, even if the boy has your symbol, it's useless. Then just try it. Wouldn't that prove your point? Digon was both scared and annoyed, but had no argument, so he awkwardly turned to his father for advice. Let them see your symbol for a moment, Digon. But father, the kid spoke with tears welling up, looking very pitiful. Hurry up, Mogget shouted loudly, not giving his son a chance to refuse. Having no choice, Digon reluctantly handed over his summoning symbol code. For summoners, this symbol is unique. Almost no one else can use it. However, for Genpu, once covered by Dane's magic, the symbol is just a tool. Dane thought silently. Once bonded with me, Genpu will surely respond to my call. And just like that, before everyone's astonished eyes, as Dane channeled magic into Digon's summoning card, a swirling vortex of energy appeared. From within it, the wolf Genpu leapt out, happily licking Dane's cheek. Although Dane had explained beforehand, seeing that scene with their own eyes, Everyone couldn't hide their astonishment. Father, how could my Genpu? It can't be. Both father and son Tyron were so confused that they were speechless. Wonderful, you say this boy has never studied summoning magic. The Duke but exclaimed in surprise. That's right. I'm also unsure what led to this. Aiken answered honestly, both confused and sincere. Meanwhile, Dane gently stroked Genpu and whispered, sorry for summoning you just because of this, but thank you for appearing. Damn it, everything has turned into a disaster. Mogget cursed silently. After Dane recalled the summoned beast, Aiken also spoke up. What should we do next? Now that it's confirmed the summoned beast really chose the boy. Do you agree? Mogget could only force a smile. Perhaps we misunderstood the matter of the stolen summoned beast. My son certainly had no intention of killing Dane, right? Yes, I only meant to scare him a little and never intended to harm him. Digon quickly protested. See, the boy didn't mean that. Mogget laughed, trying to let things pass. Facing this self-made excuse, Dane could only clench his hands full of anger. Ha, this bastard is shameless. As the atmosphere grew heavy, a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. That's not true. Everyone's eyes immediately turned back. It turned out the person who just arrived was the little girl Lela. Seeing his youngest daughter appear, Duke but also looked a bit flustered. Lala, what are you doing here? I heard father's voice and stopped by, taking the opportunity to greet Count Aiken and Count Tyron, Lala said politely. Mogget felt a flicker of worry inside. Is this the Duke's daughter? Ignoring his expression, Aiken asked again. What do you mean, Lala? Are you saying Digon is lying? Actually, I overheard their entire conversation while strolling in the garden, Lala calmly replied. Hearing that, Digon's face turned pale. Damn it, did this girl hear everything? Is that true, Lala? Can you recount it for everyone? Aiken asked. Yes, what happened is as follows. Then Lala told everything she witnessed. Thanks to that, Dane didn't have to bother explaining further. Unexpectedly, he acted just in time. With Lala as a witness, everything became much simpler. Time passed quickly. When the truth was exposed, the Tyron father and son had no way to deny it. With no other choice, Mogget turned to his son. Digon, what are you still standing there for? Apologize immediately. At this point, Digon stammered, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Aiken replied coldly, save that apology for my son, not for me. Yes, I was about to tell him the same. Mogget hurriedly chimed in, but his demeanor clearly showed he hadn't wanted to apologize just moments ago. Digon gritted his teeth and stepped forward in front of Dane, reluctantly saying, I'm sorry, Dane. Seeing his irritated attitude, Dane also clearly understood that this was only reluctance, not sincerity. But with the appearance of the third witness, he understood that, in this case, showing generosity was still more advantageous. Thinking it over carefully, Dane accepted. All right, I accept your apology. Thank you, Digon replied cheerfully. Beside them, Mogget also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. Duke but stood aside, observing and smiling with satisfaction. I knew it. This boy is not only talented, but also very generous. Returning to Aiken, although his son had accepted the apology, he had no intention of letting the matter slide so easily. The two could stop their dispute here, since Dane had accepted the apology. But as for me personally, I have no intention of overlooking this incident. Your son attempted to assassinate my son using a summoned beast. Count Aiken spoke up in a cold tone. Not exactly like that, Mogget hurriedly explained. But before he could finish, Aiken cut him off. I no longer want to hear any excuses from you. Count Tyron, please have your family leave this castle, Aiken ordered coldly. Mogget's face instantly paled. What, does he really mean to kick us out? I've come all this way without complaint, and if I'm driven away like this, it would all be for nothing. He panicked and hurriedly grabbed Akan's sleeve. Count, please forgive us. I will do anything you ask, just this once. In response, Aiken waved his hand dismissively and firmly said, I don't need anything from you. I'll have someone come to your room soon. Let's go, your grace. Hearing that, Duke but only shook his head slightly and replied, let's go then. Lila turned toward Dane. At that moment, Dane also watched the figures of the two Moggets being led away. Thinking to himself, serves them right, you reap what you sow. He never expected his own father to be so terrifying when angered. Setting that aside on the way, Duke but suddenly asked, is it really true? Did you defeat him with just one mana bullet? He asked while looking at Dane with curiosity. Yes, that's exactly how it happened, Dane nodded in confirmation. Despite witnessing Dane's talent firsthand, Duke but couldn't hide his amazement. The ability to wield a spear, summon, and now magic too. Has history ever seen such talent before? He spoke while glancing at Aiken with admiration, making Aiken feel proud inside. Indeed, I am exceptionally proud to have such an outstanding child, but it's still too soon to say anything for certain. We must wait until the boy matures to truly know, Aiken humbly replied. Duke but nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Lila with a meaningful look. Today's matter was resolved smoothly thanks to Lila. Without you as a witness, things might have taken a very different turn. Duke but immediately caught the rhythm, smiling brightly. Oh, so he is seeing the good side of my daughter in that case. Why don't we discuss the wedding arrangements of the two youngsters? He spoke as if chatting about market gossip, which made Aiken startle sharply. Don't tell me he's planning to marry off his daughter to our family. Thinking so, Aiken quickly sought to change the subject. Oh heavens, the sun has set, and it's almost time for the banquet. I'll be off ahead to prepare. After saying that, he hurriedly left, leaving Duke but standing stunned, not having the chance to say more about the marriage. Before leaving, Duke but did not forget to remind. Lala, you should take your time walking back with Dane. Then he quickly chased after Aiken. Lord Aiken, let's stay and talk for a little while. Witnessing that scene, Lala's face flushed red, while Dane remained completely calm, as if hearing nothing at all. I couldn't stop, father. Anyway, why does the summoned beast ignore its summoner and obey you instead? I have seen many battles between famous summoners in the capital, but never witnessed this. Lala asked curiously. I'm not sure either, that's just how it is. Dane shrugged, unable to explain. Lala pouted, yes, you're hiding something, aren't you? That's really unfair, I've helped you after all. Unfair? I've helped you with swordsmanship matters too, Dane retorted. Ah yes, I must admit this time you've helped me a lot. Lala thought silently, then replied. Then let's call it even, so we can help each other out in the future. Hearing that, Lala's spirit suddenly brightened. That's a great idea, I want to try it right away. I'm really impatient. Not knowing what she wanted to ask, Dane responded. So what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use mana bullets, Lala replied, surprising Dane a little. What? Why do you want to learn that? Of course, because I want to get better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy to make my mother happy. My mother loves me very much. She'd be very happy if I succeed earlier. Hearing Lala say that, Dane felt a bit concerned. She's so young, yet she is so eager. Then remembering that Countess Tom is seriously ill, Dane pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, if it's for that reason, I'll teach you. Really, really? Then let's start tomorrow. I'll stay here until then. Or do you want to start tonight? The girl asked excitedly in rapid succession. All right, whatever you prefer. Mana bullets aren't too difficult once you understand the flow of magic. Dane smiled and explained. I'm so excited. So Dane, what about your request? Lala asked, her eyes full of curiosity. Dane squinted and smiled mysteriously. Let's see what I want is. At that moment, the next line was abruptly cut off by the author, switching the scene to the main banquet hall. The commotion between Count Tyrn's son and Dane quickly spread to the ears of the distinguished guests attending the party. I heard that Count Tyrn was just expelled from the castle. I wonder what he did to end up like that? Someone curiously asked. Next to him, another person quickly replied. I heard Tyrn's eldest son caused some serious trouble. That's right, I also heard that he provoked young Master Dane and got taught a lesson. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads and muttered. To come all this way and still cause trouble, how shameful. By the way, have you heard? There's a rumor that young Master Dane is also an outstanding summoner. Yet if that's true, the Sagar's family is about to become a prestigious summoner dynasty. And that's not all, they say he even knows magic. Oh my, is that really true? Many admiring exclamations kept rising. At the same time, our main character was welcoming a new guest, a grizzled uncle. So you are young Master Dane, the one in the rumors? I am Baron Open. Do you know anything about my domain, the Open Territory? He asked. Dane respectfully bowed and replied, I know a little. I've heard that place is famous for its grilled salmon and sapphire stones. Baron Open burst out laughing with delight. Ha ha, what a clever young man. Indeed, the salmon and sapphire of House Open are the best on this continent. I heard you have many talents. It must not be just a rumor. I brought my daughter here. I will introduce her to you shortly. Then Uncle Open gently pushed his daughter forward. Why all of a sudden? Dane thought to himself. Unaware of those thoughts, little Sylvia stepped forward politely and said, Hello, my name is Sylvia. Nice to meet you. Ah, yes, I am Dane. The boy replied somewhat awkwardly. Seeing that Dane seemed gentle, Sylvia suddenly moved closer, wearing a mischievous expression. Hey, you're the heir of the Sagar's family, right? That. I'm not really sure. Dane responded awkwardly. Don't play dumb. I've heard you have many talents in various fields. Please look favorably upon me. Who knows, maybe one day we'll be family, Sylvia boldly said, then suddenly grabbed Dane's hand tightly, causing him to take a step back in surprise. Yes, please look after me. Kids these days are really straightforward. Dane responded while pondering. Just then Lala's voice sounded beside them. Dane, you're here. The girl glanced and saw Sylvia still holding Dane's hand, then immediately glared at him and questioned. Who is this girl? She is. Dane stammered, unsure how to answer. Sylvia took the initiative to speak up. Allow me to introduce myself to the princess. I am the eldest daughter of Baron Open, Sylvia Open. But judging by Lala's attitude, everyone realized there was no joy at all in her polite greeting. Oh, is that so? It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Watching the two girls smile falsely, their eyes seemingly sparking with fire, Dane couldn't help but shudder. Oh my, such killing intent. Girls are really scary. After a few greetings, Lala immediately grabbed Dane's hand and pulled him along. Sorry, I need to borrow Dane for a moment. We have an appointment, don't we, Dane? She emphasized the word appointment, making Dane, who couldn't remember anything, dare not object. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Sylvia, we'll talk later, Dane replied awkwardly. Sylvia quickly understood, but on the surface, she could only force a smile. Ah, yeah, that's awful. How dare she just snatch him away like that? Sylvia glared at Lala with full suspicion. Witnessing this scene, Dane suddenly swallowed hard. The daughter of a powerful duke among thousands, moreover the young lady from a baron's family. If these two were to clash, who knows what could happen. Later, after stepping outside, Lala leaned in and whispered, How do you two know each other? Is she the one you're about to be engaged to? Engaged? No, we just greeted each other. Dane hastily waved his hand. Really? Lala asked brightly. Really? Dane replied, somehow her expression became visibly brighter. Time passed and the scene shifted to some ancient ruins. Dane excitedly introduced, Look, we've arrived. This is a secret place only I know. Seeing that, Lala's eyes began to widen. Wow, who would have known a place like this existed? That's right, nobody will bother us here, Dane confidently affirmed. The deeper they went inside, the more overwhelmed they became by the giant vines and vegetation covering the surroundings. This only made Lala even more excited. Wow, this is amazing. I never thought a place like this could exist. No one knows what we are doing here. The little girl was both excited and smiling brightly. Back to Dane, when he arrived at the secret place, he went straight to the point. That's right, this is the ideal place to practice. But have you ever truly felt the mana? Upon hearing this, Lerla pondered a bit and replied, Maybe just a little, not enough to form a mana core. I've been trying to absorb mana by breathing. The male lead frowned slightly. So you still haven't really unleashed your mana? Speaking of which, even Dane found it puzzling. I taught myself this on the battlefield. I thought the Duke's family would have taught her already. Thinking that, he decided to guide Lerla step by step. Okay, let's start with something simple first. First, you have to feel the mana that you are absorbing inside your body. Feel it inside the body? Lerla asked, curious. Exactly, if you want to release mana from your body. You need to learn how to control it internally first. Close your eyes and imagine the mana swirling inside your body, like circulating blood. Dane calmly explained. After hearing that, Lerla's face was sweating. All right, I will try to do as you said. The girl bit her lip determinedly, but from that expression, Dane immediately guessed she still didn't quite understand. Never mind, let's just encourage her, Dane thought, then spoke up to cheer her on. This is a very important first step to using mana. I know you can do it. Following the instructions, Lerla closed her eyes and concentrated on feeling the flow of mana inside her. But after a moment, the little girl opened her eyes and said awkwardly, Dane, it seems like it's not working. Dane wasn't very surprised and calmly encouraged her. It's only the first try, it's not easy right away. Let's try once more. Lerla continued to try again. While the two were practicing, they didn't realize that Mr. Aiken had quietly followed them here, where Dane thought no one had noticed. In fact, he couldn't escape his father's gaze. Watching his son guiding Lairlaw through the training, Aiken's eyes lit up with delight. Oh, my son knows how to teach others now. He's truly grown up. Just as the thought ended, Uncle Butt's voice rang out from behind, startling Aiken. What are you doing here? Oh, it's the Duke. Aiken panicked. But then Butt laughed cheerfully. Haha, no need to be so surprised. Is there a couple secretly dadding late at night? What do you mean, a couple? And how did you get here? Aiken asked curiously. Butt showed a smug expression. I've already infiltrated, and you're quite sneaky yourself. Your wife is the Empire's legendary assassin, but she didn't teach you a few stealth tricks. Aiken sighed, knowing he had been found out, while Butt leisurely advised. You're the owner of this mansion, and yet you're wandering around spying. Be careful, people start gossiping. What's spying? I'm just watching my son, that's all. Oh, you too, I'm watching my daughter as well. The two fathers laughed together, then sighed, reluctantly admitting they were truly hopeless cases. Ignoring the fact that the two fathers were spying on their children, they both delighted in watching the two kids ahead. Let me see, curious Butt. At this moment, Dane began raising his hand to his chest, channeling magical energy into the space ring. Immediately, a circle of greenish light appeared before him. Seeing that, Lairlaw's eyes lit up brightly. You have a space pouch. Oh yeah, my sister made it herself as a birthday gift, Dane explained. Seeing that, Lairlaw's eyes lit up brightly. You have a space pouch. Oh yeah, my sister made it herself as a birthday gift, Dane explained. Seeing that, Lairlaw's eyes lit up brightly. You have a space pouch. Oh yeah, my sister made it herself as a birthday gift, Dane explained. Really? Lairlaw asked further, while Dane patiently explained. Imagining everything in your head is easier when looking in a mirror rather than just using your imagination. Really? Lairlaw was surprised. Yeah, try standing in front of the mirror, look at your whole body and feel it. Dane nodded encouragingly. Curiosity clearly showed on Lairlaw's face. She slowly stepped up to the mirror, closed her eyes, and focused on sensing the energy in her body. Seeing her serious attitude, Dane also nodded in satisfaction. Lairlaw seemed to already like the Count's son, but commented, Is it really that obvious? A C-letter 1EA7N asked again. Of course, she's not usually this open, the uncle said solemnly. This made Count a C-letter 1EA7N somewhat surprised. Has something happened? She's usually such a bright child. Upon hearing the question, Butt's face suddenly became solemn, as if thinking about something. It's just the appearance. Inside, I'm not sure. After her brothers left for the academy, the girl's mother was bedridden and no longer there to take care of her. That made it even harder for the girl to open up to others. He said sadly, Is that so? Aken sighed at this situation. However, then his gaze became puzzling as he looked at his close friend. But if you understand the girl so well, why do you seem cold toward your own daughter? In response, Duke Butt's expression also showed a look of contemplation. Don't you realize? I have my reasons for acting that way. When raising my sons, I paid too much attention to them, and as a result, they grew up spoiled. Hearing this, Aken quickly reminded him. Hey, don't lump Lala in with them, the girl would get hurt. No wonder the girl asked Dane for help. You're always nagging like before. When was I? But grumbled back, and Aken was also startled and laughed. Let's drop this matter, but looked at Aeon with expectant eyes. Tell me, will you send your son to the capital? Do you think it's okay to leave the boy at the Duke's mansion? Hearing that, he immediately glanced at his son ahead. At this moment, under Dane's guidance, Lala successfully felt the mana. I did it. I succeeded, didn't I? The girl exclaimed happily. Yes, you did very well, Dane nodded in praise. Looking at the two children, I couldn't help but smile. I let Dane decide for himself, just like with Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I will definitely do as you said. Oh, it would be great if you stopped by there, but cheerfully suggested. What? Do you want to bicker with me all day? I shouted. You're sharper than before, huh? Butt clicked his tongue, knowing his purpose had been seen through. While the two old friends were bickering, they didn't realize their conversation had fallen within the line of sight of Mrs. Lily behind them. She had followed the two of them here, without anyone noticing when. I wonder where they went off to, and why they behaved so embarrassingly like that. Parental love for children is truly strange. She just smiled, and decided to pretend she saw nothing. Time passed, and after guiding Lairlaw to sense mana, the two children also left the ancient relic's site. On the way, Lairlaw didn't forget to thank him. Thank you, Dane. You really are a genius. I've heard many people call me a genius, but compared to you, I'm not that good. Hearing that, Dane turned to encourage her. This is just the beginning. You will definitely become even stronger. Then the boy glanced around as if searching for someone. Those two are gone. It seems Dane had discovered he was being watched by the two fathers. Returning to Lairlaw, the little girl asked further. Are you also going to the academy? That's where all the Empire's geniuses gather. Dane shrugged and replied casually, I don't know yet. Is it really necessary to go? I can train on my own to get stronger. Hearing that, Lala couldn't help but chime in to enlighten him. You're such a fool. Education isn't everything. That's where the nobles form their clubs. You have to go to build connections from a young age. The little girl shouted, making Dane just scratch his cheek awkwardly. Haha, at only 7 years old, she already acts like an old man. Dane thought to himself, knowing Lala only wanted what was best for him, but still shook his head. I know, but right now, I'm just not interested in going to the academy. I still have a whole stack of books in the library, and I need to learn from my parents, too. Lala still hadn't given up. That may be true, but don't you want to play with other kids? I heard your older sisters are already attending the academy, too. Seeing her persistence, Dane nodded in agreement. I'll consider it later if I want to go, so be sure to let me know. All right, fine, Dane replied. As if trying to entice the protagonist, Lala excitedly promised, when you come to the capital, make sure to visit my house and watch me practice, too. That's a promise. Definitely. I'll send you a letter if I come to the capital, Dane responded firmly. As if suddenly remembering something, Lala turned and asked, by the way, when are you going to tell me your request? I'll tell you when I get to the capital, Dane smiled. What? Lala exclaimed in surprise. Time flew by quickly, and Dane's birthday celebration parties finally came to an end. And at this moment, Duke Butt's carriage also departed from the Sagar's family's mansion. We're off, they said together as a farewell, watching with their eyes as Duke Butt's carriage left the estate. Dane gazed at the small box with intricate patterns in his hands, and suddenly recalled the moment it was the gift Duke Butt gave him before leaving. What is this? Dane asked curiously. "It's a birthday present for you, I hope you'll like it," but said with a smile. Just by glancing at the box's delicate patterns, Dane could guess that it was something extremely valuable. Turning to but, he listened as his uncle explained more thoroughly. The symbol of the Though Mean family represents vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. Our family's history began with an ancestor, a skilled blacksmith. Because of him, the family came to possess the best forge in the Empire. No, it must be said the best in the entire continent. All weapons crafted by the Though Mean family have led the Empire. Everything is forged at that very forge. But continued proudly. With knowledge from his past life, Dane was already aware of this. Yeah, I know. It's got all kinds of ores, weapons, and the rarest mystical artifacts. This symbol is a mark identifying those with honor and skill, Dane thought silently. And just as he guessed, Though Mean then explained the gift's purpose. If you bring this symbol to the forge and show it to them, they will craft any weapon you desire for you. Mr. A and Lily couldn't hide their astonishment upon hearing this. Oh my, this gift is so precious. Isn't this something even the royal family desires? Oh, exclaimed, beads of sweat appearing on his face as he realized the true value of the gift. However, to Mr. Butt, it seemed not to matter that much. Before setting off, he even ruffled Dane's hair and advised him, "Be obedient and help your father." "Thank you for the gift, Your Grace," Dane hurriedly replied. Up ahead, little Layla also smiled and waved goodbye to Dane. Then everyone returned to reality. Seeing his son sitting pensively, Madame Lai sat beside him, patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Are you sad to say goodbye to the little girl?" Dane nodded slightly, his voice tinged with sadness. "Yes, very sad. She was my first friend. When you arrive in the capital, you'll see her again. Make yourself look cooler to surprise her." Madame Lai encouraged enthusiastically. Hearing this, Dane also pulled himself together and thought to himself, "I will see Layla again when I get to the capital. Take care of yourself, Layla." Meanwhile, far away inside the carriage, Uncle Butt suddenly became pensive and thought, "It's strange. Every time I look at Dane, I remember the warrior named Eric from the past. If he were still alive, he would probably be a 6th-level knight of the Rinix Empire by now. Dane, I hope to see you grow up soon." Time passed quickly. A few days later at the Saugers family mansion, Dane finally had the chance to check on the 2 gifts from his 2 elder sisters, Arabella and Clee. Looking at the magical essence egg in front of him, Dane muttered to himself, "I've been channeling mana into it diligently every morning and evening, but it's still too early for the egg to hatch. A familiar, mysterious egg, even if you are not a summoner. As long as you channel mana and mark the owner before the egg hatches, when it does hatch, that person will permanently control the summoned creature instead of just temporarily using it." Thinking of this, Dane fell silent, stroking his chin. Perhaps the quality of his mana was not yet suitable, or there were many complex conditions still unmet. It is said that some eggs never hatch if conditions are insufficient. I hope this egg isn't one of those. Carefully, he gently lifted the egg with both hands and transmitted energy into it. Even when bored, Dane tried varying the intensity of the power, but nothing seemed to have any effect. Even when changing the direction of the mana flow, the egg did not react. "I've been too impatient," Dane told himself as he put the egg away into its box and sighed deeply. Phew. Wanting to succeed on the first try was truly greedy, he blamed himself. Just then the voice of home sounded from outside the door. "Young master, are you done yet?" "Oh, it's home. I'm coming out right now," Dane replied, then hurried toward the door. But at that moment, suddenly behind him, the egg emitted a faint glow and showed slight movement, causing Dane to pause and quickly turn back to check. "What did I just hear?" Dane muttered, staring intently at the egg. Just then Butler Hun also heard the noise and ran inside. "Young master, what sound did I just hear?" "Wait for me a moment, let me check the egg first," Dane said, squinting to observe. However, he saw nothing unusual. Was I mistaken? Haha, false alarm. Seeing Dane's disappointed expression, Hun guessed something and asked, "Did the egg react?" "No, I must have imagined it." "Let's go," Dane waved his hand and said. Time passed again. The scene shifted to the training yard. Today, instead of spear techniques, Dane was practicing swordsmanship. After you finished training, Hun stood beside him and applauded. "Excellent, young master. Since when have you been practicing swordsmanship?" "I just wanted to swing it around for a while," Dane replied calmly. Hun continued to praise him. Dane looked at his own reflection on the blade, quietly contemplating the path ahead. Suddenly, a sense of joy welled up inside him. Learning to use a new weapon was truly exciting. "I hadn't held a sword for so long because my father always watched me too closely. Fortunately, my skills haven't faded yet." Speaking of Hun again, he then took out a tray of cookies and said, "Please have a light snack first, then we'll continue." "All right, thank you," Dane accepted cheerfully. "Training here is really great," he said as he savored a few cookies, feeling very satisfied. In another development, your father, Count Aiken, was also lost in his own thoughts. "Phew, every year is just this exhausting, but we gained a lot of important things from the recent banquet. I can be sure that many nobles are focusing their attention on the South. Most of them want to build good relationships with us. After the war ends, the South, with its good climate, holds many things that the nobility desire. Though their interest is clear, none can compare to the amount of attention Dane is receiving." The conflict with the eldest son of Count Tyron was unexpected, but the boy calmly explained the situation in front of the adults, and even confidently demonstrated his talents. "The boy matures too quickly. Sometimes I just wish he could be a bit more childlike, appropriate for his age, but that's probably just my own wish." Thinking of this, Aiken glanced at the clock beside him and muttered, "It's almost time. Long Vi, today I'll have the boy try his hand at it and see how he does." Without hesitation, not long after, Aiken took the Long Vi spear to the training ground to find Dane. Upon arrival, he found Dane training with a sword in hand. Is it swordsmanship? Why does Dane use a sword instead of a spear? Aiken wondered, but then he reasoned to himself. That's right, the old Duke must have said something to the boy. Otherwise, how could he have practiced swordsmanship after so much time spent diligently training with a spear? But it seems the boy is quite proficient with this sword. The strength he displays even surpasses many people who have practiced swordsmanship their whole lives. Since when did the boy learn this? In any case, it's clear he has talent in swordsmanship. After observing Dane for a while, Aiken cut in. "Dane, I've been watching you for some time. When did you learn swordsmanship?" Hearing his father ask, Dane immediately stopped, a bit worried about being discovered. Perhaps it's better to tell the truth. "I really didn't learn swordsmanship," Dane replied. Is that so? So this is innate talent. Spear techniques, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could excel in so many fields. Aiken said thoughtfully, as if having made a decision. He continued, "Are you curious about this world?" "What do you mean, father?" Dane asked in surprise. "Yes, about the world beyond these walls. I think this territory is too small for your talents. If you stay here forever, it would be a real loss for you," he said candidly. Hearing his father, Dane was silent, thinking. He seemed to realize he couldn't stay here forever. "I'm not sure, but I'm a little curious," Dane answered. The uncle smiled kindly and continued speaking. "That's good then. Now we will prepare you to step out into the outside world." "Really?" Dane asked curiously. "Of course. Although I'm a bit reluctant, I must honor my son's wishes. And today, I bring you something special," he said, as he forcefully planted the spear into the ground. "Do you recognize it? This is the dragon tail that once reacted to you on your first birthday." As his father's words ended, the memory of that spear flooded back into Dane's mind. "Yes, I still remember. It did respond to me before." "Here, try holding it," Aiken said, handing the spear to Dane. The moment he touched the dragon tail, Dane immediately felt a powerful surge of strength erupting within his body. "Amazing, there is so much power here," Dane thought in amazement. Opposite him, Aiken smiled while stroking his chin. "It reacts even more fiercely than when the boy was little. Now no one can deny that we must make his talent shine the brightest on this continent." Thinking so, a sense of pride welled up inside him, and he stepped forward to pat his son on the shoulder. "I think we should at least help you master this spear before you leave. So prepare yourself, Dane. One day this spear will be yours. Until then, become strong so that you can hold it with all your pride." "Of course, father. I will work hard and will not let you down." Hearing that, Aiken burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, just as I expected. All right, then let's get started." Time passed quickly. After a tiring training session with his father, Dane walked back to his room in a daze, staring up at the ceiling. Lost in thought, the outside world. I have always been curious about it, even when I was Eric, when life revolved only around war. Cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, eating bland food, and then heading back to the battlefield. The only way to escape that loop was either the war ending or death. There were only those two paths. When I was Eric, I couldn't even imagine what life beyond the battlefield would be like. But as Dane, the situation is completely different. I don't know how my talents will be used, how this world will receive me, or what I can accomplish in this vast world. But at least I have the chance to go anywhere and do anything I want. Sometimes I honestly just want to stay here forever, enjoying the warmth of this home. But thanks to my father's words, my thinking has changed. "All right, it's time to step outside." Dane suddenly spoke aloud. "All right, it's time to go." Just as those words echoed, Lady Lai, who had just arrived, heard them and smiled. "So you've made your own decision then?" she gently asked, startling Dane. "Mom, since when did you come in?" "Don't worry, I was so deep in thought that I didn't even hear you knocking," she said kindly, smiling at her son. Dane replied a little embarrassed. Lily didn't mind much, just smiled and asked further, "I heard your father say you've been thinking a lot lately. Are you curious about the world beyond our territory?" Hearing his mother's question, Dane's expression slightly changed. He lowered his head and answered, "Yes. Father said it would be a waste of talent if I stayed here. After thinking it over, I'm also curious about the world out there. I'm sorry, Mom." His voice sounded as if he had done something wrong. Madame Lai gently sat down beside him, stroking his shoulder and comforting him. "There's no need to apologize, Dane. Even though your two sisters are no longer here, I still understand your decision. I know how great your talent is, even if you did not want to leave. Sooner or later, the outside world will call to you. If only you could stay by my side longer, but no one can keep you forever. So go ahead, do what you want to do." Faced with his mother's tender advice, Dane grew more determined in his decision, yet he didn't forget to promise. "Yes, Mother. Even if I leave this home, I will visit often and tell you about what I see in the outside world." "Thank you, son. It seems I also need to prepare to take you out into the world, just like your father did." "What do you mean, Mom? Prepare for what?" Dane asked curiously. "I originally planned to teach you detective skills and guide you little by little, but it seems you'll also have to learn how to set and avoid traps," Madame Lai said with a cheerful laugh. Clearly, she had been waiting for this day for a long time, while Dane only felt that his leisurely days were about to end. "Oh no, I have to learn these special lessons from Mom again. Also how to handle corpses. All right, I still need to study the human body's structure." Lai continued, "You must learn how to handle bodies and understand human anatomy. Oh my God, I'll be exhausted before I even get to step outside." Dane thought silently. Anyway, Mother still summed up enthusiastically. "I will teach you many things." "Yes, Mother, I will try my best," Dane replied confidently, while quietly reminding himself. Special lessons parents teach come from love. If I truly want to step out into the world, I must prepare well. The southern region of the Araba Empire, the domain of Sagres, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources, had long become a focal point of the Nthene Empire, helping them avoid exhaustion throughout the years of war. Thanks to the rule of Count Sagres, this land remained stable, and after the war, all remnants of rebellion had been captured. Finally, the peaceful era which seemed to last forever had returned. On a small street within the territory, two young girls walked side by side, chatting as they went. "Have you heard the news? I heard that young Master Dane visited those shops." "Really?" the companion asked in surprise. "Yes, he did. He even bought something. I heard the shop owner's daughter fainted from excitement that day." "Oh my, so the rumors are true. I've heard he's getting more and more handsome. I wish I could see him just once. I think he still doesn't have a sweetheart, right?" The girl in the purple dress spoke dreamily, causing her friend to laugh. "What? Are you crazy? Snap out of it, he's only 14 years old." Her friend shouted upon seeing her start to daydream. "Well, but I heard he doesn't look 14 at all. Supposedly he's already as tall as the Count." "Wow, that must be because Madam is tall too, right? At first glance, you'd think he's already 20. With platinum hair and blue eyes, just looking at him makes my heart race." Then the eyes of the girl with purple hair sparkled brightly like headlights. Her friend in brown clothing was just as eager. "Next time he goes out, I definitely have to come see. I wonder when he'll visit the shop again." "Oh right, I heard all this from the forest ranger." "Really? Then meeting the ranger first will make it easier to get there." "Huh, are you really going to do that?" The scene shifts to the suburbs. inside a pine forest filled with ancient magic, known as the Apocalypse Forest. Dane was carrying out the escape mission assigned by his mother. At this moment, he wore a green cloak and carefully moved through the forest, holding a spear. Pulling out a small piece of cloth, Dane gently waved it to check the wind direction, then muttered, "The wind blows toward the south. I've seen cherry spiders here before, so I have to head west." After saying that, he put the cloth away and silently told himself, "I have to get out of here within 3 hours before sunset." Thinking so, Dan quickly moved again, leaping between the branches. One of the most important things for an assassin is not to let the enemy detect them. Within the limited time, Dane had to avoid the nets and traps his mother had set up while escaping this dangerous forest. Dane just landed on an open patch of ground, took a deep breath, mixing air with mana, then held it for a moment before exhaling. After blending into the surroundings, the hidden traps in unexpected places began to become more visible. Thin, almost transparent threads were strung everywhere. A single careless touch would immediately trigger the trap. This was a basic type of trap, but also extremely dangerous. Fortunately, this kind of trap was quite easy to disable. Thinking this, Dane rolled up his sleeves, preparing to deal with them. However, since these traps were set up by Madame Lily herself, they were not that easy to bypass. At that moment, strange noises sounded above Dane's head, causing him to look up. Only then did Dane realize that, without knowing when, a group of monsters resembling giant chipmunk-like squirrels had appeared on the tree trunks in front of him, staring at him with greedy eyes. Immediately after, one of the creatures screeched and charged straight at Dane. That cry was like an alarm signal, and instantly the entire pack surged forward to attack, desperate to draw some blood from him. Faced with the fierce monsters, Dane quickly stepped back a few paces. This is bad, it's a whole pack. He hadn't expected them to appear here. They rushed at him at an extremely high speed. Dane knew he had to deal with them quickly. Just as he was about to draw his spear to fight back, Dane suddenly hesitated. Wait a moment, if he engaged in battle here and accidentally triggered a trap, it would be even more dangerous. With that thought, he decided to retreat for the time being, hoisting his spear onto his shoulder and running away from this place. The chipmunk-like squirrels behind him refused to relent and kept relentlessly chasing. During the pursuit, they hit countless thin strands of silk suspended in the air, instantly triggering the trap set by Lady Lili. At the very moment the silk strand snapped, the forest on both sides erupted with sharp whistling sounds as pointed stakes shot out flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the chipmunk-like squirrels were pierced all over like a beehive. Seeing them so miserable, Dane paused for a moment, unsure whether to laugh or feel sad. "Ha, they've fallen into the trap. Looks like I've taken care of this bunch without lifting a finger," Dane thought to himself. However, there was still one lucky chipmunk that survived. It recklessly lunged to attack Dane. Although caught off guard, Dane quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the monster's strike. "It's really fast," he thought silently, much more alert than before. Not only that, the chipmunk, after missing its attack, planted all 4 paws firmly on the ground, then opened its mouth to emit a strange brownish red mist of blood. Although he didn't know what it was, Dane immediately became wary. He thought to himself, this must be dangerous. He spun the spear in his palm like a propeller, swiping away the orange fog. Still, being held back by such a small monster annoyed Dane somewhat. He couldn't afford to waste time here. Thinking so, Dane took the initiative to charge forward, determined to send this monster to its grave. At the same time, the chipmunk didn't hesitate to attack Dane. The two clashed head-on. After a few sounds of wind being sliced, Dane used his spear to split the chipmunk's body in two. In fact, somewhat annoyed, he swung the spear again with ease, cutting off the monster's head. Time passed until late afternoon. Finally, Dane escaped the forest and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He felt so exhausted he might vomit, but at least he had safely left the forest. He breathed out tiredly, but it seemed that heaven still hadn't allowed Dane to rest. Immediately after, strange sounds rang out, causing him to jump up alert, ready for any situation. What now? Damn it, since when was I so off guard? Dane gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly. But the person who just arrived was Lady Li herself. "Well done, Dane. A total of 3 hours and 30 minutes. You're actually faster than your mother." Seeing his mother appear, Dane couldn't help but be surprised. "Have you been watching all this time, Mom? Of course, I can't let you go alone. Though I know your talent better than anyone, as a mother, I can't help but worry. You did very well. I couldn't find a single mistake. Are you hurt anywhere?" she said gently as she stroked her son's head. "I'm fine, ma'am," he replied. "Really, at this rate, I'll be recruited as an assassin." Lady Li sighed, causing Dane to give a wry smile. Then she took out from her sleeve a dagger that had been used during the selection ceremony when Dane was 1 year old, and said, "Here, take this. Now it suits you better than it does me." Looking at the dagger, Dane's eyes flashed with astonishment as he asked again, "This is my mother's black horn dagger. Can I really accept it?" Lady Lily nodded. "Of course, I no longer need it. The black horn is made from mysterious oil ore, a mineral that can absorb the elements of all things. If you want, you can even poison it with every kind of toxin in the world." Lili just introduced it, but actually Dane already knew very well the function of this knife. "I know it can also absorb toxins and be used to strike vital points." He thought quietly, then quickly took the knife. "Thank you, Mother, I will take good care of it." Seeing her son accept the gift, Madame Lili also happily replied, "Thank you, dear. All right, Dane, let's go back and rest. This is probably all you need me to teach you," Dane thought to himself. However, just as the two were about to return, suddenly a piercing scream echoed through the forest, startling the birds around to fly swiftly into the sky. Hearing that sound, the two of them froze. "Mother, did you hear that?" Den frowned and asked. "Yes, it seems like someone is in the forest. Let's hurry, Dane." "Yes, sir," he quickly responded. Then the two immediately ran fast toward the direction of the sound. Time passed, the scene shifted to the Sess family annex tower. Inside a room, an old man with gray hair suddenly awoke with a terrified expression, as if he had just gone through a nightmare. A few seconds later, he calmed down, looked around, and mumbled, "Where am I? I remember just eating mushrooms in the forest." At that moment, Dane entered carrying a cup of tea. "You're awake. The detoxification process is still ongoing. Please don't move too soon." Seeing Dane enter, the old man seemed curious about his identity. "Detoxification? Did you save me?" "That's right, you ate the red-capped mushroom. Luckily, we discovered it in time, Dane answered calmly. The old man turned pale upon hearing the name red cap mushroom. So it was the red cap mushroom. Dane handed him a cup of water. It's an extremely poisonous mushroom. If we had arrived a bit later, you would have become a corpse. Here, drink some water. Thank you. The old man shakily reached out to take it, and then drained the cup. Looking at his appearance, Dane began to speculate inwardly. The belt he wore bore the emblem of the Nikken Magic Tower. He is not an ordinary man. Without the shadow horn, I would have been helpless, unable to save this old man. Returning to the old man after drinking, he asked again, "Thank you, so where am I?" "You are in the auxiliary tower of the Saugers family. The Saugers family is very famous, so the old man roughly guessed where he was. But because of that realization, he felt even more troubled. So not only did I get lost heading south and eat poisonous mushrooms, but I also ended up lost all the way here," he thought to himself. Unaware of these thoughts, seeing his complexion improve, Dane continued, "Rest assured and take some rest. I've already informed my father. He will come to see you soon." "Your father?" the old man asked again. Dane nodded. "Yes, I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Dane Saugers." The old man stroked his beard lightly, suddenly remembered something, and smiled. "Ha ha, so that's it. You are Arabella's younger brother, the genius whom all the magic towers have been watching. But how did you find me?" he asked with interest. Dane did not hesitate to answer. "Actually, I was training with my mother in the forest." "What, in that crazy forest?" The old man shouted in amazement, painful memories of the forest resurfacing. "Even an 8th level mage like me got lost. The magic reversed during my incantation, and my whole body collapsed." Thinking about it, the old man's expression grew more incredulous. "Really? That entire forest is filled with ancient energy, traps everywhere." "Yes, it's our family's property, extremely dangerous to outsiders. The energy there differs from the energy modern mages usually use. It's best for mages to stay away from that forest," Dane calmly explained. He was also in critical condition from consuming poisonous mushrooms. "So that's how it was. I almost really died." The old man sighed, then suddenly thought of something very serious. "Wait a minute. Does that mean this boy is strong enough to train right inside that forest?" he instinctively asked. "Are you also the one who concocted the antidote?" "Yes, that's right," Dane admitted. This made the old man even more astonished, because Dane's appearance was still very young, yet he was able to produce an antidote that required extremely precise knowledge and compounding skills. Haha, how could a family like this exist in the world? Besides 2 genius daughters, even the youngest son is like that. If the war continues, the Saugers family will definitely be the most powerful noble house in the Nthene Empire." The old man laughed and said, "I owe you a great deal." "That's really true," Dane nodded in response, and his straightforward answer left the old man silent. This kid is quite brave, he thought, then remained quiet for a moment before continuing. "Let's see, I have to repay these debts first. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidra Gus, not long ago the master of the magical tower Nissen. If you want anything, just say a word. I can provide anything except for things I don't have," Sidra declared arrogantly. Surely he was referring to the pocket dimension that many mages possess to store everything without needing a fixed residence. Dane silently thought this over, then asked to be sure. "Ah, is that really so?" he asked calmly, showing no concern for the other's status or power. Once again, this attitude left old Sidra as if he were stunned. "Huh, what? I just said I am the master of a magical tower. Ordinary people would surely be surprised or deeply respect me after hearing that. Yet this kid remains completely unfazed." Thinking this, fearing Dane might not fully grasp his meaning, the old man gestured wildly. "You will never have another chance like this. No need to be modest. Just tell me what you want." Hearing this, Dane only furrowed his brow slightly, appearing to consider the reward. This attitude brought a triumphant smile to old Sidra's face. He thought he was about to hear something important, but Dane's answer immediately put him out like a light. "I'll take some time to think about what I want, and then I'll tell you." Hearing that, even though he'd lived nearly a full lifetime, the old man couldn't help but feel irritated. "What? Not interested at all? What kind of kid is this?" Even so, Dane paid no attention to that reaction. When he finished, he immediately left the room. "Please get some rest and stay healthy." Dane said this as he quickly stepped outside, leaving behind the old man Sidra, who was still bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. But then the old man burst out laughing foolishly. "Ha ha, he's the first person who has ever treated me that way." Before deciding for himself, he thought, "At first, I planned to stay for just a day or two and then leave, but probably not. I'll stay longer to investigate that interesting friend more thoroughly." Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the training ground. After finishing training while resting, Dane told Herman the story of how he found Sidra in the forest. When Herman learned the old man's true identity, he couldn't hide his amazement. The master of the magic tower. He must be an outstanding wizard. "Certainly. From what I've heard, he's an 8th level wizard," Dane nodded. "8th level, so he's even higher than Miss Arabella?" Herman asked again. "Well, yes, if that's really the case," Dane replied. Hearing this, Herman grew even more excited. "Young master, then it means an extremely powerful person is indebted to you. The magic towers are almost like independent territories on the continent, like a miniature nation," he exclaimed, and even Dane himself couldn't help but find his own luck unbelievable. Who would have thought that he was such an influential figure? After congratulating the young master, Herman wondered, but why would the owner of the magic tower be wandering through the forest like that? Ahead, Dane was practicing swordsmanship while replying, "That place is not an ordinary forest. The mages regard it as a forbidden forest, calling it the Apocalypse Forest." Upon hearing that, Herman understood enough. If it's the Apocalypse Forest, then even mages face challenges there. But he was still lucky to survive, thanks to you, young master. He did not respond to this, only silently looked at the sword in his hand for a moment, and then said, "Herman, get me a new sword. The ones I've been using are all too short and light." Hearing Dane's complaint, Herman was startled, turned back to look at the sword rack. "Ah, so that's it. All those swords are broken ones brought back by the Count from the war. I will prepare a new longsword for you to practice with tomorrow." Dane nodded, "Thank you. Then today I'll finish training with this sword." Thinking that, he recalled the gift that Count but had given him many years ago. Ah, imagine that. He already owns that very thing. It has been 7 years since Count Though means gift left its mark. If I have the chance to visit the capital, I will definitely pay him a visit. After finishing the day's training on the way back to his room, Dane met his father. Aiken, you've been training hard today, haven't you? Yes, father. I thought you had to go somewhere. Why are you home so early? Dane asked in surprise. Everything ended sooner than I expected, and I also had a reason to hurry home. Aiken smiled. Immediately, Dane guessed the reason. Is it because of the master of the magic tower? Aiken nodded and exclaimed, that's right. Who knows? Maybe he was able to help Arabella. He might even become a good mentor for her. Hearing that, Dane immediately pictured in his mind some hilarious images. Father thinks he can help Sister Araba, but I'm not sure if he can handle her temperament. Seeing how she punched the senior, it's really worrying. Not knowing what I was thinking, Count Aiken patted my shoulder and praised me. Anyway, you've saved another life again. Very well done. I only did what I had to do, he said modestly. Not everyone can do something like that. What you did is truly excellent. Aiken reminded him. After that, as the two father and son walked together, Dane suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. This time my two older sisters couldn't come again, right, father? Hearing that question, Count Aiken also replied regretfully, that matter. It's really difficult even to meet my daughter, isn't it? Arabella has just finished a long semester and is choosing a magical tower to enter. As for Claire, I heard she received an invitation to participate in a meeting as an assistant professor from her own professor. Seeing that both older sisters have had their own achievements, Dane was also happy for them. Your two elder sisters are indeed very impressive, but father also has high hopes for you. I wonder how the world will treat a talented child like you. The uncle said while looking at Dane with a questioning gaze. I don't know either, Dane shrugged in response, causing the uncle to burst out laughing. Just thinking about how you surprised Count but already makes me laugh, Aiken said cheerfully. Hearing Count but mentioned, Dane also felt a bit hopeful inside. Duke but Thermine, I also wish that one day I could duel with him in swordsmanship once again. Anyway, I wonder how Lala has been living lately. The last time I received a letter from her was a year ago. Well, I guess I'll know when I come to the capital someday. Time quickly passed. A few days later, old Sidran was shouting again. What? I'm not fully recovered yet. I'm about to go crazy being in this room for too long. Seeing him complain like that, a man dressed like a doctor wearily reminded him. Then please don't go too far, and you are temporarily forbidden from using magic. Not allowed to use magic? Sidran exclaimed. For a mage like him, not being able to use magic was like an addict without their drug. The doctor sternly reminded him. That's right, your magical flow hasn't purified yet, and we haven't completely neutralized the toxins in your body. You need to rest a little longer. Hearing that, although he really wanted to use magic, old Sidran was not stubborn and had to accept. Well, I guess I'll have to bear it. It's been a long time since I last used magic. Consider it a change of pace. But I can't stand staying here any longer. Let's go outside. Saying that, the old man excitedly stood up and was about to explore like a child, causing the doctor to sigh and watch him leave. You don't even know your way around here. Ignoring the warning, Sidran slammed the door shut, causing the doctor to feel worried inside. If he causes any trouble, I'll probably be the first one to get punished. The scene shifts to another corner of the domain, where some maids were gathered, whispering among themselves. There are only two kinds of wizards, geniuses on the left and lunatics on the right. Listen, he has paced up and down every floor of the house dozens of times already. Now he's been sitting in the backyard, admiring the flowers for hours on end. But isn't he supposed to be the strongest among the wizards? So what? He must be crazy. Miss Arable Aiken should just live a normal life. Whispered voices echoed like that. Just as they said, no one understood why old man Sidran sat there intently gazing at the meticulously cared-for roses before him. I'm genuinely curious who created this garden, I wonder. I never would have thought these flowers contained such extraordinary magic. The old man fell silent. At that moment, Dane approached and greeted. I came by to check on you, couldn't find you anywhere, so you've been here. Hearing Dane, Sidran turned with a smile and replied, "Ha, do you think I ran away somewhere? They say you must stay here until you're fully recovered." That's right, that's exactly what I wish for too. Dane responded with a smile. Then the two of them looked out at the peaceful surroundings. It seemed the old man's soul was partially healed as well. This place really is perfect for rest and recovery. Now I understand why nobles flock south every vacation season. Indeed, this place is wonderful. I'll admit I'm a bit sad to leave soon. Dane agreed. This made the old man Sidran curious. What? Where are you going? Where do you plan to go? Dane candidly shared. Not too far away, I plan to go to the capital. The capital? Are you going to the academy? Your two older sisters are there too, right? The old man asked further. That's right, they will have an easy life there. Dane replied with a smile. At that moment, old Sidran began observing Dane with a curious gaze. His sisters are very famous and exceptionally talented. So just how talented is this young man? Should I try to test him? His curiosity rising. The old man unconsciously applied his sensing ability over Dane, immediately discovering a tremendous energy source within his body, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Heavens, what kind of dense mana is this? His mana is condensed to an unbelievable degree. If those regarded as geniuses in his age group are like streams, then Dane is a raging waterfall. Such an amount of mana is usually very unstable, prone to erupting at any moment. But why is he still able to control it so well? In fact, old Sidran's probing couldn't escape Dane's notice. He immediately spoke up to warn him. Do you think it's a bit rude to assess someone else's magic without permission? Dane said coldly, leaving the old man only able to scratch his head awkwardly. Ah, you noticed that? Not bad. I apologize. I really was thoughtless. After speaking, the old man's heart screamed. No way could he believe such an absurd thing. Could there really be someone possessing such a concentrated amount of mana? He turned to look at Dane with eyes as if gazing at an alien, making the protagonist also feel puzzled. Why is he looking at me like that? Dane wondered. Then Sidran focused on sensing Dane once more and was even more astonished. Why can't I detect any magic tier? With that mana density, a new magic tier should have formed. This thought led him to entertain a terrifying hypothesis. Could it be, this kid actually has 2 mana cores? To verify, he immediately asked Dane, how did you create your mana core? Seeing the old man looking like a rabid dog about to bite, Dane, surprised, shot back, is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. You have such insane amounts of mana and you still want to wield a spear, and to use magic without a magic tier. Are you planning to throw away the greatest talent a person can have? The old man shouted. Unable to bear the thought of wasting such a genius, Sidran grew even more agitated. Dane just shrugged. So can I use both? Hearing that, Sidran ground his teeth, his face contorting as he grabbed at his head and ears. This is insane. Where do I even begin to explain this to you now? Do you know why the lifespan of magic swordsmen is so short? They're powerful because they possess both a mana core and a magic tier at the same time. But the two interfere with each other. When they collide, the mana compressed in the core is forced into the magic tier. If the tier can't handle it, it explodes. It's a law of nature. The old man said it very seriously, making Dane, who never experienced it, break into a sweat. Wow, I've studied this a lot, but is it really impossible after all? He wondered to himself. As for Sidran, he was so furious he refused to even look at Dane anymore. Such talent wasted, what a waste. The old man grumbled. Just then, Hum also spoke. Can't you use magic without a magic tier? The old man thought for a moment and replied, it's not that you can't, but without the refinement a magic tier provides, how could you cast spells that require pure magic? Besides, others have tried the same idea before, but most of them fail. Hearing that, Dane thumped his chest and said, then let me try. I've never tried it before, but it seems possible. This kid speaks like a madman. Hum moaned, ground his teeth, and thought to himself, and Dane muttered, if I rearrange the mana flow. He said as he waved his hand in the air, leaving a streak of blue energy full of ancient runes. When he clenched his fist, a fierce flame erupted in midair, without affecting him at all. Seeing the spell succeed, Dane couldn't help but smile faintly. Oh, it worked, even if it's only a basic level 1 spell. Across from him, old Sidran's eyes nearly popped out in shock. What? You can use magic without a magic tier? The old man shouted. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became. At that moment, Dane waved his hand to form an energy shield and calmly said, my sister Arabella says my magical affinity is very high, maybe that's why. Upon hearing that, Siren could only inwardly groan. This is exactly the kind of talent ordinary folks in game world tailies call uncopyable. A truly innate gift. For the first time, he felt what a mundane person feels when standing before a bona fide genius. Even Dane was stunned. I just tried it and it worked. So you really can cast magic without a mana tier? Now I understand. Across from him, Sidran's face went blank as if he might faint. A natural mana affinity, purer and denser than anyone else's. Does this person actually exist? A powerful urge. The old man immediately spoke up. Do you want to be my disciple? He pleaded earnestly, although Dane still wasn't all that interested in magic. Old man Sidran still wouldn't give up, nagging in his ear. I'm telling you, we should have a little talk. It'd be a shame to pass up an unbelievable talent like you. Sidran pleaded earnestly. Do you know how to use second-tier magic? I don't know that code, so I can't, Dane replied awkwardly, and that answer made the old man practically jump for joy. Oh ho, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you level 8 magic right away, no waiting. But before he could finish, Dane shook his head decisively, his face ice cold. No, thanks, I won't accept. As the master of a magic tower and an 8th level mage, repeatedly refused time and again by a brat. Sidran was so furious his eyes nearly rolled back, and he ground his teeth, squealing like a rabid dog missing its shots. Count Aiken boomed, haha, I didn't expect you to be so close with my son. The uncle laughed as he stepped forward. When Dane saw his father, he greeted him. Dane's father then asked, what are you two talking about? Dane replied irritably, oh, he kept asking me to be his disciple, but I refused. Be his disciple? Aiken said, casting a meaningful glance at Sidran. The old man looked a bit embarrassed but tried to persuade them. When I couldn't convince Dane, Count A, my son has the talent of a great archmage. Ha ha, is that so? The uncle said calmly, I actually know how talented my son is, far better than he does by a factor of 10. Turning back to Sidran, as if worried Aiken wouldn't believe him, he gave Dane a hearty clap on the shoulder. He might be even greater than I thought. He can even use tier 2 magic without a magic tier. Hearing that, Aiken's expression changed. He turned to his son and asked, no magic tier required really, Dane? Yes, father, Dane answered innocently. Aiken laughed, I suppose you don't even have basic magical knowledge, do you? Sidran chimed in, all the more reason the kid's talent is even more astonishing. With that compliment, Aiken also gave the old man a reputation for having a good eye for people. True to his title as the former master of the magic tower, he immediately spotted my son's talent. But that wasn't all, the uncle smiled proudly. Your son is a genius, he could even become a rare magic swordsman, Sidran said brightly. Instantly, Count Aiken pictured Dane in knightly armor, raising his sword and declaring, swords are better than spears. Very RPG of him. At that thought, the uncle's expression darkened. A magic swordsman? Aiken's voice was heavy. Dane recognized the danger signal and an alarm bell rang in his head. Damn it, he shouldn't say that in front of my father. He screamed silently, but Sidran kept smiling, oblivious to the warning. Yes, a magic swordsman. Finally taking an interest, right? If he becomes my disciple, I guarantee I'll train Dane to be the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. As he said it, he suddenly fell silent when he felt a cold aura staring straight at him. What the? Why did my spine just go cold? Sidran wondered, then quickly realized that Aiken's eyes had gone white. Aiken roared, he must not become a magic swordsman. Sidran shrank back, asking weakly, but why not? A magic swordsman? Don't you think Dane is suited for it? My son will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic lancer. The uncle bellowed, making Sidran jump back a few steps. What? That's a problem. The old man turned to Dane with a resigned expression, able only to smile wryly to himself. Ha ha, why is everyone in this house so stubborn? Time passed. Dane returned to his room, still undecided about becoming Sidran's disciple. He began to look into magic more deeply. For a mage, becoming a disciple meant receiving a legacy and being groomed as a successor. That tradition goes back to ancient times and persists even now, despite magical education having become widespread. Indeed, the master of a magic tower didn't just seek disciples, but an heir, with an 8th level archmage lingering at his side. Perhaps his talent truly was astonishing. After hearing so much praise, Dane began to feel something very special stirring inside him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered a childhood memory. Sister Arabella once gave him a crystal orb and said, whenever you need to contact me, just pour magic into it. Thinking that, Dane opened his wardrobe, took out the magical crystal orb and said cheerfully, all right, I'll just ask Arabella. Elsewhere in a place that looked like a library, Arabella was holding a pen when she suddenly heard a familiar call in her ear. Sis Arabella, it's me, Dane. Recognizing her brother's voice, the pen in her hand stopped, and she smiled radiantly. Dane, my little brother. Very quickly afterward, Dane recounted everything to his sister to ask her opinion. And of course, after hearing it, Arabella couldn't hide her astonishment at her little brother. What? Dane, you can use first-level magic, but you don't even have a magic circle. Dane shrugged and replied, well, it's true I don't have one, but I can still use it. The answer left Arabella forcing a smile. She knew he was a genius, but she never expected him to be this good. Back to Dane, he went on to explain. Magic circles only serve to purify and circulate mana. Maybe my mana is simply too pure. Hearing Dane's guess, Arabella nodded in agreement. That sounds plausible. I have a way to check. Tonight I'll send you a magic stone through the transferred device in your room. You just need to pour a little mana into it, okay? I understand, Dane replied cheerfully, murmuring to himself how lucky he was to have such a wonderful sister. Advice from a 6th-level mage was incredibly helpful. On the other end of the line, as if remembering something, Arabella added, come to think of it, if you can use magic, you'll definitely attract a lot of attention at the academy. I don't want that, Dane said in a panic, but Arabella only laughed. That's unavoidable. Talent is the thing that draws the most eyes. If anyone bullies you at school, tell me I'll deal with anyone who dares lay a hand on my little brother. Hearing that, Dane suddenly remembered something and asked, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who keeps flirting with you. He's the second son of Duke, right? At the mention of his name, Arabella immediately gritted her teeth. Don't mention that bastard, she snapped, shouting in annoyance, which made the people around glance over. Seeing that, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, by the way, even without a magic circle, over time, could your mana become any purer? Dane replied awkwardly, I don't know about that either. I'll look into it for you later. Arabella nodded. But before she could say more, a female student ran up and called out, Senior Araba, the professor is looking for you. Although she didn't want to, Arabella had to say goodbye. I have something to attend to tonight. I'll call you back later. All right, see you later. Dane replied, promising he'd send the magic stone as soon as possible after hearing her request. Back with Dane, after his sister ended the call, he couldn't help but grin with giddy excitement. I'm about to step into a whole new world. He even wondered to himself, do I have the heart of a dragon or something for my mana to be this pure? In another development, old Sidran, unable to persuade Dane to become his disciple, could only heave a long sigh. Oh no, I'm doomed, he fretted. I used mana to probe him, and that only made things worse. He had planned to leave early, but couldn't bring himself to go while the boy hadn't agreed. What can he do to make him accept? Give him magical artifacts or the accumulated knowledge of generations? No, if he still refuses, I'll end up leaving empty-handed. The more he thought about it, the more the old man felt his hair go a few shades grayer. Right then, Dane's voice rang from outside the door. Are you in there? It's me, Dane Saugers. Seeing Dane come looking for him, a spark of hope lit in Sidran's eyes. Maybe he changed his mind and agreed to be a disciple. Thinking that, he hurriedly called out, please, come in. Dane quickly opened the door and stepped inside, saying straight away, great, you're here. I have something I want to ask you. Sidran smiled broadly the moment he saw Dane. Haha, I knew it, of course you'd want to become the disciple of a level 8 archmage like me. But Dane crushed that hope immediately. No. Hearing that, Sidran's smile died. He clicked his tongue in irritation. So what are you here for? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic? It's not that I'm not interested in magic, Dane shook his head. Then why don't you want to be my disciple? Do you already have a master? Sidran asked again. Dane shook his head once more. No, I don't have a master either. By now, even a bodhisattva would have trouble keeping calm, and Sidran was starting to get annoyed. So what exactly are you here for? Dane replied immediately. I don't just want to be an ordinary mage. Hearing that, the old man jumped to a conclusion. So you want to become a magic merchant? Dane shook his head. No, I'm going to be a mage, a merchant, an assassin, a summoner. Hearing that, Sidran's mouth dropped open and he couldn't close it. Does that profession really exist? But Dane wasn't finished. Oh, and a swordsman too. Faced with Dane's versatility, Sidran could only throw up his hands and shake his head in exasperation. Ridiculous. Hard to say. You still choose to refuse me even knowing this is your only chance. That's right, Dane answered calmly. Confronted with that determined stance, Siren fell silent in thought. Damn, he's stubborn. The old man muttered under his breath. But in moments like this, his mind started churning. Maybe that approach will work. Thinking that, Siren immediately slammed the table and shouted. Do you want a letter of recommendation? I heard you want to get into that academy. If I write you a letter of recommendation, you'll be admitted straight in. Siren offered excitedly. Faced with such a tempting bait, even Dane found it enticing. All right, he sighed but agreed. Great, Siren cried, eyes shining. So shall we discuss the details? Can I set some conditions? Dane asked. Hearing that, Siren chuckled inwardly. Heh, finally tempted. Now I'll seize this opportunity to rope him in. Of course, go ahead. So then, could you teach me how second-tier magic works? Dane asked. Of course, I understand every kind of magic in this world. Siren thumped his chest confidently. Oh, then I'm counting on you, Dane said with eager anticipation. Siren waved his hand, thinking to himself. A letter of introduction or some second-rate spell secrets are nothing to me. He's still so young, just wait and see. With that thought, the old man grew impatient to show off his treasure trove of knowledge. So, shall we get started? Although my constitution isn't the best, that's fine. All right, let's begin. Dane nodded. Siren smiled inwardly, thinking he'd finally got Dane hooked. But contrary to his expectations, Dane wasn't so easily led. I'll count this as repayment for me saving you in the forest. Hearing Dane say that, Siren's face went blank for a moment. What the? You said it yourself, you owe me a favor so I can ask anything of you. And I've asked. Dane smiled craftily, which made the old man's eyes bulge. Wait a minute, what about becoming my disciple? Of course not, Dane shook his head. No matter how foolish he might be, Siren now realized he'd just been played by a 14-year-old. Was I tricked? The old man thought in shock. But then Siren noticed something in Dane's request and blurted out. Wait, you're asking me for two things. But I only owe you one favor. Dane replied nonchalantly, I don't see it that way. First, I saved you in the forest. Secondly, I removed the poison from him, and even carried him all the way back here. But I never planned on having to carry him. The male lead confidently boasted about his deeds, making Siren look like she was about to lose her cool. How is this kid so sly? My conscience suddenly gave me a little pang. Siren could only sigh. The experience of old age couldn't outmatch youthful cleverness. Time passed, and the scene cut to the training grounds. Even though Dane had her in his grasp, Siren still had no intention of giving up. If I persist in persuading him, maybe he'll change his mind. It would be a shame to pass up a genius like him. Thinking that, Siren began to instruct. You being able to condense a mana core before the magic circle isn't the main issue. What's important is that you can use magic without a magic circle. The mechanics of second-tier magic I'm about to explain are fairly complicated. Many people give up at this stage, so listen carefully. Dane listened intently, took out a small notebook, and jotted down every important detail. Siren glanced at Dane's focused expression, and felt a bit doubtful. Will he be able to understand? He's probably just going to beg me to explain it in simpler terms. The old man smirked and probed. That's basically it. Do you understand? Dane nodded confidently. Yes, I understand. I have a lot to learn. Not only about how magic works, but also about things I don't yet know. This reply from Dane was completely unexpected by Siren, leaving the old man dumbfounded. What? You really understand it all? Then tell me how the laws of magic work. Dane, scribbling notes as he spoke, answered on the spot. The first law is coexistence. Mana can exist alongside the physical world, and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, mages use their own mana and the surrounding mana to cast spells. The second law is conservation. If mana gathers enough material elements, then through conservation it can be used to wield magic with all sorts of different elemental attributes, etc. Dane explained this, and kept adding his own clarifications as he went. Just hearing Dane this far, Sidran went as stiff as a wooden plank. Incredible, he not only understands the nature of magic, he can also form his own observations. Most people would find this boring, but clearly Dane didn't. How can someone like this even exist? The old man thought, exasperated. Next, because Dane had answered so brilliantly, Sidran decided to dig deeper into the lecture. Every time you level up, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, I'll demonstrate for you. Saying that, the old man paused for a beat and waved his hand to the side, causing his arm to be cloaked in ribbons of blue energy. Very quickly, these ribbons of energy wove together to form a checkerboard-like symbol. For example, this is level 1 magic. It can be cast using a simple rule. However, from level 2 onward, everything is completely different on a whole other level. Having said that, he proceeded to create larger bands of energy, each containing countless floating ancient characters. This is how level 2 magic operates, Sidran explained. Looking at Sidran's example spell, even Dane felt the complexity raised to an entirely different plane. These energy bands linked together in incredibly intricate ways, more convoluted than the theory itself, making Dane furrow his brow in thought. Seeing Dane's reaction, old Sidran smiled. Well, this is the magic that makes level 2 rockets. Also, if you want to create multiple ones, you have to cast the same spell repeatedly. Surprised, aren't you? Most people need at least a year after they can freely use level 1 magic, before they can learn level 2. No matter how clever you are, you'll only ever grasp part of the magic. The crucial thing is understanding the rule. If you can't get that, nothing else matters. I'll observe you for about a week, then slowly explain the advanced techniques. He still underestimates me, doesn't he? Dane thought to himself, then asked, should I give it a try? Tell you, it'll be tough, but go ahead and try. Siren said, inwardly certain that Dane wouldn't pull it off. All right, Dane replied calmly. Then, drawing on what he'd observed, he mimicked it, and his body became wrapped in countless gentle streams of energy. In no time, the checkerboard pattern magic had been successfully cast by Dane. This is a level 1 spell, right? Dane asked. Yes, Siren nodded, confirming with a touch of surprise. Heh, he can create lines with definite length and width impressive. Using a level 1 spell is simple enough. Seeing the old man confirm, Dane immediately tried a level 2 spell. This is what you just showed me. The energy around Dane shifted, sinuous ribbons forming exactly like the level 2 magic Siren had demonstrated. At this point, Sidran didn't know what to say to match the sight before him. Really? He copied a level 2 spell perfectly after watching me do it just once. Curious, Sidran asked, how did you do that? While watching, I memorized the rules and pattern templates that shaped the magic in my head. It's actually not that hard, Dane explained gently. Although Dane made it sound simple, Sidran knew how difficult it really was. Even he, a magic prodigy, had taken ages to master level 2 spells, and this teenager pulled it off without using a magic tier. Unbelievable, the old man thought in astonishment. Before their astonishment had even faded, Dane one-upped them again. All right, I'll try using the rocket spell now. Wait, what? Sidran asked, but Dane didn't give him time to react. He immediately spread his arms and focused on controlling his mana. Instantly, streams of light swirled around him. Then from those lights, 4 missile-like arrows appeared in midair. Seeing the spell succeed, Dane felt a little pleased. Oh, looks like it worked. Turning back to Sidran, the old man could only stare in astonishment at the young teen's excitement over the successful magic. If I had talent like that, I'd have already fulfilled my level 9 dream. Unaware of the old man's thoughts, Dane guided the arrows closer and then turned to ask, did I do it right? Ah, yes. Very impressive. You pick up everything I show you very quickly, Sidran said. The old man coughed as he spoke, unable to hide his amazement. Yes, I'm surprised I could do it on the first try, Dane added. By now, Sidran was actually starting to feel a little scared of Dane's terrifying talent. If a mage with no magic tier like that were exposed, the world would be in an uproar. I have to keep this ability hidden, otherwise all kinds of people will try to approach and bother him, especially until he agrees to become my disciple. I should think about how to write a recommendation letter to the academy. Sidran told himself that and continued, all right, let's move on to another spell, shall we? Yes, sir, Dane replied. Time passed like that until evening. Lying in bed, Dane replayed the morning's moments. The magic lesson had been more fun than I expected. I need to thoroughly study both theory and practice. Looking back on my previous life, I was forced to give up magic because at that time I didn't even know when I might die. Spending time learning magic was too much of a luxury. So to survive, I could only swing a sword. Magic up to a certain point favors theory over practice. This made me look forward to this life even more. By combining the theory I could learn with my innate talent, I could make explosive progress with only simple guidance, and even be taught by the former master of the magic tower. What magic will I learn tomorrow? Dane wondered, then drifted off to sleep. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Dane and Sidran were on their way to see Count Aiken to make a request. What, you want to make magic reagents? Aiken exclaimed in surprise. Yes, sir. Because we don't have enough materials, I'll need to go outside the territory, Dane answered. I'm already trying to make reagents? The uncle said, a little bewildered. Beside him, Tower Lord Sidran reassured, don't worry about the kid. He's already learned how 4th level magic works. Even knowing his son was very talented, each time he heard about Dane's accomplishments, Count Aiken was still impressed. Doesn't it usually take a month to finish level 1? Information on magic reagents isn't easy to come by either. Where did you learn this? Dane beamed a bright smile. I learned it from reading the magical books in the library. That stuff really fired me up. Hearing him say that, old Sidran laughed along. Ha ha, truly a genius. I never thought you'd be curious about magic reagent testing. Many people find it boring, but for him, even just going to pick materials is enough to make him happy. Across from them, seeing the two smiling, Count Aiken fell silent. For a moment then agreed. All right, this will be a valuable experience for you. While you're out, be sure to check the estate. Yes, father, Dane replied. After that, the three Dane, Herman, and Sidran left the mansion and stepped onto the street. The moment Dane appeared, the whole neighborhood erupted as his identity was recognized. It's young Master Dane. Young Master, he's brought snacks. That silver hair, it's fluttering so nicely today. Greetings to the young master rang out everywhere. Dane didn't act arrogant. He simply nodded and smiled back at everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. I'll come back later to pick up the snacks. Old Mage Sidran, nodding the townspeople's attitude toward Dane, stroked his beard and thought. It seemed Count Sawgrass wasn't a bad man. Given how Dane treated him, that made sense. Thinking that, he took in the lively scene around him and remarked. Down here in the south, there's a lot of good food. The weather is mild, and the people are friendly, truly a sight you don't often see in the capital. Yes, this place is very warm, Dane replied. How much longer until we reach the magic item shop? Sidran asked. For someone like Dane, who rarely left the castle, that question was a little tricky. Well, I'm not really sure. I've never been there before. Huh, what? Sidran exclaimed in surprise. Dane turned to Herman and said, please lead us from here. Yes, young master, Herman replied, then spurred his horse and rode ahead to take the lead. It's not far from here. After some time, Dane's group arrived at their destination. As soon as they stepped into the shop, the owner greeted them with Manhwa-level excitement. Oh my, is that young Master Dane? Your silver hair and emerald eyes are truly as astonishing as the rumors. Thank you for having us. How's business been lately? Dane nodded in greeting. The shopkeeper shrugged and replied, same as always. Hardly anyone from the territory comes to buy magic items. I mostly sell to foreigners and those intrigued by magic. Seeing Sidran, the shopkeeper bowed respectfully and said, I never expected to meet the former master of the magic tower, Lord Sidran. Sidran smiled in response. Dane was a little surprised. She recognized him at a glance, though it made sense. In this empire, aside from this god, few have ever been master of the magic tower. Back to the shopkeeper when she learned they'd come looking for items, she didn't waste any time and said, feel free to look around. If you need anything, just call me. After saying that, she left, leaving Dane's group free to browse. Since this is my first time visiting a magic shop, I'll just look around. I'll talk with the shopkeeper for a bit, Siren said. All right then, Herman replied. While Sidran spoke with the shop owner, Dane took the chance to ogle the various items lined up on the wooden shelves, eyes wide as he quietly marveled. Wow, this place really has a lot of interesting stuff. And there were also a few pieces that looked very strange. This feeling felt oddly familiar. General Dane wondered to himself. Moreover, if I touch a magical item, I might be able to detect its magical reaction. It's probably because my sensitivity to magic is fairly high. Thinking that, Dane suddenly sensed a strange aura that grabbed his attention. What is that? A fairly strong reaction is coming from over there. With that thought and a glance toward the source of the aura, Dane stepped closer. The shopkeeper noticed and promptly warned, young master, those items are just decorations. Oh, is that so? Dane mumbled. Meanwhile, the old wizard beside him turned and said, why don't you come over and take a look at some potion ingredients? Moonroot is really good, you know. The shopkeeper seized the moment to advertise further. That's a perfect choice. At least 50 kinds of potions use moonroot. I grow it myself, quality guaranteed. But Dane was still unnerved by the strange sensation he had just felt. Weird, he mumbled. Then more precisely located the aura's position, immediately turned around and peered behind him. It turned out that the whole sensation was coming from a small stone. That's it, that stone is the one reacting. Thinking that, Dane, newly reincarnated into this game-like world, hurried over to the stone, which made the steward Herman behind him ask, young master, what's the matter? Herman, I can sense something from this stone, Dane replied. Herman examined the stone and shook his head. Huh, it's just an ordinary decorative piece. I'm not sure either, but this stone is really strange. Saying that, Dane reached out and gripped the stone tightly to examine it more closely, and very quickly he had his answer. He realized that the more magic he infused into it, the stronger the reaction. Could it be that it only responds to his magic? Unaware of the stone's oddness, the shopkeeper kept pitching her goods. You have a keen eye. It makes a perfect specimen. Then give me that pile of moon roots and a few more berries. Excuse me, what is this? Dane asked, holding the stone up. Hearing him, the shopkeeper turned to look and asked in surprise, where did you get that stone? Is something wrong with it? Siren wondered. Oh no, those are just decorative pieces, she said, waving her hand. In response, Dane felt even more puzzled. Decorative? No way. What kind of ornament reacts to magic? The shopkeeper looked at the stone in Dane's hand and her face suddenly screwed up. Just looking at that stone annoys me, she said. The old wizard Sidran beside her asked, amused. Why? Have you been tricked by someone before? The shopkeeper sighed. A few years ago, some merchants from Dong paid me with a large parcel. When I opened it up, there was only that lump of rock inside, and the fellow had already taken off. I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised, and in the end, everyone said it was just an ordinary rock. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. Weird, this rock was clearly not ordinary, Dane thought, but he decided to keep the matter to himself, not telling the old mage. Seeing Dane unable to choose anything, the shopkeeper spoke up. Young master, if you want something a bit more special, look over here. I have a few very rare magical artifacts, let me show you. With that, she quickly produced a scroll of paper and began to introduce it. This is a roll of calling cards, etc. If you place a card inside, it will automatically store the information you want. Just call out the person's name and their card will appear. Not bothering to listen to the sales pitch, Dane cut in. I'll take this roll of calling cards and that rock too. Dane taking the rock left the shopkeeper astonished. Huh, why would you want that useless stone? Nearby, Tower Master Sidran was curious as well. What are you going to do with it? Dane only smiled, offering no real explanation. After grabbing what they needed, the group quickly left the shop. On the way, old Sidran took the chance to ask, I didn't expect you'd be into decorations. Does that rock actually have something special about it? Realizing he'd been called out, Dane grinned. Ha, you noticed? Well, of course, otherwise why would I buy a useless rock? Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, Dane reluctantly revealed. Exactly, I'm sure this stone isn't an ordinary trinket. It can react to my magic. Hearing that, Sidran perked up with interest. Really, I'm not sure what it is either, but your words have me curious. Anyway, this place is too crowded, let's head back to the manor and examine it properly. All right, Dane nodded. The group quickly returned to the manor. Time passed until afternoon, and the two began their work studying the strange stone. Do you know what it is? Dane asked. Are you underestimating my priceless testing instruments? Leave it to me, we'll find out what it is right away. Although a mage had already appraised the stone and said it was nothing special, Dane patiently waited for the results. Sidran, glancing at Dane, couldn't help but look down on those previous experts. HMPH, whatever he said can't compare to these of mine. I've burned a fortune on this advanced device. It can analyze anything you place on it. Sidran said, as he turned to look at the magical instrument he had just pulled out from his pocket subspace. Seeing him assert that with such confidence, a flicker of expectation showed in Dane's eyes. Awesome, let's try it right now. All right, I'm pretty eager too. Just place the stone on this, then channel your magic into it. As he spoke, the old tower lord placed the shard onto the star-shaped sigil. The moment he channeled mana into it, the secret magic arrays hidden inside the device immediately activated and began analyzing the item. Very much like a gadget straight out of a game world. A truly special feeling. Finally, he could puff out his chest with pride over his collection of top-tier tools. Pure reincarnated protagonist energy. Countless ribbons of energy shot out from the star emblem. The ancient runes swirled together into an enchanted magic ring. Seeing these intricate symbols, Dane couldn't help but exclaim, "This is magic code." With her knowledge, Siren also noticed something unusual. Yes, but it's not an ordinary kind of magic. The complex streams of magic weaving through the air left Dane standing there in stunned silence. Incredible. It contained structural laws and casting methods he'd never seen before. It could even be as complex as a 6th or 7th level spell in RPG terms. As that thought formed, things began to clear up. So the magic matrix hidden in the stone is what produces this spell, Dane murmured. The old man beside him chuckled and said, yes, you're right. Your magic is the key that unlocks that spell. It only reacts to your magic. Hearing the explanation, Dane grew even more curious. So what exactly is this thing? Why does it only react to my magic? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Meanwhile, Siren wanted to probe deeper. The ceiling magic inside seems unfamiliar to me, but as a former tower master of the magic tower, I'll give it a try. Seeing the old man step forward in person, Dane asked, if you succeed, maybe I'll finally learn why my magic is different from everyone else's. I hope it works. In another turn of events, in Arabella's private laboratory, she was going over the stack of reports carefully pinned to the wall and muttering, it's definitely different. Clearly it's not like normal magic. It possesses unusual properties, but in the end, which field of magic does it belong to? The results, however, do not include reagents, magical gates, magical engineering. If it's none of these fields, then what is it? Arabella fell into thought, until a notion suddenly flashed through her mind. Right, there was a school of magic that had been lost. Dane's magic might fit into it. Thinking that, she hurriedly searched through her old magic books. Where did I put them? Their alchemy, spiritual divination, death arts, and even primordial magic code. She muttered as she searched, until her hand accidentally knocked a dust-covered book to the floor. Huh, is this an ancient grimoire? Arabella gasped, brushed off the thick dust and opened it. Come to think of it, there once was a magical kingdom long ago, its sorcery inherited from Asana. That ancient magic vanished 2,000 years ago. How could Dane's magic possibly match it? She laughed at herself, then thought, oh well, nothing to lose, might as well give it a try. Right away, she cast a spell on the typewriter in front of her, to have it analyze the text and return the results. After the machine finished typing, Arabella hurriedly checked it, hoping it wasn't death sorcery. But after reading only a little, she was struck as if by lightning. No way. What is this? Back with Dane's group, using his own magical power, Sidran quickly dispelled the seal. Immediately, the stone crumbled into many fragments, and the old man's face lit up with delight. The seal's been broken, there's something inside. Dane frowned. Right then, let's pull it out. Siren nodded, then carefully picked up from the rubble a bracelet that looked utterly ordinary. A silver bracelet? Dane asked in astonishment. The old man rolled his eyes. After all that waiting, they got something that looked like scrap metal. Something anyone could buy at the market. For heaven's sake, he had expected something special inside, and it turned out to be just a bracelet that looked worthless. Here it is because it only responds to your magic. You should try putting it on. Siren said as he casually tossed the bracelet to Dane. Seeing that, Dane took the bracelet and slowly slid it onto his wrist. As predicted, the moment Dane put it on, the bracelet immediately emitted a soft blue light, causing the old man's expression to change. Oh, it's starting to react. Back with Dane, he also immediately noticed the bracelet's transformation. Huh, I can see some strange characters appearing here. What's this? Let's see. Siren said, eyes wide as he peered at the tiny ant-sized characters. Do you know what they are? Dane asked curiously. At a glance, the old man recognized them at once. There it is. These characters are the ancient tongue, a script that no one in this world can read anymore. The ancient script you're talking about is? Dane exclaimed in surprise. They're the characters once used by the ancient magic kingdom, Siren answered calmly. Hearing that, the story Arabella had told him as a child immediately popped into Dane's head. She had spoken of an era when everything, from the tiniest thing to the largest, was created by magic. But then that era came to an end, leaving only a few relics and oral legends behind. Looking at the sequence of magic runes on the ring, Siren grew even more intrigued. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to be tied to the ancient magic kingdom. That must be why you've been moving so easily through the forest these past few days. Dane nodded in reply. Seems so after all, the magic in that forest originates from Aikna. The old man cast a glance, and his resolve to make Dane his disciple only strengthened. After staring at the ring and sensing it for a while, Dane shook his head. But I don't notice anything unusual about this ring. Siren didn't know much either, so he offered only this advice. You can take your time to study it, but don't tell anyone about this. Yes, I'll do as you say, Dane nodded. Just then, both of them heard a strange sound, as if something had just cracked. What was that noise? They asked in unison. Don't tell me that's a monster attack alert, is it? Siren said anxiously, since he was still in a weakened state. But at that very moment, upon checking again, Siren discovered he could use magic normally without causing any harm to his body anymore. Thanks to that, he regained his usual confidence. Ha ha, great, my body's almost healed. Let me relax a bit, I can finally return the favor. The old man got excited, wanting to move around to celebrate, and said to Dane, what are you still standing there for? Go fetch a spear or something. Dane replied calmly, that sound has nothing to do with monsters. That's the signal my eldest sister is using to try to contact me. As he said it, he looked at the pendant that was beeping. Hearing that, Siren lost all his enthusiasm. Why didn't you say that from the start? Haha, monsters appearing in this area? No way. Now if you'll excuse me, sir, I'll talk with my eldest sister for a moment. Dane said awkwardly, then immediately contacted Arabella. Yes, is something the matter? On the other end, Arabella sounded annoyed. Dane, why did you take so long to answer me? Sorry, sis, what's going on? Dane asked. Arabella began to get to the main point, when I was analyzing your magical cipher. Wait, is there someone next to you? Dane didn't answer. Having already guessed her intent, he asked back, don't tell me you've also recognized that my magic is ancient magic. What, how did you know? Arabella shouted. After Dane explained everything, Arabella also understood. Ah, so that's how it was. When you and Lord Sidron were analyzing the gem, you guessed it came from the ancient magic kingdom. And you said the gem only responds to your magic. Yes, that's right. Dane nodded. Meanwhile, Siren on the other side heard Arabella confirm it, and the old man gritted his teeth. She figured it out just by analyzing the magic. I knew she was a prodigy, but she's even more talented than I imagined. Once everything was clear, Arabella asked anxiously, does anyone else know about this? No, Dane replied. Good. Dane, listen carefully to your sister. Lord Siren, please pay attention as well. It's best she keeps this a secret. If this gets out now, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Hearing that, Siren cleared his throat a few times and said, Miss Arabella, I've heard a lot about you from Dane. Don't worry, I will keep this secret. If this is revealed, not only Dane but the entire Sagar's family will be in very serious trouble. The old man spoke firmly, which put both Dane and Arabella more at ease. You immediately realized this matter was within reach, Arabella said cheerfully. Is this conversation being saved? Siren asked again. No, the moment this conversation ends, it will automatically disappear. Good, nobody wants loose evidence lying around. He nodded, then added, besides, I plan to return to the magic tower to investigate this further. Thank you, sir, for helping us. No, Miss Arabella, I did this out of a mage's sense of duty, so it's nothing. Siren waved his hand and said. Thinking of something, he turned and asked, while we're on the subject, I heard you're looking for a magic tower to join. Have you decided which one you'll enter? Back to Arabella. Hearing that, she understood old Sidron's meaning. Not yet, sir, but I won't be considering the Nixon magic tower. It's not focused on the field I like, she said awkwardly. I used to wonder who that kid took after to be so decisive. Looks like it's his sister, Siren thought to himself. Still, his attention remained on Dane, so Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him much. Haha, I understand. In any case, you don't have to join our tower, Siren said, and Arabella smiled to reassure him. I'm sure there will be many talented people out there who will join your magic tower. Anyway, Dane, we'll talk details later, okay? All right, take care, sis, Dane nodded, then quickly cut the connection. After the conversation ended, the old tower master nodded and said, your sister has become very skilled. Hearing that, Dane felt a little proud. Well, of course she made this too. She said crystal spheres are the trend among young mages these days. Looking at the communication item in Dane's hand, Siren shook his head. Impressive, but I don't need something like that. Once you've reached level 8, keeping in touch with others isn't really what I want. If anything important happens, people can just come see me directly, right? Yes, I understand, Dane replied, humoring the old man while thinking to himself that Siren didn't seem to have any close friends. Putting that aside, Dane decided to tell his parents that he possessed ancient magic. You say it's ancient magic? That makes me a little worried, Aiken said. Haha, don't worry so much, Dad, Dane laughed. It's nothing. If anyone goes after you, I'll make them pay, Aiken said firmly. Mrs. Lai added, good, I'll make anyone who dares target you shut up in my own way. Watching his battle-ready parents, Dane found it both funny and comforting. They were positively bristling with murderous intent, but with two protectors like that, he really didn't need to worry about safety. Aiken stroked his chin thoughtfully. But if that's the case, doesn't it mean the ancient magic is hidden somewhere in our bloodline? Mrs. Lai nodded. That's a good question. We don't know if any of our ancestors ever possessed it. I'll check on my side of the family. Dane felt a flicker of hope. If both sides investigate, they might uncover something interesting. Even if it's not crucial, he's still very curious. Putting aside the whole ancient magic business, Lady Lai gently took Dane's hand and said, anyway, it seems you've reached the limits of this place. If you stay here any longer, it will stunt your growth. Dane, you should consider moving to live in the capital from now on. The capital? Aiken nodded. That's right, you know the rule. You have to be at least 14 to enter the academy, and you're old enough now. I actually wanted to keep you here for another year or two, but there's nothing left here for you to learn. Lady Lai, noticing Dane's worry, also gently squeezed his hand. If that's the choice you make, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing that, Dane was a little taken aback. He hadn't expected his parents to feel that way. Dane, you'll do well. Go and develop your talents however you wish. Buoyed by his parents' encouragement, Dane no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I'll prepare to enroll in the academy. This is the best choice. Aiken nodded in satisfaction. Good, it's time for you to level up. Dane told himself exactly that. As time passed, Dane also told Sidran about his intention. Oh, so that's your decision? Yes, a bit earlier than I thought, but you chose correctly. Staying here any longer would only waste your talents. Siren said, I have one piece of advice for you. Don't be quick to reveal too much about your abilities. Although the academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way. Dane nodded, remembering Sister Arabella's warning. She had also faced jealousy and insults. At the academy, not everyone is friendly to those who stand out. Ordinary kids won't be able to keep up, Siren added, but the Th-Man Miern family is another story. The old man nodded, which made Dane recall the promise he'd made to the little girl Layla. Oh right, I'd promised to visit her if I ever went to the capital. If I don't drop by, she'll be really disappointed. Besides, I should also think about the weapon to forge from the sigil Duke Tho Miern gave me earlier, Dane thought to himself. Unaware of those thoughts, the old man Sidran across from him stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment, then said, Let's see if you only join the academy in 3 months. You should set out from here in 2 months. Hearing that, Dane nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. What about you? He asked. I'm planning to return to the magic tower, the old man replied. I think I have matters to attend to. Thanks to you, I no longer feel bored. If I uncover any clues about ancient magic or anything related, I'll let you know. Really, if that's the case, I'd be very grateful, Dane replied quickly. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. If time is short, we need to speed things up. Reaching Tier 3 is really tough. Tier 2 is nothing compared to it. Yes, I'll study very hard. I've also prepared a gift for you, Dane said. A gift? Mr. Sidran sounded a little surprised. Dane pulled a small wooden box out of his pocket dimension, set it on the table in front of him, and nodded. Yes, my sister sent this to me yesterday using instantaneous teleportation magic. It was a brand new item. Inside the box was a small stone. The newly refined crystal orb Arabella had just invented, not yet on the market. She likes me, so when I asked, she just handed it over, Dane said with a smile. Opposite him, old man Sidran, like a child with a new toy, hurriedly picked up the stone, his eyes lighting up. Oh, quite compact and lovely. I don't need this, but I'll be kind enough to accept the gift you've prepared. You can inscribe your magic sigil into this. Please use it to contact me, Dane instructed. Though he said he didn't need it, the old man was clearly delighted, which made Dane think to himself that the old man probably wouldn't be contacting him very often. Time quickly passed until evening. At that point, Dane thought about the time ahead. The academy, how I need to prepare properly over the 2 months left. His goal was to get into the summoning magic class, earn the summoning sigil, and gain the chance to take the aptitude assessment. Claire is an assistant professor, so I'll probably meet her a lot when I enroll. With that said, Dane glanced at the egg in its glass case by the bed and muttered, I forgot to infuse this buddy with magic. No sooner thought than done. He channeled magical energy into the egg. For 7 years straight, Dane channeled mana into it every day, but it never reacted at all. However, if it had absorbed enough of that magic, it would surely hatch one day. Dane looked at the egg with eyes full of expectation. Time sped up, cutting to Arabella. She was explaining the academy exams to Dane, one general test and one subject-specific test. On the other end of the line, Dane understood part of it but still asked, can you explain it in more detail? Sure, the general exam is a sort of preliminary screening to sort applicants. It covers culture, history, and issues related to the Empire. With you, you'll definitely pass without any trouble. The better you do, the more it helps, since that score is counted toward admissions. The next test is the major exam. As the name suggests, you'll pick a major and be tested on it. The content depends on the professor, but I believe you'll pass for sure, especially since you also have a letter of recommendation. Arabella said confidently, showing no concern about Dane's ability. I get it, so you all cleared it easily too, right? Dane asked. Yes, really, it wasn't difficult at all, Arabella shrugged, then reminded, however, once you've chosen a major, you'll have to stick to that field for the entire duration of your studies, unless you want to switch majors later. So what if after enrolling you want to change majors? Dane asked. That's usually how it works, unless you graduate and want to start over. You can also sit in on some classes from other majors, but generally from the 3rd year onward, advanced major courses won't allow students from different majors to join, Arabella explained calmly. After hearing that, Dane fell silent in thought. So I really have to pick a single major to stick with. On the other end of the line, as if she'd suddenly remembered something, Arabella immediately reminded him. Oh, right, there's also a program called the elective major, for talented people like you, Dane. There's that too. Sounds interesting, Dane exclaimed excitedly. But it's actually not easy at all, so Arabella had to warn her younger brother. Nobody signs up for it unless they're deliberately looking for a challenge. Why's that? Dane asked curiously. Because up until now, no one has ever passed that exam. Ah, I see, Dane nodded. But hearing his tone, Arabella felt a little worried and quickly asked, Don't tell me you're thinking of trying it out, are you? No way. Sis, Lord Crane is here, I'll call you back, Dane hurriedly denied, then cut the call almost immediately. At that moment, Arabella felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if she'd been pushing her brother too hard. Then she reassured herself that magic really was the best route. Just then, another woman's voice rang out ahead. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'm coming, Arabella replied. Cut to that afternoon, old Sidran arrived with the letter of introduction he'd promised Dane. Here the letter I promised you, he said as he handed the letter to Dane, who hurriedly took it and moved, asked, You actually wrote this for me? The old man stroked his beard with a smug look and replied, Not just inform, I put real care into the content too. I've written a few letters of introduction before, but this is the first time I've poured so much heart into one. Consider it an honor. Seeing the old man's proud, if slightly arrogant, expression, Dane couldn't deny the effort he'd made. He truly felt grateful. Yes, I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Dane answered sincerely. Sidran suddenly sighed. It would be great if you wanted to become my student. But even if I took you on, I don't think you'd obediently call me teacher. That remark made Dane a little uneasy, inwardly surprised. Haha, how did he know? Putting that aside, Siren asked, so, have you finished getting ready for the trip? Actually, I don't have much to bring, and the Academy dorm's facilities are already excellent, so most necessities are provided, Dane said. Hearing this, the old man only shook his head and lectured, the facilities are indeed good, but only a few people monopolize them. But you're not the sort to let those people push you around, are you? When he said that, Dane, a little worried about the Academy environment, pulled a lopsided grin. The old man immediately picked up on his mood and warned him, it might be a bit harsh there. If you act dismissively, many people will instantly show their true colors. Don't forget that. Hearing the reminder, Dane checked his overconfident attitude and thought to himself that it probably wouldn't be much different from a battlefield, then nodded in confirmation. Yes, I understand. The old man added, if you need anything, get in touch with me. That crystal bridge is really useful, I'll put it to good use. Speaking of Dane, hearing the old man talk as if they were about to part, he asked back, but why do you speak like you're about to leave? At that, Sidron's eyes flashed with surprise. You noticed. I'm planning to leave tomorrow, really. Dane asked regretfully, I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father offered me the role of magic advisor, but I'll think about that later. I have many things to finish when I return. I thought the work was done, but it turns out there are still many tasks. The old man said this as he patted Dane on the shoulder. Hearing that, Dane immediately thought of the ancient magic incident. Is he talking about investigating ancient magic? Helping him would also help myself, so that wouldn't be bad at all. Anyway, thanks, kid, the old man said. Yes, and thank you as well for everything up to now, Dane nodded. I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you'll be when we meet again. Well, I'm off then, don't come to see me off, or I'll get embarrassed. As he spoke, the old mage turned and walked away. Yes, please take care, Dane replied, a faint, bittersweet sadness in his chest. Having been close for so long, he couldn't help feeling regret at the parting even for someone reborn into a game-like world. Time passed quickly. One day, Mr. Aiken and Lady Lily were talking. Lord Sidron has left safely. He said he'd depart today, right? The uncle asked. Yes, the boy said he's finished preparing, came the reply. Hearing they'll leave early puts me at ease, but he won't run into any trouble on the road, will he? Lady Lily fretted a little about Dane facing society on his own for the first time. At that, Count Aiken patted his wife's shoulder and reassured her. We'll use the teleport gate Arabella prepared, so what could possibly go wrong? At her husband's words, the lady relaxed a little. Yes, I suppose I was worrying over nothing. Back with Aeon, thinking of the family bonds and its members, he broke into a happy smile. All in all, he felt they'd raised their children well unlike those other households, where the kids were busy squabbling over who would claim the headship. We'll have to make a clear decision one day, but I won't show favoritism, he said calmly. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Dane stepped in as well. He had finished preparing everything he needed, and had come to say goodbye to his parents. When Dane's parents saw him, they both nodded. Oh, Den, you're here. Are you getting ready to leave now? Did you bring the token I gave you along with H-letter 1 EAFC Jock? Mrs. Lai asked. Of course, Dane replied with a smile. Seeing that, Mrs. Lai couldn't help but give one more piece of advice. If you ever run into trouble, go to the place I mentioned and show them that token. Yes, I remember, he answered. Are those people my mother's former colleagues? Dane asked, curious. Yes, they are my mother's very close friends. Even though it's been a long time since they've met, they'll surely help you, Mrs. Lai said confidently. Meanwhile, Count Aeon was breaking out in a sweat, thinking to himself, could our Dane really go there and actually begin the path of an assassin? Trying to steer Dane away from that destination, Uncle Aeon hurriedly reminded him, Hey Den, when you reach the capital, find Duke Thom before entering the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied. Before they parted, Mrs. Lai couldn't hold back her tears again. You're grown up now, about to leave us like this. Nearby, seeing Mrs. Lai like that, Uncle could only force a smile. Ha, see him off with a smile, madam. Fair enough, we won't be far, she said, gently brushing away her tears. At that moment, Dane felt a lump in his throat, too. About to set off, his legs suddenly felt heavy. Then I'll take my leave now, Dane said, forcing a smile, and left the room. The parents watched Dane's retreating figure through the window. Aeon's expression suddenly turned grave. He instructed the figure standing behind him. Julat, follow him closely, make sure Dane reaches the teleport gate safely, then return and report to me. Yes, master, Julat replied coldly like a machine, then left, assuring them the young master would be safe. Seeing her husband's arrangement, Lady Lai sighed. It's been a while since we've seen that figure, you know what to do, right? Keep an eye out to see if anything unusual happens when Dane teleports. Cut to Dane. For some reason, the teleport gate wasn't installed in the mansion, but out on an empty lot. When Butler Hun looked at the gate, he was surprised too. Young master, seeing this in person is really impressive. Indeed, this is the teleport gate our eldest sister had prepared beforehand. Dane said with a smile, I have to admit I'm impressed by the sophistication and complexity of this gate. Now I see why she spent a whole year investing it. Beside him, the butler also asked, if you step inside, will the instant teleport activate? Yeah, probably, Dane smiled and replied, recalling when the gate first started being built. Instant teleportation doesn't just require rearranging the code like other spells. It also needs a continuous flow of magical energy to function. However, the gate she installed is truly a perfect device, meeting every requirement for teleportation. Before they parted, Butler Hun looked a little sad and said, then please take care, young master. Yeah, take care of yourself, Dane said, patting Hun's shoulder when he saw him getting teary. Then he slowly stepped onto the platform inside the gate. She said that as long as you channeled magical energy into it, the gate would activate. Without hesitation, Dane poured mana into the ground beneath his feet. Immediately, the gate gave off a faint, otherworldly glow, and Dane's figure disappeared into the wave of energy. Time passed and the scene cut to the capital. It's unclear where he had been transported, but now Dane, mounted on a horse, stood at the city gate. Seeing the excited crowds ahead, joy lit his face. We're here, the entrance to the capital and Theen, the general said cheerfully. At that moment, a knight recognized Dane and raised his hand in greeting. I've been waiting for you, young master Dane says. I am Lawaias Ma, captain of the 1st Cavalry of the Th-Man clan. Oh, it's you, Dane replied. He didn't really remember who the man was, but felt a bit awkward that the captain had come personally to welcome him. Captain Lawai continued, "From now on we will escort you." Then he turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Ensure the safety of the travel route." "Yes, Captain," the two men answered in unison. "Then let's set out at once. I look forward to your help," Dane nodded. At the same time, a strange flutter stirred in his chest. It felt so odd he never imagined he'd one day set foot in the heart of the though-mean empire he once despised, and as a promising figure no less. Then on the road leading to the castle, Dane, still half convinced he'd been reincarnated into a game world, heard the bustling cries of countless vendors. "Hurry up, very cheap. 3 skewers glazed with magically frozen glaze, only 1 silver coin." Hearing those calls, Dane couldn't help but be amused. He took in the whole scene with his eyes and silently admired it. Ha ha, all sorts of oddities who knew the capital could be this lively. Just as he was thinking that, Captain Lerwai turned his head and reminded him, "There is the Th Mion family manor, we've arrived." On hearing that, Dane also looked ahead and was stunned by the scale of the manor. "It's truly grand," he blurted out, for before him lay a gigantic architectural complex. However, before he could take a closer look, Dane suddenly felt as if someone were watching him from behind. Something felt off, as though someone was tracking him. Could it just be his imagination? Dane told himself, then set the thought aside for the time being. Following the knights, he soon arrived at the main gate. On both sides of the entrance, a line of servants stood solemnly, and all bowed in unison, "Welcome, young Master Dane Sess." In reply, Dane nodded and said, "Thank you all for the reception." He didn't forget to compliment them. "Your formation is impressively orderly." The manners, rituals, and formality here gave off a natural, powerful air completely different from the southern home he remembered. With that in mind, Dane stepped forward to face Duke Butt, the man he had last seen when he was very small. Standing before him, Dane, ever mindful of manners like a proper Manhwa protagonist, didn't forget the etiquette. He dropped to one knee and bowed respectfully. Dane Gress respectfully asked for Duke Th-man's opinion. In response, his uncle broke into a bright smile and nodded. "Yes, it's been ages since I saw Den. Have you been well lately? The trip must have been hard. Come inside and rest." He then led Dane into the house. The Duke took in his current appearance and exclaimed, "Oh, even a glance shows you've changed a great deal. Among kids your age, even compared to those a year or two older, few can match you. Aiken must be proud of you." With that, his uncle gave Dane an approving pat on the shoulder. Dane replied modestly, "You flatter me, sir." Hearing this, Duke but continued, "Even if you're not quite on Bitch Jiang's level, while you're preparing for the entrance exam, make sure you rest properly. I'll arrange a personal attendant for you, just say the word if you need anything." Grateful for the thoughtful preparations, Dane thanked him and then asked after the girl Lila. "Yes, of course. By the way, how is Layla doing these days?" he added. "Of course she's fine, but are you and she having a quarrel?" the Duke asked with a smile which surprised Dane. "Eh, what do you mean, sir?" he asked, puzzled. The Duke sighed lately. "Whenever your name comes up, she doesn't look happy. Perhaps it's partly the pressure of the entrance exams," he said, "but I trust Layla will get through it." He laughed the more he thought about it, the less he could understand why his daughter was so put out. Dane replied that he'd meet Layla in person to ask her about it. He suspected inwardly that she might just be going through puberty, but also understood the situation, so he nodded in agreement. "All right, leave this to you youngsters to sort out among yourselves. Remind him not to be too harsh on her, okay? They'll understand soon. Now go back to your rooms to rest. A servant will show you the way." "They'll understand soon. Now go back to your rooms to rest. A servant will show you the way." Once the door had closed, Dane looked around the room and murmured, "I'll be here about a week to prepare for the entrance exam. This guest room is really quite luxurious." With that, he absent-mindedly tossed his satchel to one side. But before he could even sort out his luggage, a figure with pink hair suddenly stepped out of the wardrobe and spoke. "I'll take you to the training area." "Dane, why are you only here now? I've been waiting ages for you." Hearing the familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned around. "Long time no see, Layla. How have you been lately?" Contrary to Dane's cheerfulness, Layla seemed annoyed, just as the Duke had said. I'm really great," she said, "but don't you have anything to tell me?" She strode toward Dane like someone ready to settle a score, which made Dane take a few steps back in alarm. "Huh, what do you mean?" Dane stammered. "What do you mean?" Dane stammered. "Why didn't you write me a letter?" Layla shouted. Only then did Dane realize why his friend was so angry. Dane's eyes showed a twinge of guilt, and he said, "I was going to answer, but I forgot. Sorry." "Is saying sorry enough?" Layla continued loudly, making Dane's face contort as he tried to explain. "I came here in person, didn't I? I haven't really had the headspace. I've been preparing to leave the family, so I haven't been up for anything. Please forgive me this time." Across from him, Layla puffed out her cheeks and turned away, refusing to look at Dane anymore, which made it clear to him that she was truly angry. With no other choice and to calm her down, Dane gritted his teeth and said, "So what can I do to apologize? I'll do whatever you say." Hearing that, Layla finally glanced at him and asked, "Really?" Back in Dane's mind, he reminded himself that his immediate priority was to get out of this situation, though he had no idea what Layla would ask for. Thinking that, Dane asked again, "So what should I do for you?" At that, Layla immediately and excitedly proposed, "All right, how about a light match?" "A match?" Dane said, a little surprised. "Yeah, fight me," Layla repeated cheerfully. Though taken aback by the suggestion, Dane agreed with a smile. "Okay, let's give it a try." From Lala's perspective, seeing Dane's confident posture, she smirked and said, "Are you sure you won't regret this? I'm really strong now. I'm not the same person I was when I first learned to release magic from you." Lala's confidence caught Dane off guard. He thought to himself that she seemed to have matured a great deal over the past 7 years. Suddenly remembering something, Dane asked, "Now that you mention it, I recall you wrote in your last letter that you won some contest." Lala's eyes lit up. "You actually remember. It was the Danto Prize held by the royal family. Oh, right, it's the Empire's competition for boys and girls under 15, isn't it? Basically the kind of junior tournament you run into in a game world after being reincarnated." Dane asked again, and Layla nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it had very high standards. If you'd entered too, we'd almost certainly have met in the finals. What a pity. Talk about instant rival lore in a manhwa." Hearing that, Dane felt a little excited. That regret can finally be settled. At Dane's words, Layla suddenly worried. Are you really okay? You still have your entrance exam to take. What if you get hurt? Don't go turning this into a boss fight before you level up. I'm fine. Dane waved his hand and answered confidently. Seeing Dane had agreed, Layla had no more reason to refuse. All right, it's late today. Let's duel first thing tomorrow when we wake up. The next morning in a wide courtyard, the two arrived as promised. When the subject of using weapons came up, Dane hesitated and asked, "Are we training with weapons?" Layla looked surprised. "You still fight without blades?" Dane gave a small shake of his head. "No, but this will only be a light spar, so practicing with weapons is fine. No matter how skilled a warrior is, it's not good to get injured in a match." Dane's eyes filled with seriousness, which made Layla Yanli sigh. "Don't worry, the Empire's best healer works for my family." Convenient perk when your backstory reads like a support class blessing in a game. What if something happens and even the healer can't save you? Dane continued to warn, which left the swordswoman flustered and unsure how to answer. Seeing that, Dane continued. "If you want to wield a bladed weapon, you have to think that way." Layla protested a little. "It's just a match. Why are you being so serious?" But she relented. "Fine, training weapons will do." She sighed, then turned to the nearby servant and instructed, "Bring me the practice weapon." "Yes, m'lady." The servants answered and hurried off to fetch the weapons. Turning to Dane and taking in Lala's current air, he gave a small smile. She really has become the proud young woman people gossip about, even rumored to have already outpaced her two elder brothers, who were renowned knights. Perhaps Duke Thomirn has truly produced his first female head of household. Releasing mana really is a major boost, Dane thought to himself. Lil also thought that, thanks to Dane, she learned to control mana faster than others her age. "Now I already have 2 mana cores." Layla glanced at Dane and said, "I've been waiting for this day for so long. If I win, will you be upset?" At that moment the servant returned with 2 training weapons. "M'lady, the weapons are here." "Ah, thanks," she replied. Laylansward then casually tossed Dane a wooden spear. As he caught it, Dane swung it a few times to test it. As expected of a training weapon, it's quite light could something be off. On the battlefield you can use anything, Dane reminded himself, then quickly moved into a ready stance. "Ready to start?" Seeing that, Layla gripped her sword tightly and nodded in agreement. All right. The two faced each other, staring each other down, but neither rushed to attack yet. Turning toward Lala, she thought to herself, "Good thing I once went up against a spear wielder at the Dan to cut. Spears have long reach, but are weak in close quarters." Thinking that, Layla drove power into her legs and shot toward Dane like an arrow, aiming to close the distance and negate her best friend's range advantage. As soon as she got close to Dane, Layla thrust her sword forward. However, before the blade could touch Dane, his figure suddenly vanished, causing Lala's movement to freeze halfway. "What the? Where did he disappear to?" Layla wondered in astonishment. Then Dane's spear unexpectedly grazed her arm from the side, leaving Layla incredulous. "When did you get over there?" she asked, bewildered. Beside her, Dane turned to Layla with a reproachful look. "Lucky this is only a training weapon. If it had been real, something serious could have happened." Replying to Dane, Layla was still stunned at how quickly she had been defeated. She had only just made her move. Seeing her dissatisfied expression, Dane suggested, "All right, let's start over. The old method won't work anymore this time. Move more carefully." Hearing that, Layla tightened her grip on the sword and vowed to herself, "We haven't sparred in ages. I'm just a bit tense this time. I definitely won't lose." At the same time, she noticed Duke Thomirn watching the two of them from the balcony. Dane also noticed his presence and guessed why. The Duke had come to check Layla's training results after she won the Dant Cup. "Today I'll put his mind at ease," Dane thought to himself. Layla was more determined than ever. She shouted, "Dane, brace yourself, my father is watching. So I'll fight with everything I've got." Dane merely nodded and replied, "Do your worst." Seeing that, Layla wasted no time, gripped her sword tightly and swung hard at Dane, creating 2 wind blade slashes that hurtled straight toward her opponent. However, Dane only needed to spin his spear like a fan to effortlessly block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Layla closed in immediately and taunted, "Well, Dane, not as easy as you thought, is it?" Then swung her sword down. However, Dane's expression held a touch of disappointment. "Still too easy, try harder." Back at the Duke's spot, he remained focused on watching the match between the two. At this point, the fight between Dane and Layla remained even, but he sensed that something was different. The smile that had been on Dane's face vanished. He now looked like a true warrior. Back in the arena, Layla moved continuously and attacked from every direction, but still couldn't break Dane's defense. All of Layla's sword strikes were easily neutralized by Dane. With no other option, she launched a barrage of attacks, searching for the right moment, until she noticed Dane suddenly expose a gap at his waist. Seeing the opening, Layla gritted her teeth and decisively thrust her sword into that spot. But everything had already been worked out by Dane, as if he'd run the calculations like a player reincarnated into the game's combat system. At the very moment the blade lunged forward, Dane immediately struck Layla's wrist with his spear, causing her sword to fall to the ground. "Looks like I win this time too," Dane said calmly. Up in the stands, the Duke who had witnessed the outcome turned to the captain of knights beside him and asked, "Another loss. What do you think, Lairwick? Will that help curb Layla's arrogance?" Hearing that, Captain Lairwick broke into a sweat and sighed. "So you knew about that too?" The Duke nodded, eyes still fixed on his daughter. "Of course I knew. She'd shown signs even before the Dant Cup. After winning the championship, her complacency only became more obvious. I had planned to talk to her, but I thought it would be better to let her realize it on her own." Lairwick agreed. That was a wise decision. Then the Duke turned his attention back to Dane and asked, "In your opinion, how many mana cores does that kid have?" Lairwick studied Dane and guessed at least 3 cores. The Duke considered that and said, "I thought he had at least 2 and at most 3. Lairwick asked curiously, "Why do you think so?" The Duke explained, "Look closely, the reason his spear usage is dominating Layla isn't raw speed, but that he has superior experience and better tactics." Back in the match, although Layla attacked at point-blank range with storm-like speed, none of her strikes could trouble Dane. Even Layla himself was stunned. "You can block every single one." Dane smiled confidently and replied, "I can see all your moves." Up above, the Duke recalled, Lala's biggest growth came after the southern inspection 7 years ago, when he met Dane, and perhaps this time will be the same. Nearby, the knight captain didn't hold back his praise. "The young lady once won the Dant Cup, but she's never unleashed her full power like today." Clearly Count Sagres trained Dane very strictly. Hearing that, Uncle but nearly laughed out loud. No, you don't understand Aiken. Though he's strict, he's not the sort to train someone harshly. Unlike me, Dane himself didn't have to go through that kind of training. What do you mean? Lewick asked, puzzled. Uncle but said briefly, Dane's talent far exceeds that of ordinary people. He's truly a genius. Perhaps that's why Dane isn't interested in tournaments like the Dant Cup. Is that so? Lewick was astonished, finding it hard to believe. No way he's not interested in the Dant Cup. That's the tournament every boy and girl in the Empire dreams of entering. Unbothered by Lewick's thoughts, Uncle but affirmed. A genius like Dane no one his age can compete with him. Afterwards he felt a little hopeful. Lala, I hope you'll recognize your shortcomings from this match. If you drop your complacency and focus on sword training, you could even surpass your brothers. Back to Dane and Layla in this delightfully familiar, reincarnated into a game world, Manhwa recap their duel had ended. And once again the victory belonged to Dane. He won so easily he didn't even break a sweat, while Layla was utterly exhausted, sweat streaming down her face. Reluctantly she had to admit defeat. As expected, Dane, there's no way I can beat him. She thought bitterly that he was a genius, and she'd never realized the gap between them was so wide. Meanwhile, Dane sheathed his spear and suggested they stop sparring. You're tired, let's call it here. All right, you win, Layla admitted, making Dane squint thoughtfully. Duke though means wish had come true. Layla must have realized she wasn't number one. After teaching his swordswoman friend a lesson in humility, Dane turned to leave. But at that moment, Layla suddenly shouted, how on earth do you train like that? Dane replied coldly, diligence. However, that answer didn't satisfy Layla. She pressed on. Who isn't diligent? Dane's steps faltered slightly. He murmured, then just be more diligent. I'll be going on ahead. Those words stopped Layla in her tracks. You won't win next time. All right, then I'll be waiting. Dane replied calmly and walked on. Watching Dane's retreating figure, Layla's heart swelled with feeling. This was the only person she admired, and the one she always wanted to surpass. She only wished to be taught and to wait. She wanted to witness the day she would no longer be a little girl. But why does he keep pulling farther and farther ahead of me? Thinking that, Layla clenched his fist and muttered just loud enough for himself to hear. Just wait, next time I'll definitely win. Time flew, and the Academy's entrance exam day finally arrived. Talents from across the Empire poured in to take the admissions test, like contestants logging into a grand server event, including families and retinues. The number of people converging on the capital reached into the thousands. The total number of successful candidates was expected to be around 6,000, but only 1/3 would pass the initial qualifying round. At present, after the preliminary exam, more than 2,000 candidates were preparing for the next specialized rounds. Cut to an office on the Royal Academy grounds where professors were in a meeting. A voice rang out. Over 2,000 people passed the first exam. That's more than usual, huh? A professor in purple asked, how many will pass this time? A blonde female professor replied, at most around 200. At one side, another professor asked, how are this year's examinees? Someone answered, there are a few promising talents. The head of the magic department spoke up. The final tally for the first exam isn't finished yet, Professor Denabo. The female head of arcane arts, Ingrid, also complained, we're still tallying. Who's going to get the top score? The professor started to gossip. The top swordsman is surely the Duke Tho Miern's daughter, right? She who won the Dant Cup. That final was amazing. The Duke really raised his child well. Looks like the top swordsman is highly anticipated. The head of the summoning department, Professor Den Pinso, spoke up, full of eager expectation. Professor Esther Rander, head of the swordsmanship department, also stated firmly, there's nothing left to discuss. It's almost certain. That's right, with no rival in sight. Another professor nodded in agreement, and the meeting room filled with admiration for this top graduate. Since the swordsmanship department had produced an exceptional talent, the other professors couldn't help but envy him. When will our department get someone like that? They chatted excitedly, the atmosphere buzzing with enthusiasm. But at that moment, Professor Denabo's gaze grew pensive. He slowly took out a letter, placed it on the table, and said, my thoughts are a little different from everyone else's. Professor Ingrid asked curiously, what is it? Denabo replied, this is Sidran's letter of introduction, stamped by the Nusenin Mage Tower and imbued with magical power. Hearing this, Ingrid exclaimed in alarm, does that mean Sidran actually recommended someone? But whoever it was, it would still be hard to beat the one who won the Dant Cup. The head of the swordsmanship department echoed this uneasily, though his tense expression made clear he wasn't fully confident in his own assessment. The other professors immediately clustered together for a lively discussion. Professor Denabo then clarified further. Sidran, the man famed for never taking disciples, had sent a letter of introduction for someone who was only 14, but had already reached rank 3. Rank 3, who is that? Professor Den Pinso asked hastily, not wanting to keep everyone waiting. Denabo answered, it's Dane Sagar. Those words stunned the meeting room once again. The Sagar's family, again. That family already had 2 prodigies in the magic department and the summoning department. Now even the youngest son was being personally introduced by Sidran. News of such an outstanding student made the professors all curious. If he's from the Sagar's family, he's certainly no ordinary candidate. With the 2 supreme families of the continent applying at once, this will be a hot topic. Head of swordsmanship Estender suddenly remembered something, stroking his chin with interest. Wait, isn't that the family famous for the clerical arts? If this letter of recommendation comes from an archmage, it looks like the Sagar's family will now make a name for itself in magic. Professor Ingrid also looked regretful. Oh, I was sure he'd end up in the clerical department. Hearing that, Denabo burst out laughing. If Dane joins my department, he and Arab will be the most powerful duo. He grinned inwardly. After all, at this Royal Academy, magic has always been the foundation. Just then, an assistant rushed in to announce. Sorry to interrupt, we've finished tallying the results of the first exam. The whole meeting urged anxiously. Then hurry up and show the results. A magical screen appeared, clearly listing the figures. Swordsmanship department, 1,367 people, magic department. 227 people, summoning department. 152 people. Seeing the overwhelming numbers for the swordsmanship department, more than a few professors swallowed hard. Indeed, the swordsmanship department stood out by a wide margin. Head of swordsmanship Estender cheerfully checked the list and said, oh, just as predicted, The top candidate is from the Th Mion clan. But Professor Denabo squinted at the screen. Hold on. I don't see the name Dane Saugers. Everyone looked at one another in surprise. Really? What about Sidran's letter of recommendation? Professor Ingrid also checked her department's list and shook her head. My department doesn't have him either. A man hurriedly asked his assistant. Is there any candidate not on the list? The assistant checked again and hesitated. There's one applicant registered in the open major track. Out of 2,000 candidates, Dane Saugers scored the highest on the first exam. What, Dane Saugers got first? Estender shouted, and the whole conference room was astonished. Cut to Dane, he's still brooding, replaying the past few days in his head. I've been here a month already. Time really flies. The match with Layla feels like it happened just yesterday. Before I knew it, the first exam was done, and now I'm waiting for the results. Luckily, the test wasn't too hard, Dane thought happily. At that moment, Layla rushed over to ask, have you gotten the results yet? What rank are you? Dane showed her the bracelet, unable to hide his pride. I'm first. Of course it's you. Arg, I missed first place again, Layla complained irritably. Then she asked again, how on earth did you study? Dane smiled and replied, mostly I reviewed the questions my sister sent me. Layla shook her head and sighed. I went through them too and still found them hard, especially the military science section. You think a 14-year-old knows anything about strategy and military administration? Dane replied nonchalantly, I find that the easiest thing. Don't you think it's fun? Actually, it's an advantage from my memories of a past life. Layla could only stare at Dane as if he were an alien. Are you even human? Not just military science, but also fine arts, music, even the history of the Drinic Empire. Dane smirked confidently. That's my specialty. Remembering the times he had lived and fought before, Dane felt he had accumulated far more experience than others. Putting that aside, Layla asked again, hey, where did you take your second round of exams? 3 places in total, Dane answered. Hearing that, Layla was astonished. 3 places. Are you really planning to apply for a free choice major? Be honest, aside from the School of Magic and the Summoning Department, what else is there? Dane just laughed, revealing nothing more and leaving the pink-haired girl even more curious. I'll tell you in time, he said. Why would you choose the botch H-letter 1 ECDC major? I just can't understand it. Layla shouted. However, Dane simply said he wanted to study that field, which only made Layla more exasperated as she warned Dane that major's acceptance rate is extremely low. In response to Layla's warning, Dane clarified his intention. I've heard that if you study general studies, you can attend any class you want, and you don't even have to pick a major until graduation. All subjects can be taken with the department's specialist teachers. There are no restrictions. Layla, who already knew the field well, shot back, who doesn't know that? You deliberately picked this major because you didn't want to study with me, didn't you? How could you do that? Dane shook his head. So you really think you can get through that major? Besides spear techniques and summoning, what else can you do? Tell me. Layla continued to press him, annoyed like an angry lioness, making Dane a little flustered, unsure whether he should reveal the full extent of his abilities to her. Time sped up, cutting to a meeting of Professors Denabo, Ingrid, and Den. They were sitting down to discuss Dane's exam. We're finally all here. The botch H-letter 1 ECDC major requires passing 3 rounds. There's no other way he has to take the test. Spear techniques and summoning magic are fundamentally opposed. Almost no one can master both. What is he thinking? One professor sighed. Hearing that, Professor Denabo nodded. Exactly. It's best to choose one, either spear or summoning. Isn't registering for just one enough? The 2 female professors agreed as well. The botch H-letter 1 ECDC major was established 200 years, but almost no one has managed to pass it. It wasn't as difficult as it is now. Back then, the Academy needed talent, and every talent was put to use. Back then, the Academy needed talent, and every gifted person was put to use. But now the standards have risen. Only the most outstanding applicants stand a chance. Professor Ingrid sighed with curiosity. If that's the case, why keep this department? Nobody passes, nobody applies, why not just scrap it? Denabo shook his head slightly, because it's symbolic. This field is the emblem of the Empire's most exceptional talents. Professor Den nodded. That's right. Even if it's only a name now, the symbolic meaning still matters a great deal. At the same time, Denabo produced some documents and remarked, I've looked into it, only 2 people have passed in the last 100 years. One dropped out, the other became the former emperor. Hearing that, Ingrid's face broke into a worried sweat on Dane's behalf. Unless he's a genius, he has almost no chance of getting through. Professor Den quietly nodded. If he's the youngest son of the hero, Aaron Saugers, then there's reason to be hopeful. After all, this isn't an ordinary family, who knows? Ingrid shrugged. He might just be an arrogant kid. If it were our decision, he'd be in, but other senior professors have a say, so we can't be careless. Let's wait and see whether he's confident enough to take on this symbol. Time flew by, cut to the hall for the second exam. The 3 professors were already in place to evaluate Dane. Standing before them, Dane calmly introduced himself. I am Dane Gress, applying for the Encyclopedic Studies program at the Royal Academy. Hearing that, Professor Denabo nodded and asked, do you know what applying to this program entails? Of course, I heard you have to pass all 3 rounds to be accepted, Dane replied. Seeing that, Professor Ingrid also spoke up, as if giving Dane one more chance to bow out. You're Dane Saugers, right? It's not too late yet. I have great respect for Count Saugers, the Empire's finest. I don't want to see his son eliminated. Not letting her finish, Dane politely interrupted. Thank you for your advice, but I'm here to do my best. His steady voice made everyone drop any intention to dissuade him. Right, if he were the sort to give up easily, he wouldn't have registered for this program in the first place. With that, Denabo began to explain the rules. All right, if you've decided, there's no turning back. The competition will consist of 3 different rounds, depending on the specialty you choose. If you fail any round, you will be eliminated immediately. Understood, Dane nodded. Denabo turned to Professor Den. As agreed, we'll begin with the first summoning round. Hearing this, the purple-haired professor calmly stood up and walked toward Dane. From Dane's perspective, he'd heard of her, Professor Den Phoenix, known as the highest-ranked summoner in the Nthene Empire. Word had it Professor Den Phoenix once set a record by maintaining 3 level 2 or higher summons simultaneously. Dane thought to himself. Regarding her fame, not wanting to waste time, Professor Black Phoenix got straight to the point. The summoning department's exam method is pretty simple. Impress me by any means related to summoning. Hearing that, Dane wasn't surprised, because he had already guessed this would be a free-form challenge with no specific standards or format. Thinking that, Dane suggested, so could you summon a summoned object for me? A summoned object? Black Phoenix asked, seeming not to understand Dane's meaning. That's right, any kind will do. Dane nodded again. At that request, the two other observing professors were nearly blown away. What? He just asked the professor to perform a summon? Ingrid was stunned, while Professor Denabo was sweating bullets, trying to guess Dane's motive. What's his angle? Since there's no fixed format, maybe he wants direct access to a summoned object to prove something. Back to Professor Black Phoenix. After a few seconds of thought, despite not being clear on Dane's intentions, she still agreed. Fine, bold move, but interesting. I know this isn't ordinary, so I'll keep my eyes wide open to see what you do. With that, she began to mumble an incantation. As the spell was chanted, ribbons of energy light drifted into view around them, which finally gathered together and formed a portal in the sky. When the portal appeared, a strong gust swept through, causing many onlookers to stumble back. A gigantic wolf head poked out from the gate. This summoned being had the head of a wolf, but a humanoid body. The moment it appeared, it opened its jaws and issued a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward. It was the berserk summon Aetherak, notorious as the most ferocious of the level 4 summons, always attacking anything it laid eyes on. Dane looked at the terrifying summon before him, and far from being afraid, seemed oddly delighted. The sound was truly chilling. How intriguing, he thought to himself, breaking into an excited smile. Professor Delphinis looked at Dane with a challenging gaze. There, you asked for a random summon, so I called one. Now what are you going to do? Some assistant professors nearby were also alarmed. That's the most vicious level 4 summon. Even many dual knights would struggle to beat it. What are they going to do? Ingrid worried. Despite all the stares, Dane slowly stepped closer to Aetherak. Even Professor Delphinis was surprised and called out to stop him. What are you doing? Stop right now. If you provoke Aetherak then. Before she could finish, the giant wolf began roaring wildly, warning Dane not to approach. Nevertheless, Dane calmly moved forward slowly. I just need to prove it by any means, right? He asked. Yes, but if you do anything dangerous then. Then Phoenix warned. Dane didn't let her finish, confidently asserting that won't happen. Everyone relax. As he said it, he gently reached his hand forward. This action made Aetherak roar all the more ferociously, staring at Dane with a crazed look. But strangely, the more it looked at Dane, the madness in Aetherak's eyes gradually softened. Finally it bowed in submission to Dane. Good boy, Dane smiled approvingly. The sight left Professors Denabo and Ingrid utterly astonished. They could hardly believe their eyes. Dane gently stroked Aetherak's head. You're a lot bigger than Genfu, huh? Professor Delphinis, who had summoned Aetherak, was more surprised than anyone. She couldn't believe such a ferocious creature would submit so easily. On closer inspection, she suddenly noticed a faint blue strand of energy connecting Dane and Aetherak. A special magical tether, not a charm of obedience, yet it completely erased Aetherak's hostility. The other two professors saw the strand too. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they could hardly believe it. Could it be innate empathy? Incredible, they all murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, Professor Delphinis quietly analyzed. Had he approached Aetherak, studied that magical strand, then created a similar link and attached it to himself? If that's the case, this is a superior ability beyond even what my mentor once praised. Thinking this, she stepped forward and acknowledged the test result. Your ability has been fully confirmed. Bravery, calm judgment, solid skills. There's no longer any doubt. You have passed the test. Professors Denabo and Ingrid also agreed with the result. Hearing them confirm, Dane only gave a faint smile. Thank you. Time quickly passed into evening, and Dane recounted his exam results to Layla, leaving her utterly surprised. It only finished in 30 minutes, so you're really the top scorer. Hearing that, Dane's eyes lit with curiosity. Why? I heard you were the top in swordsmanship too. No, you're the top scorer, Layla shook her head and said. Cheer up, they've even thrown a celebration because we passed. Dane replied with a bright smile, but Layla couldn't hold back her tears and had no appetite. You should eat plenty, he urged. She said, silently sobbing inside. I can't believe it. I never expected such a huge gap. His power is like a natural disaster, utterly overwhelming. She wandered along listlessly, and her dejected posture made Dane want to go over and comfort her. But before he could call out uncle but stopped him. She wants to be alone, leave her be. Don't worry, Layla will get through this. After saying that, the uncle asked Dane, have you contacted your father yet? The Count will surely be very proud. Yes, everyone is very happy. Dane nodded in reply. Hearing this, the Duke glanced around the party and continued, if it's a free major, then it's all the more deserved. Now that the exams are over, rest well and prepare to enroll. Dane didn't forget to offer his thanks. Yes, thanks to your concern, Duke, I had a very good time. Then Duke Butt, as if he'd suddenly remembered something, asked, right, have you decided what you'll entrust to the smithy? I'm thinking of a sword, but I don't have a concrete plan yet. My body is still developing, I'm still leveling up, so I don't know which style to choose yet. I'll think it over. Hearing that, the uncle nodded. That's true, no need to rush. Just then, a servant spoke up to remind them. Duke, you should go see the Duchess now. Duke Butt's face turned urgent. I know, I'll go now. With that, he hurried off. Watching his departing back, Dane guessed the Duchess's condition still hadn't improved. Beside him, Layla added, thankfully the symptoms haven't worsened, but they haven't gotten any better either. This has been going on for years. Faced with the situation, Dane could only sigh inwardly. What a pity. Having never witnessed a relative fall ill, I can't possibly understand how that feels. Should I go comfort Layla? He wondered. Time passed. 2 days later, in the morning at the Royal Academy, the new students were gathered for the opening ceremony. An old man stood before them and said, it's a pleasure to meet the new students of the Royal Academy. I'm Awan Hamet, the headmaster. Seeing those who had overcome such fierce competition, I believe the Empire's future will be very bright. This year there were so many outstanding talents, one student even got into the free major, a place only 2 people have managed in the past 100 years. All 3 department heads approved him, the kind of entrance you'd expect from someone who'd been reincarnated into a game world. The whole hall buzzed, everyone whispering, got into the free major. Who could be that talented? Right after, the headmaster invited the new top student to represent. Please, Dane Saugers stepped forward. Hearing his name, Dane stepped up calmly. When students recognized his surname, they couldn't help but murmur, "That's the one who passed the free exam." The Saugers family is truly blessed. At the same time, Dane's parents were there to witness their son's enrollment. "Have you seen Dane? He's grown so much. Ranked first already? You raised him well." Aiken smiled brightly and replied to Mr. Butt, "Compared to you, I'm nothing." Hearing that, Mr. Butt complained, "I have 2 sons. Neither of them turned out any good. The youngest started school without anyone noticing, the eldest got expelled, and the youngest ran away from home. Meanwhile, you have 2 daughters. I'm honestly envious." Aiken forced a smile, "But you still have Layla." Mr. Butt looked at his daughter with some regret, wishing his wife could have come to attend as well. Turning to the professors, Professor Del Phoenix was chatting with Dane's sister Clee. "You've been very close to your summoned beast since childhood, haven't you?" "Yes, Professor," Clee nodded, which only confirmed the professor's conviction about that innate harmony. She glanced at Dane again, inwardly treating him like a genuine monster. A child with no mark at all had outmatched every summoner, paying no mind to everyone's astonished stares. Turning to Claire, she also asked, "Professor, if Dane's harmony level is that high, is there any chance he'll summon creatures from beyond the horizon?" "Beyond that horizon lies another world one, where summoned beings once existed, and then vanished 100 years ago, back when it was linked to the mainland." Faced with that question, Professor Delphines could only answer uncertainly. "Who can say? The creatures there choose their mages on their own, so it's entirely possible." Turning to Headmaster I1, he observed Dane and nodded with approval. "So you're the Denogress everyone's been talking about. Feel free to showcase your talents at this academy." With that, he handed Dane a piece of paper. Dane reached out to take it, replying confidently, "I will remember that, Headmaster. Then the representatives of those who passed the exam will now take the oath." Someone's voice rang out, and so the opening ceremony quickly drew to a close. Looking at the paper in his hand, Dane thought to himself, "Finally, I'm in the academy. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, the real beginning starts." Cut to the academy's main lecture hall, where the assistant professors remind the group of freshmen. The academy introduction is over, so take a break and enjoy the snacks in the back. Hearing that, the students began chatting excitedly among themselves. Meanwhile, Layla doesn't forget to warn her close friend. "Listen, Dane, a lot of people are going to start targeting you. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you have to be careful. If anyone offers you anything, think it over thoroughly." She paused, then lowered her voice and added, "I've heard this place is full of weirdos who never learn proper manners at home." Dane, faced with Layla's anxious, new mother expression, could only sigh. "All right, I know." Seeing Dane not paying attention, Layla grew more serious. "Don't tune me out, listen carefully." Just then, upperclassmen swept in with bright smiles, loudly recruiting freshmen for their clubs. "Haha, we've got a newbie. Grab that red-haired kid, he's the talent we're looking for." They were pitching themselves as energetically as MLM salespeople, which only made Layla sigh in exasperation. The upperclassmen have already started hunting freshmen during the break. Dane found the whole scene pretty amusing and thought to himself, "My sister told me about this, there really are a lot of interesting clubs here." Quickly, the upperclassmen remembered Dane's existence and shouted, "Find that S-Gress kid at the top of the leaderboard. No, we have to pull him into our club." They all turned and stared at Dane at once, which even made Layla panic. "Dane, everyone's got their sights on you. What do we do now? First things first, let's get out of here." The swordswoman immediately grabbed Dane's wrist and dragged him running. But would the upperclassmen let them go that easily? Dane Saugers joined the bodybuilding club and forged the perfect physique. A burly senior shouted. Nearby, a blonde senior was tugging hard too. "Hey rookie, what do you think about the map research club? Join now and you'll get access to brand new maps. Our astrology research club is full of top-tier talent." Over there, someone spotted Layla. "Look, that's the heir of the Th Meon family. We can't let our precious lady escape." They cried, chasing the two like zombies zeroing in on fresh prey. Layla shouted in terror, "No way, I'm joining. I am not joining." Dane found the scene oddly familiar. He'd been hunted by enemies before, but never like this. Being at the very top of the list is tiring. He sighed inwardly. Cut to a hallway where a certain professor was walking, prompting the assistants to whisper, "Is that Field?" Yep, word is he resigned as leader of the Royal Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow, what a standout figure, though he might be a bit of a handful now. Another student joining the free track after decades. These days you can coast by with a mediocre essay and decent grades, and now I suppose I actually have to prepare a proper lesson plan. What a nuisance. Professor Kaz himself was feeling a headache. The orientation for new students was winding down. Why do I have to be the one in charge right now? He spotted Dane in front of him and asked, "You're Dane Saugers, right? You're early." Hearing his name called, Dane turned, bowed in greeting and said, "Hello, Professor, it's a pleasure to meet you." "All right, come in." Professor Kaz replied, then quickly invited Dane into his office. After that, he couldn't help but grumble about his fate. "I worked so hard to get this position. I came here to rest, not to teach students, and I certainly don't want to be anyone's mentor. I'm really fed up with these nights." With that thought, he asked Dane with genuine curiosity, "Why did you apply to the free track?" "Because I want to do everything I desire," Dane answered. "So have you ever considered switching to the special track?" Kaz suggested. "No, not yet." Dane shook his head. Hearing that answer, Kaz's face tightened. "So there's no choice but for me to be his advisor. Is there truly no other option? If he hasn't taken the swordsmanship exam, it means he's not confident." Thinking that like he just hatched a plan, Kaz asked, "Do you know any swordsmanship? I don't mean to insult you, but since you're in the free system and I'm your professor, you should have at least a basic level of sword skill." Turning to Dane, he immediately sensed something was off. Suddenly bringing up swordsmanship didn't feel like a warm welcome at all. Dane frowned, mulled it over, and replied, "It's not that I'm not interested in swordsmanship." Hearing that, Kaz sprang to his feet and proposed, "Very well, shall we test you right now?" "All right," Dane accepted coolly, which made Kaz's face betray his delight. "Good, got him," he thought, then excitedly added, "Now let's move to my training ground." By saying that, Kaz made his intent clear. He had the authority to assess students, and if he could claim Dane's swordwork was clumsy, he'd have a convenient reason to fail him. Cut to the training hall. Kaz reminded him, there are plenty of swords here, pick whichever one you want. Yes, Professor. Dane nodded and glanced at the practice swords laid out. But seeing them tossed about in a jumble with scrap piled on the floor, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. A training ground like this? Even for a free system student, it shouldn't be this shabby. Oh well, just pick whatever will do. With that thought, Dane casually picked up a sword. Is that enough? Kaz asked again. Yes, this sword will do, Dane affirmed. Hearing that, Kaz began to lay out the rules. If you can attack me with that sword even once, you'll pass. It's not hard. I only move within 2 steps, he said confidently, unaware that the man before him was an extraordinary swordmaster. Yes, I understand, Dane replied calmly. All right, then let's begin, Kaz said coldly, though in his head he thought. He accepted the condition so calmly he must be very confident. Right after that, Dane gripped the sword tightly and launched his attack. His first strike aimed for Kaz's waist, but he easily dodged to one side. However, Dane's speed surprised Kaz. Oh, he's fast. I didn't expect he'd get into the free class thanks to swordsmanship. Before he could react, Dane's sword continued to assault like a storm, forcing the professor to use his own sword to parry. Afterwards, Kaz swallowed nervously. That was close. Strange swordsmanship. Could this be some fool who actually knows how to wield a blade? He looked like a battlefield swordsman, not a noble or a knight. Kaz frowned as he analyzed, but before he could think further, Dane rushed on, launching an overwhelming, multi-directional assault. Professor Kaz found the fight getting harder and harder. Unbelievable, I'm rank 6, and I have to focus this much against a 14-year-old. He doesn't even need any handicap points anymore. Why does this feel so familiar? He gradually recalled old memories from the battlefield, where he had once seen an enemy soldier wielding a very similar sword technique. While he was lost in thought, Dane seized the moment and slashed at his side. Of course, Dane stopped the instant the blade touched the opponent that marked the end of the test. Seeing Dane's sword touch his body, Kaz could only inwardly grumble. Good grief, how did I lose focus at the exact wrong moment? Back with Dane, seeing he'd won, he spread a satisfied grin and sheathed his sword. Professor, I think I've passed the requirement. Hearing that, Kaz, though a little resentful, had to admit through gritted teeth, you passed. Saying that, he looked at Dane with extreme wariness. This kid really is a genius. A peculiar kind of genius even with handicap points. He's no less than me. You have reached level 6. Now I understand why he wasn't interested in the sword exam. Thinking that, and after learning Dane possessed such remarkable sword talent, Professor Keltas couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, with abilities like this, why didn't you apply to the sword department? Because I thought my family would be upset, Dane replied. Those words startled Keltas a bit. But very quickly, when he remembered Dane's background, he understood. Dane's father is a master of the divine arts, and his 2 older sisters are masters of sorcery and summoning. Could he really have chosen all 3 paths just to meet the family's expectations? It's not because I lacked confidence in my swordsmanship. I completely misjudged him. Not knowing what the professor was thinking, Dane asked, Professor, have you finished confirming everything? Those words snapped Keltas out of his train of thought. He hurriedly nodded, ah yes, all right. You can go. I'll send the notice to you soon. Yes, thank you, Professor. Dane bowed his head and quickly left the room. Watching his back as he walked away, Keltas could only sigh at his rotten luck once more. What a failure. The department heads judging must feel the same, right? All their plans to kick him out so they could live comfortably have gone up in smoke. After that, Dane met his sister Clee outside the schoolyard. She was a bit surprised that Dane had finished the exam so easily. You actually passed the test. That's strange. Professor Keltas isn't one to let students pass easily. He only takes part in regular teaching once a year, but this time the headmaster had to call him in. He really hates dealing with troublesome things. Hearing that, Dane felt a little puzzled and complained. He really does live by his own rules. Yeah, that's why I was surprised, but fortunately nothing happened. Clee said with a smile, which made Dane feel pleased inside. My sister doesn't give much praise, but true to Clee, she only feels at ease when I'm safe and sound. That's also one of the reasons I really like my big sister. At the same time, Arabella ran up from a distance, cheerfully calling out, Oh, Den, I was wondering where you were so you're with Clee. You passed the exam, right? She asked with a smile. And the moment the 3 sisters gathered, everyone around began to buzz. Look, the Sagar sisters are together. Arabella and Clee were already amazing, and now the youngest is even better than her older sisters. What kind of family are they? The group murmured in approval, and then Dane followed a guide to tour the dormitory. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. I'm Mo, in charge of the entire dorm. The dorm is divided into 3 zones based on entrance scores. The highest ranking area is called Dan, named after the surname of the first emperor. Student Dane, you were the top of the free major exam, so you'll be in this area. The dining hall, training grounds, and library all meet high standards. And there are also rest areas and a magic projection room. There are also some secret facilities, but depending on your scores, you might be required to move out of this area. Arabella and Clee used to be here too, but your sister has already graduated. Then he took out a key and explained, This is the access key for Student Dane. We'll give you 2 as spares. If you lose them, report it. Be careful from now on. There are a lot of odd students here. They're not bad people, but sometimes unexpected things happen. Check your room, and if you need anything, report to the logistics office. Having said that, he left immediately. Dane exhaled. Whoosh, should I go check out the room? Thinking that, he quickly walked around and muttered, So upscale, but why is it so quiet? Something felt very strange. He couldn't sense any human breath at all, as if everyone had evaporated. So what on earth happened? Dane furrowed his brow and wondered, extremely curious about the situation. Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing the energy inside his body outward, trying to spread his Kai sense to scout around. Dane's energy streamed into every nook of the dorm, and images slowly formed in his head. The smell of oil and grease brushed past his nose. The faint clink of gears. This is a trap. Realizing something, Dane let out a small, knowing smile. So that's it. Is this a debut ceremony? Dane muttered. As predicted, in a corner of the dorm, a group of students watched Dane through the simulation screen. Seeing him stand motionless, a red-haired boy wondered aloud, why isn't he moving anymore? Does he have unusually good intuition? A green-haired boy beside him grumbled. Hey, Anod, could he already know about all our traps? In response, the young man Anod smiled, adjusted his glasses, and declared confidently, Absolutely not. The Juliet family are the greatest hunters with a lineage spanning centuries, so I'm very confident in our traps. This handsome student is none other than Baron Juliet's eldest son, Anna Juliet, a third-year marksman cadet. Hearing that assurance, someone in the group grew a little worried. But could it be dangerous? Anad waved his hand dismissively. Of course I removed anything that could cause real injury. It'll just be enough to make him a laughingstock. Turning back to the onlookers and seeing there was no threat to life, they became even more excited and eager to watch Dane get humiliated. Heh. This debut is definitely one to look forward to. That brat's going to be pathetic when he shows up, Anad said, his voice full of mockery. Then a worried voice asked, are you sure it's all right? That's the Sagar's family, you know. So what? We've all been through a memorable debut, Anad replied carefree, not a hint of concern. Haha, wait and see, he'll be scared out of his wits. After all, as far as the big families go, a prank by a bunch of students isn't enough to make the elders step in. Unlike Anad's confidence, a girl in the group frowned and warned, but you're forgetting he's the top student in the free major, aren't you? This time could be different. Both his sisters are geniuses, and he got into the free major too. He might even be better than both of them. The girl was Priscilla Nelliel, a fourth-year neuroscience student from the Nelliel family. Faced with Priscilla's suspicion, Anad rolled his eyes in annoyance and shouted, you mean he won't fall for my trap? Before Priscilla could answer, a brown-haired student beside him teased, isn't it true you're not that confident yourself? Don't laugh. No way, Anad bellowed. Though he sounded bold, inwardly he was starting to worry. Adjusting his glasses, he reassured himself. There's no way he'll notice my trap. I used a stealth technique and greased the mechanism so no one could hear the engine. With that thought, Dane started moving again, causing the group to rush to the screen to get a better look. Hey, he's moving again, get out of the way. Everyone shouted, jostling to find the best vantage point. Back to Dane. The traps in front of him, compared to the ones Lady Lily had set, were honestly just kindergarten-level child's play. A single glance and Dane had spotted them all. First was the rope trap, a light touch and it would snap. Well then, I'll use a mana bullet. No sooner thought than done. Dane gathered mana in his palm and fired a mana bullet straight at the brown pouch on the ceiling. The moment it was hit, the brown pouch exploded, and the water inside poured down like a waterfall. However, looking at the amount of water, Dane was a little surprised. There was less than he'd expected, but he didn't expect that right after. The stone in the floor suddenly flipped open, and from within rose a brown smoke with a horrendous stench that nearly knocked Dane out on the spot. Oh my god, what is that stench? This is so childish. Dane grimaced in disgust. Back with Anod's group, the initial excitement had turned to irritation, and all of it was poured onto Anod, who had been confident his traps were absolutely undetectable. Hey Anod, you said they'd be completely undetectable. How did it go wrong right at the start? It's just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Anod stammered at a loss for words. A coincidence? Priscilla demanded suspiciously. Still, Anod kept nodding frantically. Yes, I was a bit too gentle at the beginning, that's why it was noticed. Just wait, he'll definitely fall into the trap. Hearing him insist so earnestly, the other two friends clicked their tongues and believed him once more. There must have been some mistake. Let's try trusting Anod for now. Priscilla could only sigh, a wave of unease washing over her. Why do I feel so unsettled? Meanwhile, Dane continued down the corridor and quickly discovered a second trap. Sigh, this one's clumsy too. Should I just smash it? Dane muttered. Next, the traps Anod had prepared were triggered. From all four sides of the corridor, countless boxing gloves shot out, swinging wildly everywhere. However, thanks to Dane's agility, he easily dodged them without any difficulty. Not even the intricately arranged spike traps could give him any trouble. In the observation room, watching Dane's display, the young group were nearly frozen, exclaiming in amazement. Just as you'd expect from the Sagar's family? Anod's face went blank when he saw that all his carefully laid traps had been rendered useless against Dane. The two guys beside him had lost every scrap of confidence. It was as if the boy knew exactly where everything was. How could Anod have hidden things so well and still be discovered? But Anod still refused to give up. Damn it, it's far too early to fold. There's no way he could have avoided the final trap. Priscilla paused for a beat and asked, what's the final trap? Anod gave no explanation, only a knowing smile. Heh, you'll see. Quickly, the group witnessed the final trap Anod had prepared. Before Dane, a colossal red dragon appeared, and right behind it stood an equally massive goat-headed monster. Back in Dane's viewpoint, he immediately guessed these creatures were summoned beasts. Looks like they'd prepared a few fairly strong ones. Very on brand for a manhwa where people get reincarnated into a game world. Dane clicked in approval, but he quickly noticed something odd about the monsters. Wait, something's not right, he frowned and watched, then immediately realized the images of these creatures seemed slightly distorted and blurry. Not realistic at all. It turned out they were just illusions, used to scare people rather than possessing any real power. No wonder they looked suspiciously strong. Normal students would have fled long ago, but Dane didn't need to dodge at all. He only had to disrupt the mana flow, and everything would vanish on its own. With that in mind, Dane began to concentrate energy into his palm. In the observation room, the students were baffled to see Dane not running away but looking completely at ease. What? He's not fleeing, he's even calm. Wait, what is he planning to do? Is he gathering mana? Someone gasped, making Anod go pale and break out in a cold sweat from worry. Did he realize in an instant that this was only an illusion? No way, how could that be? The anxiety became ever more obvious on Anod's face. Seeing that, Priscilla at the back could only click her tongue and shake her head in resignation. Back with Dane, after he had built up enough energy, he unleashed it straight at the monster illusions. They vanished instantly, as if they'd never existed. Dane smirked and said, ridiculous, let's see where whoever designed this junk is hiding. Cut to Anod's group. For some reason, the whole bunch suddenly panicked and fled the room. That's an EC run. Why is that thing here? Anod, damn it, do something. Dane's dark-haired friend shouted. However, Anod was so terrified he could barely stand and had no strength left to fight the giant wolf chasing them. I don't even know what it is anymore. Anod yelled. Isn't this what you prepared? The red-haired friend asked urgently. At that moment, the giant wolf opened its jaws and let out a thunderous roar, sending the whole group into a panic. At the same time, Dane's voice rang out from behind. So you were hiding here. Hearing Dane, the Anod group immediately took him for a savior and turned to bed. Newcomer, if this is your doing, can you handle it? Will apologize, please get rid of it. Dane, feeling he'd scared the seniors enough, canceled the summoning of the giant wolf, causing it to vanish through the spatial gate. Only when they were sure the wolf had completely disappeared did the students breathe a sigh of relief. Then the long-haired male student straightened his clothes and awkwardly addressed Dane. Ahem, it seems the initiation ritual failed. Welcome, newcomer. I am Droyan Valentine, a fifth-year metallurgy student and the sole heir of the Valentine Marquis family. He boasted about his looks. I'm fairly fit and quite handsome given such beautiful ladies. That's only natural. As he spoke, he held out his hand. Seeing this, Dane shook it in return. Ah, yes, pleased to meet you. As he replied, Dane thought to himself, what on earth is this guy talking about? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Droyan continued to praise. You're pretty good at dodging traps. Maybe because you're in the free major, the initiation ritual failed. Anod is really disappointed. He's the heir to the famous Gunlet Hunter clan, and the one who designed all these traps. Droyan boasted excitedly, while Anod was mortified beyond words. Damn it, why are you dragging me into this? Dane smiled, thinking to himself. So he's the one who designed those traps. After that, Droyan called the group together. Hey everyone, come over and say hello. All right, the group answered and stepped forward. Droyan pointed to the girl beside him and introduced her. This is Priscilla, a fourth-year student in the Holy Magic department. You'd better not mess with her. For someone who wants to become a cleric. But Priscilla guessed his intent, cut in, shoved Droyan aside and stole the line. Gentle and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Priscilla Neriel, a foundling of the Neliel family. Joining the Holy Magic department means I can no longer even dream of marriage. Dane nodded. Ah yes, I'm very much looking forward to working with you. The two shook hands in greeting. Right after, Priscilla's eyes widened in shock as she sensed the dense energy within Dane. How is your mana so dense? Is this really the level someone your age should have? Unbelievable. At the back, Droyan was a bit surprised to see Priscilla overreacting. Is that really such a big deal? I guess so, the red-haired guy chimed in. Anod felt slightly annoyed to see everyone stop paying attention to him. At that moment, the red-haired student stepped forward to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. Dane smiled and replied, I'm Sko Hespro, a second-year student in the martial arts department. I'm not one of those who only have muscles, so don't get the wrong idea. Muscles are important. But martial arts aren't just about the obvious strength everyone notices. If you're interested, just say the word and I'll teach you real martial arts. Sko promised confidently. Next, Dane glanced at the last person in the group. A, who arrogantly turned his face aside as if introductions were beneath him. Their non-cooperative attitude drew complaints from the group. Hey, in letter 1ED5N, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell us you're mad because all your traps were dismantled. Seriously, over such a small thing? How petty. The group's reproach made veins bulge on in letter 1ED5N's face. Although furious, he still reluctantly turned to greet Dane, managing only one curt line. Ano Gunland. That was his entire dry greeting. Dane didn't mind and stayed cheerful despite the grumpy attitude. I am Dano Saugers, very pleased to meet you. Dane thought to himself that the man was upset because all his traps had been ruined should he flatter him to ease the mood. With that in mind, Dane offered a compliment. Your traps are very good. You seem to understand mechanisms and triggers well, but the paint job makes them easy to spot. You should try mixing F3 silver and D6 Dane in a 4:6 ratio instead of using F6 Dane. At this brightness, it will attract less attention. Aside from that, this is a trap anyone could fall into. The group next to them felt dizzy at Dane's skill when he suggested improvements to the trap. He even taught a in-letter 1ED5N how to set it up. Now that's impressive. After the introductions, the group led Dane back to his room. Walking with them, Dane thought to himself that these people were really interesting. It feels great to have a few decent friends, and things are finally starting to get interesting. Time passed quickly, cutting to a corner of the schoolyard. Dane was standing there talking with his close friend Layla. Whatever he told her made the swordswoman shout in astonishment. What? You're taking 6 major sessions this semester? Dane explained patiently, only 3 majors, each major has 2 lecture sessions. Seeing this, Layla still shook her head. There are also general courses. How do you even find time to sleep? Freshmen usually only have 4 sessions, and you might even get the first one off. Dane shot Layla a disdainful look. You really think that's acceptable? He said. That's why the military course added 2 general sessions. You're really clueless. I'm so terrified of the military class my grades actually dropped because of it last semester. Dane agreed. True, it's the hardest subject, he thought to himself. Layla glanced at her watch and said, you really do have the look of a top student. See you later in the specialized swordsmanship class. I have to go to a general lecture now. Dane asked curiously, what's a general lecture? Oh, it's about cosmetics and skincare. Layla replied excitedly. The comment made Dane chuckle inwardly, haha, typical girl. He nodded and said, I know, see you later. Time passed, the scene shifted to the military class. Dane was there too, and of course he couldn't avoid the curious, scrutinizing stares from everyone. That's Dano Saugers. Why is he here? Is he really going to sit in on the lecture? The Count's son looks so cold. The murmurs made Dane a little uncomfortable. He thought to himself, I heard all of that. He opened his book and reviewed what he'd read about military science. Some of the information matched, while other parts were completely different from reality. That made sense if theory and reality were always identical. No country would ever lose a war. Dane told himself that the reason to study military science was that basic theory is extremely important. Just then, a middle-aged professor with a stern face entered through the door. Hello, everyone. I'm Francisco Gabius, and I'll be responsible for teaching military theory. Just call me Professor Gabius. Once roll call is done, we'll begin the lesson right away. Dane, freshly reincarnated into this game-like world, looked at the professor with an appraising gaze. That expression was definitely that of someone battle-hardened. Very promising. After roll call, Professor Gabius began the lecture, his voice echoing through the room. You must study military theory deeply for it to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers may act rashly, but a commander must always weigh victory against the lives of his men. Clearly, theory is very important. Only by basing actions on theory can one understand battlefield realities. And it is by noticing the inconsistencies between theory and practice that we learn the true value of military theory. I'm genuinely curious how many talented students here will become real elites. What do you think is the most important thing in war? Professor Gabius asked the question. While everyone hesitated, Dane proactively raised his hand. The professor's eyes narrowed slightly. He said, "All right, the student who raised your hand, speak up." Dane answered confidently. "The most important principle is supply." Hearing that, Gabius's eyes lit up with approval. He nodded, correct. Victory, success, or any advancement can only occur when supply lines are secured. Interesting, someone got it right already. He turned to Dane and asked another question. "So, do you know what the 3 most important aspects of supply are?" Dane replied immediately. First, strict military management. Supply from the central command to the front lines isn't just a matter of physical distance, but an extended system. If even one person harbors ill intent, corruption will occur, leading to shortages of supplies. When he said this, Dane was speaking entirely from the battlefield experience he lived in his previous life, not from empty theory. Most supply problems originate with people in the middle who don't do their jobs properly, even if the goods were intact when dispatched. Exactly, Gabius said. What's the second point? Dane continued. Standardized supplies. If quantity and weight of goods are agreed upon, mass production becomes much easier, allowing resupply to be faster so frontline units can maintain their strategy without suffering losses. Hearing this, the students in the class were astonished, whispering to one another, "What is he talking about? This isn't in the books." Even Master Gabius couldn't hide his surprise. "The last one?" he asked. Dane answered, "It's on-site production. When a war drags on, the first 2 become harder to maintain, and the quality of supplies also drops. So soldiers on the battlefield have to figure out ways to be minimally self-sufficient. Although quantity and quality may be low, there's still enough as a backup in emergencies." Dane smiled faintly. All of these were things he had personally seen and experienced firsthand. The room fell utterly silent after Dane's answer. Everyone gaped, speechless. In the end, Professor Gabius couldn't help but exclaim, "That was an excellent answer." "What year are you in?" "First year, sir," Dane replied. That answer left Gabius looking incredulous. Sweat began to form on his brow. What? Only a first year? How could a newly enrolled student possibly know this? He asked specifically about what Dane had said. Strict military management, standardized supply procedures, on-site production for self-sufficiency. These are combat-proven practices that only soldiers and officers with battlefield experience would know. How could someone with no combat experience possibly know them? Dane hesitated. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth. After 2 seconds, he made something up. "My father used to tell me about these things." He lied. Classic reincarnated into a game move. "Who is your father?" Gabius asked curiously. "Saugers," Dane answered with obvious pride. Upon hearing the family name, Gabius was completely convinced. "The Saugers clan, you're the son of the Blue Tempest." That explains it. He thought to himself that if he was from the Saugers clan, then this really was the student who had been admitted to the free major. No wonder his level was so different. With nothing left unresolved, Gabius turned to the class and called out, "Do you all understand? Complete the military theory portion that we'll study on our own." It's exactly what student Deno Saugers just answered. Applying theory to practice, that's the ultimate goal of military studies. Now let's move on to the next part. He looked at Dane with eyes full of expectation, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since such an outstanding student had appeared. Time flew. After class ended, Dane hurried away, muttering to himself, "I almost got dragged into the Imperial Academy." Dane remembered that right after class, Professor Gabius had called him aside, and even advised him to enroll in the Imperial Academy. Clearly, the professor was very eager. Thinking of this, Dane recalled his sister Clee's warning. If anyone suggests you join the Empire's Academy, just refuse, decline, and walk away immediately. That advice had proved truly useful, but Dane was sure Professor Gabius wouldn't give up that easily. "For now, I need to get used to how vast this academy's layout is," Dane thought to himself. He was supposed to meet Lily at the central fountain square. He squinted at the map in his hand and quickly found the location he needed to go to. "Ah, here it is. Crossing the Mist Garden is the quickest way," Dane muttered. The Fog Garden is a place where, even when the sky is only cloudy, visibility is still limited, and it's easy to get lost wandering around. It's also a vast garden, always shrouded in dense fog, so most people avoid it. Besides, there's even a rumor about ghosts appearing at night. However, this place didn't seem like what my eldest sister had described. The weather today was pretty good, and before I knew it, I had already arrived. Dane smiled as he thought this, but just after he finished speaking, a piercing scream suddenly came from behind. "Help! Is anyone there? Please help me." Hearing the desperate cry, Dane turned toward the sound with curiosity. "Huh, someone there." The sound came from inside the garden. Remembering his mother's advice that you must help anyone in danger, Dane told himself, "There's still enough time before the next lesson. I can rescue them and still get to class." With that thought, Dane ran quickly toward the source of the cry. Before long, he had timely rescued an unnamed student. After being saved, the young man chattered his thanks. "Thank you, I thought I'd be stuck in there forever." Dane just waved it off and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The bespectacled young man shook his head, saying he was just a little tired but fine, then introduced himself. "I'm Island, a first-year student in the exploration department." Hearing that, Dane looked at Island as if he'd seen an alien. "What? An exploration student got lost?" Dane's astonished tone made Island look embarrassed and flustered. I was just so excited that I wandered off without thinking." Island scratched his head. "So excited you got lost?" Dane sighed in exasperation. After exchanging some words, Dane noticed Island's surname and asked, "If you're Baron Dillon, your family must be from the west, right? That emblem must be a ship and sailors. The family most famous for exploration, right?" "That's right, my family has charted seas and unknown lands for generations. But to you that might seem a bit hard to grasp," Dane thought to himself. Then Island asked again, "It's surprising you know about our family. What's your name?" "I'm Dane Saugers," Dane replied with a smile. The moment Island heard Dane's surname, his expression changed. "You're the new student who was accepted into the free major after 100 years. Yeah, that's me," Dane said, scratching his head sheepishly. Seeing this, Island looked at him with admiration like a fan seeing an idol. "Oh my god, lucky me, I've been wanting to meet you." Island's enthusiastic attitude made Dane even more flustered. While they talked, Dane noticed a few bruises and scars on Island's body. That didn't look like typical exploration injuries. He silently wondered, could it be because? Then he decided to ask, Were you exploring this garden? Island answered excitedly, exploring. I feel thrilled. Actually, for me, anything new I encounter is an exploration, not just maze-like gardens, but people and objects too. As he spoke, Island opened his backpack to show Dane the countless items he'd collected. Look, they're all exploration tools. My goal is to explore every corner of the academy. Dane was surprised. That's a lot of exploration gear. And the fog garden is definitely on your list, right? Island nodded, of course. I'm sure there's something here. The sky is cloudy, but the fog is so thick, isn't that odd? Dane nodded in agreement. So have you found anything yet? Island shook his head regretfully. Not yet, but I'm certain some kind of power is hidden here. No one has unraveled the mystery, but Dane shrugged and replied. There's got to be a reason no one has decoded it, right? Island paused for a moment, then offered a theory. True, but what if it's a force born of unknown elements, like the legacy of an ancient kingdom or things summoned from beyond the horizon? Island's words began to pique Dane's interest. If it really was the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would be fascinating, Dane thought, nodding in agreement. Island grew excited too. You think so too? I really want to uncover the secrets here. Lost in the conversation, Dane suddenly remembered he had to get to lecture and said, oh right, I'm on my way to class. Hearing that, Island quickly agreed. Then let's get out of here. But before the two of them could leave the garden, it suddenly began to pour rain like buckets being dumped from the sky. Island's expression changed immediately. This is bad. I heard that when it rains, the fog gets even thicker. Dane startled and asked, what? Won't that make it really hard to get out? Exactly, we'll easily lose our sense of direction. Island gritted out. Sure enough, just as Island said, dense columns of fog began rising all around, noticeably reducing their visibility. Even when Gabius took a compass out of his bag to try to find their bearings, its needle spun round and round like a wheel, and wouldn't settle on any direction. Sure enough, the compass didn't work either. We can't move like this. The bespectacled young man sighed bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asked, can't we solve this with our exploration abilities? Gabius shook his head, stowed the compass, and pointed ahead. There's another path here, but the fog is too thick to reach it. Some unknown force is acting on this place. Hearing that, Dane began to sweat and muttered, an unknown force. Damn, could we have fallen into a trap? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Gabius turned back and said anxiously, my body feels heavier. What should we do now? I'm sorry, Dane, it's all my fault for going ahead. Seeing his friend worried, Dane reassured him, don't worry too much. Let's wait and see how things develop and decide then. But while Gabius grew increasingly tense, even to the point of tears, Dane felt something very different. This fog feels oddly familiar. Am I imagining it? Why don't I feel weakened? Instead, I feel strangely stronger. Could it be? At that moment, a powerful surge of energy burst from Dane's body, forcefully pushing Gabius backward. What's happening? That magic power is terrifying, Gabius exclaimed in horror. As Dane's magic radiated outward, the surrounding fog gradually dispersed. The fog is clearing away from Dane's side. Dane, what's going on? Gabius asked in a panic. Dane's face had grown more confident. Gabius, let's go. I think I know the way out. Really? How do you know? Gabius was so astonished his mouth hung open. Dane didn't explain much. In his head he thought, maybe this time I'll uncover the place's secret. So the two hurriedly moved in the direction Dane indicated. Walking behind him, Gabius couldn't hide his curiosity. What is happening? This is the mysterious fog that countless mages have failed to penetrate. Yet he walks through it as if it's nothing. Moreover, the fog cleared wherever Dane stepped, and their visibility grew clearer. He's truly strange. Before long, Dane's pace quickened. He told Gabius, we're almost there. Really? You found the way? The bespectacled friend asked eagerly. But the place Dane led Gabius to wasn't an exit at all, but the center of the fog garden. Gabius cried out in surprise when he saw a fountain right in front of them. Seeing his friend's surprise, Dane asked, what's wrong? Is there something special about this? In response, Gabius was even more astonished. Of course, most students come to the fog garden because of this fountain. Then, eyes lighting up as if he'd discovered something, Gabius exclaimed, you don't know the legend of this place. Actually, Dane knew nothing about the new school and could only shake his head. A legend. There's a legend here too, Gabius explained calmly. There's a legend here that whoever reaches the center before the fog clears will be reunited with the person they desire most. But after hearing it, I lost interest too, since it's just typical romance stuff. Dane sighed inwardly and shrugged as he added, but the path here is so difficult. How could this legend still work? Hearing that, Gabius nodded curiously. You're right. At that moment, Dane fixed his gaze on the fountain and observed. If no one is constantly supplying mana, could it be that this place has a source of energy strong enough not to need replenishment? Hearing this, Gabius's eyes widened and he exclaimed, if so, the whole garden could be a gigantic mechanism. Dane nodded in agreement and added, considering the garden's complex layout, that's entirely possible. Maybe this fountain itself is an ancient artifact. Gabius grew even more excited and curious. Really, if it's part of a large mechanism, then this fountain must be an actual relic. This feeling is unmistakable, as if something inside is reacting. Like meeting an old friend, this is ancient magic. Thinking that, Dane reached out and touched the fountain, sensing the flow of mana spreading within it. Immediately, Gabius also noticed a few ancient characters carved inside the fountain, and cried out, wait, this is the ancient secret language. Ancient secret language? Dane repeated in surprise. Gabius nodded and explained. Yes, at first I wasn't sure because I couldn't see clearly, but when I touched it I realized. It's the language of the long-forgotten ancient kingdom of Chris. Hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his astonishment and genuinely praised. You know about this too? Ernie smiled in reply. Of course, I'm from House D. Learning ancient languages is essential for explorers. It would be infuriating to reach a ruin and be unable to read what's written there. I haven't mastered every language, of course, but I learned this from my father when I was a child. Let me try to decode it. As he spoke, Ernie's eyes lit up with excitement. He even pulled out paper and pen and started taking notes immediately, making Dane grin sheepishly. Ha, his explorer instincts really ignited. Time passed as Ernie's concentrated, racking his brain to decode the ancient characters carved on the fountain. Muttering as he worked, this word means qualification. What word is this again? Yes, that's it. If you put these words together then. Dane, I've finished decoding it. Ernie's eagerly handed the notebook to Dane. Those who are qualified will prove their strength. It's a rather obscure phrase which left Dane puzzled as well. Prove their qualification. Could qualified here mean ancient magic? Why do I feel more familiar the closer we get to the center? Dane wondered. Ernie's also showed concern. It's funny, if qualified means ancient power, no one could possibly meet the requirement. Dane replied casually, thanks. Having said that, he began to focus his power into the bracelet he and old man Droyan had taken earlier. Seeing Dane suddenly use his power, Ernie's asked in surprise, "Hey Dane, what are you doing?" Dane didn't answer, remaining focused. They say ancient artifacts can activate power based on their form. If I use this bracelet, maybe it will react. Sure enough, the moment Dane concentrated his power, the ancient characters engraved on the bracelet lit up. Ernie's exclaimed, "Strange symbols are appearing on the bracelet." Immediately, the bracelet slid off Dane's wrist, flew toward the fountain, and began to resonate with it. The ground all around the two of them trembled violently. "What is happening? It's shaking so hard." "Dane, what did you just do?" The fountain sank into the ground. Ernie shouted in astonishment. Dane couldn't hide his delight. "Excellent, I finally did it right. Even a fool would notice something odd. What's going on?" Even the layer of fog is dissipating, activating an ancient artifact this easily. The qualified one, the fountain mentioned, turns out to be Dane. Thinking that, Ernie stared at Dane, trying to figure out who his friend really was. Before Ernie's could think further, the giant blue crystal before them emitted a blinding light. Dane immediately said, "Ernie's, look, something's glowing at the core." Both of them gaped at the dazzling, sparkling sight. "Wow, it's beautiful, like a gem." "This must be the energy source powering the fountain," Ernie said, and Dane agreed. "It might also be the cause of all the strange phenomena in this garden," Dane observed. "Now let's face this ancient power together," Dane said calmly. Immediately, a complex magic circle appeared beneath Dane's feet, radiating intense aura. Dane reached out to feel the energy emanating from it, and realized, this power, ancient magic, it's the same kind of power I have. He noticed the ancient inscriptions on the crystal, and associated them with the Akana kingdom that once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. Amazing, I can understand the ancient language I couldn't read before. This is the heritage of the magical kingdom of Akana, so I've absorbed this power. Before his joy could last, Dane suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his chest and clutched at his ribs. "My heart suddenly hurts so much. Something's happening to my heart." Dane screamed inwardly, sensing a magic circle forming right inside his heart. Is this a magic circle? The core and the circle, their roles are completely opposite. Possessing both is very rare. This combination often harms the body. That's why Spellblade swordsmen often have heart problems. I didn't expect it to be forcibly implanted like this. Anxiety showed on Dane's face so clearly that Ernie's noticed. "Are you really okay? You've looked pale this whole time," Ernie's asked worriedly. Not wanting his friend to worry, Dane forced a smile and waved. "Don't worry, I'm just thinking a lot." Hearing that, Dane grew pensive for a few seconds. He didn't want to probe further, so he nodded. "Right, I'm shocked too. But the power you mentioned, I did absorb it, along with the bone fragment and those ancient languages. It seems everything is connected to me." From Dane's viewpoint, Ernie's curiosity didn't surprise him much. Dane thought, Ernie's is probably full of questions too. Best to get a clear picture first. With that, Dane put all the responsibility on his sister. "I only did it the way my sister taught me. I don't know the details either." "Oh, when you find out, let me know," Ernie said with a smile. Dane nodded, definitely. As they left the garden, Ernie's recalled everything that had happened that day and excitedly said, "Today I feel like my blood's boiling. It's the spirit of an adventurer. Do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? We can share any strange phenomena or mysterious places we find." "Sounds good," Dane replied with a bright smile, his heart full of anticipation. Who knows, there might be more places with magic like that. Then Ernie's, as if remembering something, reminded Dane, "Hey, didn't you say you had class soon?" That reminder made Dane jump. He hurriedly patted Ernie's on the shoulder and took off running. "Right, sorry, I have to go. See you later." "Yeah, see you," Dane's bespectacled friend replied with a smile. Watching Dane's retreating back and thinking to himself, he's such an interesting friend. If I keep exploring with Dane, amazing things will definitely happen. I'm excited. Cut to Dane speeding off like the wind. As he moved, he felt the difference after absorbing the blue crystal's energy. Strange, why is moving so much easier now? Although the circle and the core coexist, I don't feel any discomfort. Normally, the circle would block mana from the core, making it extremely inefficient. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, nothing abnormal happens. No, actually it's the opposite. Mana flows through the circle, and then concentrates back into the core. And it's even purer than before. Amazing, I should contact my eldest sister right away. Time passed, cutting to a territory in the desert region, the H-Stan district. At this time, Dane and countless students from the Royal Academy were gathered there for unclear reasons. Beside Dane, his close friend Layla excitedly said, "So this is the famous H-Stan district I've heard about. Oh, I see the entrance." In front of them stood a gigantic gate. Looking at it, Layla exclaimed in admiration, "This must be the famed magical barrier." "A magical barrier?" Dane asked in surprise. Hearing that, Layla smiled and explained. "It was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. It's a shield that activates once a year for incoming students with magical talent. When you pass through, the shield will display a color corresponding to the quality and level of your magic. Originally, it was used to detect and remove dark mages infiltrating the Academy. But after dark mages went extinct, it was repurposed like this." Hearing this, Dane's face lit with interest. "What does each color represent?" Layla continued. "If you have no talent, no color appears. Moderate talent is yellow, notable talent is blue, and overwhelming talent is red." Dane exclaimed in surprise, "You sure know your stuff." Layla winked proudly. "I want to know everything about the Academy. Oh, and by the way, all your sisters were red. I'm going in first." Then the swordwoman stepped through the gate, and unsurprisingly, the color that appeared was red, proving she's an overwhelmingly gifted genius. "It's red," Layla proudly showed off her result. Dane nodded in acknowledgement. "Heh, at least I'm that skilled too." Layla grinned and boasted, and Dane couldn't resist wanting to test his own ability. "Then I'll try too." With that thought, he stepped toward the gate, confident in his mind. "I'm sure I'll get red too, since I absorbed ancient magic. Maybe I'm even stronger than usual." However, the result was completely different. The color displayed on the gate was not red, not blue or yellow, but green. Looking at the light, both of them were confused. "Huh, green? What's going on? There's no rank that's green." Layla widened her eyes at Dane. Dane forced a reply. Haha, yeah, really. Even he himself couldn't make sense of what had just happened. Time quickly passed as the scene cut to a lecture hall. First-year students were abuzz over the appearance of a stranger. Do you see his badge? He's from the finance department. What would someone who only deals with money be doing in the magic faculty? Someone asked. The person beside him shook his head. How would I know? Magic classes are always packed. He's probably just here for orientation and will leave. Before the group stood a big, blonde student with an arrogant face. Seeing this, an orange-haired student stepped forward to ask, Senior A, though, why are you here? In response, a though bluntly replied, Oh, I'm dropping by because I have something to transfer after class. But he still hasn't arrived. I mean the cross-disciplinary student I'm talking about is a Diamant, the fifth-year representative of the magic department. Up front, the freshman also wondered. He said he'd attend this class, but I haven't seen him. A though scanned around and nodded. Is that so? He's probably just taking his time. When he comes in, make sure to bring him to me. After all, he's Araba's younger brother. I should pay special attention. Yes, sir, the freshman hurriedly answered, just as A though was about to turn and leave. He was drawn by noise coming from all sides. Wow, he's handsome. Look at those eyes, they're like emeralds. Being the top student is great. You're the center of attention wherever you go. The girl beside him is Layla Th Man, right? Admiring voices began to rise. However, for someone who dislikes commotion like Dane, being watched and gossiped about made his head pound. Meanwhile, his friend Layla teased with delight. That's wonderful. The top student is always the focus of attention, no matter where he goes. Elsewhere, a though saw Dane's figure and smirked. Oh, there he is at last. He stepped forward and greeted. Nice to meet you, Dane Saugers. I saw you clearly at the entrance ceremony. You really stood out. His sudden words stunned both Dane and Layla. They wondered, who is he? He seems like a senior, but why so familiar? Thinking that, Dane couldn't help but ask, but who are you? Doesn't the magic department at least teach basic manners? If you had business with me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Dane's tone carried a hint of complaint. The arrogant of those face immediately bulged with veins in anger. His eyes widened wildly, his jaw clenched. That arrogant brat, he cursed inwardly. Not only he but the surrounding freshmen felt the tension rise. A though was like a bomb ready to explode. They worried. Did Dane just speak to Senior a though like that? Won't this become a big problem? Offending a senior could ruin your life at the academy. Back to a though, after breathing evenly for a few seconds to calm himself, he scolded Dane. I came here especially because you're the brother of a senior I respect, and you show such arrogance, not knowing your place. Have you ever thought your behavior could affect your family's reputation? Hearing that, Dane shrugged and replied sarcastically. I never thought about that. And from where I'm standing, aren't you the rude one? Across from him, Ado clenched his teeth again and said coldly, Can't you see the situation in front of you? Then he reminded himself that if he let this pass, his honor would be tarnished. Senior Arabella will understand, he thought. He decided to teach Dane a lesson. Seems you need some discipline. With that, a though began gathering mana into his palm. But unfortunately, before they could clash, a loud shout rang out. Whack, the professor slammed the book down on the desk and shouted, What's going on over there? Is there a problem? Hearing the authoritative voice, a though immediately stopped and hurriedly explained. Professor, I was just stopping by to welcome the freshman. To head of the magic department, Professor Ravo, he knew full well things were not as simple as a though claimed. However, since nothing serious had happened yet, he didn't intend to press the issue and coldly warned. Is that so? Then leave the socializing for after class. At that, a though had no reason to stay. Before leaving, though, he shot Dane a pointed remark. I'll let it slide this time. Watching his retreating back, Layla quietly warned Dane. You should be careful. He doesn't look pleasant at all. And just as Layla predicted, a though had no intention of letting it go. He ordered one of his underlings in a cold tone, take him over there. The underling was taken aback. But that's Senior Arabella's brother. Are you sure this is okay? A though merely narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I'll explain it to the senior later. Just take him away. Back in the classroom, after the noisy crowd left, Professor Ravo began the lecture. Today is orientation. We'll keep things simple and end early. But since this is a practical combat course, let's start by measuring everyone's mana. Saying that, he placed a device resembling a semi-spherical disc on the desk. Across from him, the student stared at the mana meter excitedly and murmured, Is that the mana measuring device? I've seen it before. Back to Professor Ravo, he didn't keep the students waiting and quickly instructed. If you place your hand on the device and channel mana like this, you can see the number of mana circles you have. As he spoke, he demonstrated, placing his hand on the device and transmitting mana into it. Immediately, several magic circles appeared behind him. Seeing the number of magic circles, the students couldn't hide their amazement and yelled, Wow, 8 circles. That's professor level. Unbothered by the praise, Drivo continued. Of course, even at the same rank, the circle's color will be deeper if the user's skill is higher. But there are cases where no mana circle appears. That doesn't mean you lack talent, so don't worry. Some people simply haven't formed a mana circle yet. That's normal. The students responded in agreement. Drivo nodded and added, That's why we can't judge solely by the circle test. Since you're in this class, you should at least know basic magic. We'll use this magic orb to measure mana more accurately. Use the basic spell, Mind Intent Technique, to manipulate the orb and demonstrate your mana control. Like this, as he spoke, he made countless orbs fly and swirl about. Seeing that spectacle, the whole class gaped in astonishment. Amazing. The magic runes are formed perfectly. Can he move the orb with only Mind Intent Technique? No need to make a fuss about it, Layla complained. On this side, Professor Drivo continued. Even basic magic varies in power and precision depending on the user. To move the orb, you must channel mana into it. At your current level, controlling up to 3 orbs is already very good. Hearing that, the swordswoman Layla glanced at Dane and asked curiously, Might Dane be able to control more? Dane only gave a slight nod in response. At that moment, Professor Drivo glanced toward a though and suggested, A though, you're just auditing, but could you demonstrate for your juniors? Hearing this, arrogant a though, eager to show off in front of Dane, thought to himself he'd make the brat understand their difference. With that in mind, he replied enthusiastically, Yes, Professor, I understand. Not only him, Dane felt a bit intrigued too. Now I'll find out where that arrogance comes from, he thought. Immediately after, a though quickly stepped onto the podium. funneled mana into the measuring device, and 4 magic circles appeared behind him at once. The freshman couldn't help but shout wildly, as if going crazy. It's Senior A, though. He's reached 4 circles, and the color is so deep. Not only the freshman, Professor Drevo nodded with satisfaction. It seems you've progressed even further. A though replied with a smug face. It's all thanks to your instruction, sir. Drevo turned to the class. Normally, reaching 4 mana circles is something you only achieve after graduation, but your senior achieved it while still studying. This is truly overwhelming talent. You should learn from him. Perhaps his advice will help you develop further. Those words set the whole class abuzz. Meanwhile, a though took the chance to glance at Dane with a teasing look, thinking, it's too early to be surprised, Dane Saugers. I'll show you the difference between us. With that in mind, he began to maneuver the blue orbs, making them dart around the classroom at incredible speed. Seeing that, the freshman stared with mouths agape. He's controlling the orb perfectly. Unbelievable. How many orbs is that? In reality, a though had pushed himself to the point his shirt was soaked with sweat, though he tried to appear calm as he stared at Dane and smiled provocatively. I've pushed my power to the limit. How about that kid, he thought. On the other side, the freshman, seeing a though go all out just to show off, showered him with praise. Amazing, everyone give him a hand. Which magic tower will he join later? Over here, Professor Drevo, satisfied with a though's demonstration, dismissed him. Well done, you may return to your seat. A though answered with a bright smile. Yes, Professor. Then he turned to Dane and curled his lip into a smirk. Heh heh, I'm very curious to see your mana level. Unaware of those thoughts, Professor Drevo also addressed the remaining students. Anyway, without mana nothing will happen. If you're worried, you may leave the lecture hall now. The entire group fell silent. No one left because to get into this Royal Academy who wouldn't have mana. Seeing that, the head of the magic department nodded and continued. No one, right? Good, then let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the front row. And so the class began to murmur, waiting for their turn to be tested. Layla, who had seen this many times before, only sighed and explained. This is called orientation, but it's really just a way to expose everyone's abilities to the class. Beside her, Dane listened, pondered for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. That's right. That's exactly what the academy aims for. After that, the students took turns being tested for mana. Some students possessed 1 magic circle, while others couldn't sense anything at all. For the orb manipulation test, most did even worse. Many could only hold the orb briefly before it dropped. Back to the arrogant though, he stood beside them watching and sneered. What a mess. At the same time, the blonde girl next to him hurriedly warned. Hey, it's that guy's turn now. Hearing that, though finally paid attention. Now it was Dane's turn to be tested. Dane, I'll be watching to see how far your arrogance gets you, he thought silently, though no one heard him. Even without him prompting it, Dane himself felt curious about his current abilities. Honestly, he was very intrigued. After absorbing the ancient magic, he had to have changed somehow. With that thought, Dane didn't hesitate, and began channeling energy into the measuring device. On the other side, Professor Drevo was also eagerly anticipating Dane Saugers' demonstration. During the entrance exam, he had solved my tests perfectly. I'm very curious to see how many mana circles he has now. That thought widened Drevo's eyes. He watched intently, not wanting to miss a moment. But then something completely unexpected happened. The measuring device suddenly flashed a crimson screen with the words, unable to measure. At that moment, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. What? What does that mean? Is the machine broken? If he has no mana circles, then so be it. But why is it unable to measure? The students chattered and crowded around Dane to get a closer look. Meanwhile, the protagonist guessed to himself. Could this be because of the ancient magic I absorb? As for Professor Drevo, he was more surprised than the students because he understood this device's capabilities. He had never seen anything like this before. This machine is absolutely accurate and can detect anyone faking their rank. But now it's reporting unable to measure. I've never seen this happen. Unable to find a reasonable explanation, he could only offer an excuse. Perhaps the device is overloaded. At least finish Dane's orb test first. Hearing that, Dane nodded. Yes, Professor. Up front, the arrogant though smirked when he heard the machine was overloaded. Ha, I knew it. Nothing surprising here. Dane ignored the taunt and quietly stepped toward the magic orbs. He felt a twinge of regret. It's a shame it couldn't be measured, but I'll try this method. Maybe it will work. With that, he focused, poured energy into the magic orbs, and made them all hover in the air. What shocked everyone most was that Dane didn't just control 1 or 2 orbs. He lifted every magic orb on the table. The class froze, someone shouted. He raised all of the orbs. No way, the previous record was only 5 orbs. Not just the freshmen, the upperclassmen couldn't believe their eyes either. All the orbs? Is that guy insane? The Dane-haired guy next to a though also blurted out in astonishment, while the arrogant though's face went rigid. How can this be? He thought, utterly incredulous. Beside him, Layla stared at Dane with a blank look. He did it again. I'm no longer surprised, but I never expected he could lift every orb. After absorbing the ancient magic, he's even stronger, she silently guessed. Shifting to Dane's perspective, controlling the orbs was fun, so he decided to push a little more power. All right, let's make this even more impressive. Then Dane began arranging the orbs into a specific pattern. Seeing this, Professor Drevo broke into a cold sweat. What am I witnessing? He's arranging the orbs with precision, forming a picture. Even Arable couldn't do this. To everyone's eyes, an image of a lion and a snake slowly emerged in the air. A lion and a snake. That's the Saugers family crest. Someone shouted in amazement. Amid the commotion, Layla only sighed and gently urged. It's my turn next, calm down. Dane slowly withdrew his magic at his friend's request. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo didn't hold back his praise. Truly excellent, Dane Saugers. Even Sidrin, who never takes apprentices, proudly calls you his pupil. Dane simply nodded slightly to thank the professor. Everyone around gaped at the news. Wait, he's the disciple of the former head of the magic tower. Now I understand why he's in the advanced magic program. Back with the those group, the Dane-haired lackey, sweating, whispered, Although, what do we do now? That guy isn't ordinary, he might even be stronger than you. Although, worried, snapped, Shut up, I'm thinking. Saying that, he clenched his fist and cursed inwardly. Damn it, the Saugers family is terrifying. Why are they all monsters? At that level, I need to change my plan. But starting a fight and being outclassed would be a huge loss of face. If I can't beat him with skill, I'll have to win him over by other means. Although schemed silently. Then, as if he'd made up his mind, he told his two cronies, we need to pull him into the student council. What? The student council? The other two shouted. But Although just nodded and insisted, yeah, since I joined that council, it'll be easier to control him if he's under my wing. Hearing that, his companions still resisted. But he's only a freshman, the brown-haired guy said, and the orange-haired girl quickly chimed in. Right, we don't even dare hope to join that council. However, Although was determined to drag Dane in, ignoring his henchmen. It's unprecedented for a freshman to join the student council. But who cares? Rules are made to be broken, right? Trust me, with him on board, our magic department's reputation will spread much farther. He smirked, thinking not only of the department's prestige, but of how his own career would rise if he could bring Dane over. Ignoring the chatter, Professor Drevo said regretfully, Perfect, Dane Saugers. If I'd known this beforehand, I would have competed with the other professors to keep you in the magic department. Dane calmly replied, I'll do my best no matter which department I'm in. Professor Drevo then turned and shouted to the other students. Did you hear that? Students in the magic department should be more alert. Then he patted Dane on the shoulder and advised, if you have free time, come see me. For Dane, being able to meet freely with the head of magic was a good opportunity, so he nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor. After class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. As they walked, the swordswoman Layla complained, How do you do that so easily? And why do you keep doing unbelievable things? Dane shrugged and replied casually, Well, honestly, I don't know either. His slightly smug tone annoyed Layla. Do you think you're that special? Seeing his friend getting upset, Dane quickly changed the subject by praising her. But you managed to lift 5 orbs. Layla pouted and muttered, That doesn't make me any happier. Then she turned away, refusing to look at Dane. Seeing her attitude, Dane forced a smile and thought, Why does that sound like she's sulking? Before Dane could think further, Although arrived with his 2 close followers to greet him. I've seen your skills. Last time I acted improperly. Could we speak privately for a moment? Althoug's tone and manner left Dane secretly astonished. He completely changed his attitude after seeing Dane's skill. Dane frowned in thought. Immediately, Although got straight to the point. He wanted to invite Dane to join the student council. The student council decides policy and manages the academy's treasury. Its members are prominent and enjoy many exclusive privileges. Dane had heard a little about the student council from his genius sister Arab. I've heard about it from her. It's an extremely powerful council, and only a few students get the chance to join. Dane considered it while Although kept pressing. What do you think? I'm planning to promote you to that council. You've already exceeded the entry requirements, no tests needed. If you become a member of the student council, you'll automatically become part of the Dante Society. Hearing that, Dane frowned and replied, I'm already in it. Although of course knew this but pressed on. That's true, but who knows whether you'll stay in there forever. Student council members also have many other exemptions. At that, Dane found it hard to believe. How much power do they really have? Could they really enjoy that many privileges? While Dane was still thinking, Although continued, his tone like a recruiter trying to lure someone. Are you interested in joining the council? To that question, Dane bluntly refused without hesitation. No, I don't want to. Even if I joined, I'd only be interested if it was by my own merit. Besides, benefits given without reason usually come with a heavy price. Those 2 lackeys looked at each other in shock. As for Although, Dane's refusal made him furious. Do you realize what you just passed up? Getting into the student council is the dream of so many students. Spend more time at the academy and you'll see how amazing this offer is. Come on, think it over. This offer doesn't come around easily. Layla, seeing Although pestering Dane repeatedly, got angry and thought, What's wrong with him? Why is he so stubborn? She snapped and quickly pulled Dane aside. Come on, if we stick around we'll get more grief than our share. Hurry up. Seeing that, Dane understood Layla wanted to get them out of there, so he agreed at once. Ah, right, almost forgot. From behind, Although panicked as they walked away and called after them. Hey, where are you going? I'm still talking. Dane just smiled and replied, I have something more important to attend to, sorry. He didn't forget to silently thank his friend. Thanks, Layla, perfect timing. Watching their backs as they left, Although refused to give up and shouted after them. Dane, I'm not done yet. I will convince you, Dane Saugers. Time passed quickly. Layla was still complaining about Although. He's such a nuisance. He clearly wants to pull you into the student council. If you accepted, it would be the perfect stepping stone for him to turn you into his pawn. Dane only smiled and said, Thanks for getting me out of there. Layla responded with a thoroughly annoyed face, eyes wide. The point is he didn't even consider me. He didn't bother to ask me a single question. So that's why you're angry? Dane asked with an awkward smile. Layla sighed and continued, It's probably because of your absurdly high talent. Today's test proved it. So you finally admit it? Dane laughed and asked. There's no denying it, she shrugged. Then Dane asked, By the way, do they actually sell those pastries? Layla replied, Of course, this is the Royal Academy. If any dessert exists in the Empire, you'll find it here. With that, the 2 went off to buy pastries. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo and Although were talking. The professor asked, Have you seen Dane's talent? Yes, he's truly amazing, Although admitted. The professor chuckled. Ha, he might even be above Arabella. That comment left Although stunned, and he asked again, Is he really at that level? Drevo tilted his head and smiled lightly. Magic is a vague, hard-to-define realm, but innate magical talent can be recognized. Beside him, Although was dumbstruck by those words. Oh my, does the professor mean his talent surpasses the senior you admire? He wondered to himself. Drevo seemed to notice the matter between Although and Dane and advised. Although, turn a blind eye to Dane. Do him a favor and make sure he gets into the magic class. Hearing that, Although's hand involuntarily tightened on his thigh. He thought irritably, Everyone's like that, they're all overwhelmed by his talent. Though a bit jealous, Although admitted. Actually, I met him after class to invite him to the student council, but he turned me down. Drevo was surprised. What? Could he have heard something from Arab? His talent is too great for us to let slip away. Both fell silent for a moment. Then, as if remembering, Although asked, Professor, about that recommendation letter earlier. Before he could finish, Drevo smiled and replied, Ah, that things haven't gone smoothly yet, but don't rush. You still have 2 years, right? Someone like you will surely be recommended by the Magic Tower. From a those perspective, he smiled outwardly, but inwardly cursed the professor. Damn it, he said the exact same thing last year. Does he think I don't see his real intention? If I secure a spot in the Magic Tower, it means he'll lose a student to play with. He's blocking me, isn't he? Even so, Atho had to say. He's blocking me, isn't he? Even thinking that, Atho said. Fine, I'll try to persuade Dane. Hearing this, Drivo nodded pleased. All right, Atho, then it's up to you. That remark made Atho's face stiffen for a beat. Damn, he's got my future in his hands now. Whether I like it or not, there's no choice but to obey. That damn old man. Meanwhile, Dane carried a large sack on his shoulder and asked his friend, by the way, Layla, is the path to the cafeteria always this crowded? Why are there so many club events? The swordswoman explained. If a club has too few members or can't show activity, it gets disbanded. This is the first time I've attended so many events, Dane added. Layla glanced at Dane's bag and smiled. Anyway, we've won a ton of prizes. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store discount vouchers, and a treasure map. She picked up the map and asked curiously, what's this? Dane answered. The senior running the event said it was bought at an auction in Inder. At that, the swordswoman's eyes lit up like headlights. Bought at an auction in Inder. This must be valuable. Seeing her money-hungry look, Dane only smiled slightly and thought to himself, yeah, my father used to say auctions gather the rarest and most beautiful items from across the empire. The best appraisers inspect everything. Only masterpieces get sold. Ahead, Layla pointed at the seal on the scroll and exclaimed, this is still intact. Is this the Academy's treasure map? Dane guessed and Layla nodded. I've heard this Academy has many secret places. Then she tossed the map to Dane. Looking at it, he couldn't help thinking, Ernie's would be thrilled to see this. Cut to the hall, where general education lectures are mainly held. At that moment, our protagonist was standing outside the building. Looking at the massive architecture, Dane couldn't help but exclaim, so this is where the Empire's history is taught. Before coming here, the head steward had taught me beforehand, so I already knew most of the material. That's a relief, Dane thought to himself. At the same time, the friend who loved exploring everything called to Dane from behind. Hey Dane, we meet again. Hearing the familiar voice, Dane turned and replied, Ernie's, you're in this class too. Ernie's cheerfully introduced himself. It's a required course for first years. I figured I'd run into you here. Nice to see you again. How are you? Is your body okay? Dane smiled, but his answer was vague. Nothing's changed much. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain in detail later. Oh right, Ernie's, I have something to tell you. Dane smiled. He was probably going to mention the treasure map they just won. But before he could speak, a red-headed guy led a group over to bother Ernie's. Hey, you're Ernie's, right? At that sound, Ernie's face went into a panic, something Dane noticed with his sharp gaze. He wondered, what's going on? Ernie's expression shifted. He trembled as if terrified. Opposite them, the brown red-haired leader smiled as if they were old friends. Wow, Ernie's, didn't expect to see you here. Long time no see. For some reason, Ernie's broke out in sweat from the tension. This made Dane think he was like a soldier with psychological trauma. Ernie's hesitated and replied, Bron, hello. Bron scolded with a teasing smile. If you're already enrolled, why didn't you tell me? I arrived first. Dane thought to himself, are they friends? It doesn't look like a normal relationship. Ernie's bowed his head and murmured, sorry, I didn't know. Bron stepped closer, ruffled Ernie's hair, and continued, seriously, how did you even get in here? I thought you'd never make it. You always talk like a shaking leaf, right? Perfect timing. I'm too lazy to go out for food, and I ran into you, so buy me a sandwich. Hearing that, Ernie's went pale. What? Right now. When refused, Bron's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. What's wrong? You don't want to go? Ernie's forced an explanation. I'm with a friend, so it's a little inconvenient. Bron glanced at Dane and teased. Is he your friend? He looks pretty tough, too. What department are you in? If you're with him, I can guess your level. The tone was full of contempt. That made Dane angry. I don't know what family he's from, but that carefree attitude reminds me of battlefield thugs. Dane's face grew darker, but Bron's group didn't notice and kept mocking. Is this guy not going to answer? Bron jeered. Just then a teacher noticed their group and barked. Hey you kids, what are you doing? Class is about to start. Get to class now. Bron turned and answered, fine, we're going in. Saying that, he cast a glance at Ernie's and instructed, we'll talk after class. I've got a lot to tell you. This academy's about to get interesting. With that, Bron led his group into the classroom, leaving Ernie still trembling with fear. Seeing his friend's arm shaking, Dane stepped forward and asked, are you okay? Who are they? You seem to know them. Hearing that, Ernie's tried to steady his breath and explained, they're from another noble family. Back home, they used to bully me. I knew they also study here, but the school is so big with so many departments. I thought I'd never see them again. Sorry for dragging you into this. Ernie's tone was full of remorse, which made Dane think, but he reassured him, I'm fine, just go to class. Dane looked at his pale friend and wondered, how badly have they been tormenting you? To put him at ease, he added, don't worry, I'll go with you. That surprised Ernie's, but he shook his head and refused. Go with me? No need, I can handle it on my own. Dane looked at Ernie's frail frame and knew right away that I can handle it really meant being the punching bag for Bron and his crew. Are you just going to keep doing what they say? If you do, they'll keep bullying you like before. You've already seen my magic at the fountain, so what are you worried about? That reminder made Ernie's recall the moment Dane unleashed that powerful energy at the fountain, and a small spark of hope seemed to swell inside him. Dane concluded, so let's go together. Time passed quickly and the history class ended. The two groups ran into each other again. Across from them, Bron said, it's so quiet here, really pleasant. Hey, Ernie's, doesn't this bring back memories? But before Ernie's could answer, Dane spoke up. Are you really his friend? Why pull him out here just to start trouble? Bron shot Dane a warning look in response. He glared at Dane and snarled, and who are you to butt in? You want to die. Dane replied coldly, I'll return that question to you. To an arrogant bully like Bron, how could he stand being challenged? Veins began to bulge on his face as he shouted, what? This insolent kid thinks he's hot stuff just because he got into the academy. You've heard of the Sauer family, right? I'm the heir to the most powerful house in the West. Dane provocatively twitched his ear and shrugged. The Sauer family? Never heard of them. Across from him, Bron's face darkened like a ticking bomb. His lackeys chimed in. What did that brat just say? Braun, are you just going to stand there and take this? Seeing his followers riled up, Braun didn't disappoint them and ordered, "Hey, go up and beat him." The lackeys cheered at the permission, though they didn't really know Dane's strength and remained overconfident. Ernie's, you picked the wrong friend. Now you're going to get hit twice as bad. The thug's threat terrified Ernie's. He stepped back and urged Dane, "Stop, I think we should leave while we still can. No matter how strong you are, they're really dangerous. Especially Braun. He's been called a sword prodigy since childhood." Hearing that, Dane's gaze sharpened. He said with interest, "Now I'm getting intrigued. Ernie's, I'll leave one of them for you. Knock him out with your bare fist." Ernie's gaped in shock, unable to understand what Dane was saying. "Trust me, you can't keep living like this forever, can you?" But before the two could continue, one thug from the group lunged forward, shouting, "What's with acting all calm? You're dead, bastard." As soon as he finished, he swung a punch straight at Dane's face, snapping his head to the side. Seeing that, Ernie's cried out in worry, while the thug sneered in satisfaction. "How does that feel, you bastard? Feeling awake now? I'm not done with you." Then he lashed out again to teach Dane a lesson, but the protagonist wasn't about to let him succeed. Dane casually raised his hand and effortlessly stopped the thug's punch. Next, he said cheerfully, "You clearly threw the first blow, so from now on this will be self-defense." The thug cursed angrily, "What did you just say, you bastard?" As he spoke, he swung his fist forward again, but to Dane's close quarters skill, that punch was as slow as a turtle. Immediately, Dane ducked and curled his fist, threw a straight punch into the thug's waist, making him cry out in pain, and rolled his eyes back. His large body staggered, losing forward momentum. Dane seized the opportunity, quickly moved to the side, then kicked straight at his heel, causing the opponent to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. At that moment, a brown-haired guy from the group lunged forward, swinging a punch, but Dane still dodged it with ease. He even took the chance to land a blow on his jaw, then shoved him with a powerful shoulder check, sending him flying backward like a torn sack, nearly crashing into another guy. Dane's assault wasn't over yet. He wasn't going to give these thugs any chance to fight back. Immediately, Dane used magic, conjuring spheres of energy that shot straight at the remaining two, sending them flying backward and knocking them out on the spot. It sounds long, but in reality, the fight only took a few dozen seconds. After taking down the thugs, Dane was a bit surprised himself. Phew, why did I suddenly get stronger like this? Is it ancient magic? Around them, Ernie's and Braun stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide as they watched Dane win so effortlessly. "What the heck? What on earth is happening?" they muttered in astonishment. In the distance, ATH letter 1EDD's gaze flickered with a hint of hesitation, but he still couldn't help cursing his underlings. "Damn it, you bunch of idiots." Up ahead, the lapdogs were starting to come to and coughed, saying, "Braun, this guy's not normal." But before they could finish, Braun screamed like a rabid dog, "Shut up. You lot are pathetic, taken down that easily." Hearing that, Dane turned and taunted, "Well, going to keep going, or are you just all talk?" Dane's words made Braun's eyes flash with anger. He demanded, What did you just say?" Behind him, a henchman who'd witnessed Dane's power hurriedly warned Braun, "Stop. He's really strong. Look at the way he fires those magic rounds." But how could Braun accept humiliation and let it end here? Coward, have to be shamed in front of these kids. "Move aside, I'll handle it myself." As he spoke, he began to use his magic, opening a spatial gate at his side. From within the spatial gate, Braun drew out a long sword and said in a cold voice, "In a remote place like this, there's no one around, so it should be fine. You've just made a big mistake forcing me to draw my sword." Seeing that, Dane merely snorted and lightly praised, "That sword does look the part." Unlike Dane's calm, Ernie's was in a panic. This isn't good. Braun's drawn his sword. This could get very bad. When Braun drew his weapon, Dane couldn't decide whether to admire his blind confidence or scold him for his recklessness. This guy really is reckless. Doesn't he care about the Academy rules? Dane thought to himself, but Braun kept up the threatening tone. "You know what? When the sky goes overcast, a fog will roll into this area. A fog so thick that no one could find someone who goes missing." Meanwhile, one of his lackeys, who actually seemed to care about the Academy rules, worriedly asked, "Braun, are you okay? What if you get expelled?" But in response, there was only a crazed look from Braun. He spun around and ordered, "Shut up. Go beat that idiot and bring him back to me." Seeing Braun's look like he wanted to eat someone alive, the lackey could only bitterly accept. Fine, all right." With that, the two thugs lunged forward together. Meanwhile, Ernie's watching the scene was so scared he nearly peed his pants. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do?" "Den, if you fight Braun, what am I supposed to do?" Hearing that, Dane stayed remarkably calm and said slowly, "Don't worry, those guys aren't anything to be afraid of. If it's a one-on-one fight, you can win. You've explored a lot. Your lower body strength is definitely excellent, so just close in and deliver one really powerful strike." Ernie's widened his eyes at that, not sure whether he should believe it. But at that moment, Braun and his cronies had already closed in on the two of them. "You guys are so dead," Braun sneered. Yet at that very instant, Dane suddenly spun and ran off to the side, driving Braun insane. "HMPH, not letting me get close, huh? So you've been getting some real combat experience lately." Without answering the taunt, Dane simply said confidently before leaving, "Just do as I say." And with that, the two of them quickly left the area. Thanks to Dane's encouragement, Ernie's felt a surge of confidence, clenching his fist and telling himself, "That's right. Dane was right. I can't keep living like this." Across from them, the brown-haired thug stepped forward, scratched his head and sneered, "Now you're clenching your fists. Your eyes actually have some fire. Friends sure matter, huh? Seems just standing next to him made you bolder." He snorted and continued, "Come on, take a few hits and then scram, okay? I'll go easy on you." As he spoke, he interlaced his fingers to warm up. Sweat poured down Ernie's face as he thought to himself, "Don't panic, think, what would Dane do here?" At that moment, an image flashed in Ernie's mind of Dane, dodging the black-haired thug's strike. But before he could come up with a plan, the brown-haired guy laughed loudly. "Fine, I'll land a few punches first." With that, he swung his fist quickly toward Ernie's. Just before that punch hit his face, Ernie's immediately dropped his body, using the crown of his head to take the blow, then suddenly hurled himself forward and unleashed a full-power punch. If you must know, the old me is dead. Ernie's devastating punch landed squarely on the thug's face, making him spit out a spray of saliva. Seeing the thug writhing on the ground, Ernie still couldn't believe he'd knocked him out. Sweat streamed down his face as he yelled, "I did it." Not a bad feeling for someone freshly reincarnated into a game world. Not far away, Dane heard Ernie's triumphant shout and teased, Braun, looks like the guy with you is down. Hearing that, Braun panicked and shouted, "What? No way my friend lost to some pathetic nobody." As he spoke, he turned around to check, and the only thing he saw was his comrade lying like a dead dog on the ground. While Braun was busy attending to his comrade, Dane glanced at the two brooms set nearby and whispered, "Oh, looks like I found something interesting." A textbook inventory moment. Then Dane calmly picked up one broom, chopped off the brush head, keeping only the shaft to use like a spear. This insulted Braun, who roared, "You think you can fight me with that thing?" Dane smiled and answered, "That's all I need." Dane's blasé, market seller calm made Braun's face go as black as the bottom of a pot. He bellowed, "You arrogant fool, today I'm going to crush you. I'm not going to kill you, so don't worry. I'll only leave a small scar on your face, so that every time you look at it you'll remember my face and be terrified." As soon as he finished speaking, Braun lunged at Dane and launched a relentless sword assault. Each arc of his sword sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. But for Dane, these attacks were far too simple. With just a few basic moves, he easily dodged them. Seeing that, Braun couldn't help but remark, "You're better than I thought." Dane sneered dismissively, "Because your sword patterns are too predictable." Braun shouted angrily, "What do you know about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Th Man or something?" As he spoke, Braun quietly analyzed the situation in his head. The guy was trying to hold on by channeling mana into the staff, but it wouldn't last much longer. To rattle Dane, Braun spat out threats. "You're just a rat locked in a cage. What can you do with that broken stick?" On the opposite side, Dane simply smiled, then poured more mana into his staff and lunged forward. Dane's lightning-fast thrust struck Braun's chest dead on, causing him so much pain that his eyes rolled back, his whole body curling up like a shrimp as he writhed on the ground. Just a wooden staff producing that kind of power, the thug thought in a panic. As for Ernie's, his explorer friend, he could only stare wide-eyed, dumbfounded. He took down Braun with a single strike. I knew Dane was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. Not hearing those words, Dane stepped toward Braun, who was clutching his stomach in agony, and said coldly, "Get up. Once you've drawn your sword, you have to fight to the end. My father used to say that once you draw a weapon outside the bounds of a fair duel, you must be prepared to face all consequences." Stupid as he was, Braun now understood that Dane was not someone to be taken lightly. He trembled, thinking, "Damn, this guy is on a whole other level." Braun barked, "Who the hell are you?" Dane replied coldly, "Dane Saugers, the eldest son of Count Saugers, freshman in the Faculty of Liberal Arts." Hearing that name, Braun's eyes went wide in horror. Dane Saugers, the Saugers Count. Could you be the first person admitted to the Faculty of Liberal Arts in 50 years? A genius, the youngest scion of that house. Dane shrugged. "I guess I introduced myself a little late." Dane shrugged. "I guess I introduced myself a little late." Back to Dane, he began to wonder. "So what should I do with Braun? You drew your sword and lost. Should I take your life?" Dane's gaze grew colder and colder, radiating lethal intent. Braun's face turned ashen. Trembling, he thought, "This bastard. Does he actually intend to kill me?" Fearing for his life, Braun scrambled upright and dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. I didn't know you were from House Saugers. I swear I'll never do anything this stupid again." Dane shook his head and cut him off. "It seems you still don't understand. You're apologizing to the wrong person." With that, Dane pointed to Ernie's, who had been watching. Only now did Braun's brain kick back in. He grabbed Ernie's arm in a panic and pleaded, "I'm truly sorry. I regret it. Please forgive me. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done to you." Seeing that sight, memories of the past rushed back into Ernie's mind. Braun, the one he had once been terrified of, was now kneeling on the ground like a pitiable wretch. Dane stepped forward and advised Ernie's, "End this. Whether you beat him to vent your anger or simply accept his apology and move on, do as you wish." At those words, Ernie's lips tightened, clearly revealing his hesitation. Braun knew his fate now rested in Ernie's hands. His fingers involuntarily gripped his friend's hand as he admitted, "Yes, you can hit me as much as you want. I deserve it." Seeing Braun so pathetic, the fire of anger inside Ernie's suddenly fizzled out. To be honest, he did feel like punching him for satisfaction. But in the end, he only sighed and said, "Braun, next time fight me fair and square, and then I'll forgive you." The unexpected offer left Braun stunned, but Ernie's no longer cared and turned away, softly adding, "Then I'll let you off this time." Beside them, Dane nodded gently. "You did well, Ernie's." And so the two quickly left the area, leaving Braun standing behind in a daze. Just then, Lala arrived and complained, "I waited everywhere for you and couldn't find you. I had to search all over." Seeing the thug sprawled on the ground, she asked, "What's going on? Were you fighting?" Dane replied calmly, "Someone picked a fight with me first." He glanced over at Braun. This piqued Lala's curiosity. Which idiot would dare challenge Dane? Of all the people, why pick on him? Behind them, Braun went pale when he saw Lala, recognizing her identity. The daughter of Duke Th Man. Ignoring him, Dane asked her, "He studies in the same swordsmanship department as you. Do you know him?" Lala put her hands on her hips and shook her head. "No, I don't know him, and I'm not really interested." Then she turned to Ernie's with curiosity and asked, "By the way, who is he?" Dane introduced him. "This is Ernie's Dinon, a first-year student in the exploration department." Ernie scratched his head awkwardly and greeted Miss Lala. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Lala waved her hand and laughed. "Oh, please, no need for formalities. Just consider me a friend." She asked on, curious, "So what do you study in the exploration department?" Ernie's answered, "Things like ruins, secret locations. Basically exploration stuff." Walking between them, Dane chimed in, "His family is famous for their expeditions." Hearing that, Lala's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Then we should show him the map we have, right? Maybe he'll have a clue." Dane winked in agreement, since he had actually planned to ask Ernie's about this anyway. At that moment, Ernie's was still bewildered, clueless about which map the two of them were talking about. Dane quickly explained, "We joined the club event last time and received a treasure map." Hearing this, Ernie's had a light bulb moment and exclaimed in admiration, "I've heard someone got a treasure map, so it was you guys." At that, Ernie's face lit up. Even Lala gaped, remarking that he seemed like a completely different person. Dane joked, "It's probably just an obsession with artifacts." Then Lala suggested, "How about we find a quiet spot and examine the map more closely?" After sitting down and studying the map, Ernie's brows knitted slightly. "This map is complicated. Because it's a treasure map, you can't understand it at a glance. It doesn't show the entire academy, it only points to a specific area. The sword-wielding girl also pointed to a spot on the map and asked, "What's this?" There are a lot of strange writings above it. Dane studied it intently and shook his head. "I can read it, but the meanings don't connect. Is there some kind of rule or pattern?" After a moment of thought, the three still hadn't discovered anything new. Lala asked, "So what do we do now?" Ernie's replied, "First, we have to find out who made this map. Things like this usually lack a standard orientation, but once we know the creator, we can guess what to expect." Hearing that, Dane rubbed his chin in thought. "So decoding it immediately seems like it might be a bit difficult, huh?" Before Dane could finish, Ernie's cut in with one detail. "One thing's for sure, this map wasn't made on the academy grounds. Those architectural motifs were only used when the academy was first built." Hearing that, Lerla and Dane both cried out in surprise. "So it's somewhere nearby." From Ernie's perspective, he wearily reminded them both. "The issue is that this architectural style uses a unique secret magic of Saul Hangston." Lerla immediately recalled. Saul H. Ston, wasn't he one of the academy's founders and a legendary archmage? Dane instantly grasped what Ernie's meant. That kind of magic can't be used anymore, right? Saul H. Ston left no disciples. Ernie's nodded in agreement. "You know a lot." At last, Lerla understood why Ernie seemed discouraged. "I guess this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this hard." On hearing that, Ernie simply shrugged. "In the end, the key is finding the person who made this map. Then we'll be able to decode the symbols and read it." Dane smiled and suggested, "Once we decode it, let's go treasure hunting together." The proposal was met with immediate enthusiasm from the other two. "I'm in too. Sounds fun. Before joining the academy, I always worked with my family. This is my first time experiencing something like this." Watching the two of them get excited like kids about a camping trip, Dane chuckled inwardly. "You two are really eager. This could take quite a while, so let's investigate slowly." Hearing that, Ernie's nodded. "I'll look into it more as well. Oh, and return the map to you guys." As he spoke, Ernie's rolled the map up and handed it to Dane. However, Dane refused. "Keep it. You'll find it more convenient while you're decoding it, right?" Ernie's shook his head confidently. "No need, I've memorized it all." Ernie's confidence even left Dane stunned. "No way, your memory is really that good." Ernie scratched his head, not sure why he remembered so clearly. "To this day, I don't know why, but things like codes and written text stick in my mind vividly." Dane and Lala exclaimed in admiration. "So that means you have an amazing talent in certain areas. It'll be really useful for exams." Dane smiled. "Anyway, got it. If you need anything from me, just say so." Saying that, Dane reached out to take the map back. Ernie smiled and thanked him. "Thanks. This is the first time I've searched for something without anyone guiding me, so I'm really happy." To celebrate the formation of the treasure hunting team, Lala excitedly suggested, "Let's go eat. Consider it a celebration of becoming a group." "Sounds good," the other two agreed. Just like that, the whole group went off to eat. Time passed quickly. The scene cut to the dormitory, specifically Dane's private room. Now he finally had time to tidy up his belongings. So much happened today, typical chaos for someone reincarnated into a game-like world. I should take the chance to tidy up my things a bit. The important gifts from my family need to be placed somewhere visible. But where on earth am I supposed to put this summoning egg? They say you shouldn't keep a living creature in a subspace, so Dane thought it over while scanning for a suitable spot to set down the large egg. Then at that very moment, the egg suddenly shook violently, making Dane jump. Why would this happen out of the blue? This had never happened in the past 7 years. Could it be because I just transferred to the academy? No, even if the academy is mysterious, the mana distribution here isn't any different from my old room. So it must be the ancient mana I absorbed in the garden. I didn't expect it to trigger the egg's reaction instantly. Okay, I'm going all in on this. Maybe it'll hatch today, I can't put this off for another second. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. But this is also the perfect opportunity for the egg to hatch. In the end, Dane decided to risk it and take the egg to his sister Klee's laboratory. When Klee saw Dane holding the egg, which was radiating intense energy, she widened her eyes and blurted, "It's reacting so violently." "What's happening?" Out of breath, Dane explained. "It's still shaking really badly. I'm not even channeling mana into it anymore." Just then, Klee remembered something and warned, "Isn't it time for dormitory roll call right now? Skipping roll call won't do you any favors." Dane giggled and replied, "I've already got a way to handle that, sis. Don't worry." Cut to the student dormitory. Just as Klee had mentioned, a tall guy and two friends hurried down the hallway and shouted, "I'm Anch, president of the dorm council. Roll call will be held in the lobby now." Inside the rooms, groups of students who heard the roll call hurriedly ran out. Roll call across the Imperial Academy dormitory is always enforced strictly, and glanced around and anxiously said, "Why haven't Priscilla and Dane come out yet? Do they even know roll call is happening? Being late costs 1 discipline point. Absence costs 2. More than 3 late marks in a semester means compulsory labor duty, and 2 absences will get you demoted out of the dorm." Seeing everyone whispering, and Bach shouted, "No one move and no talking. The 9th floor hall won't be easy to get past today." This strictness made the students uneasy, puzzled at why the atmosphere had suddenly grown so serious. To satisfy his curiosity and asked, "What do you mean?" And Bach waved his hand, summoning a blue screen, then said, "In the surveillance footage Mana had just installed, there was a scene showing the student Priscilla sneaking out of the dorm just 5 minutes earlier, but the system reported that she was still in her room." He immediately opened the door to check Priscilla's room. As expected, there was no one inside. Seeing that, and Bach's voice tightened with anger, "We usually don't check, but from now on we might need to change the rules. Looks like a storm of point deductions is coming." After checking everything, and Bach's anger temporarily subsided. The other students were generally fine and the room was clean, and however will lose 2 points for being absent. "Make sure to announce it clearly." "Yes, understood," the timid group of students replied. And Bach continued, "There's one last person, a freshman, but he's not present. Don't tell me he missed the very first roll call, huh?" Friend D hurriedly stood up to explain. "That can't be. He was definitely still in the room. He was packing up just a moment ago." And Bach dismissed it. "Fine, we'll check." He quickly stepped into Dane's room and sure enough found Dane awkwardly fussing while tidying up. This surprised and Bach, "Dane Gress, you're actually in the room. Do you know we're taking attendance?" Dane scratched his head awkwardly and answered, "Ah, sorry. I've been so busy unpacking that I didn't notice. Dane's cheerful expression made it impossible for Mbok to stay mad, so he nodded. Yeah, it's the first day, so that's understandable. Cut to Klee's laboratory. At this point, Dane is actually there, and the person Mbok met was only a simulated projection. Klee shouted in astonishment. Isn't that the MK1 hologram projector? Cut to Klee's laboratory. At this point, Dane is actually there, and the person Mbok met was only a simulated projection. Klee shouted in astonishment. Isn't that the MK1 hologram projector? I heard this thing is really hard to use, because the remote control is easily interfered with. Just a small glitch and it'll be exposed. In response to his sister, Dane replied, I anticipated that and checked it many times. As long as they don't come close, it'll be fine. His confident air made his sister quietly admire him. He's really gutsy. By the way, how's the egg? It's clearly reacting to your mana. It's very likely about to hatch. However, quite a few eggs have reacted like that and still failed to hatch. Hearing that, Dane frowned and asked, so what do we do now? Should I keep channeling mana into it? His sister stroked her chin, pondered for a moment, then said, there are still a lot of unknowns because it's a summoning egg, so putting it straight into a mana-stabilizing device would be pretty risky. But I don't think we should stop here. Besides, this laboratory is the best place for it to hatch. Hasn't the eldest sister always set up a mana barrier to keep things secret? That remark instantly won Dane's agreement. He nodded exactly. If we leave it like this, it could hatch at any moment anywhere. After a moment's thought, Klee made a decision. All right, let's begin. Your mana is very pure, but I'll add an extra mana filter just to be safe. So Dane began channeling mana into the egg again. This time, the egg's pull was even stronger than before, to the point that Dane's face was drenched in sweat. Good heavens, is it still hungry? What on earth is inside this thing? Klee stood to the side, quietly worried as well. This is a packed beast egg. Anyone can buy one, but getting it to hatch is another matter. The hatching conditions are still unknown. All anyone knows is that the breeder's mana frequency has to match the creature inside. Just how talented is this kid? Even knowing my sibling was skilled, seeing it with my own eyes was still jaw-dropping. At that moment, on the egg's surface, cracks suddenly appeared. Dane cried out with joy, see? Klee hurriedly said, okay, it's about to hatch, just a little more. Nice, let's see what kind of creature this is. In the expectant eyes of both, the egg emitted a fierce light, then popped softly, sending shell fragments flying everywhere. Dane was blown backward, and Klee had to step back a few paces and cover her face. Klee rushed over worriedly and asked, hey, are you okay? Dane gasped and shook his head. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. But look over there. He pointed toward the spot where the egg had been. Now a small, pale purple dragon had appeared, innocently staring at the two of them. A dragon, Klee shouted. The little dragon breathed fire in all directions. Oh wow, it can breathe fire too, Dane exclaimed in surprise. Before anyone could say more, Klee hurriedly shoved Dane closer and instructed, don't just stand there dazed. Move closer. There have been cases where a packed beast claims the first person it sees as its master. Dane, that's your packed beast. Hurry. Hearing that, Dane slowly approached the little dragon, muttering. Up close, it's actually kind of cute. Hello there, kiddo. My name is Dane. He spoke as he reached out toward the little dragon. Klee cheered happily. I already connected with it. Dane beamed back. Yes, it's adorable. He gently cradled the tiny dragon in his hands. Klee rushed over excitedly and asked, how did you do that so easily? Let me see. After studying the dragon for a moment, Klee's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. This looks like a creature summoned from the other side. Dane, stunned, asked, are you serious? Klee nodded firmly. Yes, only a very small number of summoning prodigies can do that. Even I can only summon a fragment of a soul. I never thought our youngest brother could summon something like this. This is a big deal, Dane. Seeing her seriousness, Dane asked anxiously. So it isn't a familiar summoned creature. Klee explained, I know most summoned beings, even larval forms, but I've never seen anything like this kid. The closest comparison would be a dragon, but there are still many differences. We'll probably have to investigate it ourselves. There are no records about this kind of creature. Dane wondered to himself, could this be a new species? Why did it come to me? Could it have something to do with ancient magic? Unaware of his thoughts, Klee continued with a warning. Right, keep the eggshell safe. Some species that hatch from eggs will eat the shell for nutrients. I understand, so what should I do next? Dane asked. Klee quickly listed, first approach carefully and try to record everything. What it likes, what it hates, how long it sleeps, whether it's aggressive, how fast it grows, etc. Listening to her non-stop instructions, Dane felt more and more confused. He mulled a lot, but he was sure it would all be worth it. I don't really know what this little dragon is thinking. I only feel a strange thread connecting the two of us, making me feel responsible for protecting it. Glancing over, Klee caught sight of Dane's pensive look and asked, are you planning to keep it with you? If people find out, the whole academy might freak out. She even suggested, maybe leave it in the lab? Hearing that, Dane nodded, agreeing it might be safer, but then shook his head. We can't hide it forever. I think leaving it in the lab would make it feel imprisoned. It's okay. At worst, I'm discovered, and you girls help out. After all, it's my summoned creature. Klee could only sigh and accept. Makes sense, then, while we're at it, officially register a title for you. A summoner's title? Dane asked back. The blonde sister smiled. Exactly. Even though you're still new, everyone can see your talent. It might be tough juggling studies and caring for a summoned creature, but this is a big opportunity for your growth. After a few seconds of thought, Dane nodded in agreement. Sounds reasonable. Let's do it. Klee asked again. You've already signed up for the summoning course, right? The orientation is tomorrow, and the head professor is Tamari Bravo, isn't it? If you show your talent, you'll definitely be recommended for special admission. Usually meeting that requirement is very difficult, but I believe you can do it. She gave Dane a firm pat on the shoulder, and Dane felt a little thrill at the prospect of special admission. Special admission, huh? Sounds pretty exciting. After thinking it over, Dane went back to the dorm. No sooner had he reached the room than his friend Droyan, worried, demanded, where were you? You weren't at roll call and Priscilla got caught right away. Dane just shrugged and replied, I had urgent business, so I had to go out. There's a way to go out. Droyan shook his head with a laugh. The Sawgrass family of you lot always manages to surprise people. Your sisters used to be dorm legends. But don't worry, only I know you sneaked out. After that, Droyan waved goodbye to Dane. Back in his room, Dane collapsed onto the bed, exhaling with relief. Phew, glad I made it back safely. I don't know what Priscilla was thinking to dare go out like that. Dane glanced up to see the little dragon still circling the room, occasionally spitting little puffs of flame and looking utterly thrilled. He thought to himself, it's really excited, but that's kind of wonderful. A flicker of memory crossed Dane's mind about how he'd slipped back into the dorm without being detected. It was the secret passage his sister had told him about. The entrance had been sealed by the monofence surrounding the dorm, but thanks to the little dragon, with a quick puff of flame it managed to create a large hole in the barrier. Just thinking about this ability was enough to thrill Dane. Does the flame temporarily disable mana? Unbelievable, it's indeed a special summoned creature. The next day, Dane told Ernie's about his little dragon. When Dane said the dragon's name was Happy, Ernie's, puzzled, asked Happy, "You actually named it Happy? Who named something like that?" Dane smiled and replied, "I think it's friendly and easy to call." "Or do you have another name in mind?" Ernie suggested. Ernie stared at the little dragon for a moment, then said seriously, "How about Canas?" Dane nodded, "Sounds good. Does it mean anything mysterious? It suits him." Dane cheerfully agreed, "Perfect. From now on, your name is Canas." He smiled at the little dragon Canas. Time passed, and the scene shifted to Bermuder's Hall, where the summoning department's class took place. The students were all present, and in one corner, Digon, the guy who'd fought Dane since childhood, also appeared. As soon as he saw Dane, Digon immediately recognized him. Dane Sawgrass, the one who had taken his summoning contract, whose actions had brought his family to ruin, and now he was meeting him here. Dane came here to take a summoning class. Digon nervously thought to himself, why do I have to be studying this subject right when he's here? I must do my best to avoid Dane. That thought made sweat bead on his forehead, even before class began. Just then, a big guy suddenly patted Digon on the shoulder from behind and shouted, "Hey, drone," repeating the course again. Digon hurriedly turned around and replied awkwardly, Yes, senior." The tall senior laughed boisterously and patted Digon on the shoulder in a friendly way. "Come on, don't be so tense. Everyone had to retake a class a few times. I've had to retake this very subject twice already, just counting this one. Treat it like an easy credit, outperform the rookies, and you're done." Hearing that, Digon forced a reply to get through the moment, trying not to offend his senior. Before long, the professor stepped into the classroom, and the noisy atmosphere quickly fell silent. At the lectern, Professor Temeric, a handsome, stern man, began the lesson. This session will start with the basic theories of summoning. This is foundational knowledge, vitally important for anyone who has just set out on the path to becoming a summoner. These theories will later appear on the summoner certification exam, so study them thoroughly. No sooner had he finished than the students began to murmur, "This professor is really strict. I've heard the official summoner exam is ridiculously hard." Sensing that mood, Professor Temeric smiled but still offered a warning in a challenging tone. "Of course, if you're capable, you can pass the special entrance exam. But I'll say this up front, it isn't easy at all." Immediately, a student asked loudly, "Professor, what are the requirements to take the special entrance exam?" Temeric replied with obvious satisfaction, "I knew you. Ask, look up here." He waved his hand, conjuring a pale blue screen that hovered in the air, and explained. "First, you must summon a rank 5 or higher familiar, using an official sigil. Second, you must keep the summon active for over 30 minutes. The whole class gaped at one another. A rank 5 summon. Rank 7 beasts are already tough enough, and now you have to sustain one for 30 minutes too. Before the students could gossip further, the professor added the final condition. Third, you must demonstrate a personal flair, something special that only you possess. If you don't meet that condition, even if you satisfy the first 2 requirements, you won't be chosen." The whispering grew louder. What the hell with such subjective criteria, who would dare try? Dane himself gave a slight snort. Basically, it's just whether the professor likes you. If he does, you pass. If he doesn't, you fail. And he even hides it under the label of being special. Professor Temeric was unsurprised by their reaction. He continued calmly, "Now you see why this is a special recruitment. Oh, and one more condition. You need at least 2 letters of recommendation from summoning experts to enter the exam." The class fell silent. No one dared to speak. Professor Temeric glanced at Dane, thinking, Dane says, could this cross-disciplinary student really be as the rumors claim? They say that during admissions, he once forged a secondary link with Professor Delfinso's B-rank Urek. But unless you saw it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. Isn't it possible Delfinso shows some favoritism because of his connection with Baron Cess? I want to put that to the test. Back to the lecture, Temeric concluded. Anyway, your first objective is to get through the routine exam. If you can already summon a beast, consider it done, but I don't think first years can manage that. The class was thrown into another panic, while Digon kept swallowing nervously. Dane sat brooding, suspicious. These new students must be really flustered since none of them have ever actually summoned before. Professor Temeric scanned the class, smiling provocatively. "No first-year students know how to summon. I'm truly disappointed this year," he said, then glanced subtly at Dane. Dane recognized that look and felt a twinge of unease. Does he want to test me? If so, Dane stood up and announced firmly, "I can try, Professor." That declaration immediately drew the attention of the whole class, and the professor to Dane. "Oh ho, really? What's your major and your name?" Hearing that, Dane replied, "I'm a first-year interdisciplinary student. My name is Dane Sawgrass. I've heard about you from the dean. They said you're very talented," Temeric praised, and Dane only waved his hand in response. "Yes, if that's how the dean judges me." From Temeric's perspective, his expression stiffened slightly as he silently sized Dane up after that exchange. Well, this kid, people are usually either modest or arrogant, but he answers with such natural ease. Truly something special. Thinking that, Temeric said bluntly, "There are a lot of rumors about you, but if that talent were only a rumor, it would be absurd. That said, can you show everyone what you can do right here?" Now the teacher had laid it out plainly. Dane thought to himself and nodded in agreement. "If you want, I can do it, no problem. But if I prove myself, could I ask you to write a recommendation letter so I can apply for the special entrance exam?" Dane's sudden request left every student and professor in the lecture hall speechless. After a moment, Temeric spoke up. "You want a recommendation for the special entrance exam? Do you understand what that would mean?" Dane had just heard Temeric explain the conditions. How could he possibly forget? He affirmed, "So I have to demonstrate exceptional talent right here." Temeric frowned and asked, "And if you can't do it?" Dane shook his head. I haven't even thought about that. Hearing such overconfidence, veins stood out on Tamarik's face, but he tried to hold himself back. That's a little too confident. Even his sister Clog has never been this confident. Thinking that, and as if wanting to teach Dane a lesson, Tamarik cheerfully agreed. All right, come up here. If you really meet the requirements, I'll be more than happy to write you a letter of recommendation. Though that's easier said than done. Not only the professor, the other students also began loudly gossiping. What is he thinking? He's not even a summoning major. What on earth is up with the Sagar's household? Ignoring the chatter, Tamarik warned one last time. But if you fail, you'll have to accept all the consequences. No matter what those consequences are, do you still want to try? After a few seconds' thought, Dane nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll do it. Tamarik offered no further counsel and said with amusement. All right, come down here. As luck would have it, I already have a summoning sigil right here. With that, Dane quickly moved toward the podium. In his head he thought, I didn't plan to do this in the first class, but oh well, I'll take whatever I can get. Dane picked up the white card in front of him, slowly channeled his energy into the card, and whispered a reply to the summoning call. Immediately, a magic circle formed in midair, and from within it, a gigantic wolf leaped out. A dangerous aura radiated from its body. A mere glance made the group of students tremble like lambs seeing a wolf. Oh my god, it's real. Isn't that a rank 5 summoned beast? You can pull that off with an empty sigil. In a corner, Digon immediately recognized the wolf as Genfu, his summoned beast that Dane had stolen from him before. Ignoring Digon's feelings, Dane confidently turned to the professor. Professor, I've summoned Genfu. Tamarik was still stunned, sweat beading on his brow, screaming inwardly. How did this kid manage that with just an empty sigil? Is he actually forming an official contract? But even so, he's only summoned it so far. There's no guarantee he can keep it up for 30 minutes. Thinking that, Tamarik felt a bit more at ease, then said, it's indeed as impressive as the rumors, but the second condition won't be easy. Dane didn't want to drag out the class either, so he said, that's right, I won't waste class time. How about I show the professor something else? Dane's words made the professor look curious. What? Something else? The trainees were just as curious, buzzing with whispers. What is he going to do next? This Sagar's kid is seriously frightening. Back in Digon's train of thought, he too began to worry. The third condition is to demonstrate something special. That ultimately still depends on the professor's judgment. If the professor has already made up his mind, can the kid pull it off? The entire class turned their eyes to Dane. No one wanted to miss this moment. Professor Tamarik nodded in agreement. All right, let's see what you can do. After saying that, Dane began to release mana, forming bands of blue energy around Genfu. At the same time, he chanted an arcane, hard-to-understand incantation. The giant wolf's body was lifted into the air by the energy, slowly swelling, its claws growing ever sharper. The spectacle left even his magic-using friends stunned. While the group of trainees were almost hysterical at the power of that ancient magic, the wolf howled as if it had just seen a dinosaur resurrected. Did he just power-enhance a summoned beast? Isn't that something only fifth-year students can pull off? And he's not even a summoning department student, right? On this side, the giant wolf Genfu let out a thunderous roar, instantly silencing the whole classroom. Dane smiled at Tamarik and asked, is this enough to prove how special I am? Turning to Tamarik, the teacher was stunned. Oh my god, he even pulled off a link enhancement. So the rumors were true. How does this kid have such unbelievable talent? I really can't believe my eyes. The more he thought about it, the wider the teacher's mouth hung open. Seeing that, Dane almost laughed out loud. It seemed even the professor was shocked. No wonder. I felt the same myself. He thought that as he stroked Genfu. After a few seconds, Tamarik finally regained his composure, coughed a few times, and said, this is truly special. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later. Yes, I understand. Dane replied with a bright smile. At the back, Drone, the observer, quietly swallowed hard in worry. He'd matured since before. What a terrifying kid. In short, after the commotion, the class resumed. Dane could always feel the professor's gaze on him, sometimes tinged with embarrassment. I've heard the teacher is very serious, and my older sister would probably be amused to hear about this. This is only part of the recommendation letter. Should I ask Professor Delfinso for the rest? Dane wondered to himself, not long after the lesson ended. All right, that's it for today's class. The groups of students left the classroom one by one. While they were leaving, a voice suddenly called out, Dane Gress. Hearing someone call, Dane turned, saw the familiar red hair, frowned and asked, you're Drone Tai, Genfu's former owner, right? So you're studying at this academy too. At that, Digron looked embarrassed. You still remember me? Yes, I had to repeat a year after failing a subject. Seeing his awkward demeanor, Dane felt a bit curious. Had he come here for revenge? Why was he speaking so gently? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly. Actually, I saw you before and planned to ignore you. But thinking back, I really did wrong to you then, so I came to apologize. I'm truly sorry for what happened. Please forgive me. Saying that, he bowed deeply at a sincere 90-degree angle. Seeing that, Dane's face softened into a slight smile, and he nodded. That's ancient history now, don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing that, Digron asked cheerfully, really? So can I keep studying here? I won't cause trouble or get in your way. Dane seemed to catch on and asked, oh, did you think I'd report you and have you expelled? He stepped forward, patted Digron on the shoulder and reassured him, no, don't worry. Everything's fine now. Those words made Drone really happy. He beamed and said, thanks, Dane. If you need anything, just say the word. At the same time, the back of Dane's shirt suddenly puffed up. Then something slowly shifted around inside the shirt. Dane guessed that Canas must have woken up and started causing trouble. Could it be hungry? Thinking that, Dane turned and asked, right, you're from the summoning department, aren't you? Perfect timing. I need to grab some supplies from the shop. Can you guide me there? In response, Drone cheerfully said, sure. The place is called Earth and Ben. I go there all the time. It was founded by 2 former students after they graduated, and it's been around for over 30 years. The usual items are blah blah, and the trends lately are blah blah. Hearing Drone cheerfully share all that, Dane thought to himself. He really does seem remorseful, so there's no need to put on an attitude anymore. Suddenly, the little dragon Canas stuck its head out and peered around with curious eyes, prompting Dane to remind it. Calm down, Canas. Right after that, the two of them went to the shop together. Pale golden sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, adding warmth to the afternoon. On the way, Drone turned and, eyes curious, asked, what do you need me to help find? Actually, just tell me the summons level and I'll handle the rest. Dane replied, I only need food for it. Drone nodded, stroking its chin as if deep in thought, eyes sparkling with confidence. Ah, this is totally my specialty. I used to train compatibilities, so this is a piece of cake. Oh, what species is your summon anyway? Dane hesitated a bit, then answered, yes, it's a wyvern. He silently thought. Canis really does look like a V. Maybe their diets are pretty similar. Before he could finish answering, Drone suddenly shouted, voice full of excitement. A V. A third-tier summon, that big already. Seeing Drone so animated, Dane quickly raised a hand to signal and lowered his voice. Yeah, but it's still young, so remember to keep it secret. Drone startled, eyes wide. At the same time, Canis inside Dane's cloak began to wiggle and let out a small chirp. Dane thought, if this gets out, we all know who the culprit is. No one but Drone. But Drone remained excited. Go on a V, then soft food is best. Even though it's small, V eat a lot. In about a week, it'll start eating meat. Dane nodded slightly, thinking, truly an expert. So how did this guy fail the exam? When they arrived at the shop, a bustling atmosphere enveloped them. The shelves stocked with magical items that shimmered with mystical light. Bitch Johan scanned the aisles and quickly grabbed 2 small bags of food, turning to Dane with a smug smile. Here, this one is made from 17 ingredients. And this is a soft milk mix blend. Take both. Dane took them, smiling brightly, voice full of gratitude. Thanks a lot, you helped me get everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Dane being polite, Bitch Joe frowned slightly and nodded. That's all you need, anything else. Dane shook his head. That'll do for now. Bitch Joe eagerly suggested, since we're here, take a look around, there's a lot of useful stuff. Makes sense, Dane nodded. Fine, let's take another stroll. The two leisurely wandered the shop, which sold countless magical items, from glowing garments to radiant support potions and shimmering triple staff. Suddenly, Dane stopped, eyes lighting up as he spotted a magnificent magic staff before him. He said, delighted, oh, this one looks pretty cool, doesn't it? But at that moment, a warning voice rang out from the side. Hold on, this isn't for novices to use. Not even mastered summoning yet and already reaching for weapons. Beware the magic curse. Step back. Near the staff was a neatly posted warning sign. Do not touch, especially novices. We are not responsible for the consequences. Bitch John nodded and reminded him. That's right, Dane. This staff is usually reserved for 4th-year students. Just touching it will drain your mana. Yet Dane seemed unfazed. He thought to himself, oh come on, it's not that big a deal. The more you forbid it, the more I want to try. Ignoring the warnings, Dane reached out and grabbed the staff. The shopkeeper shouted in panic. New student, don't touch that, it's dangerous. But before he could finish, Dane had already grasped the staff. The orb at its tip suddenly emitted a mysterious light, glowing like a precious gem. Dane smiled in satisfaction, thinking, it's craving mana. Immediately, he channeled mana into the staff, feeling a surge of power welling up inside. The shopkeeper gaped, stammering, what the hell just happened? The staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He thought secretly, even if you have enough mana, hardly anyone can control it. Dane still smiled calmly. Not bad at all, huh? Bitch Joe beside him couldn't hide her amazement. Dane, I know you're talented, but you're absolutely top tier. The shopkeeper stepped forward, hands on his hips, irritated. Are you really a 1st-year student? I've never seen anyone like this. Dane replied with a light smile. I'm Dane Saugers, younger brother of Senior Klee. Hearing that name, the shopkeeper flinched and his tone changed completely. Oh, the top student of the interdisciplinary department. Even 1st-year Klee couldn't hold this staff. I underestimated you. If you'd said earlier, I would have advised you more carefully. Dane just smiled awkwardly, thinking, their attitude flips faster than a rice paper. The shopkeeper continued, are you planning to buy this staff? Dane shook his head and put the staff back. Oh no, it looks cumbersome and doesn't hold much mana. The shopkeeper was surprised. Huh, this could easily serve 5th or 6th-year students. Dane looked at the staff, thinking, feels like pouring an entire well into a teapot. Hardly worth it. Finally, he said, I'll just take the bags of food. The shopkeeper muttered, are all Count's kids like this? Even your sister was the same. Dane wondered what his sister was like. He furrowed his brow, nodded, and thought, that's my sister all right. After that, Dane and Bitch John paid and left. The shopkeeper watched them go and muttered, why are geniuses always so strange? After leaving the shop, Dane found a quiet corner, carefully placed the 2 bags of food before the eager Canis wriggling in his cloak. Looking at the tiny dragon with gem-like eyes, Dane smiled and said gently, here you go, tasty. Slow down, don't choke. Canis ignored the warning and lunged into the food, making delighted munching noises. Each soft bite melted in her mouth. She clung happily and her little tail wagged wildly. Watching that, Dane shook his head, thinking, next is basic class. La only 5 minutes left. Gotta hurry back to the dorm. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out from a nearby alley, shattering the peaceful air. A clattering crash with flying fragments made Dane freeze. He frowned and muttered, what was that? Curses from the alley cut through, as sharp as a blade. You brat, shut that mouth of yours, beat him to a pulp for me. Another voice no less vicious. You clown, a few punches and he can't even open his mouth. Dane squinted, a rising unease creeping in. As the taunts continued, nobody was here yesterday, you're unlucky today. A weak voice replied, trembling but defiant, I'm not afraid of you anymore. At that, Dane froze, his heart pounding. Wait, that voice is. He immediately turned, his gaze sharpening toward the alley. There Ernest was surrounded by 3 thugs, looking utterly miserable. Hair disheveled, glasses crooked, limbs trembling. Yet his eyes still flashed with resolve. The red-haired one was clearly the leader, sneering with contempt. Did you hear him? He says he's not scared. The one beside him laughed and added, big mouth but shakes like a blower. Ernest clenched his teeth and fists, thinking, these bastards waited until I was alone to gang up on me. One of the group sneered, who goes first? There's no one around. Another grinned maliciously, let me, my jaw still hurts from last time because of him. The 3 advanced together, brimming with aggression. Though frightened, Ernest took a fighting stance and snarled, don't come any closer. The 3 burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha, this loser dares to raise his fist, got lucky once and now thinks he's tough. Despair welled up in Ernest's mind. It's over, what can I even do this time? But just then, decisive footsteps sounded from afar, and a calm, slightly mocking voice drew everyone's attention. Back again, huh? The blonde turned his head. his eyes widening as he recognized the newcomer. He shouted a hint of panic in his voice. Dane Saugers. Dane paid no mind to their astonishment. He strolled forward, wearing a relaxed smile, and waved at Ernest. Hey there. Ernest saw Dane like a drowning man spotting a lifeline. His eyes lit up, voice trembling with emotion. Dane. When Dane appeared, the bullies began to murmur among themselves. What's going on? You said no one would come. One snorted, another replied. Who cares about that now? Grab some weapons. Dane glanced their way, thinking to himself, this is trouble. He looked around, thinking, there's really no one else here, right? Then I'll make you taste some pain. Instantly, a surge of mana poured from Dane's body, making the bullies flinch in fear. In the blink of an eye, countless spear tips manifested in the air, aimed straight at them. Seeing this, one yelled, what the hell is that? He can cast spells too. The punk stammered, isn't the Saugers family famous for spearcraft? The redhead shouted angrily, idiot, you forgot? Her sister is Isabella Saugers. Beside him, Ernest also exclaimed in surprise, as he saw the floating spears hovering over the bullies. Dane said coldly, all right, choose. Either back off obediently or get beaten to a pulp. Hearing this, the three bullies' faces went pale, fear welling up in them. Immediately after, the nearby wall sprouted countless cracks as if pierced, and the ground suffered the same. The bullies were now face down on the ground, crying out in miserable pain. Ernest, still trembling, stepped forward and spoke. Thank you, Dane. My hands and legs are still shaking. Dane smiled and replied, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Now let's train together. Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his sore arm and asked in surprise. What? Dane answered, you once said you wanted to beat Braun, right? Ernest nodded and smiled wryly. Ah, that's true. Dane continued, so I'll help you get stronger. Ernest could only smile. Haha, I always rely on you. Afterward, the two walked across the schoolyard. Dane asked, hey, have you joined any club yet? Ernest replied, not yet. I've looked everywhere but can't find an exploration or archaeology club. I thought there had to be one. Ernest went on. In our year, there's a map research association, but that's a required course, not a club. I also checked out some map analysis clubs, but they just make excuses to be lazy. It's disappointing. Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. Seems most people just want an easy life. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, but why are you asking about clubs? Are you planning to join one? Dane replied, it's just that everyone's so eager to recruit freshmen that I wonder if it's really important. Ernest explained, they say you must choose carefully. Once you join, you can't switch for 2 years. Dane shrugged. Rules are stricter than I thought. Pick wrong and you waste 2 whole years. At that moment, the campus was filled with club recruitment signs. Dessert Connoisseurs Society here, book discussion club there. Suddenly Dane stopped, turned, and said, how about we start our own club? Ernest was surprised. What kind of club? Dane replied, a club that can do anything. Ernest still wondered, what do you mean? Dane explained, I mean we can train, and explore ruins, and when we're free we can gather to eat, do whatever we want. No rules, no limits. What do you think of that idea? Ernest's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. I'm in, going with you will definitely be fun, but will a club like this get approved? Dane replied confidently, it's fine, leave it to me. Ernest nodded, if you say so, I believe it, but why did you suddenly think of this? Dane smiled, because the club invitations are annoying, I always have to refuse. None of the clubs interest me, so I'll just make one myself. Ernest asked further, if I join, will I get extra training in spear techniques or swordsmanship? Dane smiled, of course that's guaranteed, you might even discover a hidden talent. Ernest rejoiced, great, we'll definitely learn a lot from each other. Then he suddenly remembered, but I heard you need at least 3 people to form a club, right? Dane nodded. We have Lolo, I already mentioned her. Go ask her now. Cut to the club registration office. The 3 walked and chatted. Ernest asked, submit this form here and we're done, right? Lolo excitedly, sounds easy, fill it out quickly. Dane glanced at her, thinking, typical Lala, she ditched the Dessert Exploration Club just to come with us. Lala cheerfully said, the Dessert Club meets weekly to taste sweets, perfect match. Dane nodded, we can do that too if you want. Ernest chimed in, I love snacking, I'm up for anything. Dane added, if you want to get to know upperclassmen, that's fine, but just follow Ernest. Hearing that, Lala looked satisfied and beamed. The 3 filled out the club formation form, then took it to a room to request approval. Suddenly Lala shouted, what? The rules changed. A blonde woman pushing up her glasses explained. Yes, the academy now has over 3,000 clubs, most inactive and hard to manage. So starting a club now requires approval, not just a report. Dane's expression tightened slightly as he asked, for approval, what do we have to do? Lala sighed. Oh no, just when Dane is at his limit. The blonde continued, you need a recommendation letter from a formal professor. Do you want me to give you the form? Dane nodded. Give the form to me first. Then the 3 left the room. Lala complained, as first years like us, where would we get a recommendation letter? Ernest agreed, seriously, we haven't even met any professors yet. Lala added, you can't just pick a random teacher to get a signature from. Dane smiled, actually I already have someone in mind. Lala and Ernest shouted in unison, what? Who is it? We're just freshmen, they'll look down on us for sure. Dane grinned confidently, trust me. Ernest and Lala could only stare, speechless. Cut to Professor Lott's office. Dane sat presenting the club formation plan. He thought to himself, damn, the professor said he'd listen, but why is this so difficult now? Lott spoke up, why are you here? Dane replied, Professor, actually we want to start a club. Lott pleasantly surprised, oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club is it? Dane smiled, a club for sword training, exploring the academy, and fun adventures. But now we need approval, so we require a professor's recommendation letter. Lott questioned the recommendation. Dane nodded, yes, we're looking for a wonderful professor to ask. Hearing that, Lott stiffened slightly, thinking to himself, looking for a professor. They've come all the way to me and still say that. You kids, do you really think you can find a better professor than me? Haha, isn't there a professor right here? No need to search far, I'll recommend you. Dane replied, the professor is always busy, I'm worried about bothering him. Before he finished, Lott interrupted, busy how? At least I can do this. So what do I need to do? Dane smiled, really? Then please sign here, Professor. He quickly took the registration form from his clothes and handed it over. Lott gladly took a pen, signed the form, and said, my only student wants to start a club. Of course I'll enthusiastically support you. Dane smiled, bowed in thanks. Thank you very much, Professor. Afterwards, Dane immediately met up with Ernest and La exclaimed, unbelievable. We got the recommendation so fast. Are you acquainted with the professor? Ernest interjected. We couldn't even get a word in, holding the recommendation in hand and still not believing it. Dane laughed. I pretended to ask about sword techniques and luckily won his favor. Ernest nodded anyway. It's great that we succeeded. Lala patted her chest excitedly. So are we really starting the club now? Dane nodded. Now we just need to submit the application. Imagining the club being formed, Ernest was ecstatic. I'm so excited. It's going to be so much fun. Lala marveled. I thought this would be hard, but Dane made it look easy. Dane took out a blank sheet and said, now we need a name to register. What should we choose? Naming turned out to be a long story. Ernest said the name has to represent our image. This is important. Lala nodded. I don't want something childish or meaningless. The two tore at their hair, muttering, what name will work? Watching them, Dane smiled faintly, thinking they're taking this seriously. Suddenly he felt something stirring inside him, glanced down and muttered, Kana waking up now. The little dragon wriggling around his body made Dane uneasy. He whispered, not now. Lala asked Dane, have you thought of a name yet? Dane replied, I'm fine with anything. Lala questioned, what? You're the one who suggested this, but you have no ideas. She pointed at Dane's shirt. Hey, there's a lump on your shirt. About to give you away. Dane muttered inwardly, I haven't even introduced it yet. He stammered, well, it's... Ernest's and Lala's eyes fixed on him. Lala pressed, what are you hiding? Suddenly Dane's button popped open and a shadow of Dane shot out. It turned out to be the mischievous little dragon who had escaped. Seeing the adorable little dragon, Ernest and Lala widened their eyes, mouths forming perfect O's. Dane gave an embarrassed smile, thinking to himself, well, that's it for me now. Lala pointed accusatorily. What is that? A summoned beast. How did it crawl out of your shirt? Don't tell me it's the egg you took from Clee's place that hatched. The little dragon hovered on Dane's shoulder and gave an adorable low growl. He nodded, yes, it was born not long ago. Its name is Kana. Lala angrily, Net, you knew about this already. Dane quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important. The three of them walked toward registration while thinking of club names. At the registration desk, the blonde woman frowned. A club for magic exploration, summoning, spear arts, and swordsmanship? The three could only force a smile at such an over-the-top name. She asked again, are you sure you want this name? Dane nodded, yes, please approve us. After approval, the three left the registration office. Lala turned to scold. Dane, never name anything again. Dane frowned, wasn't it fine to me? Lala snapped. Oh, it's not fine at all. Ernest quickly smoothed things over, haha, don't worry too much. We can always change the name later. Cut to Tamarik's office, Professor of Summoning. Someone entered and asked, hope I'm not intruding. Tamarik replied, ha, not at all, Dean. The visitor was Delfino. She sat and gently asked, how have things been lately? Tamarik answered, there are many talented students, but I'm worried professors will be overburdened. She emphasized, in particular, I've heard there's one student who stands out above the rest. Tamarik stammered, ah, yes, that's true. He thought, has word spread so quickly in class? Delfino, holding a teacup, continued, I've heard interesting things about your class. I'm not interfering, just curious. Tamarik replied at once, oh, of course there's no problem. You're the dean, this is normal. He set down his teacup and added, there's one student who is very noteworthy, even exceeding expectations. Surprised, Delfino smiled. It must be Dane Saugers. I personally admitted him. She added, I heard you promised to write a recommendation for him, right? Tamarik nodded, yes, that's right. Delfino continued, since the special admissions required 2 letters, I thought I'd write the other one. Tamarik was surprised, you'll write it personally? She smiled, he clearly has talent. How could I sit idly by? Tamarik fell silent, thinking to himself, that sly snake, she's trying to take everything. He clenched his fist and muttered, yes, she's always like that. I underestimated her. Delfino spoke up, Professor. Is something bothering you? Tamarik startled and hurriedly replied, oh, not at all. Delfino looked him straight in the eye. Is that so? When you finish the letter, let me see it. After all, we should be upfront with each other about this. Tamarik frowned slightly, anxious, that's of course. Having achieved her purpose, Delfino stood and said, then I'll be leaving now. Watching her retreating back, Tamarik ground his teeth and fell into thought. His hand clenched so hard it trembled as he muttered, do you think I'll sit back and let things go your way? She's trying to pull Dane to her side, but this time I won't let that happen. I must secure that prodigy first. Cut to the schoolyard. Dane muttered as he walked. Today there's only the history of Empire founding class left, right? Dane sighed, there's still time. Maybe I'll go grab a tart or something. Suddenly a figure approached and called out, Dane Saugers. Dane turned his head and saw a blonde young woman he'd never met. He asked, who are you? She replied, hello, I'm a messenger from the academy. Dean Delfino, head of the summoning department, wants to see you. She smiled in a way that made Dane puzzled, muttering, isn't Professor Tamarik the one who called? He asked, for what reason does the dean want to see me? The blonde replied, he only mentioned the recommendation letter and asked you to come immediately. Shall we go now? Dane nodded, ah, the recommendation letter. But inwardly he muttered, being summoned so suddenly, something's off. The Imperial Academy, cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where the flame of scholarly passion is always stoked, is famed for its brutal competition that exceeds all expectations, especially the power struggles among professors. A department's influence determines the budget, equipment, and facilities it receives. Here, the 3 largest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, always receive the highest allocations. A professor's reputation and evaluation change accordingly, directly affecting their core responsibilities. In the Dean of Summoning's office, Delfinio looked out the window and muttered, we can't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I can't keep losing to those guys. She pondered, if that boy joins our department, we could easily overtake the magic department. The problem is Professor Lot from the interdisciplinary department. Still, his sister Clee studies here, so he's hard to sway. If we can just get him interested in summoning, the opportunity will come. Suddenly a voice called from outside, Professor. I've brought Dane in. Delfinio replied, bring him in. She smiled and said, the academy must be busy, Dane. With your ability, I imagine many places are courting you. Dane modestly, I still have much to learn, so I'm approaching everything like a first-year student. Delfinio nodded, humble. That desire to learn is admirable. Is there any subject you feel especially drawn to? Dane smiled faintly. I haven't chosen a specific subject yet. I want to do well in all of them. Delfinio nodded, aiming for all-around skill. That's the spirit of a new student. Do you know why I called you here? Dane shook his head. She continued, I've heard about a miraculous event in Professor Tamarik's class. You summoned Genfu and managed to form an enhanced link. With skills like that, how could a dean like me sit idly by? She smiled. With your ability, you should take the special admissions exam. Dane began to understand and replied, thank you for thinking so highly of me. Delphinio continued, Professor Tamaric and I have agreed to write recommendation letters for you. It's the first time I've written a letter for a student outside the summoning department, because your talent is truly rare. She furrowed her brow and got to the point. Why don't you try exploring summoning more deeply? Dane asked, summoning? She nodded honestly. Someone qualified for the special exam doesn't need extra lessons. But precisely for that reason, I want to teach you personally. Dane thought, if the dean herself extends this offer, the summoning department must be short on talent. He replied, thank you. But regarding the club, I've already formed one with some friends. Delphinio was startled. What? Already formed? The new regulations are strict. Dane smiled. Yes, it's not easy. But fortunately, Professor Lot wrote the recommendation for us. Hearing that, Delphinio's eyes widened, and she muttered, that hateful Lot. He never attends faculty meetings and is always lazy, yet he beat me to it. She clenched her hand in anger. He dared to ruin my plan to guide him into my summoning club. She calmed herself and continued, well then, congratulations on forming the club. Drop by my lab when you have time. There are many interesting things. She murmured to herself, for now, I'll let the bait hang. She continued, I have some rare things like unhatched spirit beast eggs. Just one is worth an entire castle. Dane flinched and put his hand into his coat, thinking, oh no, I'm already raising one. He replied, spirit beast eggs. I'll come take a look. Delphinio smiled, don't worry about the recommendation letter. Professor Tamaric and I will provide it. If you have any questions about the exam, ask me anytime. Dane cheerfully, thank you for your concern. She held a cookie and said, have dessert while we talk. What you brought looks delicious. As she sampled it, she muttered, I bet Tamaric is planning to move before I do. I need to write that letter quickly. Let's see how surprised those others will be when they see it. The next day, Klee met Dane and said, Dane, Professor Delphinio just contacted me. Dane asked for you. Klee nodded yes. After sending the recommendation, the summoning council contacted her today. They're sending examiners to the academy immediately. Dane startled, they came that fast. He muttered, too fast. Obviously, they want to recruit me. Klee widened her eyes. Professor Delphinio thinks highly of you. What did you do to catch the attention of someone so strict? Dane just smiled wryly. I don't know either. Maybe because I'm the top student. Klee continued, anyway, you're about to be called to the exam. When we took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, sustain them, then perform an enhanced link. Dane shouted 3 at once. This is big. He muttered, Klee took the special exam when she was only 16. Klee nodded yes, but no one knows what this exam will be like. They don't announce it in advance. Even with Delphinio's recommendation you're qualified, but there's internal politicking within the summoning council. Dane asked, internal politicking. Klee explained, you probably don't know. Professor Delphinio has refused the council's requests many times, so they dislike her. They won't let her gain an advantage easily. Dane pondered, so the exam could be harder because of that, right? Klee nodded, it's possible. But I'm not too worried for you. If you get hurt because of these grown-ups' power plays, I'll feel guilty. Dane smiled, don't worry, that won't happen. He thought, I don't intend to get caught in those traps. 2 days later, the summoning council's inspection team arrived at the academy, led by Chairman Elget Bowden. He said, long time no see, Professor Delphinio. She replied, you're well. Elget asked, so how talented is the student you recommended? Delphinio calmly, I'm sorry, Chairman. His talent is extraordinary. I couldn't ignore it. Elget continued, then you should have accepted a seat on the council when we offered, to handle things smoothly. Delphinio smiled wryly, you know me? I value my responsibilities at the academy. If I joined the council, I couldn't devote myself fully to the academy. She ground her teeth and thought, do you think I don't know you're trying to pull influence to your side? Because of the council's greed, I've nearly died several times during reckless missions. She turned and said, then follow me, we'll talk as we walk. Elget nodded, all right. He thought HMPH. The recommendation's sent so I'll cooperate, but I don't like this kid at all. On the way, Elget asked, that boy is Dane Saugers, Klee's brother, right? Delphinio replied, yes, his talent is truly Saugers' blood. Elget continued, I've heard he summoned a level 5 Genfu, formed an enhanced link, and in the interdepartmental exam made multiple simultaneous links with spirit beasts. Delphinio nodded, that's right. He turned and said, such ability is extraordinary, shaking the whole council. Even for the Saugers family, I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass his predecessors. Could he be on par with Ganzian? Delphinio smiled faintly. I'm not sure he's reached Ganzian's level, but when you see him in person, you'll understand. Elget frowned, will evaluate very strictly. The special admissions exam has always been that way. Delphinio nodded, yes, I understand. The summoning council's arrival sent the students at the academy into a frenzy. One exclaimed, what? The summoning council came to the academy? What's their business here? Another replied, I heard Dane Saugers received a special recommendation letter. A student buted in, oh, that first year who shocked Tamaric's class. He even pulled off an enhanced bond with a spirit beast. An angry guy shouted, damn. Is there anything about summoning he isn't good at? After a while, Delphinio and Elgat arrived at the summoning department's door. She cheerfully said, all right, this is where the exam takes place. Elgat glanced at the summoning department's emblem and muttered, good. Let's go in. At the examination site, light filtered through the cracks in the door, illuminating the whole room. At that moment, Dane stood in the middle of the yard and spoke up. I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, lord of the southern region and head of the Saugers family. My name is Dane Saugers. It is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, a confident smile played on his lips. Seeing that, Elget muttered inwardly, impressive. It's hard to believe he's only 14 yet carries himself like that. Now I understand why they hurried to send a letter of recommendation. Elget lightly stroked his chin and said, I am Elgat Bowden, chairman of the Summoners Association. I have heard much about you. You've been praised a great deal, but this test will not be easy. Dane showed no fear and replied immediately, yes, I am ready. He murmured to himself, he's pretending to be friendly, but there's nothing pleasant about him. Elget turned to the assistants behind him and said, no need for long talk, begin at once. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The two people behind him responded immediately, yes, sir. Delfanio at the back frowned slightly and said, I wonder what challenge the chairman has prepared for us. Looking at Delfanio, Elgat said, whether you pass or fail will be entirely my decision. If you object, you may withdraw from the exam now. Dane replied at once, I agree. He continued, during the exam, all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited. If the exam is judged unfair, the results will be annulled and your summoner status may be revoked. Remember that. Dane answered calmly, yes, I understand. Elgat added, good. Then we'll see what this so-called uniqueness of yours is. Immediately after, he raised his hand high and announced, the test begins. Those in charge surrounded him, and before each person, a summoning magic circle appeared. It then drew in all the surrounding energy to reinforce the magic circle. Seeing this, Dane muttered, here we go. Suddenly, the magic circles emitted strange sounds, and a massive surge of energy enveloped the entire examination grounds. Both Dane and Delphin Arrow frowned. Delphin Arrow muttered inwardly, they're activating the magic circles. Immediately, the streams of mana around converged toward Elgat. He widened his eyes slightly and said, answer me. After he finished, a colossal flow of mana burst from his magic circle. Next came the appearance of a huge, ferocious creature with a lion-like head. Seeing the massive mana surge, Dane muttered to himself, just as I expected, the chairman's mana is terrifying. I didn't think the test would be on this scale. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the creature before him, wondering, this thing is far more dangerous than usual. Lightning-like arcs infused with immense mana crackled around it, giving anyone facing it a sense of extreme danger. Seeing this monster appear, Delphin Arrow at the back suddenly shouted, impossible. A rank 3 summon. It's Antazur. The Antazur clenched its forelimbs, threw its head back, and let out a great roar, causing the mana currents around it to erupt, raising dust and smoke that clouded the examination area. Dane struggled to steady himself under the immense pressure and murmured, now I understand why my second sister was worried about me. Looking at the summoned beast before him, Elgat folded his arms and said, because you're a prodigy, this level should suit your rank, shouldn't it? He frowned and continued, you may use any weapon you deem necessary. The task is to subdue Antazur by any means. Looking at the ferocious creature standing before Dane, Elgat continued, this is the requirement for the special selection test. Seeing this, Delphin Arrow ground his teeth in anger. That old man clearly wants to embarrass me. He wants to see me fail. Elgat said with an annoyed but loaded tone, with your outstanding talent, there's nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're afraid, you can still withdraw now. Dane replied immediately, unflinching, no, I will take the test as planned. Seeing that, Elgat smiled slightly. Very well, I'll give you a little time to prepare. Immediately after, Dane slipped his hand into the pocket dimension before him, quietly searching for something. He murmured, good, I have the perfect thing for this situation. He then pulled out an item and thought to himself, the spear Klee gave me for my 7th birthday, now I finally have a chance to use it. Looking at the beast before him, Dane muttered, it's big, so it should have many openings. I'll strike fast and then pull back. Seeing this, Elgat frowned slightly. He's using a spear, truly Sagar's blood. After that, his gaze shifted toward the corner where the spectators were gathered, where Tamaric and several students had come to watch Dane's test. Seeing that, Tamaric could only gape, stammering, what the hell is this? Letting him fight a rank 3 creature isn't a bit much. Dane's close friend also silently praised Antazur's power. No wonder it's rank 3, that size moving that fast. Opposite, it seemed Antazur was getting wiser, realizing it wasn't easy to get close to Dane. Just then, a blazing golden flame erupted on its body. It thrust its paw forward, releasing a column of scorching fire. Seeing that, Delphin Arrow couldn't hide his worry and shouted, he's taking a direct hit. Nearby, old Elgat stroked his beard, nodded, extremely pleased and satisfied inwardly. Even with enhancement power, facing Antazur is completely insane. The test ending quickly seemed something he had predicted, that's what he thought. However, Dane really began to face him. Inside the flames, Dane's spear spun relentlessly, creating a powerful gust that dispersed the surrounding fire. However, Dane was also a bit shaken by that attack. That was close, almost over. All right, it's time to finish this. The protagonist thought inwardly, then unleashed his mana to enhance his body and dashed forward to strike. But Anta reacted extremely quickly. Before he could land his blow, it had already clenched its fist and struck straight forward, tearing up the ground into an unrecognizable mess. Unfortunately, the attack missed and was useless. At that moment, Dane circled to the side, aiming for the giant's waist. He thought to himself, for this finishing blow, I'll use what my father taught me. Focus mana at the spear tip to create a single-point explosive burst. Thus, before Antazur could defend, Dane's explosive-tip spear thrust straight into its waist, easily piercing deep into the giant's body. The pain from the wound made the monster roar violently. Meanwhile, Dane tightened his grip on the spear, pouring all his strength into another forward thrust. Bands of blue energy continued to emanate outward. Finally, the explosive power of the strike took effect, blasting the creature's waist into a large hole. However, whether this lion man was using some kind of doping or not, even after such a blow, it could still focus strength into its forelimbs, seemingly preparing to counterattack. The group of students watching Dane's power all gaped in astonishment. The beast's attack almost missed entirely. What is that amount of mana? Back on the battlefield, this massive monster truly seemed to be cheating. At the wound site, it was covered by a blazing golden flame. Within seconds, the wound had healed as if it had never been injured. It even made the creature more frenzied. Mad sounds poured from its mouth. A terrifying shockwave began radiating from the Antazur's body, sucking up all the surrounding debris and rocks. Seeing this, Dane felt his scalp prickle. Oh my god, it really has gone berserk. No sooner had he thought that than the lion man opened his maw and expelled a jet of blazing fire, forcing Dane to scramble aside in alarm. However, his spear remained lodged in Antazur's waist, leaving Dane momentarily stunned. Damn it, my spear. At that moment, Kiyotaso rushed in from outside, sweat beading on his brow, swearing nonstop. Damn, I hope I'm not late. Why hold the exam out in the middle of nowhere like this? His heart pounded, a mix of worry and annoyance. As soon as he pushed the door open, the scene made Kiyotaso freeze. His eyes widened in shock. He ground his teeth, staring fixedly at the brilliant mana barrier before him, his voice trembling with disbelief. The barrier around the testing area. What did they summon? From within, Antazur threw its head back and let out a savage roar that seemed to tear the air. Its eyes burned with furious flames, flashing crimson and stabbing straight at Kyotaso. His face went pale, his heart racing from shock. He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "What?" A rank 3 Antazur. Horror mixed with excitement made his body tremble slightly. In the arena, Antazur had just flung Dane's spear away, sending it skidding across the ground and leaving long gouge marks. The wound caused by the spear still bled and had not yet healed. The monster growled, its eyes blood-red, glaring at Dane as if it wanted to devour him. Facing it, Dane murmured with a hint of admiration. It shrugged off a hit like that without a scratch. Tough as nails. He nodded, the corner of his mouth lifting in a confident smile as he thought. The spear couldn't wound it. Then he flicked his hand, eyes flashing with resolve. "Sorry, father, but in the end I'll have to use the sword." Immediately, Dane drew his sword from his side, the blade gleaming under the mana light. He frowned, stared straight at Antazur, and smiled confidently. Round 2 begin. His move stunned the entire audience. Eget stroked his chin, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and said, "Ha-ha, using a sword." Delphin Arrow beside him nodded, thoughtful. "Fair enough. This is an independent test, so a bit of eccentricity isn't surprising." Eget agreed, but his eyes showed astonishment. Indeed, but the scary thing is how composed he remains. His stance is like a warrior who has fought countless battles. In the stands, the students murmured, their hearts racing with excitement. Kyotaso squinted from the back, pride mixed with curiosity swelling in him. He said firmly, "Now we'll truly see what he's capable of." In the arena, Antazur lunged straight at Dane, its eyes savage, its clenched paws forming a massive ring of flame that radiated searing heat. But Dane showed no sign of flinching. He stood firm, calmly taking each of the creature's successive strikes. The skill of a true swordsman was evident, with superior finesse and speed. After exchanging blows a few times, Dane stepped back, a thought flashing through his mind as he murmured admiringly, "Not bad." After a few weeks of fighting, it shifted from raw power to speed, reacting precisely to each of my moves. Antazur showed no sign of stopping, continuing its frenzied assault. But Dane would not be subdued. He remained calm, parrying each strike with his sword. The moment he spotted an opening, Dane swung his sword hard at and letter 1A1 Mo's arm. However, the strike did no damage. He murmured, his voice tinged with surprise. Both arms were cloaked in fire, impossible to pierce with sword chi. And letter 1A1 Mo accelerated, its punches coming down like a storm. Dane's mind filled with thoughts as he inwardly vowed, "I want to crush it with ancient magic, but so many eyes are watching here, so I have to do it this way." From the stands, Delphin Arrow was prostrate with worry, her face gone pale. She turned to Egat, her voice trembling. "Chairman, this is far too dangerous. If a student gets hurt, none of us will escape punishment." She raised a hand to her chest to activate the forced summon, but Kyota S1EDD had just appeared behind them and spoke to stop her, his tone deep but confident. "Hold on, just watch." Delphin Arrow startled and turned, surprised. "Professor Kyota S1EDD, when did you get here?" Kyota S1EDD smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. "I understand your worry, but it seems Dane has found a strategy." In the arena, Dane continued to swing his sword, parrying and letter 1A1 Mo's attacks. Suddenly he noticed an opening. His eyes widened, a decisive light flashing. As a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, mana erupted brilliantly. Dane accelerated toward and letter 1A1 Mo, unleashing countless razor-sharp slashes. Deep slashes appeared across and letter 1A1 Mo's thighs, causing it to throw its head back and roar in pain. A wailing sound echoed. The monster lost its balance, and its strikes became off-target. It slammed both hands into the ground, its face ferocious, flames flaring around its body. Egat in the stands gasped, astonished. Did he combine swordsmanship and magic in that instant? Kyota S1EDD nodded, a confident smile on his lips. "It seems we should summon something stronger." Hearing that, Egat's expression darkened. He clenched his fist, thinking, "Damn, a rank 3 summon should have been enough to take him down. Yet he has exceeded all my expectations." His heart raced, both angry and admiring. In the arena, and letter 1A1 Mo opened its maw wide, flames forming at the corners of its mouth, signaling a dreadful attack. Dane smiled faintly, thinking, one last thrash. Truly a king of endurance to the very end. He tightened his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve. "I don't want to use this, but it's time to end this." Above Dane, 3 spearheads wrapped in mana suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He looked straight at and letter 1A1 Mo, a triumphant smile on his face, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The arena was suffocatingly tense, as if the whole world held its breath before the clash between the terrifying power of a rank 3 and letter 1A1 Mo and Dane's explosive magic. Sensing the danger, and letter 1A1 Mo threw its head back and let out a savage roar, a thunderous sound that shook the ground. It opened its mouth and expelled a column of blazing fire, lunging at Dane with heat that incinerated everything in its path. But just as it was about to strike, Dane's 3 mana-wreathed spearheads shot forward with terrifying speed, and letter 1A1 Mo froze, eyes wide in shock, unable to evade. Energy from the spearheads erupted, producing a massive mana explosion that shook the entire arena. The 3 spears pierced straight through and letter 1A1 Mo's body, leaving 3 large holes in its frame. The monster was hurled backward like a kite with a snapped string, its mouth screaming in agony, a woeful cry echoing through the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena, his gaze cold, the corner of his mouth lifting into a satisfied smile. His heart beat steady, but inside he was flooded with a sense of victory. He retained the astonishing calm of a seasoned warrior. In the stands, Delphin Arrow turned to Egat, her face pale, voice full of worry. "Chairman, this test has gone too far." Kyota S1EDD stood behind, frowning, his tone low but challenging. "Too far?" Delphin Arrow said, anger flashing in her eyes. "No matter how talented he is, forcing a first-year student to subdue a rank 3 summon. Do you actually think that's reasonable?" Egat sensed the tension, forced a smile, and tried to soothe things. "Ha, but the result is fine, isn't it?" His words only made Delphin Arrow explode further. She shouted, furious, "Fine? So fine it'll be recorded in the Empire's history. A first year using spear, sword, magic, and even a forced link to subdue a rank 3 summon. It's insane." The crowd in the stands fell silent, their hearts racing at her impassioned words. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapons in pocket space. his demeanor composed as if he'd never faced a terrifying monster. Egat and Kyota as letter 1EDD exchanged glances, frowning, filled with astonishment. They thought that finishing move was truly shocking. Suddenly, Dane stepped closer to letter 1A1 Mo and reached out his hand, to everyone's surprise. The action sent a ripple of murmurs through the stands. It's a power reaction. He established a forced link within letter 1A1 Mo, halting its hostility. Tactically and in outcome, it was a perfect finish. Delphin Arrow, still angry, spoke up. If this gets out, people will call it an unfair test meant to fail him. Egat was cornered and turned to explain. Professor Delphin Arrow, I set clear safety measures. But his answer didn't calm her. She jumped up, reproachful. And you just sat there while he faced it head-on. Egat stammered, trying to find an excuse that was. Before he could finish, Delphin Arrow glared and said firmly, as a professor, I cannot turn a blind eye to this, Chairman. Egat grit his teeth, thinking resentfully, damn it, how did it come to this? The whole plan's ruin. Kyota S. Letter 1EDD stood behind. Eyes closed in quiet thought, murmuring in admiration. I knew he was a genius, but this much. From the start, he seemed more like a battle-hardened knight than a first-year student. Determination flashed in both Kyota S. Letter 1EDD's and Delphin Arrow's eyes. They were determined to recruit Dane as a pupil. After the test ended, Egat stepped forward, his voice ringing out. The test is over. Dane, you have passed this special exam. We hereby confer the title of Summoner along with this badge. He presented the badge to Dane. Dane accepted it, bowed in thanks, his eyes shining with pride. He looked at the golden badge before him, its surface filled with strange runes, and murmured. The gold badge is only given to those who pass the special exam. Pretty cool. Holding the badge in his hand, Dane pondered for a moment, then raised it high and infused a large amount of mana into it. He murmured in response to its call. Immediately, mana gushed forth from the badge, shot straight into the sky, creating a giant magic circle. From within, a tide of mana poured out, and something streaked outward that left everyone stunned. Egat's eyes widened as he shouted, "What is that?" On the field below, a creature with long ears and short legs appeared. It was a summon that looked like a rabbit. The display read, and letter 1A1 Mo, rank 4 summon, enhancement type, capable of massively boosting its summoner's physical abilities. Seeing the little rabbit, Dane smiled with delight. Pretty high quality, huh? And kind of cute, too. He stepped closer and gently said, nice to see you again in letter 1A1 Mo. The air froze. Everyone stood speechless at the unexpectedly adorable sight. Delphin Arrow turned to Kyota S. Letter 1EDD, who was also frozen, then thought. Everyone seemed stunned. She glanced at Dane, her mind full of reflection. With this many witnesses, the whole academy is bound to go wild. As expected, students in the courtyard buzzed with talk. One shouted, is he the one who passed that special exam? Another replied in amazement. What's up with the S. Letter 1EDD to S. Letter 1EDD family? With this, he even outshines his sisters. At that moment, Dane, Eret S. Letter 1EDD T. Letter 1EDD, and Lair La were walking across the courtyard, countless eyes fixed on them. Eret S. Letter 1EDD T. Letter 1EDD turned to Lair La, bewildered. Lair, I can't understand this. Can this really happen? Lair La shrugged casually, eyes sparkling with confidence. Don't try to understand it. Just accept it and you'll get used to it. He's from another world, after all. Eret S. Letter 1EDD T. Letter 1EDD changed the subject, excited. Oh right, I finished decoding that map. Lair La brightened with joy. Really? You're impressive. Dane added calmly but expectantly. Then once it's decoded, let's hold our first club meeting. Hearing that, the group got excited. Lair La beamed. Wonderful, I'm so bored right now. Eret S. Letter 1EDD T. Letter 1EDD clenched his fist happily. I'll try to decode it faster too. Dane still smiled calmly, thinking, I'm actually very curious about it too. Then he turned to everyone. Professor Kyota S. Letter 1EDD has called me. I have to go. See you all later. After saying goodbye, he turned and walked away, confident. In the training room, Kyota S. Letter 1EDD was already waiting. He looked at Dane with a grave voice. And Letter 1A1 Mo is a terrible summon. There was an Imperial summoner, Genik, who once called out 2 of them, and it was a nightmare. Just 2 took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane was startled, thinking, I remember now. Professor Kyota S. Letter 1EDD was said to have been present in that battle. Kyota S. Letter 1EDD stepped closer, his gaze sharp. And yet you defeated that creature without a scratch. Dane scratched his head awkwardly. It was just luck, sir. Kyota S. Letter 1EDD shook his head, serious. Excessive humility can be a double-edged sword. I think your switch to the sword was the right decision. Dane was surprised, thinking, he's no ordinary person. Kyota S. Letter 1EDD turned and walked slowly, continuing. At only 14, your training and composure in swordsmanship far exceed your years. He paused, his tone deepening. Therefore, I want to ask you, do you want to officially learn swordsmanship from me? The offer froze the air. Dane's eyes hardened with resolve, his heart pounding with excitement mixed with pressure. He took a deep breath, ready to answer, carrying the determination to change his fate. On the paper, Dane wrote line after line to reassure his family. Dear parents, I hope you are well. The hot summer is approaching, and outside gentle sunlight falls on the vast academy where I study. Today is no different. Your youngest child is still busy with life at the academy. Right now, I'm studying swordsmanship with a professor at the school. I'm happy to share this with the family. Oh, I've completed the sword class taught by Professor Kyota, so that I mentioned earlier. He is very dedicated and delighted to teach me, and I can feel that myself. I've learned a lot of theory, which makes me think that coming to the academy was truly a great choice. The quill flew as Dane wrote his thoughts. I can now perform sword techniques much more skillfully. Thinking of this made him happy. Maybe it's time I have a sword forged at the smithy. After a while, Dane paused and stuck the pen into the inkwell. But the letter wasn't just about him. It included his friends too. So to finally decoded the map. He even discovered the designer was Sauhan Stan. There was also an adventurous expedition to some ancient ruined place in my academy. Far to the east of the academy, beneath the now-abandoned St. Ama Hall, people say something extraordinary hides in the saint's catacombs. Dane reread the letter and felt somewhat dissatisfied. I wonder if this is too specific. He picked up the pen and crossed out some lines. I shouldn't write so many details. He remembered the wooden door blocking the passage and changed what he'd written. After all, that area is forbidden. No entry allowed. Dane thought silently. Moreover, there's a big problem there. The undead appeared. He told Stir and Lila about the undead, scaring them half to death. Undead. They looked at Dane, speechless and wailing. That's terrifying, Dane. In the letter, Dane continued his account. I thought about giving up, but fortunately I was helped. The help he mentioned came from a beautiful blonde girl. When she heard his request, she was shocked and horrified. What? You want me to go with you into the forbidden area? Are you crazy? Dane clearly wrote her identity for the family. The helper was Pit Sela, a student in the theology department. Afterwards, a short course taught by Parister Sela for Dane's trio took place. Listen carefully. The undead will vanish if you destroy its core, she warned carefully. But beforehand you must receive baptism from me, she added. Urso too and Lala half listened, bewildered, following her instructions. A while later, the four of them explored the catacomb and fought the undead. Dane smashed its core, pouring concentrated mana all at once. A purple light filled the air, helping everyone repel the pile of dry bones. As expected, Piri Sela's holy power was terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, we were able to handle the undead easily. Lala was skilled, cutting through every obstacle with his sword, and his swordsmanship also improved dramatically. Urso too and Pit Sela watched each other's backs, protecting one another. Elsewhere, Dane bravely faced the undead alone. The battle raged fiercely. One of the undead's arms was struck off and flung high into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their goal, an ancient structure now covered in green moss. After passing the darkness, we reached the underground tomb and at last found the treasure. Lala walked behind and asked skeptically, "Is it really from 3,000 years ago?" Dane pointed ahead and replied confidently, "Yes, the treasure is here." The treasure the Emperor longed for desperately but could neither open nor take. When they found the treasure, he and Sela both smiled happily. Urso too and Lila couldn't help but beam, only to find that what they'd found was a large red gem. The treasure was a gem glowing with a blazing red light, magnificently splendid, so big it required both hands to hold. Everyone was overjoyed to see it in Dane's hands. The club's first achievement had brought great happiness. The four couldn't hide their happiness and satisfaction after the trip. They stood in the tomb laughing heartily. Everyone was so excited they couldn't sleep, so Dane candidly wrote everything down. As a result, the entire academy was thrown into an uproar. He reluctantly recorded his decision. I think I should keep a low profile for a while. Clear light shone into the neat, tidy room. Here Dane paused in thought for a moment, then still chose to tell his family the origin of the treasure. As for the true nature of the gem, everyone will be surprised to learn it is actually an ancient mana core, right? And I probably don't need to add that the gem granted me an extra ring of mana. Finally, he put down his pen and whispered to himself. Yes, I'll tell you in person when I get the chance. Dane leaned back in his chair and told himself. Until then, I'll rely on my sister only. Just then his friend's voices called from outside. Dane, what are you doing? We have to go now, there's not enough time to clean the club room. He quickly grabbed his bag and shouted back. Okay, I'm coming. Before that, at the end of the letter, he added one line, and after that day, Sela also joined the club. Dane opened the door and went out. Waiting for him were the familiar figures of three people, Net, Stir, Lila, and Sela. He happily declared in the letter, so now the club has 4 members. Ursota glanced at Dane, urging, Dane, hurry up. Very Sela pretended to be displeased, teasing, how dare you keep your seniors waiting? Lala joined in joking, that's right, we're busy too. Seeing that, Dane scratched his head and smiled, explaining, sorry, I had some cleaning to do. Let's go. He helplessly wrote in the letter that they kept mocking the club's silly name. Their chatter echoed down the corridor. Today I'll take on all the heavy work. Of course. Besides you, who among us can handle the heavy tasks? Dane took a few steps toward the 3, and they looked at each other and laughed. Thus a group of 4 was formed. So we decided to call it Nam Man for short. The sky was clear and brilliantly blue. The whole school brightened under the radiant sunlight. In the room, a long sheet of paper was filled with lines about the notoriously grueling magic department exam. The exam lasts 24 hours, enduring a day without food or sleep. The desks around are empty, the silence so deep you could hear a pin drop, and as long as you don't bring others in, any printed materials are allowed. This exam is infamous for its harshness. Bao stood with his hands clasped behind his back by the window and remarked. But Dane passed it very easily. He calmly analyzed. He completely grasped my intent. Not only is he good at solving problems, his ability to analyze the environment surrounding an issue is extraordinarily excellent. Bao folded his arms, a complex expression on his face. I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I've yearned for a student from another department so much. Suddenly he turned and asked, so how did the assignment I gave go? Athur, hearing this, fell silent and looked at him, then reported hesitantly. He keeps refusing invitations to join the student council. If he joined, he wouldn't just hold one position. He could even rise to a key role, deciding the academy's future policies. Upon hearing that, Bao turned back to continue looking at the scenery and replied calmly. I see, even after I assigned a 5th-year student, it still failed. Dane's figure appeared in his mind. He frowned, displeased and brooding. Damn, he's truly an unpredictable child. He lacks the vanity or pride common at that age, so every prediction was completely wrong. Bao outwardly stern and proper, but inwardly stubbornly resolved. He won't escape my grasp. Thinking of the future, he smiled with delight. His inner determination held firm, not giving up. I will certainly hold him fast. In the remote mountains, sheer cliffs rose like walls blocking the path. Inside the book-filled room, Azabella's laboratory, a concerned voice asked, Athur from the student council is still clinging to you. Dane reluctantly answered, yeah, it's a bit annoying. Azabella put a hand on her hip, irritated, complaining, that professor hasn't changed at all. He was the same in my day. Seeing that, Dane rubbed his head and asked doubtfully, he did the same to you? She admitted at once, Ma. Azabella continued unhappily. He even said he'd make me president of some society. Dane commented in surprise, president of a society sounds impressive. She immediately retorted, that professor likes to lure talented kids and turn them into his lackeys. She revealed other ominous details. Those with ability but lowly origins and unclear career paths easily fall into traps. Hearing that, Dane instantly recalled Athur's close association with Bao. So that's why Athur kept trailing Professor Jinner. Dane smiled smugly and asked, so refusing was the right choice, wasn't it? Isabella looked at him and asserted firmly, "Of course, that professor is dangerous, not only skilled but a master at recruiting others to his side. If you get entangled, you'll become a compliant puppet obeying him, so be careful." Unconvinced, she warned carefully, "Whatever he offers, refuse it immediately." Dane listened patiently and replied, "I understand, sis, I'll be careful." Suddenly the door burst open. Isabella, startled and on guard, exclaimed, "Wah, what is it?" Someone holding a blue orb raised it high, crying for help. "Dane, so you're here. Look, I found something terrible." It was Dane's 3 friends. Lala hurriedly appealed, "Urso to brought this back from the forbidden area. Could you take a look for me?" Hearing that, Isabella recoiled in disbelief and demanded, "What? The forbidden area? Did you really go into the forbidden area?" The 3 felt nothing was wrong. On the contrary, they smiled proudly. Seeing this, Dane helplessly covered his face, unable to look. "I told you to stay quiet for a while." "Sorry, sis." "I'm sorry, sis." Dane stepped closer, anxious and restless. S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD, okay? Surely since the visit to the AI Ma shrine, the guards have tightened up. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Dane, I'm an explorer. I have to face challenges like this." Hearing that, Dane looked at S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD hesitantly and asked, "Yeah, that's your specialty, but isn't this still too dangerous?" S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD crossed his arms and answered firmly, "I understand your concern, Dane, but the explorer's blood in me is boiling. I can't sit still." Seeing that, Dane relaxed inwardly, thinking, since coming to the AI Ma shrine, S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD has definitely become more proactive. He thought of the man in the black cloak at AI Ma and felt Net S's reaction was only natural. It's understandable, Sauhan S, the only one said to have reached the 9th X I letter 1 EC1 NG Zich after the fall of the demon Lord AA. A place created by such a genius would make any explorer's eyes light up. Across the room, Lerla was pleading desperately with Isabella. "Senior, please take a look at this." She muttered helplessly, "You kids are nothing but trouble." Dane glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously, "What is Lerla holding?" He looked at the orb dimly glowing in Lerla's hand and guessed, "Did she put something into the mana wave detector?" Hearing this, S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD rubbed his nose and hesitantly explained, Here's what happened. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went for a walk in the restricted area. When I got there, I noticed something strange, suspicious. You know Sauhan S's laboratory is in the restricted area, right? I kept hearing odd sounds coming from the building." S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD, terrified and fearful, glanced around searching as he recounted. "It sounded like machinery running or something being constructed. It gave me goosebumps. Besides, the noises kept ringing in my ears, and there was even a human voice mixed in." Dane listened but remained puzzled. He asked again, "So? Even in a restricted area, guards come and go. Hearing people isn't strange." S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD scratched his head and firmly objected. "It wasn't just the guards, I'm sure of it." His gaze grew sharp, full of suspicion, and the most suspicious thing was he said that the green orb suddenly lit up. "The spare mana wave detector I keep running picked up mana." Isabella recoiled in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Impossible." After Sauhan S letter 1 EDD Tun's death, all items from the laboratory were moved to the memorial house, so nothing in the lab should be emitting mana waves. At that moment, the green orb helped S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD record the hidden secret of that place. He continued cautiously, "Exactly. That means afterward." S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD panicked and anxiously fled the restricted area. He recalled the building's gloomy scene and solemnly affirmed, "There is definitely something unknown inside Sauhan S's laboratory." Dane, affected by his serious demeanor, also became serious and asked suspiciously, "Mana waves?" A moment later in Isabella's room, she announced sternly, S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD, your guess was right. There really is something in there." S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD asked in astonishment, "Really, Senior Isabella?" She placed a sheet of paper on the table and said, "Yes. And it's not ordinary. Here, look at the data I've analyzed." Riss and Lila bent over to examine the information inside. Afterwards, Dane also picked up the paper and read it carefully. "These oscillations are very similar to the samples you've collected. Net S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD. Of course, not all match, if you remove the ambiguous patterns." Hearing that, Dane looked at Isabella and calmly asked, "What's the conclusion?" She smiled triumphantly and declared, "There is definitely a gigantic something in that building." The 3, Net S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD, Lerla and Riss Sela, widened their eyes in horror and echoed in unison, "A gigantic something." Isabella looked down at the green orb on the table and asked, "That's right. This kind of oscillation usually comes from an object containing an enormous amount of mana. You said you barely managed to capture the oscillation, didn't you?" She looked at the 3 of them and explained confidently, "I think something is blocking the waves from leaking out." Net S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD went pale and was speechless. Isabella, unconcerned with his reaction, continued, "As for whether the one who hid the mana waves was Sauhan S letter 1 EDD Tun or someone else, we don't know yet." Meanwhile, Dane looked at the figures on the paper again and said seriously, "The only sure thing is that whatever it is, it's valuable enough to hide its mana signature." Isabella nodded in agreement with Dane's thought, folding her arms as she recounted, "That's the summary. And as far as I know, the guards hardly ever enter Sauhan S's laboratory. Back in the day, I even sneaked into the restricted area when I was bored." Riss Sela widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Really?" Dane, seeing the pride on Isabella's face, thought helplessly, "Even you did that?" Indeed, I suppose no one could resist Sauhan S letter 1 EDD Tun's allure. He truly was a prodigious young mage. Finally, she concluded, "In any case, I don't know what they're hiding, but if it's related to Sauhan S letter 1 EDD Tun, it would definitely be a staggering discovery. It could be something containing his mana, or something even more powerful." On the table, the mana detector continued to emit a faint green glow. Hearing this, Net S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD clenched his fists and exclaimed joyfully, "If that's true, it's amazing." Lerla, still puzzled, asked, "But why would that be inside an otherwise empty laboratory?" Isabella praised, S letter 1 EDD, T letter 1 EDD is extraordinary. He discovered this entirely by instinct. Seeing that, net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD immediately sobered and said gratefully, "Thank you, senior. You've helped me a lot." Isabella looked at him wryly and asked, "What is that kid planning to do with something like this?" Beside her, Dane, full of doubt, thought, "But it's likely not a true Monocore. The previous dungeon expedition, the four of us took showed there was nothing suspicious inside. I was on guard the whole time, sensing the surroundings, so I can assert that. If it were a real core, Min would have noticed it immediately upon entering the restricted area." Dane furrowed his brow and pondered silently. Then he stared at the light emitted by the orb, letting himself sink into thought. What exactly is inside? Opposite him, net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD prodded, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Dane, what are we going to do now? I told you to be careful for a while. Isn't this wave worth investigating?" Lerla chimed in to persuade him. "Yeah, even if you don't go, net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD will make sure he goes." He responded confidently. "Exactly." Dane looked at the three and pointed out the downside. "We might be able to avoid supervision somehow, but no one knows what could be in that laboratory." "Is everyone really confident?" Lerla held up 2 fingers proudly and replied, "Of course our club is strong." Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD affirmed confidently, "That's right, and Kana S letter 1EDD is with us." Rissila crossed her arms and said firmly, "I won't back down." Seeing that, Dane complained helplessly. "Fine, even with net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD and Lerla's one thing, but now Rissila too. I'm at a loss, no way to stop them. We really can't prevent them." Right after, Isabella pulled out a roll of paper and instructed, "Okay, if you won't listen, at least take this with you." Dane asked suspiciously, "What's this?" Isabella wore a serious expression and introduced, "This is a mana scroll. You all know how to use it, right?" Then she pointed at the roll and explained its use to the four. "If you encounter danger, don't hesitate, tear it. It will immediately teleport you back here. Forced teleportation will shock your body and mana a bit, but it's better than dying, right?" Lerla, undeterred and cheerful, asked excitedly to confirm, "You're really giving us 3 precious rolls?" Rissila expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Isabella." She also carefully reminded them, "Remember, you tend to forget that restricted area violations lead to suspension, and 2 suspensions will certainly get you expelled." "Understood." The 3 answered timidly and cautiously, "Yes." Dane smiled, assuring, "Don't worry, sis, nothing will happen." But Isabella didn't seem convinced. Don't just say that. In the end, she could only look at the 4 before her in resignation, and let them probe the area. Her parting words echoed in the room. "All right, return safely and tell me what you discover, okay?" Then the space fell back into silence, as if no one had been there. After a while, the 4 gathered together and opened the map. SDDTDD explained the plan in detail to the other 3. "Here is the infiltration route. The entrance is here. There will be a blind spot in visibility when moving toward this building. We'll exploit that gap to enter." Dane approved, praising net SDDTDD. "Not bad." After planning, everyone packed their backpacks and necessary gear. "We'll begin the operation in 2 days. Exploration equipment was distributed per person, and the infiltration route checked in detail." SDDTDD carefully told everyone what to watch for. "From now on, we must use anti-tracking powder while moving. When we arrive, Canis' role will be crucial. To dissolve the dense mana barrier without leaving traces, we need Canacer's flame." Dane nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll prepare." Rissila, arms crossed, added her opinion. "We also need a plan B for emergencies. Instead of tearing the scroll blindly, we should assume courses of action for each scenario." Lila, surprised, agreed. "Sounds reasonable." Sister Pitsila. Finally, Dane devised the combat plan. He calmly assigned roles to each person. "Let's do it this way. We'll arrange the combat formation as follows. I'll handle mana detection at the front. Lila and Ert will be at the rear, and Sister Pitsila will stand in the middle." Pitsila, who is prone to ambushes, agreed without hesitation. "Got it, understood." Dane continued assigning tasks to Erster. "Erster, this time use a shortbow instead of a staff. You've practiced a lot, so just shoot in a supportive role." He cheerfully accepted. "All right, leave it to me." Dane looked at everyone seriously and cautioned, "Remember, I repeat, the restricted area is extremely dangerous. The top priority is not to be detected. We don't know what is hidden inside." SDDTDD rubbed his arm and asked curiously, "Okay, I wonder what we'll find? I'm so excited." Lila, fearful, prayed, "Just hope we don't encounter demons." Facing him were 3 faces with no fear, only excitement. So Dane enthusiastically shouted the signal. "Romantic club, let's go cause some trouble." On the high wall of the building, the soldiers outwardly stood guard solemnly, but their murmurs echoed around. "This is annoying. Doing this every day will kill me." "Wait a bit. 20 minutes until the shift change. What idiot would sneak into the restricted area? Just wait until they're caught." They won't stop talking. The space sank back into silence. The flickering firelight cast the guards' silhouettes in the forest corner. Lila widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Why are there so many guards?" Beside her, Net SDDTDD whispered a guess. "I heard they recently doubled the guard. Turns out it's true. Probably because of us." Hearing that, she anxiously asked, "What do we do now?" In the darkness, the 4 stealthily explored, then quickly ran in one direction under Netstir's guidance. "Everyone is tired now. There will be a gap. I know which side the guards are weakest on. Let's go that way." On the high wall, another squad of soldiers arrived and announced, "It's time for the shift change." A guard on duty grumbled at them. Dying of boredom, I almost nodded off. Another guard asked suspiciously, "Why are you late?" Behind the relief squad, Dane and the 4 slipped quickly past. The guard knew nothing, still complaining. Everyone had dispersed already. One last person jumped over the wall, and the whole group safely avoided the guards. However, the noise from the jump caused one guard to turn and look. Seeing that, the guard standing nearby asked, "What's going on?" That guard rubbed his head and asked, "Did you hear something?" The other guard, unconcerned, replied, It's probably just the wind." The suspicious guard confirmed, "Really?" Luckily, that guard paid no more attention, and eventually the patrol left. From atop the wall came a confident voice of the guard. "I guarantee not even a mouse could get in." Below, the 4 of them knelt on one knee to steady themselves. Dane reported calmly, "Good, we've successfully infiltrated." Under the moonlight, the large house was silent without a sound. But at that moment, a voice from the stairs warned, "Watch your step, everyone. You'll soon see the door down to the basement. After a while, Dane's group stopped before a large door. Rissilo exclaimed, "Here." Thanks to NetSDDTDD, we got in pretty easily. Letting him lead was a wise choice. Suddenly, Dane noticed something and cautioned. "Wait, is there a mana barrier here?" He inspected the blue glow around the door and muttered, "The closer to the center, the stronger it is." Estuohan S is very careful about preventing intruders. Then he contradicted himself. He's not like that. Dane approached, touched the magic circle, and assessed. This barrier doesn't carry Estuohan S's mana signature. It's completely different. Lila, puzzled, asked, "Really? How can you tell?" Dane explained nonchalantly. Estuohan Seftuen lived long ago. This barrier looks new. Ernet SDDTDD, stroking his chin, said incredulously. "That means someone came here before us and set up a new barrier to hide something inside." Dane said sternly, "That's right. It could be hiding something very dangerous." Pitsila asked in panic. "So what do we do now? Go back?" Lila looked at her and firmly objected. "We've come this far. How can we go back?" Maybe an academy official entered, set defenses, and left. SDDTDD looked at the three and solemnly offered, "I think differently. This feels more like the work of an outside intruder. If the Academy discovered a new relic of Estuohan Stan, they would have no reason to hide it so secretly." Hearing that, Lila said angrily, "So besides us, there's someone else after this treasure." "My treasure?" Pitsila crossed her arms and helplessly corrected. "We're here to explore, not to steal treasure." Suddenly, Dane affirmed solemnly, "That's right." He looked over the Forbidden Area structures and analyzed calmly. "They're different from us. They deliberately erected the barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, running into them would be very troublesome." Lila sighed and said sadly, "If they bear ill intent, we'd have a hard time stopping them." But Dane smiled and said encouragingly, "Yes, this place may have become much more dangerous, but I trust the strength of the romantic club. We're strongest when we're together, right?" Yet Dane thought differently inwardly. "It makes sense, but honestly, I'm dying of curiosity." Ernet SDDTDD, not knowing his thoughts, was moved to tears as he called his name, Dane. Lila crossed her arms and confidently agreed. "Well, few can beat us together. That's true." Pitsila, seeing this, resignedly went along with the majority. "If you kids are going, something will surely happen, so I'll go with you. There's no other choice." SDDTDD, and Lila's eyes sparkled as they looked at her. After confirming everyone's wishes, she smiled and declared, "Anyone object? Good, then we'll go all the way." Then the group refocused on dealing with the barrier on the door. Despite some hesitation and fear, we decided to press on. They summoned a small drake to breathe fire at the barrier. Canacer did very well in breaking this layer of magical defense. The barrier couldn't withstand Canacer's flame. After a while, the door finally opened. When we opened the door and stepped in, the four of us had to dodge violently against many dangers. Ahead was a corridor full of endless traps, so moving forward we warned as S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD said, "Get down. Everyone be careful, the floor is collapsing, follow me." They quickly leapt up to avoid falling traps. The path echoed with the sounds the four made. Then they reached a vast, gloomy room. After passing countless traps, we finally arrived. What is this place? I didn't expect such a large room underground. It's a gigantic chamber, piled with bundles of firewood and sacks of rice. In another corner, there was even a dining table and a bed. Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD was the first to notice this. He called out to warn everyone, "Look, there's a stockpile of food here. Someone has definitely been living here." Dane was puzzled too, thinking, "Strange, the space shows signs of habitation as if they've been here for quite a while." Lerla turned and skeptically asked him, "Could the Academy have come here to research?" He disagreed with that idea, insisting the likelihood was very low. Dane glanced around, pointed at the pile of firewood, and analyzed carefully. If the Academy had investigated, they'd have supplied standardized equipment. The items here are all different from many places, and a few are even illegal. If it were the Academy, they wouldn't have kept it so secret. Dane looked at everyone and concluded, "Sister Pitsealer is right. Clearly this was done by someone else, not the Academy." Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD fell silent at that, somewhat uneasy. Then Dane assigned tasks. "Let's quickly check around. We don't know when the owner will return. This place has no light and is gloomy and unsettling." Following Dane's instructions, Lerla examined the firewood, Pitsila inspected the walls, while Dane knelt to examine the floor. Suddenly his hand felt something suspicious beneath the ground. "What is this? Under this room I sense a massive flow of mana." Suddenly S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD called out, drawing Dane's attention. "Dane, come here and see." Dane stood and asked, "What did you find?" He announced, "There's a staircase going down behind this wall." He hadn't expected the answer to come so quickly. "We can verify the source of the mana we felt on the surface with our own eyes." The dim stairwell led down to another subterranean level. Even with torches hung along the walls, the space could not be fully illuminated. Suddenly, a strange purple light radiated from the end of the stairs. The four followed the passage into a room containing a huge blue crystal. The group looked upon the scene in terrified disbelief. Unbelievable, I'd never seen such a large mana stone. Was this hidden deep underground? Dane looked up at the stone, thoughts racing. No doubt about it, this is the aura of Sauhan S letter 1EDD Tun. It's emitting overwhelming mana. Then he looked down at the complex magic circle at his feet, and confirmed there were other runes carved around it. He examined the mana stone radiating energy in the center of the room and grimly guessed, what on earth are they planning to do with this? Who, and for what purpose? Suddenly, Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD behind them shouted in alarm. "Oh no, everyone, someone's coming this way." He looked at everyone in panic. Pitsila and Lerla turned at the sound, only to hear Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD's terrified warning. "The alarm devices we set around are going off." Everyone immediately grew serious and heightened their vigilance. Outside the building, a group of people in black stealthily approached. One who seemed to be the leader ordered, "Hurry up." The other three responded respectfully, "Yes, Captain." The intruders broke into the house, their goal clear as they headed in one direction. Focus only on extracting mana from the essence of Sao Han S letter 1EDD Tun inside. The captain ran forward, shouting fervently, "Glory will be ours." His subordinates replied respectfully, "Yes." Their voices echoed through the silent stairwell. After a while, they reached the bottom floor and opened the door to enter. The captain led the way, guiding the men into the room. When they reached the Mana Stone, he reported, "We have entered safely." Then he turned and ordered his men, "You clear the room. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately." The men bowed respectfully. Yes. One of them looked toward the stairs and sighed. "Finally, we can rest a bit." The man beside him probed, "We have to stay here for the next 2 months." The first man nodded in agreement. "Maybe even longer. At least we have enough provisions, so that's not a problem." Having said that, he stepped up onto the stairs. Unexpectedly, a mechanism on the stairwell wall sprang open, and dozens of swords shot straight at the two of them. The first man widened his eyes in terror as the deadly weapons drew nearer. Seconds later, both men were blasted away, screaming miserably, tumbling down the stairs and back into the room. The captain, hearing the commotion, rushed out in a panic and demanded, "What happened?" No one answered. Only the sound of a closing door rang out. Then a strange purple gas flowed in, filling the room. One subordinate inhaled it and trembled, asking in discomfort, "What gas is this? What gas is this?" The man beside him stammered in fear. The captain hunched over and ordered sternly, "Fall back." He struggled to cover his mouth and nose, warning with difficulty, "This is a trap." A short time later, the four Dane tied up the black-clad group and searched their belongings. Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD exclaimed in surprise. "There's more stuff than I expected." He picked up a sheet of paper, read it, and concluded, "A notebook." Lerla added, "A few coins and assorted trinkets." She curiously pointed out, "There's also something in the back pocket." Dane silently observed the intruders. He frowned and thought quietly, "Who exactly are these people?" Clearly they're targeting Sauhan S letter 1EDD Tun's Mana Stone. He looked at the four unfamiliar faces and wondered, could they be from the academy, or... Suddenly Pit Sela brought a notebook to Dane and said, "Dane, look at this record. It seems important, doesn't it?" He took the notebook without hesitation and read its contents seriously. The paper recorded notes from a strange experiment. During the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extractors. When progress reaches 60%, add another. If the formation is damaged, stop immediately and inspect using the attached formation diagram. Dane pondered and repeated, "Extracting essence." Risila commented, "Sounds dangerous." He agreed, "Yes, extremely dangerous." Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD also held out a long sheet for Dane to see. Not only that, these people even have a map of the continent. Dane asked in surprise, "A continent map?" Lerla opened her eyes wide and remarked, "That item is strictly controlled by the Empire and never allowed out." Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD solemnly guessed, could they be some kind of rebel group? Dane heard everything but said nothing, brooding. There were too many suspicious points. Suddenly his eyes widened in horror. He saw strange liquid flowing from the captain's mouth, and a flicker of light inside it. Dane immediately reached out to check, frowning, thinking sternly, "Just as I suspected." In his hand was a small purple vial, a suicide poison. This reminded Dane of something his mother taught him when he was a child. This is used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members so secrets don't leak in an emergency. They are brainwashed to commit suicide and given poison. What kind of organization would do something like this? Suddenly Pit Sela discovered something else in the book. She warned, "Everyone look at this, there's a charter written here." The three of them turned around in surprise. Then Perister Sela read the contents solemnly. "For a new world." The rules echoed through the quiet room. Rule 1, security must always come first, more important than life itself. Rule 2, we act to change the world. The book was filled with lines of cryptic regulations. Rule 3, do not investigate the identities of other members. We are one yet also separate individuals. Rule 4, reading to the end, Sela frowned and said, "This part is the most suspicious." Dane asked doubtfully, "Suspicious?" She clarified, "There's a set of coordinates written here. I don't know the exact location, but it's near the academy." In the center of the room, the Mana Stone served as a light so the four could see everything. At the bottom of the page, a special number was written. Perister Sela looked at it and asked suspiciously, "Where's 3458? S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD stroked his chin and answered thoughtfully, "Wait, if it's that location." Lerla looked at him and asked, "Do you know that place?" He confirmed, "Yes, it's the supply route near the back gate." Lerla gasped, so they entered from there. She agreed with the idea. Dane looked at the black-clad group and calmly analyzed. Very likely, someone inside the academy must have helped them. After he spoke, Pit Sela and Lerla fell silent. Dane and Net S letter 1EDD T letter 1EDD also remained quiet. He looked at the large Mana Stone, spoke slowly, breaking the heavy silence. "A secret organization is trying to extract the essence of Sao Han S letter 1EDD Tun. What do they intend to do with that essence?" Finally, the four agreed to return, and decided to leave quickly. Along the passage, each stair quietly flickered with purple light, as if no one had been here for ages. In the room, a pitch-black circle was drawing all the assassins' belongings in, gathering everything into a pocket space for investigation. When finished, the four looked at the assassins and agreed to report to the academy leadership and the guards. But before leaving, Dane looked at the Mana Stone and suggested, "It would be a waste to return empty-handed." The three of them, puzzled, exclaimed in unison, "What?" He squinted and stared at the stone, then boldly proposed, "Let's take this Mana Stone. If left behind, it will just fall into their hands. Rather than let unknown people use it for some plot, it's better we take it ourselves." On the wall, the purple light still silently shone. Suddenly a panicked shout rang out in the room. "Captain, wake up, it's bad, Captain." The captain stirred at the noise and groggily demanded, "My head. What's all this commotion?" One subordinate looked at the Mana Stone in terror and reported, "The Mana Stone. It's empty." One subordinate looked at the Mana Stone in terror and reported, "The Mana Stone. It's empty." Two other subordinates also looked at the ordinary blue stone ahead, realized the man's words were true, and angrily cursed. "Damn it, the trap setters definitely did this." The captain widened his eyes, unwilling to believe it. Impossible. Suddenly, a squad of guards entered from outside. The squad leader looked at the people in the room and barked warily, "Stay where you are." Another guard angrily threatened, "Whoever dares violate this sacred academy, we will not let you go anywhere." One assassin blurted in panic, "How did the guards get in here?" A guard immediately ordered, "Seize them, don't let a single one escape." The captain gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, truly damned. Moments later, the guards rushed forward with weapons and attacked the assassins. Seeing this, he angrily guessed, could the organization have abandoned us? Under the blinding light of the sky, a worried thought surfaced. This is driving me insane. After decades of peace, the restricted zone suddenly caused trouble this year. Guards began moving through the streets, and unease spread. Captain, a burly man in armor, shouted angrily, "Interrogator, did the intruders say anything?" A subordinate, a bald soldier, answered nervously, "Sir, they haven't said a word. Perhaps we need firmer measures." 3 bound intruders sat silent, each with a tense expression beneath black cloaks. The captain ordered, "Then punish them." Then added, "Bring them to the interrogation room once the preliminary investigation is complete." The soldier replied, "Yes, sir, understood." The captain wiped sweat from his brow, thinking, "This is serious." Even with security doubled, 5 intruders still managed to get in. The captain paced the street, fear filling his mind. Punishment is certain, and I might even lose my position. A hurried footstep sounded, and a soldier called out loudly, "Captain." The captain was surprised when a subordinate reported, "The investigation team from the Magic Bureau has arrived." He exclaimed, "What, that fast?" The captain grabbed his head in frustration, muttering, "Damn. I never expected that lazy old professor to leave his chair and show up in person." Cut to the breached building. Investigation begins with a soldier reporting, "So you came because of the noise in this building and found the mana barrier gone and intruders inside?" Another soldier confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Professor Drenavo, a stern-looking, scholarly man, began examining the scene. He observed, "Strange. Saul Hangston's mana barrier is not something that can be easily dispelled." Staring at the tightly bound intruders, Professor Drenavo reasoned, "If they could do that, why let themselves be caught so easily?" The captain standing beside him looked puzzled and admitted, "Well, I don't understand either." A soldier held out a blue book and said, "Oh, by the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look?" Professor Drenavo stared in surprise when he saw the book. A book. The mysterious blue book was handed from the soldier to Professor Drenavo. Professor Drenavo immediately opened the book and began flipping through its pages, his sharp gaze fixed on the contents. Professor Drenavo explained to the captain, "It's sealed by magic. Only authorized people can open it, but someone deliberately broke the seal." The captain asked in surprise, "Excuse me? How?" Professor Drenavo decided, "I'll take it back and investigate further. There may be other charms on it." He smiled and said, "Ah, of course. From what I skimmed, these people seem to be members of a secret society." The captain widened his eyes, stunned when he heard, "A secret society, you say?" Professor Drenavo continued, "They also found a mana stone in the underground chamber. It's huge, taller than a person." The captain was shocked. "A mana stone, but I thought that cellar should have been empty." The soldier went on to explain, "We're baffled too. Why would such a large mana stone be in the restricted area?" Professor Drenavo smirked slightly, a crafty look suggesting he had a clue. Without hesitation, Professor Drenavo ordered, "Lead me there. I want to see it with my own eyes." Magical light flashed in the sky, signaling an important event. The scene shifts to the academy a few days later. The campus is crowded with students. Whispers spread. "Have you heard? Trouble in the restricted zone again. The guards are running amok." Another worried student said, "Why have there been so many incidents lately? It doesn't bode well." Priscilla, a blonde student, stood with her back to the viewer and exclaimed, "Oh my! This place has been chaotic since yesterday's mess." Ernest, a white-haired male student in the academy uniform, smiled and asked Priscilla, "Priscilla, did you find anything?" Priscilla's friends chatted. One student said, "That's right, there's a rumor the Magic Bureau's team caught those intruders. Even Professor Drenavo showed up personally." Another added, "If the professor came himself, this must be serious." Priscilla whispered, "Anyway, we did cause quite a mess." Layla, a red-haired girl, and a gray-haired boy with glasses were reading the academy paper. The gray-haired boy said, "It's already in the academy daily. Want to see?" Layla, surprised, said, "What, it's already out? No wonder the rumor spread so fast." Sensational headlines read, "Restricted Zone horribly BREACHED. 5 unknown intruders under Magic Bureau investigation and guard captain. It's all MY fault." Ernest pondered, "For Professor Drenavo to appear personally." Another student concluded, "Means the academy must recognize how serious this is." One student commented, "If the Magic Bureau handles it, we'll be fine." Priscilla grinned slyly, "Right, they'll use every spell they have to interrogate them." Layla worried, "But, you don't think they'll find us, do you?" Ernest reassured her, "Relax, we erased every trace." Priscilla, confident to the point of arrogance, declared, "Honestly, the academy should thank us. If it weren't for us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught." Another student exclaimed, "Oh, that logic is twisted." Still, her group pressed on with their plan, Ernest ready for their next move. Ernest calmly reassured them, "Seriously, don't worry. They fell into the trap without realizing we were there." Then he suggested, "Well, let's keep a low profile for a while, but we need to analyze their items immediately." Priscilla asked Ernest, "Ernest, did you bring their stuff?" Ernest replied, "Ah, yes, I have the analysis results. Take a look." Ernest speculated, "Who knows? By tracking their movements, we might stumble on another treasure like Saul Hangston's essence." The screen shifted to a brilliant blue light, emphasizing the phrase, Saul Hangston's essence. A few days later, the academy was once again in turmoil. From above, the vast academy grounds came into view, signaling a major event was about to unfold. This time, the cause was the visit of the Royal Investigation Corps. The armored, solemn procession entered, led by 4th Knight Commander Delphian. The Royal Investigation Corps soldiers marched in unison, their footsteps echoing across the courtyard. The royal banners fluttered proudly, conveying the procession's majesty. Students whispered as they witnessed the unprecedented sight. The royal family rarely came to the academy, and their arrival with dozens of flag bearers was almost unheard of. A high-angle view showed the academy's crowded grounds, filled with countless students and guards. The screen shifted to a deep blue, continuing the narrative. Standing before the great gates, 4th Knight Commander Delphian, a burly man with long dark hair and heavy armor, exclaimed in frustration, "This is absurd." Delphian continued voicing his anger. "There was an intruder in St. Amer Hall, but no evidence. And now strangers are found hiding in Saul Hangston's lab. Baffling incidents keep piling up." Delphian looked at Professor Drenavo, still irritated. This is truly strange. We followed many leads, but nothing concrete yet. Delphin shifted his question. What about the barrier? A female officer in the royal uniform answered. Yes, we're still investigating, but... So far, there's no clear trace. Delphin blurted out anxiously. This is troubling, especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's designs. Delphin's face showed seriousness and concern, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Delphin turned to a young red-haired man in splendid royal attire, Crown Prince Edward Dantera, and asked, Your Highness, what do you make of this? Crown Prince Edward Dantera replied indifferently, Well, nothing comes to mind. Delphin accepted the prince's answer. I see. Then Delphin suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, the Crown Prince is here in person. He wondered in surprise. I mean, why would he come himself? Edward Dantera narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, as if trying to discern something deeper. Edward Dantera fell silent, staring at the destroyed barrier, his expression turning serious and focused. He sensed something unusual. Almost imperceptible, Edward wondered, could this be the trace of a barrier that melted? The surface feels strangely altered. Edward Dantera explained what he felt. It's as if it was dissolved and then reassembled. The corners of Edward Dantera's mouth twitched slightly, revealing the discomfort he tried to hide. Edward said thoughtfully, Whoever did this managed to breach the barrier, truly astonishing. He emphasized, Saul Hangston's barrier was built to last for centuries. As far as I know, it has never been broken. Delphin nodded in agreement. That's right, not once, an immaculate steel fortress. Edward Dantera concluded gravely, and now it's been broken. Edward Dantera concluded with worry, which means even royal barriers can be destroyed. Edward Dantera's eyes widened, revealing shock and intense inner pain. Edward Dantera clutched his chest. Dark magical lines surfaced, indicating he was experiencing internal agony. He closed his eyes, sweat beading on his brow, trying to suppress the pain. Edward Dantera clenched his hand into a fist, forcing himself to remain composed. Delphin noticed the prince's distress and asked anxiously, Your Highness. Delphin worriedly asked, Are you in pain? Edward Dantera tried to stay calm and replied, I'm fine. It's just an ordinary pain, though sweat still dotted his forehead. Delphin expressed deep concern, urging, Please tell us if you feel even the slightest discomfort. We'll return at once. He added firmly, The investigation is important, but your safety matters far more to me. Edward Dantera, despite the pain, insisted, No, I came of my own will. I won't make you worry. Edward's hand trembled as he squeezed it, yet he affirmed, So don't worry, my hand is fine. Edward Dantera's eyes shone with determination, concealing the remaining pain. Edward Dantera stood firm with Delphin and Professor Drenavo, his face resolute, ready to face the challenges ahead. A guard worried about Prince Riel's frail health advised the prince to step outside and rest, and to report immediately if his condition worsened. The prince replied briefly, appearing to agree. As Prince Riel walked away, the captain of the bodyguard, a large man in armor with a fur cloak, watched with pity. He thought to himself what a pitiable figure, branded an incompetent prince, and now even his hand is failing him. The captain continued in regretful thought, wishing inwardly that his highness had been born with a healthy body. Then things might have been different. Meanwhile, Prince Riel, a young man with striking red hair and splendid royal attire, stood silently with his guards, saying nothing as he drifted into his own thoughts. Prince Riel's expression turned irritated. He looked at his hand and cursed inwardly. There was always something blocking him, holding him back. But Riel quickly brushed off the hesitation. He decided he couldn't sit still. To find more clues, he'd have to go inspect the area himself. Although ordered to remain in place, Prince Riel was determined to act. He lifted his foot quietly, preparing to leave. With a resolute look, Prince Riel made his choice. In his heart, he sent an apology to Delphin, his loyal commander. The scene cut back to Commander Delphin and his subordinates. He was being briefed on an incident that occurred around 5 a.m., just before dawn, which left no trace. Even magical detection turned up nothing. Hearing the report, the commander's face hardened. A bead of worried sweat rolled down. He realized the situation was becoming extremely serious. Just then, a soldier came running in, breathless with shocking news. Commander, something's wrong. His Highness is missing. The commander was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Impossible. He was just here. The soldier added that it happened while the guards were momentarily negligent. Commander Delphin's eyes flared with anger. He ground his teeth and cursed his useless subordinates under his breath. Immediately, he barked orders, demanding all other operations cease, suspending the current investigation and focusing everything on finding the prince at once. The soldiers acknowledged the order in unison, faces tense, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. The commander's anger quickly gave way to deep worry. He wondered why the prince would do such a thing given his already frail condition. Meanwhile, Prince Riel had entered the dense forest alone. He moved nimbly despite his physical state. Riel walked with fierce determination, telling himself he had to make progress in the investigation at any cost. His motivation was intense. He wanted his father to notice him this time, and he would prove himself through sheer effort, even without talent. Prince Riel could not accept being seen forever as a useless prince. A burning desire to prove himself burned within him. Riel's journey led him to the Bonia forest, a thick, verdant woodland. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, our protagonist Dane Saugers, a white-haired genius, was coaching his friends. He pointed out that Ernest, a boy with a bow, had an unstable stance and asked him to try again. Dane smiled with satisfaction at his friend's progress. He thought Ernest had really gotten used to training here, and Layla, the pink-haired girl, had helped him a lot. Thanks to his two friends training on their own, Dane could focus on developing his own skills. He began to channel mana, a powerful blue energy gathering in his hands, ready for a new experiment. Dane unleashed his mana, forming complex, radiant magic circles. It was proof of a genius's superior mana control and the beginning of an imminent breakthrough. Dane Saugers smiled smugly. He had completed 2 mana circles and even successfully formed a 4-chain code structure. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of ancient magic. A new power awakened within him. Dane's eyes now emitted a brilliant blue glow, a sign that an extraordinary ability had been unlocked. However, something strange happened. Dane noticed that whenever he concentrated on 4-chain spells, he saw something, the flow of mana around his friends. This new ability allowed Dane to see the mana flow inside others' bodies with astonishing clarity. Ernest's entire energy system appeared before his eyes. Layla was also enveloped in an aura of mana. She was astonished by Dane's power and wondered what other wonders he might see. Dane decided to test an offensive spell. He channeled mana and formed a small wind orb, compact but brimming with energy. The wind orb shot forward. Ernest and Layla watched in surprise. Layla curiously asked what kind of spell it was. Dane answered confidently, "A wind bomb," a projectile formed by compressing air. He guided it to hover and glide through the air. Ernest's eyes widened in awe. He'd never seen such a large mana explosion. Layla analyzed that the terrifying power must be because it was a 4-chain spell. Determination flashed in Dane's eyes as he prepared for another experiment. This time, Dane decided to try throwing it more gently to better control his power. He launched another energy orb, softer and more controlled than the previous one. Suddenly, a massive mana explosion, not caused by Dane, erupted from somewhere deep in the forest, sending out a powerful shockwave. A piercing scream echoed from the direction of the blast, indicating someone had been caught in it. The three of them were stunned. Dane, Ernest, and Layla exchanged shocked looks. Dane confirmed the scream wasn't from any of them. The sounds of trees snapping and a large object hurtling at high speed rang out, showing the blast's aftermath. The clear blue sky flashed briefly before being obscured by chaos. A large crater had been created in the ground, and nearby trees were uprooted, revealing the explosion's devastating force. Dane and Ernest looked toward the noise, trying to determine what had just happened. Layla spun around, panicked. She was sure she had heard something and insisted someone was out there. Dane also confirmed he heard it. He cursed under his breath, thinking they'd been alone here. Without hesitation, the group decided to go check, worried someone might be hurt in the explosion. The scene rewound a few moments earlier. Prince Riel was strolling through the vast Bonia forest within the academy grounds. Riel thought about the students' lives there, full of laughter, friendship, and lessons. An undeniable pang of envy rose within him. He looked toward the Grand Academy, and a burning question formed in his mind. If he weren't a prince, would he be wearing that uniform and experiencing school life like them? Just imagining such an ordinary life made Prince Riel's heart race. He offered a small, rare smile tinged with both sadness and longing. Riel quickly pushed aside his daydreams. He reminded himself to focus on his primary task, searching for traces of the intruders. Suddenly, a strange sound ahead startled Riel. He stopped and listened cautiously. He advanced carefully, wondering if someone else might be in the forest. Brilliant light and the clash of skills pierced the canopy, drawing Riel's attention. From a distance, Riel saw a group of 3 practicing in a clearing. It was Dane's group. He guessed they were students training, and noted they looked around his age and reasonably skilled. Riel heard Layla call Dane, asking him to check her sword form because she felt her motion was awkward. Dane pointed out the issue in her stance and instructed Layla how to adjust. Layla immediately understood and said she'd try again. Riel watched the entire exchange. From within the bushes, Riel silently observed Layla preparing to redo her sword stroke after Dane's guidance. The name Dane stunned Riel. A realization flickered through his mind. Wait, Dane Saugers. Riel couldn't believe it. Could this really be the freshman who's been causing a stir throughout the academy? Dane Saugers, a name even the royal family knows. A prodigy admitted to the self-study department with outstanding talent across 4 different fields. While Riel felt useless, unable to accomplish anything worthwhile, Dane was practicing deftly and effortlessly in the distance. Riel bitterly realized that the one hailed as a genius among geniuses was training so seriously. He fell silent, overwhelmed by a surge of inferiority. Longing rushed back. Riel thought that if he could attend the academy, he might have friends, learn many things, and laugh and play as they did. Just as Riel was lost in his pensive sorrow, a mana orb came flying from nowhere, cutting through the silence. Riel sensed danger. He realized something was hurtling straight toward him at high speed. The blue mana orb slammed into the space right in front of Riel, giving him no chance to dodge. A massive explosion erupted, its blast blowing everything nearby away. Prince Riel was hurled into the air by the force of the magical blast. He let out a terrified scream as his body tumbled through the air, pain and dizziness crashing over him. Riel's scream echoed through the forest, signaling a fateful and ironic encounter between the incompetent prince and the academy's prodigy. After the sudden collision in the forest, Ernest Dillon hurriedly asked if the fallen person was all right, while Layla Termian flustered apologies, saying they hadn't expected anyone to be here. Dane Saugers was also present. They all looked down at the fallen figure, who was none other than 3rd Prince Edward Dantara. 3rd Prince Edward Dantara slowly rose to his feet, letting out a faint groan. He looked a bit dazed from the fall. Ernest Dillon suddenly noticed something amiss. He stared at 3rd Prince Edward Dantara's outfit and wondered whether it might be a Royal Investigation Corps uniform. Layla Termian gasped in shock and cried out when she recognized it, asking if 3rd Prince Edward Dantara was a member of the Royal Investigation Corps. At that moment, Dane Saugers realized the true identity of the person before them and moved to stop Layla from speaking. The deductions piled up. That uniform was indeed from the Royal Investigation Corps. Besides, that blazing red hair was a hallmark of the royal family. Ernest Dillon broke into a cold sweat, his face showing utter shock. He muttered that he couldn't believe his eyes. Could this really be a member of the royal family? Layla Termian was so frightened she began to cry, while Dane Saugers beside her smirked subtly, as if he had anticipated this situation or wasn't overly surprised. 3rd Prince Edward Dantara gently turned and walked away, leaving the group of students confused and anxious. 3rd Prince Edward Dantara turned back to face the 3 students, his tone somewhat stern. "You are truly fools. How dare you do that?" In the prince's presence, Dane Saugers immediately dropped to one knee, bowed his head respectfully, and introduced himself. "I am Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, and I pay my respects to your highness." Ernest Dillon was equally panicked and quickly apologized to 3rd Prince Edward Dantara, admitting he had committed a grave mistake. Following Ernest's apology, he hurriedly introduced himself as the eldest son of Baron Dillon and a first-year student in the exploration department. Then Layla Termian quickly introduced herself as the eldest daughter of Duke Termian and a first-year student in the swordsmanship department. After their respectful introductions, all three students begged forgiveness for their disrespect. Third Prince Edward Dantara smiled faintly and replied that it was all right. He was just a little startled. Third Prince Edward Dantara went on, expressing pleasure at meeting them under these circumstances, and singled out Dane Saugers. Besides, it's a pleasure to meet you. Dane Saugers, I've heard much about your reputation. Third Prince Edward Dantara proceeded to show his knowledge of Ernest Dillon, mentioning the Dillon family's renown for exploration, and saying he believed Ernest would become a skilled explorer. Then he turned to Layla Termian, recognizing her as the Dater Cup champion and recalling watching the finals. Layla Termian was surprised and honored, responding that it was a great honor for her. Third Prince Edward Dantara concluded the introductions and signaled for the students to rise. All three responded obediently. Ernest Dillon expressed relief that Third Prince Edward Dantara was unhurt. Meanwhile, Dane Saugers wondered why the prince would be in such a remote spot, since this area was rarely used by students for training. Third Prince Edward Dantara revealed that he had come with the Royal Investigation Corps to inspect the academy, but had wandered off here by himself. Third Prince Edward Dantara continued describing the strange incidents in Saul Hangston's buildings that they were investigating, expressing frustration at finding no clues so far. One of the students realized he was conducting an investigation. Third Prince Edward Dantara admitted that they had noticed something odd, but it was difficult to be certain. Dane Saugers, with a contemplative expression, asked Third Prince Edward Dantara whether he had discovered anything here that a normal person wouldn't notice, though he himself didn't seem very confident. When asked whether he had uncovered the strange phenomenon on his own, Third Prince Edward Dantara hesitated and replied that, in a way, he had. Ernest Dillon and Layla Termian were extremely worried. Ernest blurted that it all concerned them, and Layla added in alarm that if they were discovered, they'd be in serious trouble. While the two friends panicked, Dane Saugers appeared pensive, his gaze sharp as if calculating something. He seemed to be piecing together events and odd details about Third Prince Edward Dantara, especially the prince's ability to sense something strange. Ernest Dillon pondered Third Prince Edward Dantara. Unlike the two older princes, the third prince was about their age and had a reputation for being ordinary with no special talent. Yet Ernest began to doubt that. Ernest couldn't help but be surprised. He wondered how the third prince still found them even though they'd carefully scattered anti-tracking powder. He also noticed that the prince had detected a strange phenomenon others couldn't, which made him think the third prince was far from ordinary. Third Prince Edward Dantara gave a faint, enigmatic smile, leading Ernest to wonder whether the prince was hiding some special ability. Third Prince Edward Dantara calmly explained that he had gotten lost here because the academy was quite complicated. He added that perhaps the investigation team was looking for him, and they might also be lost since it was their first time here. He went on to say the academy grounds were rather large. So while they were here, he wanted to hear their stories about life at the academy. Ernest Dillon and Layla Termian exchanged surprised looks and asked back. Dane Saugers thought to himself that even as a prince, the third prince was still a teenager. Having lived a sheltered life in the palace, it was natural he'd be curious about ordinary life. Third Prince Edward Dantara asked what they had been doing earlier. Were they training? One of the students confirmed they used this quiet spot for practice. Dane Saugers sensed something odd about the third prince. He felt the prince was unusually stiff, as if something was constricting him, a hard-to-describe sensation. Dane Saugers used his special ability. His eyes flashed blue as he focused on the mana flow, wondering if mana could flow like that. Keeping his gaze on the third prince, Dane decided he needed to examine more closely what he was sensing about the prince's abnormal condition. At the same time, elsewhere on campus, the Royal Investigation Corps was urgently searching for the third prince. Calls rang out repeatedly. What about over there? Not here. Finally, an impatient member shouted, "Damn it," moved to the next building, showing their extreme anxiety. While the third prince chatted with the three students, the scene cut to the academy grounds, where other students were buzzing, as they realized the Royal Investigation Corps was frantically searching for something. Students whispered, wondering whether the team had caught the culprit. Another dismissed the idea, saying if they had, the mage's unit would have appeared, not the Investigation Corps. Tension filled the air. Amid the chaotic search, a desperate call rang out. "Your Highness." The captain of the Royal Investigation Corps stood in an empty room, repeatedly calling the third prince's name with extreme worry. The captain's face showed frustration and confusion. He ground his teeth. Damn it, he's not here anymore. Where on earth did he go? In his mind, the captain was deeply worried. He thought about how they still didn't know who was behind the case or who might be backing them. He felt even more uneasy that the third prince, with a hand not yet healed, was wandering alone. The captain continued to consider the grave consequences. Being dismissed would be one thing, but if something happened to his highness... Footsteps hurriedly approached, signaling new information. A member reported to the captain, "Sir, a witness has come forward." Someone in a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. The captain asked tensely, "Is that true?" He then ordered firmly, "Bring that person here immediately." The captain directed the team. "Everyone head into the forest outside the academy. Our top priority is His Highness's safety." The team responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The captain pondered the third prince's movements, asking himself, "The forest? Why would he go to a place like that?" Meanwhile, the scene returned to the forest, where the third prince was talking with the three students, seemingly unaware of the search. A flash of realization struck the captain. He suddenly realized the third prince's actions might not be a simple lost wander. He suspected, "Don't tell me," he discovered something. A conjecture that matched what Dane was sensing about the prince. Dane Saugers boldly asked third Prince Edward Dantara if he could ask him something. The prince replied calmly, "What is it, Dane Saugers? Go ahead." Dane asked directly, eyes fixed on third Prince Edward Dantara. "Your Highness's hand. Has it been causing you a lot of trouble?" Third Prince Edward Dantara was completely stunned, his eyes wide with shock at Dane's blunt question. A single voiced his astonishment. Still in shock, third Prince Edward Dantara stammered, "No, how did you?" Ernest Dillon and Layla Termian looked at each other in confusion. Layla asked, "Your Highness's hand." "Why?" Third Prince Edward Dantara hurriedly pulled his hand back and denied it. "Why? You must be mistaken." Dane Saugers didn't back down, replying, "Really? But from what I can see." Layla Termian interjected anxiously. "Why would you say that, Dane?" Third Prince Edward Dantara fell silent, sweat beading on his brow, his face tense and uneasy. Dane Saugers remained quiet, watching Third Prince Edward Dantara and waiting for his next reaction. Dane Saugers continued, "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I plan to forget everything I've seen and heard today anyway." Third Prince Edward Dantara looked at Dane suspiciously, thinking to himself, "This one. Did he really guess the condition of my hand?" Layla Termian hurriedly tried to defuse the situation, asking Third Prince Edward Dantara to excuse Dane for his strange words. However, Third Prince Edward Dantara unexpectedly cut her off, his voice low and certain. "No, he's right." He saw it clearly. The prince's confirmation left Ernest Dillon and Layla Termian utterly stunned. They exclaimed in amazement, "Really?" As the painful secret about Third Prince Edward Dantara's hand was suddenly revealed. Third Prince Edward Dantara turned his face away, sweat dotting his forehead, his expression one of endurance and anguish. Third Prince Edward Dantara admitted heavily, "My right hand is no different from the hand of a cripple." Third Prince Edward Dantara looked at Dane Saugers in astonishment and asked, "Dane Saugers, how did you see that?" Dane explained that he didn't directly see the hand's condition. He had seen the mana flow toward the prince's hand blocked. Third Prince Edward Dantara asked in surprise, "Is that possible? How can you see mana flow with the naked eye?" Dane Saugers replied, "It's a power I gained when a lucky artifact fused with my body." In Dane's mind, he thought the truth was ancient mana, but since he couldn't say that, he made up an explanation. Third Prince Edward Dantara marveled, "That's an incredible power. So you say it can reveal the cause?" Dane Saugers clarified that he couldn't determine the root cause, but at least for now he could tell why Third Prince Edward Dantara felt discomfort. Dane went on to explain that the mana that should flow to the prince's hand was being blocked at the wrist and flowing backward. He concluded about the prince's hand condition, a hand that mana cannot reach. In other words, that hand was slowly dying. Before Dane's cold prediction that the prince's hand was slowly dying, Layla Termian cried out in shock, "Your Highness!" Ernest Dillon and Dane Saugers stood there, witnessing Third Prince Edward Dantara's reaction. Third Prince Edward Dantara turned back, his face contorted with shock and anger. He demanded firmly, "Allow me to ask what happened." Third Prince Edward Dantara, with a serious expression, began to ask about the events that had occurred. Prince Edward Dantara began telling his story, saying it all started when he was about 1 year old. The scene shifted to the past when Third Prince Edward Dantara was a baby. He explained that he was fine at birth, but at some point his body became like this, and a hand reached out, offering him an egg-shaped object. Prince Edward Dantara, in the body of a 7-year-old child, struggled to hold his utensils, showing how difficult simple movements were for him. Even past the age of 10, Third Prince Edward Dantara still had great difficulty holding a pen and writing, demonstrating a significant delay in his physical development. As a child, Third Prince Edward Dantara stood alone beside a sword, lamenting that he could not learn swordsmanship, ride horses, or acquire any of the skills a royal should. Magic was entirely out of reach. A close-up of Third Prince Edward Dantara's hand showed trembling lines, highlighting the physical limitations he had endured over the years. A close-up of the Third Prince's eyes reflected the pain and the determination buried within him as he recounted his circumstances. Back in the present, Third Prince Edward Dantara stood between Dane Saugers, Layla Termian, and Ernest, finishing his confession that he had lived as an ashamed prince who could not appear before others. Dane Saugers looked at Third Prince Edward Dantara and realized this was why he wasn't known as widely as the other princes. Layla Termian and Ernest were shocked and worried, wondering if it was appropriate for them to have overheard such a major royal secret, a secret a prince should not reveal. In response to their alarm, Third Prince Edward Dantara smiled reassuringly, saying it didn't matter. He trusted them absolutely and knew they would keep this secret. Third Prince Edward Dantara said he was very glad today because he had finally found the cause of his condition, something all the royal mages and physicians had failed to do. He asked if his friends believed him. Third Prince Edward Dantara smiled confidently, saying he trusted that Dane Saugers would not lie to a prince. Dane Saugers appeared uncomfortable, saying the prince's joke was a bit much. A close-up of the Third Prince's hand. He said the power was gradually leaving his hand, and that before long it would become useless. Third Prince Edward Dantara looked straight at Dane Saugers and asked if he could heal him. Dane Saugers looked at Third Prince Edward Dantara in surprise, an exclamation mark seeming to appear above his head. Layla Termian and Ernest stood side by side, clearly anxious and confused by the prince's request. A close-up of Dane Saugers' face showed him thinking carefully about the prince's plea to heal him. Dane Saugers apologized to Third Prince Edward Dantara, explaining that he was not a doctor or anything like that. The third prince sat on the ground and listened attentively. Third Prince Edward Dantara listened intently as Dane Saugers continued. Dane Saugers said it certainly would not be easy for the third prince, but if the prince wanted it, Dane would try. Dane Saugers turned his face, smiling confidently, showing his willingness to take on this difficult challenge. Third Prince Edward Dantara cheerfully asked whether Dane's words were true, then urged him to begin immediately. Third Prince Edward Dantara laughed and promised that if Dane could heal his hand, he would do anything Dane wanted. Dane looked at him with surprise. Dane Saugers looked serious and said that if that was the third prince's wish, he would try to alter the mana flow. Dane Saugers warned Third Prince Edward Dantara that if he failed, the prince might die. The third prince showed clear shock and surprise. In a risky metaphor, Dane Saugers explained that if the attempt failed and harmed the third prince, he would surely be executed for attempting to assassinate a prince. And an image appeared of him, Layla Termian and Ernest bound and escorted by guards. Dane Saugers told Third Prince Edward Dantara that he had many years left to live, and many things he wanted to do, implying he did not want to take a needless risk. A close-up of Dane Saugers' face showed a calculating, cautious look in his eyes. A close-up of Third Prince Edward Dantara's face showed him listening intently, his expression full of contemplation and expectation. Dane Saugers bluntly asked third Prince Edward Dantera what he would receive in return if Dane succeeded in healing his hand. Layla Termian and Ernest behind them were surprised by Dane's audacity. Dane Saugers declared that he would not accept uncertain risks, while the group, including the third prince lying on the ground, was viewed from above. Dane emphasized that everything would be completely different if there were a large enough reward to entice him. Third Prince Edward Dantera listened to Dane's terms attentively and thoughtfully, seeming to carefully consider Dane's offer. Third Prince Edward Dantera laughed and said Dane was the first to dare propose a bargain to him, nodding that the other princes only groveled for patrons. He declared that Dane was different from them. With a resolute expression, third Prince Edward Dantera agreed to Dane's terms. Very well. Third Prince Edward Dantera looked at Dane seriously and reiterated the condition. By any means, Dane Saugers, if you heal my hand. Third Prince Edward Dantera reached out his hand and promised to grant any request Dane made. Dane, surprised by the generous offer, asked if third Prince Edward Dantera was truly serious. Third Prince Edward Dantera spread his hand, explaining that it would soon lose function. He said that at worst, failure would only hasten that process a little. Third Prince Edward Dantera implored Dane to do his best, and even promised that if Dane failed, he would leave a will declaring Dane innocent. Dane Saugers, Layla Termian, and Ernest all showed shocked, sweating faces at the prince's bold and somewhat reckless request. Dane reached out and gently placed his hand on third Prince Edward Dantera's wrist, preparing to begin the healing process. With a determined look, Dane confirmed his decision. All right, I'll try. Third Prince Edward Dantera stood and expressed deep gratitude to Dane, while Layla and Ernest watched on with tense expressions. Third Prince Edward Dantera offered a relieved, satisfied smile, entirely pleased with the risky agreement and placing his trust in Dane. Dane reflected that this might be the biggest event of his life. If successful, it would be a spectacular victory. If it failed, everything would collapse. A close-up of Dane's resolute eyes emphasized that they had to succeed at any cost. Dane asked third Prince Edward Dantera to sit comfortably on a nearby rock. The prince agreed. Dane explained to the prince that he had practiced controlling mana since childhood, so he was confident in his abilities. The group, Dane, Layla, and Ernest, stood watching with Dane at the front ready to begin. Dane added to the prince that he also possessed an ancient stream of mana within him. The third prince sat on the rock while Dane knelt before him and reached out to take the prince's hand. A close-up showed Dane's hand gently holding the prince's gloved hand, preparing to start the healing process. With a serious, focused expression, Dane announced that he would begin the treatment. Third Prince Edward Dantera closed his eyes, seemingly preparing himself as a blue mana energy began to spread. Brilliant blue mana poured from Dane's hand, enveloping third Prince Edward Dantera's hand as he began the risky healing ritual. Dane's eyes glowed intensely with mana energy, showing his high concentration as he performed the complex procedure. The mystical blue light from Dane began to spread throughout the forest, signaling a major event was about to occur. A powerful burst of blue mana energy erupted from Dane's healing, shining brilliantly through the air. The scene shifts to another part of the forest, where two knights are talking. One asks about the other's status and is told a steep cliff blocks their path, preventing them from advancing. A group of knights led by the captain of the knights appears. One knight reports multiple branching paths ahead. The captain notes they lack the numbers to split up. Close up on the captain's face. His eyes widen as if sensing a powerful, unusual surge of energy. The captain of the knights exclaims in surprise and suspicion, "What is this feeling?" He wonders if it might be some special entity. Close up of the captain's hand clenched tight, showing high alertness and readiness to act. The captain commands his soldiers, "Everyone conceal your presence." Close-up of a knight gripping his sword tightly, emphasizing the order to move stealthily and silently. Surrounded by his men, the captain orders them, "Approach quietly." A knight dashes swiftly through the forest, obeying the captain's command. From a high vantage, many knights move through the forest like ghosts, silently heading toward the source of the mysterious mana energy. A knight slips through the underbrush with cautious steps, hidden in the deep forest night. All are preparing for a sudden ambush. The captain strikes, unleashing a powerful sweeping attack that sends a shockwave rippling through the forest. The shot returns to third Prince Edward Dantera and Dane Saugers. Dane remains kneeling, holding the prince's hand, while Layla Termian and Ernest stand nearby, all seemingly unaware of the approaching danger. Close-up of the third prince and Dane Saugers. The prince looks slightly anxious while Dane maintains intense focus on the healing process. Layla Termian and Ernest show shocked, astonished expressions. Perhaps they've sensed the sudden shift in the air or the looming threat. The captain, furious, curses at an invisible foe and roars, "Who dares do this to third Prince Edward Dantera?" It seems he has misinterpreted Dane's healing ritual. A chaotic scene in a forest. A knight collapses to the ground while Knight Delphian shouts for the strangers to stay away from His Highness, the red-haired Prince Riel. Another knight in black armor appears, looking menacing, causing Layla and Ernest to cry out in terror that they are surrounded by knights. Amid the tense moment, Dane Saugers, with his platinum hair, looks puzzled. He realizes this is a situation prone to misunderstanding and needs a clear explanation. Not wanting the situation to worsen, Dane quickly reaches out and channels a stream of blue magic. However, Knight Delphian misunderstands Dane's intent. Believing he was about to attack the prince, he immediately draws his sword and charges at breakneck speed. Seeing Delphian's misunderstanding and attack on Dane, Prince Riel urgently shouts for his knight to stop. Hearing his lord's command, Delphian halts, his eyes widening in astonishment. Prince Riel looks straight ahead with resolve. He will not have his benefactor treated that way. With the misunderstanding cleared, the knights anxiously ask after the prince's condition. Riel reassures them that he's fine and there's no need for concern. Delphian asks how the prince came so deep into this area and who Dane's group is. Riel replies that he was merely wandering to investigate and will explain about them on the way back. At that moment, Prince Riel looks at his hand and notices a change in sensation. There seems to be a marked improvement. Riel turns to Dane, smiles, and offers his thanks. He decides to leave immediately. Dane replies modestly that he only did what he could, and that it was an honor. On the way, Riel explains to Delphian that Dane is the son of Count Saugers, and also his benefactor. Delphian is surprised to hear that from the prince. Riel affirms that Dane did an invaluable service for him. Riel then asks Delphian what gift he should give in return for this favor. Riel ponders. He thinks that because they are descendants of noble families, ordinary gifts won't suffice. He wants to give them something truly valuable. The young prince rubs his chin, an idea forming in his mind. Riel turns to Delphian and quietly asks about something. Riel leans close to Delphian's ear and whispers the gift he intends to give. Delphian's eyes widen in shock at the prince's proposal. He stammers at a loss for words. Riel winks playfully, believing the gift is perfectly fitting. Meanwhile, Delphian still thinks it is overly generous. Riel cheerfully says that compared to what Dane did for him, this gift is nothing. He orders Delphian to send word to the palace to bring everything immediately. Though still concerned about the gift's immense value, Delphian obeys and bows to take his lord's command. With matters settled, Prince Riel happily skips along, leaving his loyal knight deep in thought. Watching the prince's departing figure, Knight Delphian's mind begins to change. He realizes this may not be a bad thing after all. Delphian considers Dane's lineage. They are descendants of Count Saugers and Duke Termian. Thanks to this event, the ties between the royal family and the noble houses may grow stronger. Moreover, this relationship will become a solid support for His Highness Riel in the future. Delphian watches as the prince, and he gradually leave the forest behind. 1 week later, Dane's group is invited to a reception room in the royal villa. There, Prince Riel happily informs Dane that his hand has much improved, and that there are no side effects at all. Upon hearing this, Dane bows his head and expresses relief, congratulating the prince on the good news. Prince Riel politely invites everyone to sit. Once everyone is seated, Riel announces that he has prepared a gift to express his gratitude and hopes they will accept it. He says it's the only thing he can think of that's worthy of them, which piques the group's curiosity. When the gift is brought out, Dane, Layla, and Ernest are all so stunned they are left speechless. It's an ornate box containing the royal emblem, a finely crafted gold badge that glows with shimmering magical light. Riel smiles and explains how simple it is to use. If they ever run into trouble, they only need to present this emblem and things will be resolved. Still in disbelief, Ernest timidly asks if they can really accept such a valuable gift. Riel replies firmly, "Of course." Dane smiles sincerely and on behalf of the group, offers the prince his deepest thanks. After presenting the gift, Riel announces that formalities are set aside, and invites everyone to enjoy today's feast. The group responds cheerfully in unison to the prince. A lavish banquet is laid out with countless gourmet dishes like lobster, roast chicken, grilled fish, and various salads. Layla happily savors a piece of cake, thinking to herself that meeting the prince that day was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. Ernest is devouring a gigantic sandwich. However, while everyone enjoys themselves, one question remains unanswered. The identity of the attackers in the forest is still a mystery. Dane eats thoughtfully as well. With no suspects, that strange case gradually fades into silence. Prince Riel is also enjoying the feast, with a satisfied smile on his face. Time passes, and the Academy's midterms finally arrive and conclude. The students are relieved to have completed their exams. After the exams, the friends gather outside the Academy. Someone asks Layla about her results. She confidently replies that her major exam was pretty easy, and her general courses should be fine. In contrast to Layla, the blonde friend is in utter despair. She wishes the world would just burn down because the test was so hard, even though she memorized the whole scripture. Faced with her dramatic complaints, Dane can only give an awkward smile while Layla watches quietly. He comments that the theology department doesn't seem easy at all. The blonde quickly brushes off her frustration, cheerfully declares the exams are over and they're free, and agreeing with the upbeat mood, Dane congratulates everyone and asks, "We have a few days off. What's everyone planning to do?" Ernest shares his plan in turn, surprising everyone by announcing he'll join a fitness club focused on physical training. The blonde suggests that Ernest recognized his weakness during the combat simulations and tells him not to get injured. Ernest confidently replies that everyone should wait and see the results. Layla has her own plan. She says she'll go home for a bit because her mother wants to see her. They turn to ask Dane, who lazily answers that he'll probably spend time in the library studying. Ernest, astonished, asks, "Study? After the exams?" Dane is about to say he has nothing else to do, when suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. Layla's words trigger a memory in Dane. He recalls a scene from his childhood when he was talking with an elderly man. It was when he was 7 that the Duke of Termian gave him a gift, the Forge Badge of Termian. Back in the present, Dane excitedly announces a new plan. He wants to forge a new sword and perhaps visit the Termian Forge. Layla and the blonde friend are surprised by this sudden change. Dane turns to Layla and says, "No, Layla, I'll go with you." Layla is stunned and asks why he suddenly wants to visit her home. Dane beams, explaining that he just wants to take a look around her family's forge. Layla can only sigh, saying that Dane is probably the only person in the world who would call that taking a look. At the mention of the Termian Forge, Ernest and the blonde friend grow excited. Both immediately ask to come along, saying it would be an amazing experience. Layla happily agrees, saying the more the merrier. On the way, the blonde friend becomes anxious as they near the Duke of Termian's mansion. Layla reassures her that she just shouldn't touch anything. The friend quickly promises she'll only look. Layla regrettably says it would be better if Senior Priscilla could come too. Dane answers there's no way, since Priscilla has been summoned to the temple. Ernest curiously asks how long it takes Layla to get to the Termian mansion. She replies it's less than an hour by carriage. Ernest is stunned at how close it is, while he lives out west and it takes him nearly a month on horseback. When asked, Dane casually reveals it only takes him a day to get there because his aunt had a teleport gate installed. His two friends gape in astonishment. Layla can't believe Dane used a teleport gate without telling them. Dane innocently asks, "Oh, I didn't tell you," prompting Layla to shout that this is the first she's heard of it. Dane thinks that's reasonable and asks if Layla's older sisters use it too. Images of Layla's sisters come to his mind. Dane adds that the sisters must have helped Layla a lot at the academy and says he's jealous. Hearing this, Layla sighs and wonders what her brothers have been up to lately. Layla's remark makes Dane realize something. He thinks back and notices that Layla has never really talked about her siblings before. The final scene shows Dane looking down at the city from above, his mind full of thoughts about Layla's mysterious family. He wonders what her brothers are like. Layla begins to recall her brothers. Her eldest was very kind. Before he left for the Eastern Territories, he used to play with her. As the group walks, Layla continues thinking about her second brother, who liked to tease and prank her and sometimes annoyed her. Walking beside her, Dane quietly thinks Layla clearly was loved by her brothers. Seeing this, Ernest asks curiously whether Layla's second brother lives at the mansion. Layla replies that he's not that kind of person. He has too free a spirit. She recounts that one day her brother suddenly left home and no one knows where he is. He said he was going for training or something, but Layla didn't really believe it. Dane is astonished by this and asks again. He ran away from home. Layla sadly confirms, saying that since becoming a knight he has lived far from home. She really doesn't know why her brother did that. Dane remarks that Layla's brothers all seem extraordinary. Layla agrees, saying her eldest is diligent while the other is unpredictable. Dane begins to analyze the situation, wondering if this might be a power struggle among the siblings, something common in noble families. However, Dane quickly dismisses that idea. The Termian family never gave him the impression of being that rigid. He thinks there is probably a deeper story behind it. Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of brisk footsteps approaching. A group of knights appears, and the leader, Sir Ismar, calls out happily for the young lady. Layla cheerfully greets him in return. Sir Ismar, a loyal man with a scarred face, smiles warmly. He says it's been a long time and immediately rushed over when he heard she had arrived. Right after that, the great gates of the mansion open. Layla's father, the Duke of Termian, spreads his arms to welcome everyone. Layla joyfully shouts, "Father!" and runs to him. The Duke remarks that she has grown and asks about her life at the academy. Layla excitedly boasts to her father that she studied very hard and that he will be amazed when he sees her grades. The Duke laughs and says he eagerly looks forward to it. The Duke then turned to his daughter's companion and called out, "And, look who we have here, Dane." Dane bowed respectfully. The Duke remarked that he looked much sturdier than the last time they'd met. Next, Ernest nervously and awkwardly stepped forward, stammering his introduction as Ernest Dillon. The Duke recognized the name and said, "Oh, so you're the friend Layla mentioned in her letter. Our family also owns some antiquities discovered by the Dillon family. Layla, you've made a very impressive friend." Layla proudly flashed a V sign, smiled, and said, "Of course. Who else would I be friends with?" The Duke invited the group inside, saying a small reception had been prepared to welcome them. Layla happily thanked her father. Layla cheerfully led the way, eagerly urging everyone to follow her. On the way, Layla turned to Dane and asked, "Your family's tarts were amazing last time. Do you think I could have one again this time?" Dane smiled and replied, "I knew you'd say that, so I told them to prepare strawberry tarts in advance. Just wait and see." The scene shifts to an opulent banquet hall. Gentle music plays as nobles in splendid attire gather, converse, and enjoy the feast. At the feast, Dane, Layla, and Ernest eat together. Ernest remarks, "It's been a while since I've had anything this good, huh?" Dane agrees, "Right. Now I understand why Layla was so excited." Layla seemed a bit regretful that one of their seniors couldn't attend, but she quickly recovered and said they'd all go together next time. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a group just entering. In the center of the hall, a group of knights in formal uniforms stood together, drawing the attention of those around them. Dane asked Layla curiously who they were. Layla explained they were the family's knights, invited by her father, and she'd heard more people showed up when they learned Dane was present. Dane was a little surprised by that information. Meanwhile, Layla felt an uneasy premonition about their presence. As Layla had feared, one of the knights, who appeared to be the commander, stepped forward and solemnly greeted. Cantus Daggerweld sends his regards to Master Dane Saugers. Dane, in his formal attire, politely returned the greeting. He said Layla had told him about the Duke's knights and that he was pleased to meet them. Cantus Daggerweld said they'd heard much about Dane as well, and that it was an honor. He asked permission to join Dane's group for a while, and Dane of course agreed. Ernest added that the Termian family's knight squad was said to be one of the best in the Empire, second only to the Royal Knights. Countless knight trainees competed to join them. Cantus also said he'd heard of the Saugers Knight Squad's reputation. Dane confirmed, saying his squad focused on spear tactics, mostly thanks to his father. Dane further explained that it began when his father taught spear tactics to knights on the battlefield, and before long it developed into a formal knight squad. Now they had become the Empire's only spear knight corps. Cantus was very intrigued. He said they were always curious about the Saugers' training methods and bluntly asked whether Dane was skilled with the spear. Dane modestly replied, "Well, I suppose I am." Immediately, Layla proudly interjected, boasting that Dane was good at everything. And even if all the knights here attacked at once, they wouldn't stand a chance. The other knights murmured, skeptical of Layla's claim. Ernest hurriedly reminded Layla not to say things like that. Stirred by Layla's words, Kantas and his knights immediately made an offer. Then, Master Dane, we formally request a sparring match. All the knights bowed in unison, respectfully asking Dane to show them a thing or two. Layla was stunned. She hadn't expected her boasting to lead to this. She inwardly groaned, why do my bad feelings always turn out to be true? Contrary to Layla's anxiety, Dane remained quite calm. He turned to reassure her that everything would be fine and even encouraged her to show them what she could do. Kantas and his knights couldn't hide satisfied, expectant smile. Dane merely let out a sigh, his eyes bright with interest. He accepted the challenge lightly, if you insist. The knights were ecstatic and shouted in unison, then we ask you to teach us, young master. The scene quickly cut to an outdoor training yard. At the training ground, Dane held a spear, calmly facing 4 Termian family knights armed with swords. The match began. One knight lunged forward, attacking Dane with a powerful sword strike. With a completely composed expression, Dane easily dealt with the attacks. He moved and parried with effortless precision. With a precise motion, Dane used the shaft of his spear to stop a sword blow, then deftly twisted to disarm his opponent, demonstrating clear superiority in skill. Seen from above, Dane moved through the knight's circle like a whirlwind. The spear in his hands traced lethal arcs, not only nullifying every attack but completely dominating and controlling the pace of the fight. A close-up showed Dane executing a spinning strike. The battle continued with relentless intensity. Dane's gaze was sharp and utterly focused. He had total control of the situation. From the stands, Duke Termian, Layla, and Ernest watched and held breath. The Duke's face displayed clear astonishment and admiration. A close-up of the Duke's face showed him completely shocked and impressed by what was unfolding. Dane executed one decisive final move, his force making the ground beneath his feet crack. He launched a finishing blow, using his spear to strike 2 opponents at once. Dane jabbed the butt of his spear into one knight's abdomen, a non-lethal knockout strike. Another knight was sent flying by a lightning-fast attack. And then the match was over. All 4 knights lay on the ground, their weapons scattered. Dane stood alone at the center, entirely unscathed. Kantas Daggerweld, who had proposed the match, could only stand and stare, sweating in disbelief. Dane slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, a decisive gesture signaling the end of the bout. He stood tall, holding his spear with confident calm, while a defeated knight still lay behind him. Dane gave a slight, self-assured smirk, the confident smile of an absolute victor. A cheer rang out declaring the result. Victory goes to young Master Dane Saugers. What an impressive sparring match. After the match, Dane and Layla walked outside the mansion. Layla asked about the gift her father had given him. Dane confirmed it was some books written in an ancient language. Layla explained she had told her father that Dane was interested in old texts, and perhaps he had remembered that. Dane thanked her, saying the Academy's library was too limited, and these books would be very helpful. Layla smiled and said it's better that someone who truly appreciates them reads them than let them gather dust. Suddenly Dane changed the subject and asked Layla about Ernest. Layla said Ernest had gone with the steward down to the relic vault. He looked extremely excited. Dane said he was curious about the place too. Layla began to scold Dane, asking if he ever tired and advising him to relax during the holiday. But Dane replied he'd rest after visiting the forge tomorrow. Under the sunset, Layla mused that it felt wonderful to be home after the exams. She added that her father seemed very pleased after watching Dane's spear skills, as if Dane were his own son. However, Layla's mood sank. She told Dane that her father's expression had completely changed when her second brother was mentioned. She wondered exactly what had happened. Dane said nothing. Layla bowed her head, her face full of melancholy. Layla voiced her disappointment. She said the eldest brother still sent letters occasionally, but the second brother had been completely silent. She continued in frustration, saying her father wouldn't tell her the reason either. No contact, no explanation. This mysterious silence left her deeply unsettled. Both Dane and Layla instantly became alert. Startled, Layla asked, "Wait, what was that?" Dane, tense, called toward the sound. Something just moved over there. A close-up of Dane's eyes widened, vigilant and razor-focused. He had clearly sensed an unusual, dangerous presence. They both looked toward the garden. Dane confirmed, "Yes, I can feel it." Faint streaks of light shot toward them from the bushes, signaling a looming threat and ending the chapter on a cliff of intense suspense. Continuing from the end of the previous chapter, after sensing someone hiding, Dane Saugers flew into a rage. He gathered an immense surge of mana and directed it straight toward the nearby thick bush. Dane shouted a threat, demanding that the person come out on their own before he personally dragged them out. Dane's bright blue mana grew increasingly fierce, ready to level the entire garden. Immediately, a panicked voice from within the bushes cried out, begging Dane to stop and promising to come out at once. Hearing that voice, both Dane and Layla froze. It seemed they recognized who was hiding. The bush began to stir as the person inside prepared to step out. A man slowly emerged, murmuring that Dane's actions were truly fierce. He explained that he had only been following his sister, who was walking with some young man. That person turned out to be none other than Daeward Termian, the second son of Duke Termian and Layla's long-missing older brother. He smiled at his sister. Dane was completely stunned by this revelation. He had not expected this man to be connected to Layla. He had even mistaken Daeward for Layla's younger brother, when in fact he was her older brother. Contrary to Joy, Layla was furious. She rushed forward, grabbing her brother's hair and berating him for worrying them so much, but never contacting them even once. Layla shouted in anger. She had waited for news from him for years, while even their eldest brother still wrote letters home. Daeward held Layla's hand, smiling as he acknowledged she had grown much stronger and must have trained diligently. Layla's anger hadn't subsided. She yelled that she had become stronger and challenged him. Seeing this, Dane quickly intervened, telling Layla to calm down. Suddenly, Dayward acted. He pulled Layla into his arms, embracing his little sister tightly. Dayward gently apologized to Layla. He insisted he had never forgotten the family. Faced with the unexpected hug and sincere apology, Layla's anger gradually ebbed. Dayward said he had his own reasons for disappearing. He apologized once more for leaving her to endure everything alone all this time. Dayward promised to tell her everything and asked her to stay calm. Hearing this, Layla's eyes filled with tears as she asked him whether he truly did not want to reunite with the family. Dayward firmly denied it. He said he had not for a single moment forgotten his family. Standing beside them, Dane quietly witnessed the emotional reunion. After a while, Layla calmed down and stepped back from her brother's embrace. Her gaze had grown resolute. She wanted to know the whole truth. She demanded that Dayward tell everything, where he had been and what he had done during that time. Dayward agreed to tell her, but he wanted to speak with Layla alone and asked Dane to give them privacy. Immediately, Layla objected strongly. She grabbed her brother's hand and insisted that Dane listen as well, insisting he was trustworthy and could keep a secret. Impatient, Layla urged her brother to just speak. Dane found the situation awkward and told Layla it was fine, implying he could leave if necessary. Dayward was silent for a moment, his gaze studying Dane carefully as if assessing him. Dayward recalled what he had heard. It seemed Dane's reputation had spread far and wide. Even the elders praised that a prodigious talent had just enrolled. Dayward looked at Dane and said he had noticed his striking silver hair, and only now realized he was Layla's friend. He also knew that Dane Sagar's family and his own Termian family had a fairly close relationship. After considering it, Dayward decided to trust Dane. He agreed to let him stay and listen, but sternly warned that this was a family matter, and Dane must not reveal it to anyone. Dane smiled confidently and invoked his family's honor to promise he would keep the secret. Seeing Dane's determination, Dayward nodded in approval and suggested they move to a more private spot to talk. The three of them went to a secluded stone bench. There, Dayward began to reveal the first secret. He had been in the Drenic Empire all this time. Both Dane and Layla were stunned. Layla couldn't believe it and demanded to know why he would go to such a dangerous place as the Drenic Empire, their hostile nation. Dayward explained that he had risked everything to find a way to cure their mother's illness. A flashback came to mind of their mother bedridden by sickness. Dayward recounted that she had been ill for so long, and since he was a child, he had traveled everywhere seeking clues about her condition. Following those leads had taken him to the Drenic Empire. The image of a young Dayward, backpack slung over his shoulder as he left, showed his determination years earlier. Even hearing his reason, Layla couldn't accept that her brother had actually snuck into an enemy nation. Dane also admitted this was an extremely serious matter. Layla's anger flared again. She shouted at him, asking why he went alone instead of telling everyone so they could search together. Dayward explained that he had no other choice at the time. He had an opportunity to infiltrate the Empire and didn't want to put the whole family at risk. He tried to sound upbeat, saying he had returned safely. That attitude only made Layla angrier. How could he speak so lightly about something so dangerous? Dane placed a hand on Layla's shoulder and urged her to calm down and hear him out. Layla took a deep breath, tamped down her anger, and demanded, "All right, then why have you come back now?" Dayward's expression grew very grave. He was about to reveal an even more shocking truth. He said he had found what was needed to cure their mother, but those materials couldn't be found in the Drenic Empire, which was why he returned here. Layla asked if the materials might be in their own Altian Empire. Dayward confirmed that he only had leads for now and would follow them to search. Dayward paused, his face darkening. He said that beyond finding a remedy, he had uncovered another horrifying truth while in the Drenic Empire. He ground his teeth, his eyes hard with hatred, as he revealed the earth-shattering truth. What their mother suffered was not an illness, but a curse. Dane and Layla were stunned into silence by the revelation. A curse. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Dayward began listing their mother's symptoms. Her strength had been waning day by day, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. Not only that, she often felt dizzy, coughed up blood, and more terrifyingly, bruises had begun appearing on her back. He asserted that all those symptoms perfectly matched those of a curse. Layla cried out in horror, "My God." Still reeling, she stammered, asking, "Our mother's illness, is it a curse?" Dayward nodded, confirming it decisively. He admitted that at first he couldn't believe it either, but a curse doesn't occur spontaneously. That meant only one thing: someone had deliberately cursed their mother. Layla trembled as she asked who could commit such a cruel act. Dayward replied that he wasn't sure, since the Termian family had no shortage of enemies. Dayward reassured Layla, saying finding the culprit could wait. The most important thing now was to break the curse. At that, a glimmer of hope lit Layla's tear-filled eyes. She hastily asked, "Is there a way, brother?" Dayward answered firmly, "Yes." He smiled with relief, bringing the good news that he had found both the necessary materials and the method to perform the ritual to break the curse. Most of the materials weren't too hard to find. They could be expensive, but not impossible to purchase. However, there was one item that posed a problem: a legendary artifact called Roxana's Tear. Layla asked in surprise what that was. Dayward explained it was a fabled ingredient said to purify nearly any curse. They say it's located in the Haverox Mountains, the region between the empires. The name Haverox Mountains made both Dane and Layla startle. Dayward added that rumors said it lay within an ancient ruin, guarded by some primordial creature. At that, Dane's face flickered with an idea, a corner of his mouth lifting slightly. He murmured, "An ancient ruin, huh? Smells fishy." It seemed he knew something about the place. Meanwhile, Dayward showed iron determination. He told Layla he would go find it. Though he knew it was dangerous, there was no other choice. Layla panicked and tried to stop him. She didn't want him to go alone and suggested mobilizing the Termian Knights. But Dayward confidently said his power now equaled someone with 4 to 5 power cores. More importantly, he explained that if the Knights entered the mountains, it could spark a war between the empires, so it would be safest for him to go alone. Even so, Layla couldn't bear to let him go by himself. Dayward smiled confidently, reassuring his sister that he wasn't blindly rushing to his death and would prepare everything thoroughly. At that moment, Dane spoke up. He looked at Dayward and said pointedly, "If it's an ancient ruin, then someone knows them better than anyone." Dayward and Layla stared at him in bewilderment, unsure what he meant. Dane broke into a confident, mysterious smile. He told Dayward, "It seems, sir, that this time you might need the help of our club." The scene opens at a magnificent mansion at night. Everyone is buzzing about an ancient creature and the ruins. Hopping this will be a major discovery. Dane and Ernest are ecstatic and want to leave immediately. Seeing this, Layla can only sigh, thinking the two of them truly know no fear. Riel, with a serious expression, speaks up to dissuade them. He admits everyone is motivated, but this trip is genuinely dangerous, not a joke. Riel falls silent for a moment, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Though his words are correct, he seems to be weighing other calculations in his mind. Dane and Ernest look at Riel and can sense the complexity of his thoughts at that moment. They also partially understand Riel's burden. He had to wander through the enemy empire for years just to find a cure for their mother. That suffering is hard to imagine. That Riel could gather information and return safely proves he is no ordinary warrior. After some thought, Riel finally agrees. He decides to go with them on the condition that the trip be kept completely secret, beforehand, during, and after their return. Hearing Riel's agreement, the group erupts with joy. Layla is surprised, while Dane and Ernest can't hide their bright smiles as they chorus, "Yes, of course." Immediately after, an intricately decorated blue box suddenly appears before them, leaving everyone astonished. Riel smiles and says it's a gift for Layla, telling her to open it. Layla is still puzzled, not yet understanding what's happening. However, Layla is still angry at Riel. She glares at him, thinking to herself, "Don't think one gift can buy me off. I'll never forgive you." Seeing Layla react this way, Dane and Ernest only whisper to each other. Riel remarks that she does seem genuinely angry, and Ernest adds that she used to be much scarier. Despite her anger, Layla is curious and places her hand on the box, slowly opening it. When the lid opens, Layla remains skeptical, thinking to herself, "If it's something silly, I swear I'll." But her words are cut off when a melodious tune plays from the box. It's a music box. Layla is stunned as she looks inside. She recognizes the image of 2 small figurines dancing to the music. They are the likenesses of her and her mother. Layla chokes up and exclaims, "Mother, and me." The little figurine of Layla is carved with a radiant smile, recreating a happy memory. Riel smiles and explains that it's a moment when their family was happiest. He commissioned a craftsman in the Drenic Empire to make it. He made it with all his heart, nostalgic for the time when their mother was still healthy. The melodious tune plays as the 2 figurines reenact the mother and daughter joyfully dancing together. Young Layla's happy smile is vividly portrayed, bringing warmth and nostalgia. The rush of memories overwhelms Layla, and she can't hold back her tears. A single tear rolls down her cheek. Layla clutches the music box to her chest, her voice thick with emotion. "It's so beautiful." The earlier anger has completely melted away, replaced by the warmth of family. Witnessing his sister's emotion, Riel quietly smiles. His smile is gentle, tinged with distant sorrow, but above all peaceful at seeing Layla regain her smile. Dane and Ernest smile in satisfaction, witnessing the warm moment between the siblings. Layla looks at Riel with tender eyes, saying the gift makes her feel as if their mother were healthy again. Still with tears in her eyes, she softly murmurs her thanks to her brother. The image of the mother and daughter dancing in the music box dissolves into Layla's happy tears. Riel closes his eyes and smiles serenely. He replies that he is the one who should be thanking her. Layla, moved, buries her face in her brother's shoulder. Riel turns his back and walks away, silently grateful to Layla for understanding him. In that moment, the burden on his heart seems to have eased somewhat. Dane and Ernest keep smiling, happily witnessing the reconciliation and the warm family affection. The music box remains open, the little figurines serving as proof of a happy memory just recalled. Meanwhile, in the mansion's main hall, a guest wonders where the main figures of the party have gone. Another elderly gentleman looks puzzled as well, asking where everyone could have gone. The scene shifts outside the mansion. Night has fallen. Layla tries to persuade Riel to stay and meet their father, but he refuses, unsure of what might happen next and promising to greet him another time. Riel reassures his sister, saying he left a crystal contact code so she can call him anytime. He also says he'll remain in the Empire for a while and will come immediately if needed. Layla, worried, tells him to be careful. Dane replies decisively, promising he'll return soon. Before leaving, Riel suddenly remembers something and calls his sister back. He hands her a small pouch of medicine, saying it will help ease their mother's symptoms. Riel instructs Layla to ensure their mother takes the medicine regularly, and most importantly, to keep this a secret from their father. Layla is stunned by her brother's directive, but quickly understands. She promises to make sure their mother takes the medicine. Riel's gaze turns sharp, hiding many secrets. Riel turns to Dane and Ernest, asking them to look after his sister. He promises that when he returns, they will all set out together for the mountain range. After a final farewell, Riel moves quickly. He says his last goodbye to Layla, and nimbly jumps over the mansion's fence. His silhouette quickly disappears into the night, showcasing the skill and secrecy of his movements. Silence falls over the mansion's white fence where Dane just vanished, leaving an empty space behind. Layla stands there clutching the pouch of medicine, sadly watching her brother's departing figure. Seeing her worried face, the friends nearby feel a pang of sympathy. Noticing Layla's worry, Ernest and Dane move to comfort her. Ernest says Riel looks very strong and will surely be fine. Dane, with a keen look, seems to notice something. He asks Ernest to stay and console Layla for a while. Ernest, surprised, asks where Dane intends to go. Dane merely replies that he forgot something in the room and will be right back. Ernest agrees to stay with Layla, while Dane quickly runs off. Ernest places a comforting hand on Layla's shoulder, as she remains lost in worry for her brother. The night is quiet, the full moon shining brilliantly in the sky. But that quiet is quickly shattered by hurried footsteps in a dark alley. It's Riel. He's running, his face urgent, realizing he's being pursued. He mutters, "Those persistent bastards. I didn't expect them to follow me this far." Riel thinks to himself that he's lucky they don't know he's from the Duchy of Termian. They must have wandered around the mansion and followed when he left through the secret passage. He recalls his mistake just before leaving the Drenic Empire. In a careless moment, he revealed that he was from the Althian Empire. That was a deadly mistake. Riel wonders how much longer he can hold out. His wounds and exhaustion are sapping his strength. He gritted his teeth as determination flared up within him. The thought of breaking the curse on his mother at any cost gave Riel renewed strength. He pushed every last ounce of energy into continuing to flee. Riel tried to run as fast as he could, but he seemed to have reached his limit. He stopped, realizing he had been backed into a corner. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. From the shadows, figures in hooded black cloaks gradually emerged. One of the pursuers spoke in a cold voice, mocking Dane for leaving such a long trail. The hooded figures stood motionless, watching their prey. They stood on the rooftops, blocking every escape route for Riel. Riel was surrounded on all sides, 2 in front and 2 more behind, cutting off his path. Riel gritted his teeth and stared at his pursuers with a desperate look. He wondered in despair, damn, is this the end? In a dark alley, Prince Riel is surrounded by a group of assassins in black cloaks. They outnumber him and look deadly. His situation hangs by a thread. Riel watches tensely, estimating there are about 10 of them. They are all professional killers. They are seasoned murderers. Their presence radiates lethal intent. They've come for his life. Riel knows he can't match them. Desperately, he thinks that if he's lucky, he might take 2 of them down with him. He grits his teeth, bracing for a hopeless fight with almost no chance of survival. Riel draws his sword, silently apologizing to Layla. He regrets that he may not be able to keep his promise to her. An assassin lunges with a cold, sharp gaze, giving Riel no time to think. They attack in unison, blades flashing toward Riel like a storm. The assassins move like lightning, coordinating to corner Riel with no escape. Against such an elite force, Riel is quickly overwhelmed. A blade pierces his body. In that life-or-death moment, Riel doesn't think of himself but regrets leaving without apologizing to his father. A final determination lights his eyes. Perhaps he plans to use his remaining strength to fight back. At that instant, a green mana bullet unexpectedly flies in, knocking the surrounding assassins aside. The other assassins are not spared. They're flung away and scream in pain. The assassins are astonished. They recognize it as a mana bullet. The captain doesn't know who's helping Riel, since intelligence says he always works alone. From the shadows, a voice rings out, mocking them for being careless. The assassins are stunned, wondering who broke their trap and got in. The whole group is terrified. Instinct tells them this newcomer is no ordinary person. Then Dane Saugers appears, a 14-year-old boy with white hair and red eyes. He is the one who intervened. The assassins tremble and ask who he is. Dane merely curls his lips in a confident smirk and declares they don't need to know. After Dane deals with the assassins, Riel is still astonished. Dane explains he followed a bad feeling and suggests they clean up quickly to prevent rumors. Riel can't believe a 14-year-old could bypass the traps and reach him. Dane modestly says these are skills he learned from his mother, including disarming traps and infiltration. Riel laughs with relief and thanks Dane sincerely, admitting that without him he would surely be dead. Riel looks ahead, contemplating that at last he's escaped those who have relentlessly hunted him. Standing on the rooftop, Riel explains they've been pursuing him from the border, and again thanks Dane for saving his life. He marvels that Layla truly has an incredible friend, though he's still puzzled. Riel pats Dane's head affectionately while wondering how the assassins kept finding him. He wonders what to do in such situations to escape pursuit. Hearing Riel's question, Dane replies from experience that targets often carry something hidden when being followed. His eyes light up as he begins using mana to scout. A blue mana flow envelops Riel as Dane scans his entire body for anomalies. Dane's mana sensing ability is extremely sharp. He quickly detects something near Riel's feet. Dane confirms, found it. He has located a tracking device hidden in the sole of Riel's shoe. Dane tells Riel he now knows why the assassins could track him, and asks Riel to check the sole of his shoe. Riel, bewildered, doesn't understand what's happening, but does as Dane says and flips his shoe over to look. Dane explains there's a mana receiver hidden there. Riel is extremely shocked. He can't believe he's been tracked so cleverly. Just as Dane said, a tracking device under the sole of his shoe is glowing. Riel exclaims in astonishment, really? Dane adds that this is a tool commonly used by assassins. It's so small it's hard to detect, yet its tracking capability is powerful. It was likely attached before Riel crossed the border. Riel is still stunned. He can't fathom how Dane noticed something like that when he himself had no idea. He urgently urges Dane to remove it quickly. After the device is removed, Dane reassures Riel that he can relax now because they won't be able to track him for a while. Riel breathes a sigh of relief and vows to be more careful from now on. Dane is silent for a moment, his gaze growing thoughtful as he looks at his older brother. After dealing with the assassins, Riel asks Dane why he went alone when it's so dangerous out there. Dane wonders aloud that it would have been better if Riel had gone to see the Duke first, or told their eldest brother and asked for help. Hearing that, Riel falls silent, his hand clenching unconsciously. He sighs, sorrow and complexity etched across his face. Riel explains that their father probably thinks he's pathetic. He wanted Riel to become the head of the family, but Riel wandered off right after graduation. He believes their father likely wouldn't believe what he says. The father-son relationship seems strained. Riel then mentions their older brother, whom he considers even less ambitious than himself. Their brother is busy fighting monsters in a far eastern region, so Riel doesn't want to bother him. So Riel concludes that for now it's easier to be alone. He wants to gather all the ingredients himself to cure their mother and prove himself to the family. Riel tells Dane, so, not yet. Dane listens in silence and shows understanding for his brother's decision. Dane thinks to himself that if that's what Riel wants, they should respect that decision. Having fully removed the tracking device, Dane freed Riel from the immediate danger. Riel is deeply grateful, saying he owes Dane a great favor and will find a way to repay him. Dane simply smiles and replies that he certainly won't hesitate when it's time to collect on that debt, implying Riel must stay alive. Dane gives Riel a contact code and tells him to reach out if he needs help. He jokes that Riel has to live to repay the debt. Riel laughs and agrees. Riel takes the contact code from Dane's hand. Riel thanks Dane and promises to keep it safe. Before leaving, he asks Dane to look after his little sister. Dane watches his retreating figure and agrees. Riel smiles, feeling somewhat reassured to have a reliable younger brother. Dane also smiles with relief. The relationship between the two brothers seems to have improved. After Riel walks away, Dane thinks they should keep today's events secret from Layla. He knows that if Layla hears about this, she'll definitely insist on following Riel. Night falls, bringing an end to a long, eventful evening. Dane decides to head home as well, after handling everything. The scene shifts to a building under the night lights, signaling the end of the day and a move to a new setting. The next day, in an elegant mansion, the story continues. Dane is talking with his younger sister, Layla. He asks about their mother's condition. Layla happily reports that their mother is much better and eating well, which makes Dane breathe a sigh of relief. Layla excitedly adds that their father is also pleased. Though he pretends not to care, he's very curious about Dane's little brother. Hearing that, Dane is a bit startled and quickly asks Layla if she told their father everything. Layla reassures her brother that she didn't tell him everything. She only said that Riel stopped by and left medicine. Dane changes the subject, reminding Layla they have something important to do today. Layla looks puzzled and asks what he means. Dane says they should get going. Their next destination is the Thermion Forge. Continuing from the previous chapter, Dane and his friends arrived at the Thermion Forge. He was overwhelmed by its grandeur. It looked more like a small town than a forge. Layla explained further that because the area was so vast, a small village had formed around the forge. However, only a handful of blacksmiths actually made equipment there. She went on to say that since the place was run by a few master artisans, security was extremely strict. Without a pass card, one absolutely could not enter. When asked, Layla also admitted that even as a member of the Thermion family, she couldn't come and go freely unless she was with her father. Hearing that, Dane realized it meant he would have to enter alone. A trace of worry crossed his face. While Layla had never been inside either, Ernest was extremely envious and admired Dane, since he was about to craft an incredible weapon himself. Dane had no choice. He told his friends he would return quickly and asked them to wait for him. With that, Dane entered the forge alone, leaving his two friends watching from behind. Upon stepping inside, Dane was once again astonished by the immense scale of the place. The interior of the forge was bustling, with machines and forging tools working non-stop. Dane looked at the weapons on display and wondered which type he would receive. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling Dane and causing him to stop in his tracks. He felt the ground tremble and wondered what that strange sound was. Dane quickly realized it wasn't the earth shaking. It was footsteps. A huge man with a thick beard and a muscular build suddenly appeared right in front of Dane. The man was the blacksmith Volbek. He looked at Dane and said, "So you're the child who received the forge's pass card." Dane was awed by Volbek's massive frame. He politely introduced himself and said he had received the pass card from the head of the Thermion family when he was young, and that it was a great honor. A flashback appeared. When Dane was a boy, Duke Thermion personally handed him the pass card. The Duke said he had heard much about him, and that the Thermion family didn't give pass cards to just anyone. Back in the present, Volbek was somewhat surprised to hear Dane speak of the Duke so casually, while the boy himself remained humble. Volbek said sternly that status meant nothing here. There were only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths. Even royalty didn't matter. Only the Thermion family was the sole exception. However, Volbek added that even members of the Thermion family had to be qualified and skilled. Dane silently admired this master smith, whose skill was such that he feared no royalty. Then Volbek told Dane to follow him inside. The two of them moved deeper into the vast forge together. Dane noticed something odd. The deeper they went, the more the space seemed to expand, contrary to what he had expected. Seeing Dane's curiosity, Volbek explained the place was built to suit his size. He revealed he was a half-breed of dwarf and human, and that this mix gave him his unusually huge physique. Volbek warned Dane not to say anything insulting about his appearance. Dane immediately agreed, thinking privately that the man had probably endured a lot because of how he looked. Then Volbeck got straight to the point, asking Dane why he had come and what he wanted to obtain. Dane answered honestly that he hadn't decided yet. Since it would be an important weapon for him, he needed to be careful. Volbeck agreed that was a wise decision. However, he said that from what he had seen, what Dane wanted was already quite clear. Dane asked curiously what Volbeck thought he wanted. Volbeck revealed a special ability. He could smell metal, and from its scent alone he could tell how a weapon had been forged and what shape it took. He said Dane gave off the scent of a spear and a fine dagger, so what the boy wanted was neither a spear nor a dagger. Dane was astounded by Volbeck's extraordinary and uncannily precise ability to identify weapons by smell alone. Impressed, Volbeck invited him into his personal smithy. Inside Volbeck's workshop, many types of weapons were displayed, especially swords. Volbeck suggested that since Dane already had decent spears and daggers, why not try making a sword? He teased Dane, asking if he couldn't see because the workbench was too tall. Dane was surprised by the suggestion to make a sword. Volbeck explained that the sword was one of the weapons he forged best. In his view, it was the most fundamental weapon in combat and also the most powerful. Dane voiced a practical concern. He was still growing, and if he had a sword forged now, would it become awkward to use as he got bigger? Volbeck brushed that worry aside. With the confidence of a master craftsman, he asserted he could easily make a sword usable even after Dane matured. For a moment, Dane recalled his past life. The sword was the weapon he had been most skilled with. If Volbeck could forge him a good sword, it would be perfect. After some thought, Dane decided decisively, okay, I'll choose a sword. Volbeck praised the wise choice, and revealed he already had a perfect design in mind the moment he saw Dane, which would speed up the process. Volbeck said he would give Dane the chance to personally select the material he preferred for forging the sword. With that, Volbeck thought it best to show Dane directly, and told him to follow. They moved to another area, a dark and mysterious chamber. When the door opened, Dane was overwhelmed by a room full of gleaming gems and minerals. He asked in wonder whether all of them were materials for crafting gear. Volbeck proudly declared that nearly every kind of mineral in the world was here, and encouraged Dane to look around and choose freely. Dane was quickly drawn to an extremely rare-looking mineral, and Volbeck praised the boy for having a keen eye. His gaze fell on radiant ore with magical colors and light. One was orange gold, the other emerald green. Dane thought to himself that the place not only housed rare minerals, but also many varieties he'd never seen before. Many of them looked very enticing. Volbeck pointed to a blue mineral and said it was Terragang. He explained it was light, durable, and could repel impact, so it was more suitable for armor than weapons, although there wasn't enough to make a full set. Dane understood, then pointed to a glowing red stone and asked what it was. Volbeck warned sternly not to touch it. It was Ezendanio, a mineral containing toxins that required special neutralizing gloves to handle. Hearing that, Dane withdrew his hand. He realized he couldn't use something so dangerous. As Dane continued to look around, his eyes suddenly stopped on another object. It was a large black gem placed ceremoniously on a pedestal. Dane felt something very strange emanating from it. Drawn inexplicably, Dane stepped toward the black stone and curiously asked its name. Volbeck watched Dane with a pensive expression as the boy approached the mysterious mineral. Volbeck revealed its name, that is, Arcanium. Dane was stunned to hear the name. Dane couldn't believe his ears. Arcanium. Could it really originate from the ancient magical kingdom Arcana? Volbeck confirmed Dane's guess. It was a metal excavated from the ruins of the royal castle of that ancient kingdom. It's extremely rare because very few remnants of that realm remain today. He went on to say that beyond knowing it was a metal, no one had discovered its purpose or composition. Dane, curious, asked why. The reason, Volbeck explained, is that with current technology no one can smelt or analyze this ore, so it's regarded as little more than a rare collector's item. Volbeck advised Dane to look at other materials because Arcanium was essentially useless. He suggested another mineral called Artma, found only in the deep veins of the Havarask Range. But Dane seemed not to hear Volbeck. He was completely captivated by the Arcanium, his mind going blank, lost in thought. He felt a strange sensation, a powerful pull from the stone as if it were calling to him. That feeling grew stronger, as if a voice were whispering in his ear, "Take me." Unable to resist the allure, Dane instinctively reached out, intending to touch the Arcanium. The moment Dane's finger made contact, the once dormant black stone suddenly flared with a brilliant blue light. The Arcanium flashed, releasing a powerful surge of energy. Volbeck stood completely speechless at the sight. He stammered in utter astonishment. "Impossible! It's reacting to you." A fierce blue energy burst from the stone, enveloping Dane. Witnessing it, Volbeck was frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror. The blue light intensified and raged, fully engulfing Dane's small figure, causing him to vanish within the sea of energy. Seeing Dane swallowed by the Arcanium's energy, Volbeck shouted in panic, "Hey, kid." At the Thermion Forge, Mr. Bolvark, a master blacksmith with an impressive beard, was astonished. What on earth was happening? The Arcanium nugget, A metal that had never been forgeable was reacting in his hands. Dane Saugers, the young man with distinctive white-hand red hair, thought to himself. It reacted just from him looking at it. Doesn't that mean it can actually be forged? Mr. Bulwark was so shocked he broke into a sweat. Dane's extraordinary mana sensitivity had produced an unprecedented phenomenon. From the stone, Mr. Bulwark could distinctly sense the metallic scent. In this state, forging it might actually be feasible. He still couldn't believe it. Arcanium was a metal no one had ever been able to use before. While Mr. Bulwark was still stunned, wondering who this child really was, Dane was visibly excited, as if he had anticipated the outcome. After a while, the Arcanium cooled and returned to its original solid state. Mr. Bulwark looked at Dane and declared, "You said you want to forge a sword, right? Then let's do it. I will forge it myself." Dane cheered with delight, expressing absolute trust in Mr. Bulwark's craftsmanship. But that was the only time Arcanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried afterward, the metal wouldn't melt, and every attempt ended in deadlock. As everyone fumbled, Karnas, Dane's companion, a small dragon-like creature, also grew worried. Dane suddenly remembered. What had melted the Arcanium in that instant was Karnas's blazing flame. The tremendous heat from that fire was the key to solving the problem. Back in the present, Dane was talking with his two friends, Ernest, the bespectacled scholar, and Layla, the enthusiastic pink-haired girl. He explained, "We decided to seal Karnas's flame into an artifact." The artifact was a lantern housing Karnas's powerful flame. With that heat source, Mr. Bulwark could continue the forging process. Layla said happily, "Wonderful, you got help from Karnas again." A sword made of Arcanium. It would surely be incredibly powerful and beautiful. How romantic. Dane nodded firmly, his gaze shining with determination and anticipation for the legendary sword to come. Once everything was arranged, the group decided to return to the academy, but first they had to go have lunch. Of course, the group cheerfully headed into town. A week later at the academy, students buzzed in front of the bulletin board. A major event was about to begin, an event reserved for the finest talents and even sponsored by the royal family. It was the announcement recruiting members for the Academy's periodic monster suppression team. The operation would be led by Night Squad No. 4. With big rewards and fierce competition, the event grabbed everyone's attention. Dane's group was there too. The whole Academy was buzzing about this monster suppression. Dane smirked. He knew it wasn't just about the prize. This was a royal event and a chance for people to show themselves. Layla suddenly remembered something. Wait, Night Squad No. 4. She squinted, trying to connect the dots. Isn't that the squad led by the man who accompanied the three princes last time? What a coincidence. Priscilla, the blonde friend from the Divine Department, confirmed, "You mean Sir Delphian Want, right?" Layla teased, yes, Priscilla wasn't there then. Everyone went crazy over the royal gifts. Another student asked curiously, "Has the suppression location been announced?" The student next to them replied, "I heard from someone in the Divine Department that it's a ruin near the capital." At the mention of the word ruins, Ernest's eyes immediately lit up. Dane noticed. His expression changed the moment he heard the word ruins. Ernest explained it was an abandoned relic site for some reason, and monsters had moved in to occupy it. Priscilla sighed, complaining that monsters were such a nuisance. She said, "The Divine Department will be automatically deployed, so I have to go too. Probably to treat the injured right." Layla turned to Dane with curious eyes. "What about you, Dane? Are you planning to go?" Dane was silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting thoughtful calculation. Dane thought it over. Priscilla had to go, and Ernest would definitely join just because it's a ruin. He turned to Layla and said, "Layla, isn't this a great chance for you to gain experience fighting monsters?" He continued firmly, "There's no better way to get stronger than real combat. Let's sign up together. I'll go too." Layla agreed at once. Hearing Dane's decision, Ernest's eyes behind his glasses hardened with resolve. Layla exclaimed excitedly, "So our whole club will join, right? This is going to be fun." Dane warned Ernest, "Don't be overconfident, Ernest. They're still monsters, and the selection test won't be easy." Ernest looked a bit anxious but agreed. Dane smiled confidently. He knew that even if Ernest seemed weak in combat, his knowledge and skills regarding ruins were top-notch. Ernest would surely have a chance to shine. "Then let's start special training today." The group was fired up, agreeing to meet after classes and determined to give it their all this time. The scene shifted to the Academy's grand, magnificent hall, where students were lined up in neat ranks, signaling a major event about to take place. A few days later, the recruitment for the monster suppression team officially began. It was one of the Academy's biggest annual events. Students did their best to showcase their abilities, hopping to catch the eye of the Royal Knight Unit and the nobles. For the professors and dignitaries like Sir Delphian and the third prince on the stands, it was an opportunity to witness the students' growth firsthand. Sir Delphian Want, the respected commander, turned to report to the third prince, "Your Highness, all preparations are complete." The third prince, an authoritative royal with red hair, smirked. "Good, begin." A bugle sounded, officially starting the grueling selection. The Academy's banner was raised, and the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. "We will now begin the monster suppression team selection. Immediately, the atmosphere erupted with excited cheers from the students. The selection was held in a large arena inside the academy. The tests began with sword matches. Students surged at one another as the clang of metal rang out non-stop. Meanwhile, in another area, mages were showcasing their talents with colorful, powerful spell demonstrations. One-on-one fights using spears and other weapons were also fiercely contested. Physical tests were underway as well, where combat students displayed raw muscle power in unarmed bouts. Meanwhile, the summoning department was in its segment, with summoned beasts called forth to fight. The selection's atmosphere was intensely tense and brutal on every front. The bracket diagrams were updated continuously, showing students' progress through each elimination round. Meanwhile, in the royal meeting room, a heated argument was raging. Department heads refused to yield. Dane Saugers must be placed in swordsmanship. Nonsense. With such outstanding magical talent, he clearly belongs in magic. This is absurd. He should be in summoning, no doubt about it. Another professor praised Dane's spear skills. Have you seen that student's spear technique? Give him a spear and he'll skewer everything. Watching the chaos, the third prince could only shake his head, thinking the argument would never end. He steepled his fingers and spoke. Everyone calmed down. Sir Delphian remained silent, observing with a stern expression. At the third prince's words, the professors fell silent at once, and a tense atmosphere settled over the room. The third prince said, "Seeing you all argue so fiercely, it's clear he truly is an outstanding student. Isn't that so, Sir Wunt?" Sir Wunt bowed his head in confirmation. "Yes, Your Highness. There have been students who joined 2 departments, but in history no one has topped all 4 departments." The third prince smirked inwardly, truly deserving of the name Dane. He tapped the table lightly, as if a decision had been reached. He stood and said, "Even if I choose a department myself, this argument won't end. So I've come up with a solution." A worried professor asked, "That is, what is it, Your Highness?" The third prince looked them squarely in the eye, his voice authoritative. "There is only one way to properly utilize his special abilities. To have him join my personal unit directly." The final decision was made, ending all disputes and opening an entirely new future for Dane. Prince Tam had his eye on Dane Saugers. He believed Dane's exceptional talent could only be properly used one way. That way was to place Dane in his personal unit. An obvious move to turn Dane into his own pawn. Cut to the day the strike team set out. The campaign's schedule was simple. They would stay at the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, both to secure the area and to assess the cadets' skill. But the mood on the trip was tense. Everyone hoped no one would die. Some families even forbade their children from participating. No talent mattered if they were going to be killed by monsters. Everyone seemed on edge. Priscilla Neriel, the blonde in Dane's group, warned that this was a real battle, and they needed to be careful not to get hurt, since the healers couldn't be everywhere at once. Dane also cautioned his friends. Since they'd be moving separately, he couldn't protect everyone, so they all had to be extremely careful. Priscilla reassured them not to be overly afraid. The night units would rigorously protect the cadets during the campaign, though sometimes people still died. Her remark only made Ernest and Layla more frightened, wondering if the trip would really be safe. Dane advised everyone not to overexert themselves or act alone. If something seemed dangerous, run immediately. Everyone responded in unison. Then the troops took their positions. A commander ordered everyone to gather and quickly move to their assigned sectors. Another emphasized doing their best in their assigned roles and absolutely not dying. That was all. Dane Saugers, attached to the royal unit, enthusiastically rallied everyone to go. Layla Thermion of the combat division cheerfully said her goodbyes. Ernest Dillon of the scouting division was excited too, wondering how long it had been since he'd had an adventure like this. And Priscilla Neriel of the healing division wished everyone a safe return. All the cadets moved forward together, beginning their challenging journey. They reached the Rawasan area. Along the way, Dane sensed something was off. He approached Sir Hilderin, one of the commanders, to ask. Dane said he heard the original plan was to head west of Rawasan. He understood they'd reach the camp in half a day, but now they were heading east instead of west as planned. Dane wondered why the route had changed so suddenly. Dane's attentiveness caught the notice of Roya's Hilderin, deputy commander of the 4th Royal Knight Unit. He praised Dane and asked him to keep secret what he was about to reveal, since it might alarm the other cadets. Dane nodded that he understood and agreed to keep the secret. Sir Hilderin began to explain. He was sweating, indicating the situation was far from simple. He revealed that monster movements had been detected west of Rawasan, where they had originally planned to go. A huge pack of monsters was approaching. A large group was confirmed to be heading toward the ruins. According to the Rawasan Ranger Unit, their number was at least 300. Dane was astonished to hear that figure. 300 monsters. He analyzed that strange monsters usually had distinct traits and didn't tend to gather. Them assembling and moving to one place was abnormal. Sir Hilderin again acknowledged Dane's sharpness. He said that from his experience in cases like this, it was very likely that the ruins themselves were attracting the monsters. Dane couldn't help but worry, wondering what kind of ruins could attract monsters. Sir Hilderin explained that was why they were circling to the opposite side. He reassured Dane that however many of them gathered, they'd be burned away by their forces. Dane appeared to agree, but inwardly, he still had a bad feeling. Ruins that draw monsters. If not dealt with quickly, things could get very bad. Just then, a soldier ran up to report to the deputy commander that they'd reached the camp. Sir Hilderin immediately ordered all units to set up camp, and demanded that all preparations be completed before sunset. The soldiers answered in unison. The sunset fell over the mountain range, signaling a long night ahead. As night fell, Dane's group stood on a cliff observing. Priscilla noted that the terrain was poor for defense. Dane agreed, but with so many people, there was no other choice. Layla anxiously asked Dane if anything was wrong. Dane replied that it was hard to say, and they should assign guard shifts carefully. They should especially keep watch toward Rawasan, where the monster pack posed a threat. Dane looked toward the mountain range, a feeling of unease welling up. The whole group felt something eerie. Suddenly, Dane felt something stirring under his clothes. It was Karna's, his little dragon. It wanted to get out. Karna seemed very agitated. Dane didn't understand why it was suddenly acting that way. Moments later, Karna's shot out, circling in a panic and sounding an alarm. Its unusually intense reaction was an ill omen that drew the group's attention. Layla anxiously asked Dane what was happening with Karna's. Dane didn't know either, but guessed it was sensing something. Ernest and Priscilla also noticed the abnormality. Ernest said Karna's was on high alert. There was definitely something out there, and you couldn't ignore the instincts of a wild dragon. Priscilla urged Dane to report to Sir Hilderin immediately. Dane agreed at once. Meanwhile, Karna's continued to circle in panic, its cries full of anxiety. Dane told his friends he'd go report to Sir Hilderin, and asked them to watch Karna's while he was gone. Everyone agreed, and Dane hurried off. Inside the command tent, Sir Hilderin was skeptical when he heard Dane report an attack. Dane pleaded that they needed to bolster defenses, mobilize the magic students to thicken the perimeter, and prepare maximum countermeasures. But Sir Hilderin told him to stay calm. He said Dane was overreacting because it was his first time camping. He insisted he'd sent scouts along the mountain flank and found nothing, then asked Dane if he had any proof. Dane was flustered. He couldn't say exactly that Karna's had reacted, so he had to make up a reason. He lied that they'd found droppings, tracks, and fur from monsters, and that all of it looked recent. Still, Sir Hilderin dismissed it, saying that even if recent, it was likely just a few. Monsters weren't stupid enough to attack a large force like theirs. He told Dane to rest, and assured him they'd handle it if anything happened. Dane was furious. It was clear the man wasn't listening. Dane continued to argue, saying they still needed to reinforce, especially near the mountain, moving the guards forward. But Sir Hilderin lost his patience and shouted for him to stop. Sir Hilderin sprang to his feet in anger. He pointed at Dane and scolded him, saying that no matter how talented he was still just a student. His army was the Empire's elite. In the end, he kicked Dane straight out. Dane could only stand silent before that arrogance. When Dane returned, Ernest angrily said the suppression had failed from the start. Priscilla asked Dane what they should do now. Unexpectedly, Dane said this could actually be a good thing. His friends looked puzzled. Dane explained with a knowing smile that having issued a warning would give them a legitimate reason to act, and later the superiors wouldn't be able to deny it. Priscilla seemed to grasp Dane's intent. Ernest and Layla panicked, asking if he meant they should go stop it themselves. Dane's face grew extremely resolute. He asserted that they couldn't pass up even a small opportunity. This concerned the lives of the knights and the academy's students. Dane had decided to act on his own. The monsters suddenly attacked and stepped on Dane's traps. A series of explosions went off, wiping out a large number of them. Waves of monsters rushed forward and were blown away by the preset traps, preventing them from advancing deeper inside. At the campsite, a soldier shouted in panic, alerting everyone that the monsters were launching a nighttime raid. Everyone was ordered to arm themselves quickly and assemble. The scene descended into chaos. A trainee screamed that he had no combat experience, while the knights hurriedly prepared. The knight unit was quickly assembled. A commander yelled for everyone to take up battle formation immediately because this was a real combat situation. A guard soldier rushed off to find the deputy commander to report the emergency. He panted as he reported to the deputy commander that a large number of monsters were approaching from Rawa Mountain. He estimated their numbers to be around 200. Hearing the figure of 200, the deputy commander was stunned and shocked. The soldier added that fortunately the explosive traps were slowing their advance, and it seemed a few students were holding the front line. The deputy commander asked in surprise about the explosive traps, since he had never ordered them to be set up. The deputy commander suddenly realized something and broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself, could Dane Saugers be the one who did this? Outside, Dane's traps continued to take effect, sweeping away wave after wave of charging monsters. The monsters, both goblins and black wolves, fell limp on the mountainside, unable to get past the trap perimeter. At that moment, Dane's group was observing from above. A companion in the group was thrilled that the traps had indeed worked effectively. The purple-haired girl in the group looked down and said it seemed the army below had finally realized the situation. They were regrouping and advancing. Layla, the pink-haired girl, snorted and said, "See, wouldn't it have been better if they'd listened to Dane from the start?" Dane kept a serious expression and reminded everyone not to let their guard down. He explained that the monsters they'd seen were probably just a fast-moving vanguard. The truly powerful ones would come later. Layla showed excitement, saying that this meant the earlier attack was just a warm-up. She was ready to show the monsters her real power. Dane stood in silence, watching the situation from above with a thoughtful expression. He was silent for a long time, seemingly analyzing something. After a while, Dane felt that something was really off about this attack. He noticed that goblins and black wolves, two species that usually don't cooperate, were fighting together. They were even attacking simultaneously in an organized manner, rather than charging chaotically by instinct. Dane judged that this was not normal. He felt as if they were being directed by someone behind the scenes, and his intuition told him that that person was about to appear. Just as Dane predicted, a gigantic dark figure appeared, heralding the second wave of the attack. Layla and Ernest also readied themselves for combat, their faces extremely tense. Ernest shouted to Dane that they were charging in. A much larger army of monsters, including massive orcs, appeared and roared. Dane ordered everyone to hold the line. The vast, ferocious horde of monsters surged straight toward Dane's group. A blonde girl, along with Ernest and Layla, was ready and declared the second round had begun. With a confident, decisive look, Dane ordered the team to wipe out every last monster. Immediately, Dane began chanting a spell, preparing to unleash an ace up his sleeve. A massive pillar of magical light shot into the sky, signaling that a powerful summon was about to appear. Dane ordered it to answer the call. In the distance, the Night Force and the other trainees felt an immense surge of mana that drew their attention. The deputy commander asked in amazement what it was. One soldier wondered if it was another explosive trap, but the guard who had run earlier recognized the difference. He stammered that it was a fourth-rank summoning, Etherak. The deputy commander and the other trainees were left speechless with shock. Immediately afterward, Etherak, a gigantic wolf surrounded by a purple aura, appeared and let out a thunderous roar. Etherak charged into the horde, tearing them apart effortlessly with its razor-sharp claws. Goblin after goblin was ripped to pieces beneath Etherak's claws. Even the massive orcs were no match for it. Etherak fought its way through alone, easily clearing a vast swath of the horde. Watching that, the purple-haired student exclaimed in astonishment that the monsters couldn't move. Ernest realized it was Dane's summon and said it was incredibly powerful. The purple-haired girl warned Ernest not to let his guard down. Ernest replied confidently that not to worry. He wouldn't let a single one slip through. Saying that, Ernest raised his bow and loosed a magic-infused arrow at the monsters. His arrow easily pierced a huge orc. Layla was fighting with all her might as well, cleaving the monsters apart with her sword. However, the monsters' numbers were overwhelming. They kept coming in waves, forcing even Ernest to struggle. He couldn't help but be stunned by their seemingly endless numbers. Suddenly, the attacking horde all turned and fled at once. Ernest shouted to tell Layla that the monsters were retreating. With a sharp look in her eyes, Layla gave them no chance to escape and immediately pursued. She quickly closed in on the fleeing horde. Layla's pink hair streamed in the wind as she charged forward. Layla shouted that she wouldn't let them get away, then swung her sword to attack. She plunged into the midst of the horde, executing skillful sword strikes that felled one after another. Her slashes were sharp and powerful. No monster could put up a fight. Layla's blade flashed in the night, creating a deadly dance. She fought fiercely, monster blood splattering everywhere. Seeing that, Dane smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, that's Layla, her training has paid off. Suddenly, Karna's, Dane's small dragon, flew over and let out an unusual cry, as if it had sensed something. Dane turned and asked Karna's what was wrong. His expression grew serious. Standing amid countless monster corpses, Dane asked Karna's if there were stronger foes deeper inside. He felt his blood boiling. Dane decided to leave Etherak here to hold the line. He trusted that with the others around, the rear would be secure. Dane exhaled and prepared to make a bold decision. He thought to himself that this was the first time since his previous life that he had charged straight into enemy territory like this. With a confident smile, Dane ordered Karnas to follow him, and the two of them pressed deeper into the mountain to find the true mastermind. Chapter 72 ends. An urgent report came in stating that an extremely powerful magical source had appeared, generating an energy flow entirely different from the normal mana stream. This magical source seemed to have created some kind of barrier. The reconnaissance team's final report said they couldn't penetrate it. The situation was critical. In the war room, the senior officers murmured at the news. An impenetrable level mana barrier was unprecedented. They wondered what might be inside. A general reported to the third prince that in the reconnaissance team's last transmission they had heard soldiers' screams. This sparked speculation that an extremely powerful entity was hiding within. The third prince's gaze hardened, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple. The situation was clearly far more serious than they'd imagined. On the battle map, the general explained that if the report was true, it would explain why so many monsters were gathering near the ruins, since by instinct they were drawn to mana. The general assured the third prince that the monsters would be even more strongly attracted if it was a powerful mana source. After deliberation, the third prince made a decision. He concluded there was no option but to clear the outer rings gradually and then advance inward, because a direct breakthrough to the center would be far too dangerous. The other officers in the war room wore tense expressions, worried about the risky plan. At that moment, a messenger from the Academy's escort unit rushed in, bearing urgent information. The third prince immediately went pale, then his face brightened with excitement. He knew this messenger was bringing news about Dane. 2 days after the messenger arrived, the scene shifted to the third prince's command tent. The third prince warmly welcomed Dane Saugers. He inquired about Dane's condition after being injured, and Dane replied that he was completely fine, all thanks to the prince's help. Taking the opportunity, the third prince revealed that he was researching the royal secret arts, something even his older brothers couldn't complete. Dane looked surprised, saying it was the first time he'd heard of it. Although noble houses usually had their own secret arts, the royal secret arts were clearly something very special and piqued his curiosity. The third prince admitted his chances of success were slim. However, Dane trusted and encouraged him, saying that if it were the third prince, he would surely succeed. Buoyed by Dane's encouragement, the third prince smiled with more confidence. He invited Dane to have tea to relax before discussing the main matter. A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table, the rising heat creating a brief moment of calm. After the short respite, the third prince returned to the main issue. He confirmed the messenger's report that over 200 monsters had been detected. The third prince explained that a large group of monsters attacking simultaneously was extremely rare. Therefore, the suppression plan had to change, because an unusual danger was surely lurking. With a serious expression, the third prince turned to Dane and said he wanted to hear Dane's thoughts first. Dane was slightly surprised, but quickly composed himself. He thought to himself that in his previous life, planning military operations had been an everyday task. The third prince encouraged Dane to speak freely. With a sharp, confident look, Dane replied, ready to present his strategy. Dane began analyzing the map. He pointed out that the usual strategy, clearing monsters from the outer rings and then surrounding the center, would no longer be effective. He emphasized that the circumstances had changed, because now someone was controlling the monsters, requiring a completely different approach. The third prince listened intently, thoroughly convinced by Dane's sharp reasoning. He nodded and immediately asked, "So what method do you propose?" Dane continued to explain his reasoning. He pointed out that they couldn't count on immediate support from the crown. Clinging to the old strategy would only lead to a protracted war of attrition. Furthermore, they couldn't keep the Academy's cadets in this campaign for too long. That would only make matters worse. Dane fell silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with determination as he prepared to deliver his final conclusion for the strategy. After analyzing all the factors on the map, Dane reached one bold, singular conclusion. He decisively placed a piece at the center of the map. A direct breakthrough to the center is the optimal course of action. The third prince couldn't help but be surprised by Dane's audacity. "You mean we should confront the monsters head-on?" Dane affirmed with a confident smile. "Yes, Your Highness." He explained further that it was precisely thanks to the heroic sacrifices of the earlier scouting teams that they had information about a safe route leading straight to the center. Therefore, Dane proposed that the Emperor's direct unit should move there in person. He pointed out that if they continued as before, they'd only waste time and effort fighting the outer ring monsters while the situation escalated. The third prince was pensive. He admitted that the route Dane outlined might be the least costly in terms of casualties. However, he still hesitated. Could this plan be carried out with only his direct unit? Dane insisted it must be done only with the direct unit. He stressed that the path the scouts secured was extremely narrow. If they moved with more than 10 people, they would likely be detected. And since the monsters were being commanded, they could block the way, making subsequent access much harder. The third prince fell silent, realizing the point. In the end, the direct unit would have to operate as an independent strike team. Dane nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. The other forces' missions will follow. After we lure the enemy at the center, we'll deal with the uncontrollable monsters." The third prince's eyes lit with extreme astonishment at such a detailed, flawless plan. He exclaimed in admiration. It was a plan officers and commanders could all agree on. He couldn't believe Dane had grasped the situation and proposed a strategy in an instant, and he asked if Dane had studied military science. Dane modestly replied that he'd only read a few books in his father's study. But inwardly, he knew it was all thanks to the knowledge and experience from his previous life. Without hesitation, the third prince sprang to his feet, stamping decisively. Very well. He decided to end the meeting and assemble the members of the direct unit. Then he asked Dane if he would nominate anyone capable for the mission. However, Dane cut in, saying there was one thing they needed to do first. When the third prince asked what it was, Dane asserted they needed to conduct reconnaissance first. Without scouting, they couldn't fully understand the real situation. The third prince agreed that reconnaissance was necessary. But he also expressed concern that after 2 teams had gone missing, he wasn't sure any soldiers would volunteer for such a dangerous mission. Hearing that, Dane merely smirked confidently. It seemed he already had a solution to the problem. Dane slapped the third prince on the shoulder confidently. "In that case, don't worry. As it happens, there's an expert in this field." The third prince was momentarily stunned, stammering an expert. He immediately assumed Dane was referring to himself. "The expert is you." However, the person Dane nominated was Ernest Dillon, the eldest son of a famous exploration house. Taken aback by being named, Ernest flinched and awkwardly replied to the third prince. Yet once he entered his professional element, Ernest became a different person. He confidently pointed at the map and explained that the terrain was too open and offered little cover. It would be better to take a detour. The third prince was extremely pleased with Ernest's plan, praising him as a truly reliable teammate. Ernest gratefully thanked his highness. Seeing the third prince satisfied, Dane thought to himself that it was time to explain the plan B he had prepared. The third prince confirmed one last time. If they fired the signal, could he be ready to attack immediately? He vowed he wouldn't delay for a single second. The third prince looked at Dane and Ernest, entrusting the mission to them with confidence and instructing both to return safely. After Ernest's reconnaissance plan and Dane's plan B were formally approved, the two quickly prepared to depart. Other female students came to see them off. One girl urged them to come back safe and uninjured. Another joked that if they returned as mere souls, she'd use holy power to purify them, prompting shivers all around. Thus Dane and Ernest set out on the dangerous reconnaissance trip toward the mountain range where the mysterious ruins lay. Dane's eyes showed intense focus. He knew this journey would be anything but simple. As they neared the mountains, they noticed flocks of birds fleeing in panic, an ill omen. A massive flock scattered across the sky, as if running from something utterly terrifying. While on the road, Ernest wondered aloud what might be inside the ruins. Dane reminded him that the important task now was to learn as much detail as possible about what lay at the center of the site. Ernest asked what they should do next. Dane added that, if possible, they should map the surrounding terrain completely, and if the scouts' bodies were still there, at least recover their belongings. Ernest was astonished and admiring. He hadn't expected Dane to think so thoroughly and far ahead. A majestic yet perilous mountain landscape unfolded before them. They continued along the trail, winding through the dense forest. A dim beam of light pierced the canopy, signaling they were approaching a special place. At last they arrived. Ernest stopped and pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Wait, Dane, this is definitely it, the path into the ruins." Dane suddenly halted. He sensed a familiar surge of energy. "Yes, I know what you mean." That familiarity washed over his whole body. Dane recognized immediately. It was similar to the Mist Garden. Dane and Ernest began to push deeper into the ancient ruins. The dark space was filled with terrifying growls from monsters lurking in the shadows. Dane warned Ernest to be very careful and to stay close behind him. Ernest exhaled to steady himself, but his eyes behind the lenses still betrayed his worry at the pressure from their surroundings. In the hazy mist, massive monsters lay in a deep sleep. They looked like fierce beasts waiting for prey. The monsters' raspy breathing echoed down the corridor, making the air even more suffocating. Dane noticed there were more monsters than they'd expected. They had to move very quietly, holding their breath to avoid making any sound that might wake the creatures. Ernest suddenly stopped and pointed in one direction. He recognized a wisp of mana drifting from that way and suggested they follow its trail. The murky mist rolled and swirled at their feet, obscuring the jagged paths of the ruins. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, significantly limiting their visibility. Dane concluded there was a mana core concentrated at the center of the ruins. With that ancient energy source, controlling the monsters was entirely feasible. He suspected someone was using mana indirectly, possibly embedding it into mana stones for easier manipulation. A vivid blue mana stone appeared in Dane's mind as a possible explanation. But the biggest question was, who possessed such an enormous amount of mana that they could create a vast fog like this? Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. Armored bodies lay strewn across the ground. Dane froze, his green eyes widening in shock at the tragedy before him. Ernest moved to rush forward, but Dane quickly held him back. "Ernest, stop!" Dane's voice rang out, firm and decisive. Ahead of them were corpses. Their fellow scouts from the expedition had fallen right here in the ruins. A soldier's hand still gripped a sword, showing they had fought to their last breath. The bodies were mutilated, evidence of the brutality of the monsters hiding here. Dane quietly identified them as scouts from the Academy's expedition team. There were no survivors. Ernest bowed his head, his voice trembling. They had been slaughtered savagely. Not a single body was intact. He couldn't believe such a tragedy had occurred. Suppressing his grief, Dane decided to gather the bodies and their personal effects. He instructed Ernest to check the surroundings to ensure they were safe. Ernest nodded, forcing himself to hold back his emotions so he could carry out Dane's orders. Dane quietly knelt beside a fallen soldier and offered a reverent prayer. "Rest in peace." His eyes dimmed, a deep sorrow passing through him but quickly replaced by resolve. He would not let their sacrifice be in vain. Through the mist, a massive mana barrier flared into view with a dark blue honeycomb structure. This was the final magical boundary, separating them from the core area of the ruins. Ernest stood stunned at its scale, his eyes wide with amazement. The more he examined the barrier, the more he felt the surrounding atmosphere growing heavy. Ernest felt the mana pressure weighing increasingly on his body, a sticky, oppressive sensation found only near extremely large mana sources. He vowed to report this to Dane immediately. By then, Dane had finished collecting the scouts' remains. Ernest called him over to inspect what he just found ahead. They discussed their current location. Ernest believed they were very close to the center of the ruins, but it seemed some force was deliberately interfering with their senses. Ernest's complexion worsened. He panted as he admitted his body felt increasingly heavy. Now he understood why the previous scout teams couldn't return alive under this terrible pressure. Dane was astonished because he felt no discomfort at all. He realized it was the mana pressure that had weakened the scouts, leaving them easy prey for the monsters with no ability to fight back. Ernest silently admired Dane's strength, since the pressure seemed to affect him not at all. He pointed ahead, where a massive mana barrier stood. The energy wall, its hexagonal panels a deep blue, blocked the passage, radiating an aura of authority. From its wide arched structure, they both guessed the barrier completely enclosed the central area of the ruins. Ernest was excited, thinking they were close to their goal if they could just get past it, but Dane worried about dismantling it. If done incorrectly, all the monsters in the area would be awakened. That would be a real disaster, since the creatures inside would surely be far more ferocious, and whoever was secretly controlling them would detect the intrusion. Dane looked at Ernest sternly, warning that a single small mistake could derail the entire plan, and that they'd share the same tragic fate as the scouts lying over there. Ernest swallowed nervously, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. He asked anxiously, "So what do we do now?" Dane glanced at his hand, thinking that with the ancient mana he possessed, things might take a completely different turn. Ernest cried out in alarm when he saw Dane about to touch the barrier. "Dane, what are you going to do?" Dane reassured his friend. "Don't worry, if my guess is right then." He continued to reach forward. Dane was confident the barrier would not react to him, because their mana shared certain similarities. Dane's hand began to sink into the energy wall, without encountering any resistance. Dane's body gradually passed through the energy barrier, amid Ernest's utter astonishment. A blue light enveloped Dane as he stepped fully to the other side. Ernest's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to understand why the barrier remained completely silent. Ernest shouted in excitement when he saw Dane cross safely with no reaction from the monsters. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Dane nodded in confirmation. Just as he thought, because he carried ancient mana, A barrier constructed from a similar energy source would not recognize him as an intruder. Dane clearly sensed this was raw, unrefined mana, exuding an ancient, authoritative breath. While relieved for Dane, Ernest felt saddened that he couldn't pass through on his own. He anxiously asked if Dane could go alone. Seeing Ernest worry for himself, Dane smiled warmly and confidently, firmly asserting he would never leave his friend behind, for he had conceived a bold plan for them to act together. Before Ernest, still puzzled, could grasp Dane's intention, Dane reached out decisively and said, "Ernest, give me your hand for a moment." Dane took Ernest's hand, covered him with his own mana, and together they stepped through the energy barrier. Ernest blurted in amazement when this unimaginable method actually worked. The brilliant blue mana from Dane's hand spread powerfully, forming a protective membrane around Ernest that allowed him to fully assimilate with the magical wall. Having successfully crossed the barrier, Dane calculated they could use this method later to bring reinforcements inside. He asked Ernest if he'd memorized the route carefully and received a confident nod from his friend. Now inside the central area, Dane began outlining the next steps of their plan. They needed to find a way to open the barrier from within so the expedition force could advance easily and break the deadlock. Dane explained that the barrier was maintained by special devices installed around it. By destroying them, the path behind would open for the army to enter smoothly. Ernest fully agreed with the plan. He thought to himself that whoever set up the barrier would never have suspected someone could pass through it with a light touch like Dane's. A knowing smile appeared on Dane's lips. It seemed all the enemy's cards were already accounted for in his calculations. Suddenly, Ernest let out a soft cheer when a brilliant light flashed from the end of the corridor. Their final destination was likely right ahead. Stepping out of the narrow passage, they froze as they realized they had reached the deepest part of the ancient ruins. A vast, pressure-filled space opened before them. Dane's gaze went icy. It was time to unmask whoever had orchestrated all these deceptions and force them into the open. They moved cautiously along steep rock ledges. Below them, a dark chasm with cold, subterranean mana streams. Their footsteps echoed softly in the vast space, amid the cave's thick, mana-dense atmosphere. Looking down, Ernest felt a chill as he saw hundreds of massive monsters with grotesque horns lying asleep across the cavern floor. Orcs, minotaurs, and countless other high-grade creatures had gathered into a massive army at the heart of the ruins, creating a horrifying spectacle. Dane and Ernest hid behind a rock, stunned by the scale of the lair. "I can't believe it. This place is crawling with high-tier monsters," Ernest whispered in terror. Dane squinted, holding his breath to avoid the slightest sound. He sensed another unusual presence below. A hazy mana mist enveloped the sleeping monsters, creating a terrifying stillness before the storm. Suddenly, steady footsteps sounded. A mysterious figure in a black cloak, leaning on a staff, slowly emerged from the darkness among the giant beasts. Dane and Ernest quickly drew back behind the large rock. From a distance, they dared only to peep, watching the stranger's every move. Dane signaled Ernest to remain absolutely silent. His eyes were fixed on the silhouette of the mysterious figure, standing proudly amid his army of monsters. The cloaked figure stood motionless. Authority radiated from him so strongly that even the sleeping monsters did not dare stir. He was the one manipulating the entire tragedy. In his hand was a mana cube emitting a mystical blue light, the source of the mana mist covering the ruins. Dane clenched his fist. The real confrontation was only just beginning. A figure in a mysterious cloak stood defiantly before the horde of monsters, ordering them to annihilate the entire expedition in a single strike the moment they entered the ruins. A lion-like hybrid monster roared ferociously, its cry announcing the start of a bloody massacre. Sharp limbs and claws from the horde sliced through the air, showcasing the destructive power of the Legion. Under the control of the mysterious sorcerer, the monsters moved with coordinated precision, ready for an all-out assault. The face hidden beneath the controller's hood was sinister and cold. He seemed to have the upper hand secure. From a secluded vantage high above, Dane Saugers, the silver-haired genius of the Saugers family, and his friend Ernest watched in stunned silence as the ferocious creatures obeyed the sorcerer like docile sheep. Ernest quickly warned Dane to pay attention to the enemy's hands, where the secret of this terrifying control power was hidden. The cloaked figure gripped his staff, radiating a mystical green mana that enveloped the surrounding space. It was an ancient mana stone with an extremely dense energy, directly manipulating the wills of hundreds of monsters. With his genius insight, Dane Saugers realized the sorcerer was using the stone indirectly, not absorbing the ancient energy into his body like Dane did. Quickly formulating a tactic, Dane instructed Ernest to plant explosive traps at the weak points of the central pillars as planned. The ruins spread out in massive scale, a series of ancient structures now serving as lairs for the occupying monsters. The thunderous footfalls of orcs and goblins echoed through the corridors, indicating the enemy's overwhelming numbers. After the traps were all set, their ultimate goal was to seize the mana stone to disable the sorcerer's control. Dane explained that without the stone, the monsters would descend into chaos, making them far easier for the expedition to deal with. However, the exact number of monsters remained a major unknown. Ernest squinted to observe the besieged town below, his face tightening with tension as he took in the full scale of the situation. The two realized a horrifying truth. At least 500 monsters were densely concentrated throughout the ruins' alleys and corridors. Legions of mixed-species monsters continued to flood in, their actual numbers likely far exceeding initial estimates. While not an unbeatable number, a frontal clash would inflict extremely heavy casualties on the expedition. Dane Saugers ordered Ernest to record the entire terrain with magic. He was determined to learn more about the identity of the one commanding this army. Ernest smiled in agreement. He had absolute faith in Dane's abilities, but reminded his friend to act with great caution. Dane nodded slightly, his eyes full of resolve, ready to step into the most dangerous hunt he had ever undertaken. The two moved like ghosts, quietly slipping past the monster guards along the way. Dane Saugers glided like a shadow through the ruined halls, silently closing in on the inner sanctum to prepare for his plan to strike the serpent's head. Hidden behind a corner, he watched the enemy's every move. Ahead, the hooded sorcerer began deploying the monster legions to strictly guard the entrance. The cloaked figure ordered the monsters, from orcs to the lion hybrids, to stand guard over the ruins' entrance with extreme vigilance. He sensed the expedition's attack could begin at any moment and refused to allow any mistake. The monsters growled in obedience, their presence creating a heavy atmosphere of pressure right at the gateway. With the staff clenched in his hand, the mysterious figure stood proudly commanding his loyal throngs, ready to confront anyone who dared trespass on his territory. From a hidden vantage high above, Dane Saugers, the young silver-haired prodigy with sharp eyes, watched silently, intrigued by the man's ability to communicate with monsters, something even he, who had directly absorbed ancient mana, had never managed. Dane wondered quietly whether this was a special technique tied to the third circle. He analyzed every possibility to find his opponent's weakness. Or was the man simply using ancient mana to amplify some innate talent? Every hypothesis stirred Dane's curiosity further. When the cloaked figure began retreating deeper into the inner hall, Dane knew his moment to act had come. Determination flashed in Dane's eyes. Whatever the man's secret was, he would uncover it as soon as he seized the item the man held. He needed to know why someone like him possessed such a high concentration of ancient mana, and who truly hid beneath that mysterious cloak. The scene cut deeper into the inner hall, an ancient corridor lit by wavering torches, where darkness seemed to swallow everything. The cloaked figure entered a private chamber, a silent space adorned with red carpets and towering stone pillars. He casually planted the staff with the gleaming ancient mana stone to one side, setting aside the tiring task of directing his legions. Removing the heavy hood, the cloaked man revealed a weary face with a short beard. He kept grumbling about the vermin monsters he had to manage, finding them disgusting and warmly disliked despite their long proximity, cursing that he was the only compatible for this troublesome power. He muttered in frustration, wondering how long he'd be stuck in this remote, dark place before he could return home. Just outside the corridor, Dane Saugers was perfectly concealed, listening to every line of the target's monologue to gather more information. Dane analyzed silently. If the man called himself the compatible one, that meant this monster control power wasn't innate but granted by his organization. A cold glance from Dane slid through the crack of the door, as he calculated the smallest movements to ensure the assassination would go smoothly. Fortunately, Dane sensed no other presence in the room, and all the monsters had been withdrawn per the man's earlier orders. This was a godsend opportunity. The steady sound of wine pouring into a glass broke the chamber's silence. The mysterious man was trying to savor a rare moment of rest. The cloaked figure tried to console himself by telling himself this was fate, and a noble mission assigned by his organization, and that he must accept it willingly. But deep down his true fear was that irrational fellow. He raged at the one who had foiled his plans and was terrified of the man's insane power, wondering how one person could single-handedly slaughter such a massive number of monsters. The image of Dane Saugers with his radiant silver hair, brutally slaughtering the monsters, in an instant played vividly in the wizard's mind. Although he had never confronted or seen the true face of that silver-haired genius, rumors of a monster in human guise were enough to make him shudder in fear. The monsters fell at his feet like grass being cut, a horrific sight beyond any calculation of the secret organization. His face showed extreme worry and unease at the mention of the name Dane Saugers. Little did he know that the Grim Reaper he feared most was standing right behind him. In his heart, the cloaked figure remained haunted by the power of the famed silver-haired Saugers family. He shuddered at the thought of that irrational genius, a man whose power far exceeded everything he understood about magic. To soothe the fear closing in, he poured another glass of wine, trying to regain his composure in the silent room. He muttered that he had to report the existence of that silver-haired man to the organization, for he was an extremely serious threat. The wizard slammed his glass on the table beside the staff, mounted with the glowing ancient mana stone, the weapon that let him command the monster legion. From a nearby hidden corner, Dane Saugers, the calm prodigy of the Saugers family with his signature silver hair, watched silently. He confirmed that this man had commanded the monster legions outside. Dane's sharp gaze never left the target as he carefully calculated every scenario to make the assassination go perfectly. The mana stone on the staff radiated a strange pull, seeming to resonate with the abundant ancient mana inside Dane's body. Dane realized that by seizing the staff, the wizard would completely lose control of the monsters, and he could use it to break through and form another ring of mana. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure carelessly continued pouring his wine, unaware that death was steadily closing the distance. "All right, let's begin," Dane murmured, slipping from his hiding place as he prepared to deploy his infiltration technique. This time, he decided to use illusion, a supreme technique learned from his mother to absolutely conceal his identity in case the plan went awry. The moment Dane's hand brushed the floor, a brilliant, intricate magic circle appeared, sparkling in the dark room. A hazy smoke began to spread from the circle, seeping through the cracks and quietly enveloping the space. Dane explained that the smoke was colorless and odorless, capable of inducing powerful hallucinations that made anyone who inhaled it confront their deepest fears. To ensure he wouldn't be affected, Dane took a small antidote pill from his coat pocket. He quickly swallowed the antidote to block the magical smoke's effects, keeping his mind fully clear throughout the assassination. "Now it's time to make you spill all your secrets," Dane said coldly, as he advanced toward the target once the illusion smoke had done its work. The cloaked figure about to drain his glass suddenly felt a chill of murderous intent run down his spine. He froze mid-motion, wine sloshing from the glass as he sensed an intruder in his room with no sound to warn him. The wizard broke into a cold sweat when he turned, and saw Dane Saugers standing right behind him with eyes as cold as ice. Before he could collect himself to resist, a keen blade pressed to the cloaked figure's throat, rendering him completely motionless with fear. "Don't move," Dane's low voice warned. He said the blade was laced with a potent poison that would end the man's life instantly if he so much as twitched. The wizard trembled, sweat streaming down his pale face, as he realized he was utterly at the mercy of this terrifying teenager. All his former arrogance dissolved, replaced by overwhelming fear that began to suffocate his thoughts. "How unexpected," the cloaked figure whispered in horror, unable to believe a guest could have penetrated so deeply without his knowledge. He stared at his opponent, desperate for an explanation for this impossible intrusion that threatened his life. The cloaked man stared into the void in terror, stammering to ask the identity of the miraculous intruder. He couldn't believe someone had bypassed layer upon layer of guarding monsters to reach him so easily. In response to that utter fear, Dane Saugers offered a cold, arrogant smile. His terrifying composure made the wizard keenly feel the breath of death filling the entire room. With the poison-coated blade pressed to his throat without a gap, Dane Saugers issued a commanding declaration. "Shall I say that death has come to take you?" The chapter closes on the monster controller's utter horror as he faces a true monster disguised as a man. Asir was bewildered by the appearance of the man who called himself Reaper. What would a high-level death, agent from the organization, be doing sneaking into this heavily guarded place? The young man emphasized that Asir must understand how impossible it is for anyone to infiltrate here. "So don't pretend otherwise." Asir broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color. He couldn't understand how the man standing before him had bypassed the barrier and the dense horde of monsters. Dane pressed the blade to Asir's throat and coldly warned him not to underestimate the situation. This was no joke. His life was in Dane's hands. Asir gripped the table, full of doubt, wondering who this young man really was and what method he had used to slip in alone. Dane tilted his head and looked at him, his voice dropping menacingly as he ordered him to tell the truth if he still wanted to keep his worthless life. Asir fell silent, sweat streaming down his face. The opponent's overwhelming presence left him tongue-tied, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Meanwhile, Dane silently reveled in the success of his fake voice and deathly bearing that had fooled the old man. The first phase of the interrogation was a success. Dane smirked and asked if the fun had begun yet. The staff's faint magical glow signaled that secrets were about to be revealed. By the flickering candlelight, Dane stood over him and pressed for his true purpose, the room's atmosphere growing more stifling and tense than ever. He demanded to know why he had gathered this massive legion of monsters. Was he plotting to overthrow the Empire with the power of orcs and goblins? Faced with a barrage of sharp questions, Asir remained mute. He lowered his head and tried to stay calm, but his trembling shoulders betrayed him. Dane shouted for an immediate answer, suspecting he was conducting a mad experiment or acting under someone's orders. Hearing the word orders, Asir flinched with a trembling pause, a tiny reaction that could not escape the keen eyes of the Saugers' genius. The blade pressed closer, emitting a strange, dangerous purple smoke. The crushing pressure made him feel the breath of death at his back. A cold glint flashed in Dane's eyes as he recognized his opponent's reaction. In a blink, he had seized hold of the deep fear inside him. Images of cloaked figures suddenly formed in Dane's mind. He wondered whether the organization behind this man was connected to those figures. He bluntly asked whether he was a member of some secret organization. The direct question froze Asir, his face turning ashen. He was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief that his secret had been uncovered. Panic began to consume him as he looked at the man called Reaper. Asir stared at the other's uniform and insignia, full of questions. He couldn't understand how an outsider knew of their existence. He shouted he'd never reveal anything, even to his death, but Dane remained calm, as if he'd anticipated this reaction. Dane gave a sly smile beneath his mask, looking extremely dangerous. He knew how to make even the most stubborn mouths open willingly. His hand slammed onto the table, producing a sharp bang that shattered the silence. It was time to shift the interrogation to a more brutal method. Dane leaned close to Asir's ear and whispered about a proper welcome. Seeing his grin, the man could only tremble from the familiar chill running down his spine. He looked at Dane with eyes wide in terror. Dane warned coldly that he would not repeat himself, forcing him to choose between confessing or facing a bitter end. Dane's blood-red gaze bore into Asir's mind. The killing intent made him feel his soul being crushed by a terrifying entity. In his half-demon form, Dane threatened coldly, asking whether he wanted to confess everything here or experience the sensation of a dungeon. Asir collapsed to the floor, trembling as he asked where the young man had come from. He couldn't believe someone had managed to break in here without anyone knowing. Dane grinned inwardly. His illusion was working perfectly. If this man was in on the same plot as the others, everything would become much easier. With the blade at his throat, Dane ordered him to state his true purpose. The room fell deathly silent except for Asir's terrified gasps. Dane stepped forward, each footfall hammering into Asir's chest. The old man backed away in panic, stammering and begging the youth to stay away. The heels struck the floor with oppressive force. Dane raised an eyebrow and asked if he intended to stay silent until he truly died, with the blade already at his neck. A close-up of Dane's eerie eyes would make anyone shudder. The invisible pressure radiating from the young man seemed to freeze the air in the room. Asir screamed in despair that he'd rather die than confess anything he didn't know. His will was completely broken by the terrifying threat of the Reaper. Dane's cold stare seemed to pierce through every lie. He waited for a crack in the man's psyche to finish the interrogation. The short sword once again became an effective tool of pressure. Dane knew exactly what to do to make this old man speak willingly. Suddenly, Dane recited the organization's regulations verbatim about prioritizing security over even life itself. The young man smirked, praising him as different from the other fools. Asir froze, his face draining of color as he asked how Dane knew those classified matters. The core secrets of the organization were clearly held by a stranger. Dane snickered inwardly. The reaction was exactly as he predicted. The notes he had gathered earlier truly were the key to manipulating this man. By the flickering candlelight, Dane continued playing the authoritative superior. He reiterated the code of conduct, making Asir fully believe his fake identity. Asir naively asked if this was a test from the organization, thinking the incident at the academy was just a trap to evaluate him. Seizing the moment, Dane affirmed that only now could they speak properly. He smiled inwardly at how completely the prey had fallen into the illusion he had set. Asir suddenly changed his demeanor, feeling extremely honored to be given a trial. His earlier fear transformed into ridiculous, blind adoration. The young man sheathed the short sword, preparing for the next step of his plan. The opponent's blind trust was the strongest weapon he had right now. Dane privately judged Asir a fanatic, and decided to play it all the way. He pretended to praise him for having safely passed through the dense horde of monsters. Asir dropped to his knees and swore to devote his entire loyalty to the organization. He was ready to do anything if ordered by his superiors. A close-up of Asir's bowed head showed complete submission. He had no idea he was kneeling before the greatest enemy he had always wanted to destroy. Dane looked down with an indifferent face, thinking inwardly that this turn of events was actually to his advantage. A fanatic could be an endless source of information if properly exploited. Dane curled his lips in a cunning smile, certain the prey had been trapped. The psychological game was over, and victory had belonged to the Sagar's genius from the start. He switched to a cold tone, scolding him for losing hundreds of valuable monsters. This final blow sent Asir into a panic, as he scrambled to compensate with secret information. Asir knelt at the feet of the man he believed to be his superior, frantically apologizing for how an unidentified enemy's appearance had ruined all the plans. In the role of the Reaper, Dane coldly declared he would deal with the responsibility later. He ordered him to focus on completing the immediate mission to atone. Hearing that, Asir felt a surge of relief, and quickly vowed he would never let his superior down again. This old man was truly easy to deceive. Dane snorted inwardly at how his clumsy performance had unexpectedly worked. He winked with satisfaction as the prey had completely fallen into the trap. The young man continued to steer the conversation, asking Asir to reaffirm the true objective of this mission to test his loyalty. Asir blinked, stunned by the unexpected question. He couldn't understand why his superior would ask something so obvious, but he still dared not delay his answer. Dane raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze reminding him of the test. The pressure from the young man made Asir sweat profusely, and he quickly clasped his hands and confessed everything. He admitted the mission was to incite the monsters to create extreme chaos across the Empire. A vicious and brutal plot. Additionally, they wanted to test the limits of the magic staff in his hands and report back all the collected data. The staff emitted an eerie blue glow. Dane realized this was what allowed a nobody like Asir to control an entire army of monsters. Dane pressed him on how much he knew about the weapon. Asir honestly confessed he was only chosen to wield it and didn't know the details. The young man was secretly surprised that the power wasn't innate, but rather bestowed. This indicated the organization behind it had extremely advanced technology. Asir trembled as he added that it was an extremely dangerous artifact. He felt he was barely holding back an energy that threatened to erupt. A close-up of the ancient scepter of the legendary kingdom of Arcana, a long-lost treasure now in the hands of these calculating rebels. He believed that escalating the chaos would help reshape the world according to the organization's wishes. A mad ideal of those who seek to overturn the order. Dane judged the plan to be utterly crude and predictable. He kept his face cold so the old man wouldn't suspect his true identity. From the account, the young man determined with certainty that they were allied with the assassins he'd encountered earlier in the Forbidden Area. He also suspected that even Professor Denabo at the Academy was closely tied to this dark organization. Things were starting to get interesting. Dane decided he would make a real mess of this place. He wondered how the organization's superiors would react when they learned everything had been exposed. He pretended to reveal that he had been sent by a powerful figure at the Academy, who had been quietly observing Asir for some time. Asir froze, astonished, guessing that the person must be the branch head of the Academy. An extremely valuable piece of information Dane had just drawn out by chance. The young man nodded in confirmation and added that this person was very pleased and had high expectations of him. Asir was thrilled, nearly moved to tears. Dane internally scoffed at the other's stupidity. Though he didn't yet know who the spy was, the name Branchhead had narrowed his target. To conclude, the young man told Asir to close his eyes to receive a gift from the mysterious superior. The old man believed it wholeheartedly, his face eager for the reward. Asir obediently complied, overjoyed at the thought of a promotion. He had no idea what was about to descend upon him was actually a one-way ticket to ruin. Asir squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted with nervous excitement. He held his breath for the honorable gift from his superior, unaware the disaster looming over him. Dane smirked meaningfully as he held a small, white, rectangular object in his hand. With half his face still bearing the terrifying Reaper guise, he prepared to deliver an end the criminal could never have imagined. Dane Saugers appeared amid the ruined wreckage after finishing his task. The moment Ernest saw him, he cheered with relief, glad his friend was completely intact and unharmed. Dane strolled up casually, apologizing for being a bit late. The young man explained that extracting information from the traitor took far longer than he had originally expected. Ernest chuckled and said he had been waiting there for Dane to return. His delighted expression made it clear just how much faith he had in his friend's abilities. At that moment, Ernest noticed something glinting in Dane Saugers' hand. A magical stone radiating an eerie greenish light that looked decidedly powerful. Dane gave a knowing smile and affirmed that he had squeezed every secret out of Asir. His sharp gaze showed that everything was still firmly under his control. It turned out the final gift the young man gave the traitor was anything but simple. Sir Delphin held the small box in his hands, his face growing serious as Dane explained. Inside the box was paralysis poison, an extremely potent paralytic toxin. A single small dose would be enough to render any stubborn opponent utterly motionless. Looking at the box, Sir Delphin was inwardly astonished by Dane Saugers' thorough preparation. The young man was not only skilled in combat, but also cunning in his use of tricks and stratagems. Dane coldly insisted that even if the man woke up, there was no way he'd escape. With this poison's effects, he'd be like a fish on a chopping block waiting to be dealt with. Ernest sighed in relief and said there was nothing more to worry about. Immediately, Dane Saugers ordered them to destroy the barrier and report to the main force at once. However, Ernest still felt anxious and broke into a sweat. He feared that once the barrier disappeared, the monsters would lose all control and descend into their most frenzied state. Dane Saugers smirked and said that was precisely the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Once deprived of their controlling will, the monsters would turn on each other until they were all wiped out. Hearing this bold, let the tigers fight it out plan, Ernest finally understood. He eagerly nodded in agreement, ready to help Dane destroy the annoying magical seal. The two quickly set to work, and Ernest confidently declared he was ready. The final preparations were complete. Now they only had to wait to see the show about to unfold. After a moment, the night sky suddenly burst into brilliant magical fireworks. Explosions rang out like a proclamation that a glorious victory for their side was near. Multicolored streaks danced across the sky, lighting up the ruined heavens. The spectacular display signaled that the dangerous mission had been successfully completed. Exactly 6 hours after Dane Saugers and Ernest had ventured deeper into the ruins, everything had been settled. Time hadn't been long, but the results exceeded expectations. The magical fireworks weren't just for show, but served as a victory signal to the entire army. The group of knights below looked up, each face alight with joy. Watching from afar, Prince Edward smiled with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased to see the plan proceed smoothly, just as he had hoped. Immediately, Edward ordered a full assault to wipe out the remaining remnants. Sir Delphin drew his sword and led the 4th Knights, charging straight into the heart of the ancient ruins. The army thundered forward, their momentum so fierce it even intimidated the monsters. The plan to annihilate the enemy in one swift stroke was progressing very smoothly. The old ruins had now become the battlefield for the largest sweep the region had ever seen. The ancient stone structures trembled beneath the triumphant march of the troops. The battle turned brutal as the soldiers clashed directly with the ferocious orcs. The clash of weapons rang harshly among the rubble, with smoke and dust clouding the air. A soldier shouted orders demanding the unit hold formation against the enemy's pressure. No matter how frenzied the monsters became, they couldn't break through the defenses. The commander's sharp voice rose above the roars, ordering the whole unit to focus all their strength. The battle was intense. Everyone braced themselves to finish off the stubborn monsters. The fight within the ruins grew hotter than ever. The knights had to continuously channel inner power, shouting to one another to pour all their mana into their weapons to withstand the brutal pressure from the savage green orcs. Amid the encirclement, the red-haired woman bravely swung her sword and cut down enemies, yet she couldn't help but grimace. These monsters were tougher and more resilient than previous waves, costing her considerable effort. Just as she expected, the deeper they went into the ruin's center, the more the monsters were unnaturally empowered. The redhead's sword strikes grew heavier as she faced increasing pressure. While the warriors struggled to hold the enemy back, Priscilla Neriel arrived in time to assist. The blonde sorceress quickly formed magic circles and urged her allies to hang on a bit longer while she healed them. Priscilla closed her eyes and concentrated fiercely as ancient runes flowed through the air. A gentle green energy from her spell began to spread, mending the wounds of the exhausted knights. With the situation urgent, a commander immediately ordered the unit to concentrate magical firepower to the southwest. Brilliant purple beams erupted, aiming straight at the giant lion-like monster barring its fangs and claws. The knight unit took the order and formed ranks to protect and pave the way forward. Though orcs swarmed like ants, the regiment's coordinated effort began decisively pushing them back. The force of coordinated strikes turned the battlefield into unprecedented chaos. Monsters tore into one another or were smashed apart by the expeditionary force's onslaught, creating a bloody scene. Sir Delphin once stood amid the battlefield, his keen eyes tracking every small movement. The commander's face showed resolve, He would not let a single monster slip through the encirclement. The valiant commander roared, ordering the troops to annihilate every remaining monster, not leaving a single one alive. Sir Delphane's fighting spirit seemed to ignite the entire regiment. The knights charged like a whirlwind, hacking at the green orcs without mercy. Flashing sword slashes tore the air, turning the ruins into a literal meat grinder for the control-less monsters. Sharp explosions rang out everywhere as magic collided with monster flesh. The blasts were so powerful the ground shook, and dust clouds rose to obscure the combatants' sight. A massive detonation erupted, marking the complete collapse of the monster's last defensive line. Everything trembled violently, signaling the sweep was reaching a triumphant conclusion. Ernest ran over excitedly with his bow to inform Dane Saugers that the main force had arrived in time to reinforce them. The delighted look on the bespectacled man's face showed he could finally breathe easy. Dane Saugers gave a slight smile, his expression calm as if everything had gone according to his plan. He was very pleased that the barrier-breaching plan had proceeded smoothly and yielded a great victory. Cleanup began hurriedly, and Dane and Ernest returned together to report the situation. Both intended to present themselves to the Crown Prince immediately to conclude this arduous mission. Smoke from the explosions still drifted around the ancient buildings in the ruins. The post-battle scene looked devastated, but the most important thing was that the threat had been fully eliminated. The cliffside dwellings were now peaceful again after the storm of magical fire. The entire ruin area seemed to be gradually recovering after the frenzied monsters were thoroughly wiped out by the royal forces. At the center, Crown Prince Edward Danter began his formal commendation speech. He declared that in this campaign, one person had performed exceptionally great deeds, surpassing all others. All the knights stood at attention as Edward praised the mysterious hero who had stood on the front line. According to him, this person had foiled the monster's sudden assault and opened the path to victory. The crowd of students couldn't help but grow curious when the prince mentioned the person who had bravely infiltrated the ruin's center. Thanks to the valuable intelligence this person brought back about the enemy's weaknesses, our force's casualties were significantly reduced. Edward stood on high, pointing at the man beside him and declaring that this young man had directly subdued the enemy in the fiercest battle. All eyes turned to the platform, where the hero's identity was about to be revealed. Cheers thundered through the ruins as the knights raised their swords and spears in salute. The festive energy of the commendation ceremony made the atmosphere more rousing and heroic than ever. The troops shouted united cries of "Long live," their excitement echoing off the cliffs. After life-or-death moments, they could finally exhale and celebrate a blazing victory. Crown Prince Edward beamed and announced he would lavishly reward the campaign's hero. He looked toward Dane Saugers, preparing to drop a shock that would leave everyone stunned. The Crown Prince loudly called out Dane Saugers' name. He affirmed that the young man's heroic actions would serve as a shining example for the entire empire. Edward Danter stepped forward and placed a hand on Dane's shoulder as an official public recognition. It was a rare friendly gesture between a high-ranking prince and a student. Edward then dropped the bomb that froze everyone. He expressed a wish for Dane to stand by his side as a friend. The word friend, coming from the prince, carried enormous weight. Sir Delphane once broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears at that shocking declaration. The veteran commander seemed stunned by the prince's breach of social barriers. The students below began buzzing with lively gossip. Friend? The prince just called Dane a friend? They all couldn't understand what was happening to this lucky young man. Dane laughed, saying Edward's declaration was like an earth-shattering explosion. The prince admitted it might put him in a difficult spot, but Dane was happy for the vote of confidence. After the excitement, Dane's expression suddenly turned pensive. He remembered and wondered what fate awaited the traitor Asir. Edward Danter's face immediately hardened at the mention of that one. The prince radiated a colder, more serious aura than before. Edward revealed that the man would be thrown into the royal dungeon, a place likened to hell on earth. The daily screams that echoed from there made it a terror even the prince had never visited. Hearing that, Dane realized immediately the man had no chance of coming back alive. In any case, Dane had already extracted all the valuable information from him beforehand. Edward felt that outcome was fully deserved and wanted to grant Dane an additional reward for his efforts. But the young man remained humble, saying it was far too much. Dane fell silent for a long moment, as if weighing something important in his mind. His contemplative look showed he was preparing to make a special request. In truth, he had a crucial matter to petition the prince about. Seeing Dane serious, Edward generously told him to speak whatever he wished. The two stepped aside to a quiet corner of the platform to discuss weighty issues. The space grew unusually silent, leaving only the private conversation between the prince and the new hero. Dane candidly brought up the real enemies targeting the empire and the prince himself. His blunt warning made Edward reflect solemnly on the lurking dangers. The young man's face was grave, indicating the conspiracy's scope was much larger than anyone had imagined. The political game was now truly starting to heat up. The campaign at the ruins closed, leaving an unusual calm beside the majestic waterfall. But beneath that tranquility, undercurrents waited to erupt. A few days later, the scene shifted to the head of magic's office at the academy. The air there was quiet and thick with secret schemes. Professor Drenavo stood by the window, muttering Dane Saugers' name with extreme displeasure. The young man's presence seemed to be upending all of his plans. The old head of department kept wondering about the conversation between Dane and the Crown Prince that day. The unnerving silence over the past few days only made him more anxious and on edge. Just then, a figure in a black cloak slipped into the room without making a single sound. This mysterious arrival signaled that the meeting would not be a pleasant one. Drenavo jumped and spun around when he felt the warmth of a stranger standing right behind him. His face showed shock at being intruded upon in his stronghold at midnight. The intruder spoke sarcastically, asking what the professor had been so seriously lost in thought about. The atmosphere in the room immediately snapped taut with tension. A bearded man grinned slyly under his cloak and told Drenavo there was nothing to be surprised about. The chapter ends with the emergence of the forces of darkness, promising some very hot developments to come.